Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Second sleeve Shirayuki? That's not true, right? Hearing his daughter mention the word Sodi Shirayuki, Yuri Inamitsu shook his head. He also knew that Shoko must not have read everything, so he simply pointed to the other side of the newspaper. The name of this Zanpakuto is King Mushi. It should be a completely different Zanpakuto from Sodi Shirayuki. This also means that another Master Six Eyes of the Gojo family may really forge cursed tools with different abilities. Yuri Inamitsu glanced at Yuri Shoko and sighed. Shoko, after Master Gojo Nero forges the third Zanpakuto, you can go to Gojo's house more in the future. 3 knives. It might be a coincidence that Sodi Shirayuki was forged for the first time. The second time I forged Ching-Chong, it was probably good luck. The third time, as long as Gojo Ming can forge the Zanpakuto for the third time, then Shoko, who has the reversal technique, seems to be not so special compared to Gojo Ming. Huh? Oh, father, okay, I will go to Gojo's house to play more in the future. At Shoko's age at this time, I don't know what Yuri Inamitsu thought of. When she heard that she could go to Gojo's house to play, the first thing she thought of was the delicious snacks at Gojo's house. Secondly, she thought of the 2 Six Eyes friends she had made before. In the eyes of children, even 6 eyes, which is rare in a century, is not as important as snacks. Okatsu family. Hey, Ming is going to be in the limelight this time. It seems that Ming, the pseudo 6 Eyes, may be even more powerful than Satoru, the son of 6 Eyes, in the future. Okatsu examined the newspaper in his hand, a faint smile appearing on his face. Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming, will you be able to compete with them in the future? Okatsu stretched out his right hand, and a substantial amount of magical power emerged in his palm. At this moment, he could clearly feel the magical power in his body. He believes that he will not necessarily be weaker than Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru in the future. However, he also realized that he had to step up. I am older than the 2 Six Eyes masters of the Gojo family. It would be really embarrassing if someone surpasses me in the future. But what about the Zanpakuto? Can I get one too? We are all friends, and the wealth should not go to outsiders, right? Okatsu tourist talked to himself and basked in the sun, with expectations for the future in his eyes. Zenin home. Zenin fans, Zenin people are sitting on their knees on the ground, listening to the instructions of the family master. Have you all seen this newspaper? The old man's voice was hoarse and his mood was very unhappy. Father, we've all seen it. Zenin fan and Zenin GB nodded with serious expressions, knowing the reason why the family leader summoned them. When I first found out that Gojo Ming was the carrier of heavenly restriction and had no magical power, I thought it was because God was wise and the 6 Eyes twins were not really born. Now, thinking about it, God still favors the Gojo family. Although Gojo Ming has lost his magical power, other aspects have also been greatly improved. This mysterious Zanpakuto, our Zenin family must get one to study. I don't believe that only Gojo Ming can forge this kind of Zanpakuto. He is just a 6-year-old child. Even if he has 6 eyes, how can he have such an exaggerated talent? 6 eyes and unlimited techniques are still traceable. After all, this is the traditional art of the Gojo family, but what is this Zanpakuto? It has not appeared since the day the Jujutsu master existed. This kind of thing. Created out of nothing? If everything is true, then the strategic value of Gojo Ming is greater than that of Gojo Satoru. Zenin fans and Zenin people lowered their heads and listened to the reprimands of the family master. Because Zenin Shan was the leader of the visiting team before, he had seen Gojo Ming in person. However, like Zenin Shinsuke, he was a firm believer in the power of magic and did not take Gojo Ming to heart at all. Even at this moment, he didn't feel what kind of changes Gojo Ming without the magic power could bring to the jujitsu world. On the side, Zenin Noobi was thinking about the information in the newspaper. He believed that the other family members definitely didn't care about Gojo Shinichi being promoted to the first-level jujitsu master. They must also be studying the Zanpakuto. And Gojo Ming. After a moment of silence, the old man raised his head and looked at his 2 sons. Sean, GB people, you have to improve your horizons now and look at this incident from the perspective of your family. You two are the future heirs of the family. You must pay attention to the competition with the Gojo family and the Kamo family. Especially the Gojo family. In this generation, the Gojo family gave birth to 6 eyes. The first person among the 3 major families must be Gojo Satoru. However, Gojo Satoru is just one person and cannot represent the entire family. Other families, the cultivation of members, also needs to be paid attention to. The Kamo family is now in a state of decline. The red blood training techniques are likely to be lost. There is no need to spend too much energy on the Kamo family. In just a few words, the old man had already made plans for the future family of Zenin fans and Zenin people. Sean, you have been to Gojo's house before, and you have also met Gojo Ming. Please tell me what you think. People in the direct vicinity should also listen carefully. Sean is still very thoughtful, and his thinking plays a very important reference role in our decision-making. The sight of the old man made Zenin's heart tremble. He didn't expect that the old man would pay so much attention to Gojo Ming. In his opinion, his father should be a mantra-only believer like himself and should not pay attention to Gojo Ming. Seeing Zenin fan didn't know what to say, a sneer appeared on the old man's face. Have you seen it, GB people? Our Zenin Master Sean is so proud that he doesn't even bother to observe other people's abilities. Besides, at this moment, he should still feel that my thoughts should not be different from his. The old man's words made Zenin's expression change. He didn't expect that his inner thoughts could be seen so clearly. Sir, I didn't think so. But Gojo is a fake 6 eyes. He has no magic power and is just like, sure. Why should we pay so much attention to him? Zenin argued, but the old man didn't even look at him. Instead, he turned his attention to Zenin, who was standing aside. Dibby people, you haven't come into contact with Gojo's 6 eyes, but you should know something about it, right? Tell me what you think. Zenin nodded, frowned and said, it stands to reason that Gojo Ming, who possesses heavenly restriction, is indeed the same as Sure. However, 6 eyes has an unusual quality. Comments I even suspect that Gojo Ming's ability to forge this cursed tool called Zanpakuto may be related to the 6 eyes he possesses. Although Gojo's 6 eyes are called pseudo-6 eyes in the Gojo family, in fact, as twins, there should be no difference between the 2 people's 6 eyes. This also means that Gojo Ming's heavenly eyes can bring many possibilities to him. Therefore, just from this pair of 6 eyes, we cannot ignore Gojo Ming. Zenin expressed his thoughts, and his point of view made the old man nod subconsciously. Zenin Shang saw the scene, and a trace of resentment flashed in his heart. Obviously, the whole family is like this, and he is just following the family rules. Why is it that my own views are refuted, but the views of the Zenin people are accepted by the head of the family? The master of the family is clearly showing favoritism. The master of the family seems to be more willing to let the direct people become the heirs. However, at this time, the other 2 people in the room had no time to pay attention to Zenin fan's thoughts. People of the direct line, keep talking. The old man looked up at Zenin and motioned for him to continue. Yes, my lord. Zenin nodded. If we want to get a Zanpakuto, I have a way. Sir, you should also know that Jiner is currently very close to Gojo Ming, so we can try to contact Gojo Ming through Jiner. As carriers of heavenly restriction, Shurer and Gojo Ming should have a lot in common. In fact, I learned that the reason why Gojo Ming launched a 3-goal duel against Shinsuke before was probably because he wanted to vent his anger on Shinji. That time at Gojo's house, Gojo Ming took the initiative to come to Shurer to make friends, so... The method proposed by Zenin is very feasible, which makes the appreciation in the eyes of the old man even stronger. I didn't expect that a waste like Shurer could also play such a role. The old man nodded with emotion, then turned to look at Zenin fan. Shensuk lost to Gojo Nara this time, which means that the ability of Gojo Nara's Zanpakuto should be similar to that of a jujitsu master. With Shinsuke's pride, he should not be able to accept this kind of thing. You should pay more attention and don't let him because of this kind of thing, inner demons arise. After speaking, the old man slowly lay back on his rocking chair and whispered, Naobi, regarding the acquisition of the Zanpakuto, this matter will be left to you. You are fully responsible. We must not let the technology of the Zanpakuto be used exclusively by the Gojo family. Zenin fans and Zenin direct neighbors bowed their heads to show their understanding. Zenin seemed to want to say something more, But when he saw that the old man had closed his eyes and did not want to speak, he swallowed the words on his lips. Zenin Sure is also very powerful. Do we really want to ignore Sure like this? The Zenin people also learned about the battle between Shire and Gojo Ming through some channels. In his view, Zenin, the carrier of heavenly restriction, may not be as useless as they thought. Such an existence must have different characteristics that would attract Gojo Ming's attention, right? Birds of a feather flock together. People in Zenin would not think that Gojo Nakai would do so many things for Zenin just because they both have heavenly restriction. However, since the head of the family is already tired, he can only mention this matter later. And in another part of Zenin's house, Zenin Shinsuke looked at the newspaper in his hand, his whole expression distorted. Like the head of the Zenin family, the Zenin fan, and the Zenin direct people, they all paid no attention to the protagonist of this incident, Gojo Shinichi. What they saw was the Zanpakuto behind this report, and the real forger of this Zanpakuto, Gojo Ming. Damn it, this guy Gojo Naru actually forged the Zanpakuto again. Why? Aren't you just a loser with no magic power? Just because he has the same 6 eyes as Gojo Satoru, do you think you are really powerful? Zenin Shinsuke held the sword in his hand, his face as pale as snow. He still couldn't forget the moment frozen by Sodi Shirayuki. He could see everyone moving, but he seemed to be frozen. If Uncle Zenin hadn't helped him before, he knew that he might have died at the hands of a 6-year-old Gojo Ming. After vigorously waving the katana in his hand several times, Zenin Shinsuke forcibly suppressed the emotions in his heart. Looking at the dancing snowflakes outside the window, Zenin couldn't help but murmured in a low voice. Zanpakuto? If I have a Zanpakuto, can I become more powerful? In this case, I should be qualified to investigate my father's death, right? Gojo home. Gojo Xiongyan frowned as he read the news in the newspaper. He never expected that the promotion mission he secretly designed would be so dangerous, and he almost fell into Gojo Shinichi and Yagyu Shuji. Although he was very dissatisfied with Gojo Shuani's resistance to him within the faction, he still did not think about killing Gojo Shuani. Shuani, why do you have to go against me? Why do we have to tell the story about King Mushi and Zanpakuto? Do you think the internal problems of the Gojo family are more serious than exposing Gojo Ming to the outside world? Gojo Xiongyan was very dissatisfied. He knew that this news must have been reported under Gojo's instant and deliberate influence. Unexpectedly, his close subordinate would even use the Jujutsu Masters Association to gain Gojo Ming's status in the Gojo family. However, Gojo Shinichi, an idiot, never thought about how much impact Gojo Ming would have on Gojo Ming's safety once the news spread that he could forge Zanpakuto. After all, Gojo Ming was a waste before, so no one would pay too much attention to him. Now, everyone with a discerning eye knows that Gojo Naru is the forger of the Zanpakuto and created a new system of cursed tool. Such Gojo Ming's threat level in the eyes of other families has been greatly increased. Short-sighted, short-sighted. Gojo Xiongyan shook his head. In the past few days, he has successfully taken over some of the rights given up by the head of the family. At this time, even if the news came out that Gojo Ming had forged Ching Chong, nothing could change the situation. Gojo Ming, Zanpakuto, 6 eyes. The future of the Gojo family still needs Gojo Ming's help. Since Shuani wants to change Gojo Naru's status so much, then he should just follow his wishes. On the other side, the master bedroom of Gojo's house. The old man was reading the newspaper leisurely at this time. He was very satisfied with the news that Gojo Shuani was successfully promoted to the first-level Jujutsu master. At the same time, Shuani's support for Gojo Ming also made him feel a great contrast. After all, in the eyes of the old man, Gojo Shuani is still the veteran of the Twin Curse faction, who once had a conflict with Gojo Ming over the cursed tool. A Ming, you can't hide now even if you want to. Once your information is exposed in an instant, don't think about ignoring everything like before. Since Xiongyan has begun to take over the family, everything should be in compliance with your wishes. I just wonder when Xiongyan will realize that everything he did in the end was actually just helping you make your wedding dress? A smile appeared on the old man's face covered with wrinkles and age spots. Although he had been treated by Yeri Inamitsu before, his lifespan was almost exhausted, and he might not be able to survive until the end of the year. However, after discovering a person like Gojo Ming before his life was over, the old man was filled with satisfaction. He believed that after he left, the Gojo family, under the leadership of Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming, would develop even better than he did now. Ming, I look forward to how exciting your future will be. Cursed Tool Teachers Association. Cursed Tool Masters Takeda Hirai and Yosuke Gata looked at each other and handed the newspapers in their hands to the Grand Master Kamo Shin beside them. President, Gojo Ming has successfully forged the second Zanpakuto. Their expressions were full of bitterness. As masters of Cursed Tool, they never expected that at the age of 60 or 70, they would be overtaken by a 6-year-old child. Judging from this situation, Gojo Ming is enough to be shortlisted as a Cursed Tool Grandmaster with these two weird new Cursed Tool Zanpakuto. However, for the Cursed Tool Masters Association, is such a young Cursed Tool Master really a good thing? As the president of the Cursed Tool Teachers Association, Kamo held the newspaper in his real hand, his veins tensed one by one. Although he looks very calm on the surface, anyone with a discerning eye can feel Kamo's real excitement. After a while, Kamo really spoke. We should congratulate, through Gojo Shinichi's promotion, the entire jujitsu world should pay more attention to Cursed Tool. Kamo Shin's reaction was very special, which shocked both Yosuke Gata and Takeda Hirai. What's the situation? The president actually congratulates Gojo Ming? Wasn't the previous president very resistant to cursed tools like Zanpakuto? Does it mean that our Cursed Tool Masters Association will also include Gojo Ming? I wonder if we can forge this Zanpakuto. If Gojo Ming can hand over the forging method of Zanpakuto, he may not be able to join our Cursed Tool Masters Association. As the president of the Kamo family, this shouldn't be a difficult task, right? Since Cursed Tool was forged, it is logical to become a member of the Cursed Tool Masters Association and contribute to the association, right? Because Kamo really showed no objection, other members of the Cursed Tool Association also had other ideas. After all, the Gojo family is not someone to be trifled with. If they really deliberately try to make things difficult for Gojo Ming, the Cursed Tool Masters Association may not get any good results. And feeling the undercurrent surging within the entire Cursed Tool Masters Association members, Kamo was really filled with gloom. The Kamo family, which gave birth to the most evil jujitsu masters, has already been shown to be the sorcerer family with the most bottomless lines in the entire jujitsu world. Now that he is the president of the Cursed Tool Masters Association, there seems to be nothing wrong with implementing the Kamo family's principles, right? The Kamo family is a family that practices red blood. Only blood can nourish the healthy growth of the family. Thinking of this, Grandmaster Kamo's eyes flashed with a cold light. If Gojo Ming can really make Zanpakuto become a normal cursed tool, then the entire Cursed Tool Forging world will be subverted. As the king of the Cursed Tool Forging world, how could he allow himself to be provoked by a mere 6-year-old like Gojo Ming? Gojo's house, the Forge. Naru, Shuani has successfully been promoted to the first level of Jujitsu Master. After Gojo Satoru learned the news, he immediately came to Gojo Ming's place. Although Gojo Shinichi is no longer Gojo Satoru's bodyguard, Gojo Satoru is still very happy to hear the news. However, what surprised him was that Gojo Ming's expression was extremely calm, as if he had already known the result. So Ming is so confident in his Zanpakuto? Because of the existence of Ching Chong, Ming is sure that Shuani can be promoted. But that's right, Ching Chong's power is so powerful, it's natural for Ming to have this confidence. Gojo Satoru thought about Gojo's confident look and felt that this mature posture seemed a bit handsome. However, what he didn't know was that Gojo Ming was not confident at all. Gojo Ming is so calm just because he personally participated in Gojo Shuani's promotion, witnessed with his own eyes Gojo Shuani used clear insects to repel the special cursed spirit, and completed the promotion assessment. Then let's wait for Uncle Shun to come back. Well, Satoru, why don't you go to the cursed tool room with me to see if there is any suitable cursed tool that can be used for forging? Now that the insect cleaning incident has been exposed, Gojo Ming feels that he won't encounter too many obstacles when he goes to the cursed tool room this time, right? Oh? Ming, it seems you have found a way now. Gojo Satoru's eyes flashed with light, and then he cheered up. Next, Ming should help me forge that awesome Zanpakuto, right? Really been waiting. Zanpakuto, I want a Zanpakuto like Sodi Shirayuki. Imagining what his Zanpakuto would look like, Gojo Satoru was already humming happily. Gojo Ming on the side looked at his cheap brother, who had begun to show his enlightenment in the world, with a very helpless expression. Gojo Satoru hasn't even touched the Zanpakuto yet, so why are you so happy now? Doesn't this put more pressure on yourself? Haha, if you want to forge the corresponding Zanpakuto, you must at least find a cursed tool that matches the characteristics of the Zanpakuto. Satoru, whether your Zanpakuto can take shape depends on the remaining cursed tools in the family cursed tool room. Gojo Naru ignored the imaginary Gojo Satoru and turned around to leave the forge with Sodi Shirayuki. Feeling Gojo Ming's departure, Gojo Satoru also hurriedly followed. He wanted to participate in the birth of his Zanpakuto. And all this starts with choosing Cursed Tool. On the way to the Cursed Tool room, Gojo Ming could clearly feel the changes in the eyes of the tribesmen around him. In the past, there was only indifference in the eyes of these people, but today, traces of suspicion began to appear in this indifference. Obviously, the clansmen also knew about the Zanpakuto Kayamizu. Some people will even take the initiative to get out of the way when they encounter them. However, many people still have doubts. After all, a 6-year-old child successfully forged a Zanpakuto after a month of continuous failure, but there were no special rumors. This kind of thing seems a bit strange no matter how it happens. However, this time, no one stopped him and Gojo Satoru from entering the cursed tool room. At this moment, everyone in the Gojo family wants to know whether Gojo Ming can forge a Zanpakuto again. Again and again. When Gojo Ming's third Zanpakuto is forged successfully, then all this means that the Zanpakuto is not a flash in the pan. This means that Gojo Naru really has the power to change the entire Gojo family. At the same time, Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru went to find the cursed tool. Zenin looked at the sudden visitor to Zenin, his eyes full of indifference and boredom. He doesn't care much about the entire Zenin family's upper echelons. To him, this family is just a dispensable existence. The Zenin people, who ranked among the top 3 in the entire family, appeared here. Zenin was not even interested in knowing the reason for the arrival of the people. The future tyrant of heaven and earth now just wants to see if there is the cursed tool that Gojo Ming needs in the cursed tool room at Zenin's house. Sure, I want to get to know Gojo Ming with you. The name Zenin's direct neighbor mentioned made Zenin's body shape suddenly become firmer as he prepared to leave. The future tyrant of heaven and earth turned his head, narrowed his eyes, and stared at Zenin, waiting for his next words. The Zenin family is starting to keep an eye on Gojo Ming. It seems that the Zenin family must have known about the insect purge. Zenin didn't know what happened to Gojo Shinichi. He had no magic power and was not a jujutsu master, and he was not qualified to get the newspapers distributed by the association. However, Zenin was still very keen to guess the reason from the unusual behavior of the Zenin people. Will the Zenin family pay attention to another person who has no magic power? There is no doubt that they will only focus on Gojo Naruna's ability to forge Zanpakuto. I heard that you have become very close to Mr. Ming from the Gojo family in the past month. Zenin directly walked into Zenin's house and handed the association newspaper in his hand to Zenin. It's not bad. After all, they are 2 useless people with no magic power. It's normal for them to have some resonance. Zenin said something sarcastic, took the newspaper, and glanced at it casually. The news about insect removal in the newspaper also confirmed his inner suspicion. Why, the Zenin family is also interested in Master Ming? He raised his eyebrows and leaned against the wall casually, holding a cigarette in his mouth. He looked at the Zenin people and guessed the real purpose of the Zenin people to inquire about Gojo Ming. When Zenin heard this, he did not hide it and nodded directly. He turned his head and looked at his nephew seriously and said in a deep voice, "A cursed tool like the Zanpakuto has never appeared before. If this cursed tool can really become a system, it will subvert the entire cursed tool world in the future." So, the head of the family is very concerned about this matter. Sean and I are also very concerned about this matter. We came to you this time just to confirm with you, has Gojo Naru really forged the second Zanpakuto? Zenin's direct gaze met with Zenin's lazy eyes. The association newspaper only talked about the power of the Zanpakuto Kayamizu, but it did not mention the forger of the Zanpakuto. Although everyone knew that this Zanpakuto should be forged by Gojo Ming, he still wanted to get a positive response from Zenin. After all, Zenin's answer determines the Zenin family's future plans. In this regard, Zenin did not hide anything for Gojo Ming. Facing the direct inquiry, he nodded. King Mushi was indeed forged by Gojo Ming. I watched the whole process of this Zanpakuto. So, if the Zenin family is going to take action, they should hurry up. Gojo Ming is not a waste. If Gojo Naru and Gojo Satoru really grow up, the Zenin family will be crushed, right? With all the crooked things in the family right now, I really don't see any hope of being able to compete with the Gojo family. Zenin stretched himself out and commented freely on the future of the Zenin family in front of Zenin's immediate neighbors. He originally didn't care at all about what this family would become, but now it feels quite good to verbally comment on it in front of the family's senior leaders. However, what surprised Zenin was that the Zenin people did not refute him or blame him for his behavior. Instead, he fell into a brief silence. Sure, as you said, currently there is no one among the younger generation of the family who can compete with the son of God's 6 eyes. Zenin sighed. Such a straightforward admission surprised Zenin. Are the proud Zenin family willing to face reality? Have you faced up to the fact that Zenin's family skills are inferior to others? Sensing something strange about Zenin, Zenin raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with a chuckle, "Others in the younger generation of the family may not be as good as 6 eyes of the Gojo family, but what about you? Seriously, are you weaker than them?" Zenin's words once again silenced the entire room. After a few seconds, Zenin raised his eyebrows, touched the scar at the corner of his mouth, and chuckled. "Me? I'm a loser without any magic power." A hint of amusement appeared on Zenin's face. He found that because of Gojo Ming's appearance, the entire family seemed to have undergone some changes. Why do Zenin people still pay attention to themselves? Sure, I know how powerful you are. Heavenly restriction is not that useless. I am also going to explain your situation to the head of the family. In the future, you will be the mainstay of the entire family. Zenin's immediate neighbors patted Zenin Shur's shoulder like an elder, and his eyes showed how much he valued Zenin Shur. Then he continued. As for Gojo Ming, Gojo Satoru, the son of 6 Eyes God, the Zenin family did not intervene, and we will not do anything to Gojo Ming. It's just that the Zenin family also wants to get a Zanpakuto from Gojo Naruto. However, some unpleasant things happened between Shinsuke and Gojo Naruto before. So, I hope you, sure, can help the family and help the family obtain a Zanpakuto for research. This is a task assigned to you by the family, sure. Zenin Home Cursed Tool Interior. The task assigned to me? It saves me the energy of sneaking into the cursed tool room. Haha, the family is going to take me seriously? It's a bit funny. Zenin's family, Gojo's family, Kumo's family. The big 3 sorcerer families in the jujitsu world are just corrupt existences. Why do they think they are important? For the honor of the family? For the development of the family? Does this have anything to do with me? However, using this mission to select cursed tools openly will save me a lot of trouble. I can save more energy to find a cursed tool that meets the requirements for Master Ming. Zenin put his hands in the sleeves of his kimono and leisurely visited the cursed tool room of Zenin's house. The Zenin family is indeed the big 3 sorcerer families, with many grades of cursed tools displayed throughout the cursed tool room. Even though it is a premium cursed tool, there are several pieces displayed throughout the cursed tool room. Walking past each special grade cursed tool, Zenin shook his head. Unfortunately, the requirements mentioned by Gojo Naru are not met. Otherwise, it would be a good idea to give him a special grade cursed tool and see if the quality of the cursed tool affects the strength of the Zanpakuto. Zenin thought wickedly while continuing to look for a cursed tool that met the requirements. The next second, he was attracted by a sword in the corner. Ming, there are so many cursed tools out there. Don't you like any of them? Watching Gojo Naruto leave the cursed tool room empty-handed, Gojo Satoru's face was filled with disappointment. He followed Gojo Ming into the cursed tool room with great hope, looking forward to his future Zanpakuto. Now, Gojo Ming is empty-handed, which seems to mean that it will be some time before his Zanpakuto is released. Satoru, the forging of the Zanpakuto is not based on my mood. Gojo Ming's expression was very helpless. Being stared at so resentfully by the future strongest jujitsu master, he felt something was wrong. There is no cursed tool that matches the characteristics of that Zanpakuto. Using it forcefully is just a waste of materials. It's okay. It doesn't matter if there's nothing here. I asked Sure to help find it. Maybe he will get something there too. Gojo Ming comforted Gojo Satoru. After all, the Zanpakuto is not a bad thing. How can it be so easy to forge? Good things come in hard times. Satoru, just wait a little longer. In other words, do you also want a Zanpakuto like Kayamiji? Are you willing to accept a Zanpakuto that doesn't meet your requirements? Gojo Naruto looked up at Gojo Satoru and gave him an option. If it were not the Zanpakuto in my heart, other Zanpakuto with weaker abilities would be easier to forge, and the requirements for the cursed tool would not be too strict. However, even if Gojo Satoru is allowed to use the 2 ordinary Zanpakuto, he will not be able to overcome this hurdle. Moreover, a Zanpakuto that is too ordinary may not make Gojo Satoru interested in Hakai and Swastika. Better say goodbye. Gojo Satoru heard this and quickly shook his head. What he wanted was a special Zanpakuto like Sodi Shirayuki, but he didn't want his Zanpakuto to be as plain as Kayamizu. For the sake of his Zanpakuto, he would rather wait a little longer. So, don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Gojo Nara felt funny for a while. Sure enough, he was still the same Gojo Satoru who had an out-of-character personality. However, the future #1 Jujutsu master should indeed have a Zanpakuto worthy of his status. The next day, Forge House. Gojo Satoru watched Gojo Shuani perform the initial explanation of the insect, and the conversation he had with Gojo Ming yesterday came to mind. Sure enough, I still don't like Ching Chong's appearance. It's too plain. Aiming, you can't forge such a Zanpakuto for me. After Gojo Shuani completed various promotion matters, he finally returned to the Gojo family's mansion. At this time, he was already a first-level jujutsu master, one of the highest-level people in the entire Gojo family. The right to speak in the Gojo family has also been unprecedentedly improved. However, even such a first-level jujutsu master was still respectful and without any pride in front of Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru. Master Ming, Master Wu, this is the beginning of Ching Chong. There are 2 techniques. One is the Insect Clearing Type 1, which has a hypnotic effect and can be used as an assist. The other is the Insect Clearing Type 2, which is extremely powerful and has miraculous effects when used in battle. In this battle with the special grade Curse Spirit, it was precisely because of the threat of Chichong 2 that the special grade Curse Spirit was temporarily repelled. Having said this, Gojo glanced at Gojo Ming with a flash of gratitude. Master Naru, fortunately you allowed me to carry Ching Chong with me at that time. If it were not for Ching Chong, I am afraid that both myself and the first-level jujutsu master of the Yagyu family, Yagyu Shuji, would have died in this mission. Hideji also specifically told me that when he recovers, he will definitely come to thank him in person. Looking at the 2 identical sons of 6 eyes in front of him, Gojo Shinichi felt really lucky to survive the disaster. He really couldn't imagine what kind of end he would end up in without Ching Chong accompanying him. Very good, Shuani. As a first-level jujutsu master, the head of the family will probably not let you watch the front door. From now on, you will be considered a very important figure in the family. Remember to support me and Ming in the future. Gojo Satoru teased. Gojo was instantly promoted to 1 level of power, and Gojo Ming's voice in the family became more powerful. This is very meaningful for changing the family's view of his younger brother in the future. Master Wu, I will protect you, and Master Ming. Gojo nodded firmly. Although he is now a first-level jujutsu master, he still knows who his power comes from. On the side, Gojo Ming silently observed Gojo Shuani and Ching Chong for a long time and finally asked, Uncle Shun, what's your current situation with Ching Chong? Gojo Shuani can be regarded as an experimenter here at Gojo Ming. As the first person to borrow a Zanpakuto sword besides himself, he is very curious about the relationship between Gojo Shuani and King Mushi. Therefore, he had to obtain a lot of data from Gojo Shinichi. Well, Master Ming, Ching Chong talked to me before. After that, I was able to sense Ching Chong's existence. But I don't know why, no matter how I called Ching Chong didn't seem to make a sound again. Gojo Shuani spoke out the situation he encountered without reservation. When Gojo Ming heard this, he suddenly became ashamed. The person talking to you is me, not the Ching Chong. If you call it, it will definitely not be able to respond to you. Gojo Ming laughed and brushed off the matter. At the same time, he also got some desired information from Gojo Shuani. While Gojo Ming finished recording, there was a sudden knock on the door of the forging house. Hey, is everyone here? There are quite a few people here. Zenin's lazy voice reached everyone's ears. Hearing these words, Gojo Satoru didn't even raise his head, still thinking about what his future Zanpakuto would look like. Gojo looked at Zenin for a moment, and his expression was very solemn. After this battle with the special grade cursed spirit, he became more compatible with Ching Chong and made a new breakthrough in his perception of the outside world. Before, he only vaguely felt that Zenin was very strong and a great threat to him. However, he never expected that after he broke through, the threat Zenin's Shurer gave him would become even stronger. Gojo's expression changed slightly. Why does this carrier of heavenly restriction, who has no magic power, bring such great pressure to me, a first-level jujitsu master? Could it be that Master Ming already knew the special nature of Zenin before, so he was so proactive and deliberately made friends with her? Seeing Gojo Shuani staring at him, Zenin shrugged indifferently. Hey, congratulations on being promoted to the first level. This incident is quite sensational. Even I, a loser with no magic powers in the Zenin family, have heard about it. Zenin teased, not caring about Gojo Shuani's eyes on him, and turned to look at Gojo Ming. At the same time, Gojo Ming was also looking at Zenin Shurer. He did not pay attention to Zenin Shurer's words. All his attention was focused on the stick wrapped in white cloth in Zenin Shurer's hand. We haven't seen each other for 2 days and you're greeting me like this? Master Gojo Ming, is this the way Gojo's 6 Eyes treats guests? Zenin crossed his arms and placed the cursed tool diagonally on his chest, with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Facing the scene, Gojo Ming's face remained calm, but his eyes were full of passion. Does he know that this tyrant of heaven and earth is not a person who likes to show off? Now that Zenin is here with Cursed Tool, it means that Zenin has found a special cursed tool that meets his needs. Okay, give me the stuff, and I'll check it first. As for our previous transactions, I will also put them on the agenda. Gojo Ming naturally guessed that Zenin's subtext was to hurry up and forge his Zanpakuto. Gojo Ming is also very straightforward, so he goes straight to the point. In response, Zenin nodded with satisfaction and threw the cursed tool to Gojo Ming. I also found the cursed tool that matches your request in the Zenin family's library. However, there are several that meet your needs. After you finish forging this Zanpakuto, take the time to go to Zenin with me. Come home. That Zanpakuto that belongs to me, I don't want to treat it too casually. You can choose the suitable material by yourself. Zenin's words made Gojo tremble. As expected, the Zenin family has a very long history. There is no trace of any qualifying cursed tool in the Gojo family, but there are actually several in the Zenin family. However, it's normal. After all, what I was looking for could be regarded as the characteristics related to the Zenin family's strongest ancestral technique, so it seemed reasonable that the Zenin family would collect some. In response, Gojo Ming nodded and agreed. Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shinichi reacted suddenly. You mentioned just now forging Zanpakuto? The two people's eyes wandered back and forth between Zenin Shurer and Gojo Ming. They found that there seemed to be some little secrets between Zenin Shurer and Gojo Ming that they didn't know. Facing Gojo Satoru's doubts, Gojo Ming shook the cursed tool in his hand with a smirk on his face. Yes, Satoru. You see, this cursed tool is the cursed tool that Shurer found for you. It's also the forging material that matches your Zanpakuto. How about it? Would you like to thank Shurer? Although they have been together for more than a month, Gojo Ming can still vaguely feel the incompatibility between Gojo Satoru and Zenin. Although it is not obvious, Satoru is still very resistant to Zenin in some small details. And all this is not what Gojo Ming wants to see. If these two top combat powers in the world, which were rivals in the original world line, still have to fight against each other in this world line, then all this is not in line with Gojo Ming's original intention. Therefore, he must take the initiative to help expose what Zenin Shiji did. He hopes to bring Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shurjo closer together through this series of actions. Hearing Gojo Ming's clear instructions, Gojo Satoru's eyes flashed with surprise. He looked at Zenin Shurji, but he didn't expect that Gojo Ming's joke before. You will probably have to rely on Zenin Shurji for your Zanpakuto in the future. Actually came true. Thinking of the secret resistance in his heart before, Gojo Satoru suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He knew the reason for his inner resistance to Zenin. During this month of getting along, he could feel that his brother and Zenin got along very casually, and the relationship between the two was very harmonious. Perhaps both are carriers of heavenly restriction, so there is always a resonance between the two. In fact, the relationship between himself and Gojo Ming is somewhat unfamiliar. Gojo Ming himself may not feel it. However, Gojo Satoru knew that all this was because he absorbed Gojo Ming's spell, which caused Gojo Ming to be treated unfairly from the moment he was born. Originally, he thought that he would find a way to restore Gojo Ming's magic power. But now, through his own talent, Gojo has blazed another trail. Because of this, Gojo Satoru lost the opportunity to compensate Gojo Ming. Although he usually looked cheerful, Gojo Satoru still felt a little uncomfortable inside. This is indeed his problem. Although he doesn't want to admit it, in fact, he knows that he is jealous. Now, seeing that the object of his jealousy had found Zanpakuto forging materials for him, he suddenly felt that he was a little too childish. Zenin didn't even do anything, and he was supporting his younger brother during this period of time. Perhaps you can really become a friend with Zenin. Just as this thought came to Gojo Satoru's mind, he heard Zenin said, "Gojo Kid is so troublesome. He insists on forging a Zanpakuto in front of me. I really want to kick him away. I haven't tried kicking Gojo's six-eyes son yet." Zenin's words instantly filled Gojo Satoru's face with black lines. As expected, I still have trouble dealing with Zenin. This man is born to conflict with me. There are many cursed tools in the Zenin family's vault. If you can really forge a cursed tool for me that I can use easily, I might be able to help you find more in the future. Zenin's attention always stayed on Gojo Ming's body. He has no sense of belonging to the Zenin family and doesn't care at all what cursed tool is in the Zenin family's library. Gojo Ming smiled, but he didn't know that the Zanpakuto talisman he prepared for Zenin Shurji was not in line with Zenin Shurji's wishes. However, for most Jujutsu Kaisen fans, Zenin's exclusive cursed tool should still be Tenebo, right? After all, that was the cursed tool that almost killed Gojo Satoru. I wonder if some of the original writers would feel a little uncomfortable seeing Zenin holding a Zanpakuto instead of Tenihoko. Gojo Ming solemnly closed the door of the forging house, and then it was time to forge the Zanpakuto again. This time, what is being forged is the Zanpakuto that will be lent to Gojo Satoru in the future. Gojo Ming must take it seriously this time. The sound of ding, dong, 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 dong kept ringing. The faces of all the people watching around the forge changed. Ever since Gojo announced the information about the insect purge, whether they were the family head, the elders, or the curse faction, they were all paying attention to Gojo's actions after Ming. Originally, they thought that Gojo Ming would not start forging a new Zanpakuto so quickly. However, no one expected that because of Zenin's arrival, Gojo Ming would start a new forging without any warning. No one thinks that Gojo Ming is just forging ordinary curse tools. The only thing that can be so valued by this forging house is the magical cursed tool called Zanpakuto. Gojo home. Gojo Xiongyan frowned and looked at the news from the stalker, his eyes full of suspicion. Is Gojo Ming so energetic? Shouldn't he? Obviously the first one is Shou Baishue, the second one is Qing Chong. There is a month between the two. No matter what, Gojo Ming shouldn't start forging so quickly. Something is wrong, something is wrong. Gojo Xiongyan, who has initially grasped the rights of the Gojo family, is not willing to let his process of taking over the rights of the head of the family go wrong. Therefore, he was expecting news from the forging house that the Zanpakuto forging had failed. Most people in Gojo Xiongyan's curse faction simply don't believe that Gojo Ming can forge the third Zanpakuto in such a short period of time. The main room. When the old man heard the news about Gojo turning on the stove, his eyes were filled with smiles. Ever since Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming went to Gojo's house's vault yesterday, he had already guessed that Gojo Ming was preparing a Zanpakuto for Gojo Satoru. Brothers, friends, and brothers respect each other. This is the way to revitalize the family. The Gojo family is truly honored to have the two six-eyes gods, Gojo Satoru and Gojo Nero. However, I didn't expect that the Gojo family's library could not provide the cursed tool that Nero wanted. Sure enough, we still didn't pay enough attention to things like cursed tool before. It seems that in the future, more resources will have to be allocated to Jueyi. The Zanpakuto used by Satoru was ultimately provided by the Zenin family. It would not sound very good if this kind of thing spreads. The old man shook his head. In the last period of his life, he would use his last right to keep the Gojo family on the right path. Cursed Tool Teachers Association. Gojo Ming has started the furnace again and seems to be ready to continue forging Zanpakuto. Kumo really listened to the news from Gojo's family, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. The previous plan should really be put on the agenda. This Gojo Ming must not be allowed to spread his influence wantonly. If Gojo Ming forges a Zanpakuto again, then the entire cursed tool world will definitely be completely shaken. As the only Grand Master, Kumo really couldn't accept that his status was shaken. He maintained his doubts about Gojo Ming's ability to continue forging Zanpakuto. However, in fact, the bad behavior he secretly prepared has revealed his true thoughts in his heart. Can be forged successfully. Gojo Ming, this child, can forge the third Zanpakuto. Although Kumo really doesn't want to admit it, this is what he really thinks in his heart. In the forging house of Gojo's house, Gojo Ming himself did not expect that forging a Zanpakuto would attract the attention of the entire jujitsu world. As long as the well-informed family, their eyes are focused on this inconspicuous forging house. In the house, Zenin, Gojo Shinichi, and Gojo Satoru, the three of them did not dare to say a word, their eyes fixed on the hammer in Gojo Nero's hand. As Gojo Ming waved his right hand, sweat dripped continuously, and the blade slowly took shape in Gojo Ming's hands. At this moment, Gojo Ming has completely entered the state of possession by the sword god. Every time he forges a Zanpakuto, Gojo Ming has to ask Nijiya Oyue to take over. This time, he will forge an absolutely stunning Zanpakuto. It definitely has to match Gojo Satoru's cool temperament. As Gojo Ming opened the cloth wrapped around Cursed Tool, a pink Cursed Tool sword appeared in front of everyone. Is this the material Ming and others will use to forge the Zanpakuto? It's pink and looks a bit girly. A trace of suspicion flashed in Gojo Satoru's blue eyes. He felt that this material did not meet his requirements for a Zanpakuto. However, he couldn't raise any objection at this time. After all, it had been forged to this point, and he could only look at the final result. Then, Gojo Ming fused the pink Cursed Tool with the blade. After an hour of continuous forging, the hammering sound in the forging room finally stopped. At the same time, the people watching in the dark all around were startled, and they also realized that the answer was revealed. No one knows whether Gojo Ming's Zanpakuto was successfully forged this time. Before, when Sodi Shirayuki and Ching Chong were successfully forged, no one paid attention to the vision when they came into the world. However, in their common sense, such a powerful Zanpakuto should always have some special phenomena, right? However, what surprised the stalker was that after the sound of hammering ended, the entire forging room fell into silence. This atmosphere gives people the impression that Gojo Ming has failed in forging. The members of the Twin Curse faction felt a sense of joy. Gojo Ming's failure meant that he would not be able to get more support from the family in a short period of time. The family elders felt a sense of regret. Originally, they hoped to use Gojo Ming's Zanpakuto to compete with Gojo Xiangyan's faction. However, if Gojo Ming failed, then their expectations would be in vain. The headroom. When the old man heard the news of the forging failure, a trace of disappointment appeared on his face, and he finally shook his head. Sure enough, Nero's Zanpakuto forging technology is still not mature enough. Looking at the shallow blow in Gojo Narumi's hand and feeling the sharpness revealed by the shallow blow, Gojo Satoru, Zenin Jinji, and Gojo Shinichi all realized that this time the forging was successful. Because he had seen Sodi no Shirayuki and Kayamizu's appearance changes, Gojo Satoru looked at Asaru, looking forward to what this Zanpakuto would look like after it was unlocked. Nero, what is the name of this Zanpakuto? Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes is full of excitement. Although before, he was still struggling with the fact that the pink Cursed Tool did not suit his aesthetics. However, after the Zanpakuto was actually born, he paid great attention to everything about this Zanpakuto. Gojo Ming raised his head slightly, raised the dagger in his hand, panted heavily, and admired the work in his hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging Zanpakuto Senbenzakura. It is indeed Senbenzakura. Just as I expected. Gojo Ming nodded with satisfaction. The cursed tool that I had previously asked Zenin to look for should contain the characteristics of cherry blossoms or splitting. Using this cursed tool as a medium, Gojo Ming successfully used the system to forge Senbenzakura, the Zanpakuto belonging to Byakuya Kuchiki. In his opinion, the Senbenzakura scattered like cherry blossoms fits Gojo Satoru's temperament very well. After the first and swastika releases, Senbenzakura's appearance also fits Gojo Satoru's cool character very well. After having the Senbonzakura, Satoru will probably work hard for Hakai and Swastika in the future, right? With the aptitude for enlightenment, one might be able to comprehend the meaning of swastika in a short period of time. In this case, Satoru might be the one who can provide him with skills first. After pondering for a moment, Gojo Ming came to his senses and looked at Gojo Satoru, who was staring at him eagerly. He casually threw the shallow blow in his hand. The moment Gojo Satoru caught Senbonzakura, Gojo Ming saw 3 Zanpakuto appearing in the Zanpakuto showroom section of his system. Zanpakuto, Sodi Shirayuki, Possessor, Gojo Neru, Borrower, None. Zanpakuto, King Mushi, Possessor, Gojo Ming, Borrower, Gojo Shinichi. Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura, Possessor, Gojo Neru, Borrower, Gojo Satoru. Gojo Ming lent Senbonzakura, and Senbonzakura was successfully bound to Gojo Satoru. Satoru, this Zanpakuto is called Senbonzakura, and it will be your future partner. After Gojo Ming's words fell, Gojo Satoru, Gojo Shinichi, and Zenin all subconsciously repeated this name. Senbonzakura. Gojo Satoru didn't know why the Zanpakuto in his hand was called this name, but he was inexplicably very satisfied with the name. He happily raised the dagger in his hand, and a glimmer of light flashed in the six-eyes sky. Haijia. Senbonzakura. Gojo Satoru can't wait to see Senbonzakura's true appearance. He could feel that the moment he came into contact with Senbonzakura, he had been recognized by Senbonzakura. He should be able to use Senbonzakura. However, what was embarrassing was that after Gojo Satoru finished speaking, the entire forging room fell into silence for 10 seconds. The shallow blow in Gojo Satoru's hand did not produce any changes, and it did not turn into another appearance like Sodi Shirayuki and Kayamizu. Seeing the scene, Gojo Satoru's expression became stiff. His whole body seemed to be stuck, and he turned his head to look at Gojo Ming, silently calling for help to his brother. Seeing that Gojo Satoru failed to show off, Gojo Ming suppressed a smile and couldn't stand it anymore. How could anyone come up with the idea of solving it directly? No matter how strong Gojo Satoru is, no matter how talented he is, no matter how compatible he is with Senbonzakura, he can't fabricate Hajime-yu out of thin air like this, right? Gojo Ming held it in for a long time, but finally couldn't hold it back and burst into laughter. Zenin on the side also laughed happily. This embarrassing scene of Gojo Satoru, the son of 6 eyes, is worth etching in his mind forever. This will definitely become the dark history of this future #1 Jujutsu division. Only Gojo Shinichi looked at Gojo Satoru with some sympathy. He knew how difficult it was to solve the Zanpakuto, so he could understand Gojo Satoru's embarrassment at this time. However, his own experience in unlocking the Zanpakuto Kiyomi was completely different from that of Gojo Satoru at this time, so he could not provide any helpful help. In this awkward atmosphere, Gojo Ming quietly came to Gojo Satoru's side. Satoru, every Zanpakuto will have its own interpretation. Please communicate with Senbonzakura. Sometimes, the more impatient you are, the less likely you are to complete the initial solution. The Zanpakuto is your partner. Senbonzakura has her own consciousness. Get the Hajime from him. Gojo Satoru took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. Just as Gojo Nero said, he was still too impatient and had no communication with Senbonzakura at all. After Gojo Satoru regained his composure, he held his Zanpakuto upright in front of him, looking at the shallow blow in his hand with his blue eyes. In order for Asaru to reveal Senbonzakura's appearance, he must deepen his connection with Senbonzakura. Start explaining the language. Gojo Satoru sank his consciousness into Senbonzakura's blade. In that fantasy world, he saw a huge sacred cherry tree, and he saw countless pink petals flying in the sky. The world in front of her is Senbonzakura's heart. Senbonzakura, my future companion, please reveal your true appearance. At this moment, a sentence emerged from Gojo Satoru. The next second, he opened his eyes suddenly. Zenin, who was still laughing at Gojo Satoru, was stunned. He felt a sharp tingling sensation. Is this coming from Senbonzakura? This sharp sword intention can actually make my skin feel stinging. As the bearer of heavenly restriction, Zenin is very aware of the strength of his body. Zenin's heart flashed with excitement about the Zanpakuto that could make him feel threatened even before he understood it. He was looking forward to it. What kind of effect would this Zanpakuto carefully crafted by Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru's hand have? What kind of technique does this Zanpakuto have? At the same time, Gojo Satoru opened his eyes suddenly, whispering in the mouth, "Let's scatter." Meanwhile, outside the forge, I felt that the fire in the forging house was extinguished, and there was no change in the entire forging house. All secret observations tacitly acknowledge this fact. Gojo Ming's forging failed, and the third Zanpakuto must have failed to be forged. After all, a special cursed tool like the Zanpakuto should not only require precise forging methods, but also a bit of luck. Maybe Gojo Ming's luck is not very good. Maybe he'll succeed next time. But no matter what, the forging of the Zanpakuto should have ended in failure this time, right? With this result, not only Gojo Xiongyan's twin curse faction will breathe a sigh of relief. Even the other families who silently peered at the Zanpakuto would probably be equally relieved, right? At the moment when many followers and the Gojo family passed on the news that Gojo Ming's forging was suspected to have failed, suddenly the sky changes color. Snowing? One of the stalkers said something subconsciously, but the next second, they discovered that what was flying in the sky was not snow, but pink and white cherry blossom petals. What is going on? Why are cherry blossoms still blooming in winter? Why are there so many petals floating in the sky? Many people following it felt that this kind of scene was too dreamy and should not appear in reality at all. This scene is like a winter cherry blossom scene created by the uncanny craftsmanship of nature. Among them, the expressions of the clever followers changed slightly. By elimination method, they also concluded that the strange phenomenon in the environment in front of them was undoubtedly related to Gojo Ming and Gojo Ming's forged objects. So far, everything Gojo Ming has done in the forge is to create a new Zanpakuto. Now, this vision has appeared. Does it mean that Gojo Ming has successfully forged the third Zanpakuto? In the forge, Gojo Satoru chanted Senbenzakura's first words. "Scatter, Senbenzakura." As Gojo Satoru finished speaking, the Zanpakuto in his hand began to emit a pink light, and then the entire blade began to slowly dissipate. At the same time, the pink light from the blade turned into countless pink cherry blossom petals and began to fill the entire forging room. The next second, the scattered petals broke through the roof of the forge house, shooting straight into the sky like steam. A pink fountain composed of cherry blossom petals continued to spray outwards. In just 10 seconds, the entire Gojo family mansion was surrounded by these pink cherry blossom petals. This is the true face of Senbenzakura. Is it really too gorgeous and exaggerated? Gojo looked at the ubiquitous cherry blossom petals for a moment, and then looked down at the simple chi worm in his hand. There was a huge gap in his whole body. Judging from the appearance of this first solution, Senbenzakura has already won the game, right? Even compared to Sodi Shirayuki, the first Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Naru, Senbenzakura in this posture is not far behind. Each petal is a blade. Is this the true meaning of Senbenzakura? Thousands of cherry blossoms, thousands of cherry blossoms? Is this the technique contained in Senbenzakura? One person controls millions of blades to fight at the same time. What an exaggerated way of fighting. Zenin was not interested in Senbenzakura's beauty. The moment Senbenzakura began to understand it, he immediately paid attention to Senbenzakura's technique. What he cares about is the strength of the Zanpakuto. As for whether the Zanpakuto looks good, this is not part of Shurur's thinking. There is no doubt that Senbenzakura, who can transform into thousands of cherry blossom blades, is an extremely powerful being. Looking at Senbenzakura, Zenin was looking forward to what kind of Zanpakuto Gojo Naru would forge for him. He believed that Gojo Ming would never treat him perfunctorily. He also believes that his Zanpakuto will never be weaker than Gojo Satoru's Zanpakuto. Outside the forge, everyone around was completely shocked when they looked at the fountain of cherry blossom petals that directly opened up the forging house. At this moment, if they still don't understand what happened, then their professional abilities as stalkers are too weak. This is a technique that has never appeared before. It's not Sodi Shirayuki's frost technique, nor King Mushi's hypnosis technique. This is a completely different new technique. An attack technique that uses cherry blossom petals as weapons and covers an extremely wide range. This is a brand new Zanpakuto. At this moment, countless news about Gojo Ming's successful forging of the third Zanpakuto spread to the entire jujitsu world. Even if the other family members didn't deliberately follow the forging house, they were all attracted by the scattered cherry blossoms. As long as they were jujitsu masters, They all saw this large pink cloud floating above Gojo's house at this time. And in this winter season, Gojo's house actually has bright winter cherry blossoms in full bloom. Such a spectacle is completely beyond everyone's imagination and completely subverts the laws of nature. The Yagyu family. Yagyu Shuji looked at the Gojo family mansion that was completely dyed pink from a distance and sighed at Yagyu Yusuke. Sir, please don't expect to use the Gojo family as a springboard to improve the reputation of the Yagyu family. Master Shinichi's kendo strength is not inferior to that of Zaemon. Now he has the blessing of Zanpakuto Kayamiza. Before Zaemon obtained the Zanpakuto, there was no way he could be Master Shinichi's opponent. Moreover, judging from this, Master Ming of the Gojo family must have forged the third Zanpakuto. This spectacular sight also means that this Zanpakuto is definitely extraordinary. At least, in terms of power, it should not be inferior to Master Shuani's insect-clearing technique Red Locust. In fact, such a number of cherry blossom petals may be even more powerful than Red Locust huge. If Master Shuani had brought this Zanpakuto to the assessment before, then, under the power of this new Zanpakuto, the special cursed spirit might not have a chance to escape. Yagyu Shuji's words caused both Yagyu Yusuke and Yagyu Zaemon to fall into silence. As a descendant of Yagyu Jubii, the Yagyu family has its own pride. They are unwilling to submit to any family in the way of swordsmanship. However, it is a pity that in the world of jujitsu at this time, kendo is just a way of fighting. The most essential thing is the battle of spells and spells. Although Yagyu Shuji and Yagyu Yusuke are the two people with the highest level of kendo in the Yagyu family. However, they had to seriously consider what the family's only first-level jujitsu master, Yagyu Shuji, said. Moreover, Gojo Shinichi saved my life this time. I don't want to have an enmity with Gojo Shinichi, the newly promoted first-level jujitsu master. At the same time, I also hope to use Gojo Shuani's relationship to get in touch with Master Ming of the Gojo family. In the future, this Master Ming will definitely not be an ordinary person without any magic power. Just watch, those who dare to ignore Gojo Ming's existence now will definitely regret it in the future. Yagyu Hidesuji's words were full of determination. Infected by Yagyu Shuji's words, Yagyu Yusuke nodded slowly and made a decision that would affect the future development of the Yagyu family. The Yagyu family has decided to no longer support Gojo Xiongyan, and they are preparing to form a friendly strategic partnership with Gojo Ming and the forces behind him. Although the strength of the Yagyu family and the Gojo family is very different, the position of the entire sorcerer family can also give Gojo Ming huge support in many things. Zenin home. The head of the Zenin family, the direct people of Zenin, and the fan of Zenin once again gathered in the head of the family's room. This time, their expressions were much more solemn than before. Even though they paid enough attention to Gojo Ming before, they never expected that Gojo Ming could forge the third Zanpakuto in such a short time. The next generation is to be feared. The next generation is to be feared. The old man looked at his two sons and sighed. Sure enough, every 6 eyes in the Gojo family is a presence that cannot be underestimated. Even Gojo Ming, who has no magic power and cannot become a jujitsu master, can cause such a sensation in the entire jujitsu world. He already has such influence at this age. Then, in the future, Gojo Satoru, the real son of God of 6 eyes, will completely master the Gojo family's unlimited techniques. Gojo Satoru plus Gojo Ming? The entire jujitsu world may really have to surrender to the Gojo family. This kind of thing is completely unacceptable to the Zenin family with a long history. The Zenin family has its own pride and a heritage that is not inferior to that of the Gojo family. Therefore, the old man will not let the whole family slide down like this. We must master the technique of Zanpakuto. Nobito, how is the execution of this mission now? The old man did not expect any effective answer from the Dabi people. He also knew that he was putting someone in a difficult position. After all, it had only been 2 days since the last time the 3 of them communicated. Gojo Ming basically stays at home at Gojo's house, and it should be difficult for people directly living in Zenin to get in touch with him. However, the next second, Zenin's direct words made the head of the Zenin family and Zenin fan beside him look shocked. Currently, Sher has accepted the task. This time, the cursed tool material used in the Zanpakuto, forged by Gojo Ming, should come from the Zenin family's Jiku. The Zenin people reported the current situation seriously. When they heard the Zenin Naobi saying that Gojo promised to forge a Zanpakuto for Zenin, The Zenin family head and Zenin Shan were both stunned. They had thought about paying a huge price to obtain a Zanpakuto, but they never imagined that this event would be accomplished so easily. However, what the two of them couldn't understand the most was that the key person in this whole incident was not Zenin Fan, nor a senior member of the Zenin family like Zenin Naohito. The key figure turned out to be Zenin Shire, who didn't even have any magic power. Is this the sympathy between Heavenly Restriction? Seeing the head of the family and Zenin Fan fall into silence, Zenin directly whispered, "The cursed tool that Gojo Ming forged for Sure Air should also be obtained from the Forbidden Library. When the time comes, Sure Air will also invite Gojo Ming to come to Zenin's house in person. At that time, maybe we can have a good communication with Gojo Ming." According to my understanding of the Gojo family, this young Master Ming has his own opinions. Being ignored and excluded by his clan members for so many years may also make this young Master Ming have no sense of belonging to the Gojo family. If possible, we can even try to win over the pseudo-Six Eyes Son of God to join the Zenin family. After all, Gojo Ming, who is sure to be able to forge a Zanpakuto, has proven his worth. Even if he doesn't have any magical power, Gojo Ming will still stand at the top of the jujitsu world like Gojo Satoru in the future. Zenin's words once again caused the two of them to fall into silence. The value of Gojo Ming lies there, and no one can use things like Heavenly Restriction to underestimate Gojo Ming. Just as the Zenin people said, if Gojo Ming can really join the Zenin family, perhaps the Zenin family's momentum will not decline in the future. However, as Gojo Ming, who has no magic power, will he like the atmosphere of Zenin's house? No one can tell for sure, but they seem to have Zenin, a bargaining chip that they have never taken seriously. No one could have imagined that a man without magic power who was not taken seriously by the family could actually influence the family's decision-making. Seeing the owner of the family and the Zenin fan, they both realized the importance of Zenin Shire. The people of Zenin struck while the iron was hot and told Zenin Shire's message. "Sir, fan. Although Zenin has no magical power, his strength is one of the best among this generation. His strong physical strength can allow him to go head-to-head with Gojo's Zanpakuto. Sir, for the sake of the slightest possibility, we should not continue to maintain the habit of despising people without magic powers within the family. After all, Gojo Ming and Zenin Shire are both people with no magic power, and they have been ignored and ostracized by their family since childhood. This kind of ignorance and ostracism is of no benefit to the entire family and will even increase the family's internal friction. For powerful beings like Zenin Shire and Gojo Ming, the family will only become their bondage. If the family does not have anything that can make them nostalgic, then they will not consider the family's position in anything they do in the future." Zenin's suggestion touched the old man. Times seemed to have changed. The old man sighed, realizing for the first time that he really seemed to be out of step with the trends of the times. The rules he had set for his family actually began to hinder the family's development. Perhaps the theory of mantra only is not absolute. After all, the entire jujitsu world is not limited to jujitsu masters, right? GB people, you may need to worry more about changing the direction of the entire family. The old man sighed, took a deep look at Zenin, who was standing aside, and handed the task over to Zenin again. Although the old man is old, he can still clearly see the stance between Zenin fans and Zenin direct people. Zenin fan has always followed himself and been a firm theorist of mantra power. Therefore, the whole family has such an atmosphere, and there is a reason why Zenin fan and him are adding fuel to the flames. In this case, the task of trying to correct this trend cannot be left to the Zenin fan, but to the Zenin direct people. As for how Zenin fan club views him, the old man doesn't really care. He's not dead yet. Before his death, it was impossible for the entire Zenin family to fight over the position of head of the family. Now, like the head of the Gojo family, he only hopes to create a new development path for the Zenin family before he leaves this world. On this development path, Gojo Ming and Zanpakuto are particularly important. Therefore, in the face of these two things, other matters have to give in briefly. At present, the people directly connected to Zenin who are most effective in advancing the entire mission are naturally the most valued personnel of the Zenin family. Kamo home. Kamojin, the master of curse tool who had just returned to the family, received this bad news. Gojo Nero forged the third Zanpakuto. Furthermore, This Zanpakuto seems to be more powerful than Kiyamizu. Kumo's real hand was holding the cane and his face was blue. Looking at the descendants of the family who couldn't even see the shadow of red blood exercises, Kumo was really filled with resentment. Will the Kumo family really be removed from the big three sorcerer families in the future? A traditional family of jujitsu masters relies on the cursed tool blacksmith as the cornerstone, which is not a formal method in the first place. Now, his status as the master of cursed tool is being challenged by the Gojo family. Kumojin walked to the shadow of the corridor, raised his right hand slightly, and a figure appeared behind him. The figure floats in a trance, seemingly out of tune with the entire space. When a plan is started, it must be nipped in the bud. The figure nodded slightly and then disappeared without a trace. After making the final decision, Kumo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he finds a suitable opportunity, he believes that Gojo Ming, who has no magical power, will definitely be ill-prepared. Shoko, are you going to Gojo's house today? Yeri Shoko, who was suddenly stopped by his father, looked puzzled as to why his father had talked about the Gojo family so many times in the past 2 days. No, we don't have an appointment, right? Although Shoko is also relatively precocious, at her age she is not yet old enough to think about the relationship between men and women. Go hang out with Gojo Neru and Gojo Satoru these 2 days. You are both about the same age, so you should have some things in common. Yeri Inamitsu felt as if he was promoting his own daughter and felt a sense of guilt in his heart. However, when I think of Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes, I think of one of them having an incredible talent as a jujitsu master and the other having an incredible talent as a blacksmith. Regardless of which 6 eyes Shoko is closely related to, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing for the Yeri family. Shoko will always get married in the future. Maybe he can create some sparks by letting Shoko have more contact with the 2 divine sons of the Gojo family. Shoko is so beautiful and talented. There is no doubt that she is the best choice for a daughter-in-law for the big family. It would be better to let Shoko contact and communicate on her own than to have a marriage between families in the future, right? Yeri Inamitsu could only comfort himself in this way. After all, Shoko is also his caring little cotton-padded jacket, and his old father actually wants to personally push Shoko into the tiger's mouth of Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming. Thinking of this, Yeri Daguang felt uncomfortable in his heart. However, for the sake of the family and for the Yeri family to develop better in the jujitsu world in the future, he can only try his best to establish a good relationship with the 2 future 6 eyes sons of the Gojo family. Gojo home. Gojo Xiongyan looked at the cherry blossoms scattered outside the window, his face full of shock. He just touched one of the cherry blossom petals lightly, and his finger was cut directly by the petal. What's happening here? Although he does not have the strength of a first-level jujitsu master like Gojo Shinichi, he can be considered a regular jujitsu master and possesses the techniques. Just now, even if I activated the technique, it didn't stop the sharpness of the cherry blossom petals. Is this the 3rd Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Neru? What if every petal was so sharp? So, could the sea of cherry blossoms that completely covered the Gojo family wipe out all the ordinary people inside the Gojo family mansion in an instant? Gojo Ming's forging was successful. This terrifying technique is completely beyond the imagination of ordinary jujitsu masters. Even a special grade cursed spirit might not be able to unleash such a wide range of killing skills, right? Looking at the sea of cherry blossoms surrounding Gojo's house, this word came to Gojo Xiongyan's mind. Field. Isn't this entire area surrounded by the sea of cherry blossoms a unique area? People who enter this field, whether they are jujitsu masters or ordinary people, will not just let this field slaughter them. A jujitsu master may be able to withstand 1 or 2 cherry blossoms, but can he withstand thousands or even hundreds of millions of cherry blossoms? For the first time, Gojo Xiongyan truly realized the power of the Zanpakuto. In the past, neither Sodi Shirayuki's techniques nor Kiyomi's techniques were as powerful as Senbin Sakura's. Am I really wrong? If this Zanpakuto is given to Master Gojo Satoru, will the 6 eyes godson of the Gojo family become more powerful, right? Could it be that Gojo Ming is really not Master Gojo Satoru's curse, but Master Gojo Satoru's greatest help? Gojo Xiongyan grabbed the wood on the windowsill, veins burst out on his right hand, and blood continued to ooze from the freshly cut wound. He fell into deep doubts about himself. Now, 6-year-old Gojo Neru is able to forge 3 powerful Zanpakuto. What about the future? In the long time to come, how many such mysterious Zanpakuto can be forged from the hands of Gojo Neru, the pseudo-six-eyes son of God? At least, until Gojo Ming's Zanpakuto forging technology is cracked, the Gojo family should maintain strong competitiveness in the entire jujitsu world. Is it really right for me to exclude Gojo Ming? Perhaps it's time to turn the ship around. Gojo Xiangyan's face was uncertain, and cherry blossom petals surrounded him, forming a strong contrast with his ferocious face. The main room of the Gojo family. The old man looked at the Senbonzakura petals scattered around, with a hint of relief on his face. Is this the Zanpakuto that Mingwei Satoru made? They're indeed brothers, and such a powerful technique was handed over to Satoru without any hesitation. Ming, if you think it's unfair for you to be so secretive, the entire family will let you take whatever you want. You are the leader of the entire Gojo family in the future, and you decide the future course of the Gojo family. The old man took a sip of tea. This cursed tool called Zanpakuto has unknowingly attracted the attention of the entire jujitsu world. At the same time, it is slowly changing the landscape of the jujitsu world. After all, this can threaten the existence of the special curse spirit. Looking at the Senbonzakura scattered outside the window, the old man felt a lot of emotion in his heart. Gojo Satoru has not yet grown to his final form, but Gojo Ming has indeed made his debut in the entire jujitsu world. For the first time, he was extremely grateful that he insisted on making the decision to let Gojo Ming survive when Gojo Ming was born. If he had really wavered back then, the Gojo family might have lost such a flame that changed the world of jujitsu. Gojo Satoru, Gojo Ming. Wu, please grow up quickly. Ming, is the name I gave you really not a mistake? You really made a name for yourself in the whole world. Senbonzakura, this is the Zanpakuto that Ming prepared for me. Gojo Satoru felt the news coming from each blade, and the six-eyes sky was filled with shock. He knows that he is extremely talented and possesses six eyes, and he will become the strongest jujitsu master in the future. He also knew that his younger brother was extremely talented and would become the strongest cursed tool master in the future. However, from the bottom of his heart, Gojo Satoru still has such confidence that he will be the strongest if he has the power of magic and masters unlimited spells. But this time, holding Senbonzakura and using Senbonzakura to release Hajime, he had doubts about his own power for the first time. Six eyes and unlimited spells are indeed powerful. However, there is no doubt about the power of the Zanpakuto. Is Gojo Ming, who can forge a Zanpakuto, really weaker than himself? Gojo Satoru no longer has the confidence he had before. If compared to Sodi Shirayuki's technique before, he was still confident that he could compete. Now looking at Senbonzakura's technique, he really felt that, even with six eyes, he might not be able to fight against so many Senbonzakura. What's more, this is just Senbonzakura's Hakake. According to what Aiming said, the Zanpakuto not only has the Hakake state, but also has a form called swastika. There is no doubt that the Senbonzakura after the swastika will be more powerful than the original state. He couldn't imagine that Senbonzakura was already so powerful after the first release of the swastika. How terrifying would the Senbonzakura be after the swastika release? Gojo Satoru raised his eyes and looked at Gojo Neru. Seeing the joy and relief in his brother's eyes, the unfamiliarity in his heart suddenly melted away. I am still too awkward. What does this guy Zenin have to be jealous of? I, Gojo Satoru, am Gojo Neru's biological brother. The corners of Gojo Satoru's mouth raised slightly, and then he waved his right hand lightly. At this moment, the Senbonzakura petals covering the entire Gojo family residence began to dance with his right hand, and at the same time, they quickly rushed towards the forge house. In just a few seconds, all the Senbonzakura petals gathered in the forge and merged into Gojo Satoru's Zanpakuto. The Gojo family members looked around blankly, feeling lost. The wonderful scene of winter cherry blossoms just now is deeply engraved in the hearts of every Gojo family member. This kind of shock that distorts the laws of nature is unforgettable for everyone. The jujitsu masters of the Gojo family all looked in the direction of the forging house. They all knew about the other six-eyes godson of the Gojo family. What he did had once again subverted the entire family's views. Even the many members of the Gemini Curse faction who were determined were shaken at this moment. No one can remain calm after feeling surrounded by thousands of cherry blossom petals. Master Wu, Master Ming. At this moment, for the first time in the hearts of many Gojo family members, these two names were equated. Seeing Gojo Satoru controlling Senbin Sakura like an arm and a finger, Gojo Neru, who was silently observing from the side, also felt a lot of emotion in his heart. He is indeed the most talented jujitsu master in the entire Jujutsu Kaisen world. The control of Zanpakuto is also far superior to that of Gojo Shinichi, who is already a first-level jujitsu master. As soon as you get in touch, you can complete the initial solution. Just after contact, he was able to control Senbin Sakura's injury-free circle so skillfully. If he hadn't known that Senbin Sakura should belong to Kuchiki Byakuya in the Shinigami world, then he would really have doubted whether this Senbin Sakura was prepared for Gojo Satoru. This person is so in tune with each other. Gojo Satoru plus Senbin Sakura, this human being who was originally the only one in the world, will probably become even more powerful and greasy in the future, right? Thinking of this, the corners of Gojo Ming's mouth raised slightly. It seems that to get rid of the greasiness of enlightenment, we must start from an early age. With me and sure, we should be able to complete the transformation of Satoru. After all, Satoru at this time should not be able to resist Sorcerer, the tyrant of heaven and earth, nor can he resist me with Sodi Shirayuki. The moment Gojo Ming was thinking about how to transform Gojo Satoru, his whole body suddenly stiffened. If Gojo Satoru didn't have a Zanpakuto before, he might not be able to resist him, but now Gojo Satoru, who has Senbin Sakura, might be able to. Judging from the current situation, as long as he does not take back his Zanpakuto, Gojo Satoru, who possesses 6 eyes plus unlimited techniques plus Zanpakuto Senbin Sakura, is basically considered the strongest in the jujitsu world, right? Although, Gojo Satoru was only 6 years old at this time. But I can't stand it anymore. At this time, the 6-year-old Gojo Satoru already possesses the most powerful Zanpakuto. I'm not old enough, so I have to use plugins to make up for it. Gojo Ming was shocked to find that he had created a monster that was far beyond the level of a jujitsu master. Although, as the owner of Senbin Sakura, I can release Gojo Satoru's borrowed sword status at any time. However, in order to obtain the corresponding reward from Satoru, there is no way Gojo Ming can take back Senbin Sakura before Gojo Satoru completes the swastika. Even in the future, he will not take back Senbin Sakura. He will let Senbin Sakura protect Gojo Satoru all the time. He must prevent Gojo Satoru from ending up like a clown. Gojo Satoru is Gojo Satoru, the most powerful jujitsu master in the world. He will remain invincible. Raiman Sukuna? Why are you so sorry for not bringing out Sukuna's full strength? What kind of battle is fun? Things like character collapse should not happen in this world. Gojo Satoru will always be the strongest, probably. Gojo Nara looked at Gojo Satoru with more and more determination. As for Gojo Satoru, being stared at by Gojo Ming like this, he felt uneasy in his heart. He could see an extremely complex flavor in Gojo Ming's eyes. He even felt the anticipation in Gojo Ming's eyes. At this moment, Gojo Satoru felt that Gojo Ming was not like his younger brother, but like a parent who wanted to see him grow up as quickly as possible. However, we can't let Satoru continue to be so arrogant. His personality was originally quite out of the box, but now with Senbin Sakura's blessing, wouldn't he go further and further down the road of being a show-off in the future? I finally managed to win Zenin over. My original intention was to let Wu see what it means that there is heaven outside the world and there are people outside the world. Now that Senbin Sakura is here, it seems more difficult to ask Satoru to be humble. Gojo Ming touched his chin and turned to look at Zenin with his blue eyes. At the same time, he took another look at himself in the mirror. A thoughtful look appeared on his young face. I have to put Jinji's Zanpakuto on the agenda, and I should also build myself a Zanpakuto stronger than Senbin Sakura. After all, Sodi Shirayuki was still a little weaker than Senbin Sakura before she had the swastika. Gojo Ming kept rubbing his chin. His movements looked like an adult who was thinking. Also being stared at by Gojo's dull eyes, Zenin also felt a sense of penetration just like Gojo Satoru. He subconsciously touched the scar at the corner of his mouth and wanted to speak, but he remained silent. At this time, Gojo Ming was obviously thinking about something. It was better to wait until he came to his senses before asking again. In this way, Gojo Satoru, Gojo Shinichi, and Zenin were silently looking at Gojo Ming, who was deep in thought, and the entire forging room fell into a strange silence. During this period of time, I have been completely obsessed with forging Zanpakuto and neglected the practice of Zanpakuto. Although Uncle Shun also gave back some wasted experience when he was performing the assessment and promotion tasks. But after all, he is a master of swordsmanship, so he is still not good at fighting for nothing. According to the current situation, Zenin is the person with the strongest ability to fight for free around him. Moreover, as a carrier of heavenly restriction, his body will be most consistent with his own. In the future, after the forging of Shi's Zanpakuto is put on the agenda, we will also have to strengthen our training in white fighting. If you continue to forge like this, your body won't be able to bear it anymore, and you can clearly feel your body's current resistance to forging. Gojo Ming subconsciously punched his waist and frowned slightly. Forging 3 Zanpakuto in such a short period of time really cost him a lot of energy. Next, if you want to forge Zenin's Zanpakuto, you have to rest for at least a while before restarting the furnace. Isn't it a waste of time to study hard with Zenin during this period? Increase your physical strength a little more. At the same time, let Shirer help him find another cursed tool trait. At this moment, the appearance of 2 Zanpakuto appeared in Gojo Ming's mind. One belongs to Zenin, and the other is prepared by Gojo Ming for himself. After informing themselves of their physical condition, Gojo Satoru and Zenin showed concern on their faces. Originally, they were worried about whether Gojo Ming's 6-year-old body could withstand such high-intensity forging. However, they didn't say much after seeing Gojo Ming in good condition. Zenin only thought that Gojo Ming was strengthened by heavenly restriction, so his body was far older than 6 years old. Gojo Satoru, on the other hand, simply believes that his younger brother is gifted. Now that they heard that Gojo Ming was in trouble with his health, the two finally realized that Gojo Ming was only a 6-year-old child. Ming, how are you going to recover? I'm going to apply for some Kampo medicine from the head of the family now to replenish your body. Gojo Satoru's face was full of concern. As soon as he finished speaking, he was ready to go directly to the head of the family. Seeing this scene, Gojo Ming quickly stopped Gojo Satoru. His current state is not just a physical drain, but a huge drain on his system and body. However, it is not such that he has to take medicine to replenish his health at the age of 6. No, I just need to exercise a lot recently, and it will be fine. However, you may have to wait a little longer. The opening time of your Zanpakuto will have to be postponed. Gojo Ming's attitude surprised Zenin. He didn't expect Gojo Ming to take his Zanpakuto so seriously. Originally, only Gojo Ming could forge this kind of cursed tool, and Gojo Ming could totally find a reason to excuse himself. Zenin never thought that Gojo Ming would be so honest and take himself so seriously. Zenin, who has been isolated and ignored in his family, realizes for the first time what it feels like to be valued. The scene where Gojo Ming walked up to him at the party came to his mind. Zenin, I think you are very good. Make friends. The 6-eyes boy in front of him ignored Zenin's genius jujitsu master Zenin Shinsuke and chose to make friends with him. Zenin twitched the corner of his mouth, and a rare softness appeared in his eyes. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. I'm not like the eldest son of Gojo Satoru, who needs a Zanpakuto to protect myself so urgently. My body is the most powerful weapon. The Zanpakuto is just the icing on the cake, and it won't make any difference if it's delayed. Zenin is also a rare person who is considerate. He also felt that it was a bit inhumane to force Gojo, a 6-year-old child, to forge a Zanpakuto for himself with a hammer. However, Gojo Ming's next words made Zenin feel that his concern was completely unnecessary. Sure, then, in the next time, let me and you learn physical skills, right? You teach me well. I also think that your body is the most powerful weapon, and I don't want to just know the fighting method of swordsmanship. Gojo Ming to Cheongding met. Since Zenin didn't urge him to forge the Zanpakuto, he would squeeze Zenin in turn. When Zenin heard this, his face suddenly turned black. You don't have the energy to forge your Zanpakuto, but you actually have the energy to learn taijutsu from yourself? At this moment, Zenin even doubted whether Gojo Ming was fishing in troubled waters. However, seeing Gojo Ming's serious look, the tyrant of heaven and earth finally nodded. After all, they are all carriers of heavenly restriction. Teaching Gojo Ming to control his body as early as possible should also be beneficial to the subsequent forging, right? Zenin could only comfort himself in this way. Oh, that's right. Satoru, while I'm learning, you should also learn with sure and temporarily put your Zanpakuto and unlimited techniques aside. Gojo Ming suddenly remembered his cheap brother and quickly opened his mouth to pull Gojo Satoru into the car. Hey Ming, I don't want to learn any physical skills. Gojo Satoru felt a little conflicted in his heart. He was the Six Eyes divine son of the Gojo family. He possessed unlimited spells. There was no need to learn such a rough fighting method, right? Moreover, doesn't he still have a powerful Senbonzakura? Under the protection of Senbonzakura, no one can get close to him, right? However, it is a pity that Gojo Ming's will at this time does not allow Gojo Satoru to refuse. In Gojo Ming's view, things like taijutsu, white fighting, are also essential skills for jujitsu masters. Even Black Flash has to be punched out with his fists, right? The future Gojo Satoru can be regarded as a master in vain. In many cases, Gojo Satoru does not rely on unlimited techniques to fight. After all, for Gojo Satoru, the unlimited technique is more of a secret and an ultimate move. Could it be that Gojo Satoru is also planning to use his ultimate move to eliminate Zaza? And then get slapped in the face? Obviously, in the future battles of Gojo Satoru, fighting for nothing is an indispensable part. Therefore, now that there is an opportunity, Gojo Satoru should master things like taijutsu earlier. This is another kind of oil removal transformation for Gojo Satoru. Satoru, I refuse. You must learn taijutsu with Shira with me. Gojo Nero's words completely dispelled Gojo Satoru's lazy thoughts. Now that I had just obtained Senbonzakura from my brother, I couldn't refuse Gojo Nero's request. Hey, I know. Taijutsu, right? I can learn it. Gojo Satoru raised his head and glanced at Zen'in and shook his head vaguely, thinking that in the next period of time, he would have to study with Zen'in, this annoying guy. He felt very unhappy in his heart. However, there was no way Gojo Satoru could evade Zenin's eyes that had been strengthened by heavenly restriction. Facing the reluctant Gojo Satoru, Zenin was not used to the Six Eyes godchild at all. After all, he was the man who always wanted to kick the Six Eyes god's ***. Hey, young Master Gojo Ming. Our young Master Gojo Satoru doesn't seem to want to learn taijutsu. In this case, I'm not very willing to teach him. Anyway, he doesn't have heavenly restriction, and he can't keep up with our bodies. I'll teach you one-on-one. It also avoids having a burden that will slow down our progress. Zenin's casual and disdainful tone immediately made Gojo Satoru furious. Sure enough, there was nothing wrong with how I felt before. The two of them simply dislike each other, and this has nothing to do with Gojo Ming. He is not jealous because of Zenin's relationship with Gojo Ming. He just naturally feels that he cannot deal with Zenin. Even Zenin and Gojo Satoru themselves couldn't understand this inexplicable feeling of contradiction. Naturally, the two of them didn't know that in another world line, they were mortal enemies. Hearing Zenin say such words, Gojo Ming quickly glared at Gojo Satoru, asking him to calm down. At the same time, he turned to look at Zenin and comforted. Sure, even though Satoru doesn't have heavenly restriction, but with 6 eyes, he will definitely be able to keep up with our pace. After speaking, he added another sentence. I will definitely forge a unique Zanpakuto for you in the future. It will be different from Sodi Shirayuki, Kayamiza, and Senbonzakura. It will definitely be special. How about it? In order for Zenin to teach Gojo Satoru well, Gojo Ming had to reveal some information about the Zanpakuto to Zenin in advance. After all, the only bargaining chip he can offer now is his Zanpakuto. Huh? That's it. Zenin followed the example of Gojo Ming before, rubbing his chin and touching the wound at the corner of his mouth. His eyes wandered back and forth between Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto, and finally, his lazy eyes met Gojo Naruto's. Okay, since Master Gojo Naru is so interested in my Zanpakuto, I will reluctantly take this young Master Gojo Satoru with me. Hearing Zenin's agreement, Gojo Ming also smiled. When Gojo Satoru heard that he was called the tail end of the crane, he wanted to refute, but a look from Gojo Satoru made him dumbfounded. Although he didn't understand why Gojo Ming wanted him to learn taijutsu so much, he knew that his younger brother would not do anything bad for him. Forget it, he endured it. He must learn Zenin Shur's physical skills as soon as possible, so that this annoying guy Zenin Shur will completely admire him. The 9-phase diagram of the cursed fetus. the most evil jujitsu master of the Kamo family, the stain of the big three sorcerer families. Kamo Shinluen's work. During the Meiji period in Japan, there was a woman with a special constitution who was very close to the cursed spirit and became pregnant with a child. The sudden pregnancy caused many relatives and people around her to criticize her beyond the norm, that is, with malicious emotions. In fact, it is not correct to say that the pregnancy was for no reason, because ordinary people cannot see the cursed spirit. It was precisely because of the words, "This child shouldn't have been born and how could she be pregnant," that they had the effect of a spell similar to that of a spellcaster that the cursed spirit hybrid child she was pregnant with was stillborn. Because people around her blamed the child and the woman finally fled into a temple holding the child's body. From this moment on, her fate changed because this temple was opened by a jujitsu master from the Kamo family, the big three sorcerer families in the jujitsu world, also known as Kamo Shinluen. Later, Kamo Shinluen was very interested in this woman's physique to be able to conceive a cursed spirit hybrid fetus, so he conducted experiments on this woman, making her pregnant 9 times and having 9 abortions. The 9-phase diagram of the cursed fetus is the product of this woman's subsequent pregnancy and abortion. However, no one can tell whether the source of the curse comes from the extremely strong curse Kamo Shinluen added when studying the fetus, or from the mother's hatred. Until this experiment was discovered, the cursed fetus 9-phase diagram began to be sealed by the high school as a special grade cursed object. Many people have never seen the appearance of the cursed object. They have only heard of this special cursed object, and they only know that this special cursed object is related to the Kamo family. As the elder of the Kamo family, Kamojin has actually seen the 9-phase diagram of the cursed fetus. Or rather than saying that he has seen it, it is better to say that he has owned it. At this moment, Kamo is really in the room. A petri dish filled with liquid is placed quietly on the table. A mini flesh-like object is floating in this petri dish. This is exactly part of the 9-phase diagram of the cursed fetus. The weakest one among the 9-phase diagram, burning phase. The 9 cursed objects that make up the 9-phase diagram of the cursed fetus respectively represent the 9 cursed spirit stillborn fetuses. And these 9 phases represent the 9 stages of human death. Swelling phase, bad phase, blood smear. P****sy phase, green phase, chewing phase, scattered phase, bone phase, and burning phase. Among them, the swelling phase, bad phase, and blood coating can be transformed into a powerful special grade cursed spirit after passing through the human body. The remaining 6 phases, after undergoing physical training, will all have the strength of level 1 cursed spirit. Among them, among the 9-phase diagram, the burning phase at the end is the weakest, barely touching the threshold of the first-level cursed spirit. However, the ability to burn images is also the most special existence. That is, even though he is a first-level cursed spirit, after being incarnated, the breath of cursed spirit cannot be sensed by jujitsu masters at all. It is completely possible to survive in society as an ordinary human being. But the limitation is that the body after being reincarnated can only last for 1 week. After 1 week, the body will turn into ashes and return to the cursed object form. I didn't expect that one of the 9 child pictures that I had exchanged for a lucky day would be wasted on a 6-year-old child. Kamo's expression was really unhappy, but that was all he could do. After all, the Gojo family is heavily guarded, and even a strange jujitsu master would find it difficult to get close, let alone the cursed spirit. The 2 Six-Eyes gods have been carrying high bounties for several years, and they are not alive and kicking now. If Kamo doesn't spend a lot of money, he really knows that he will never be able to achieve the goal he wants. The mysterious man who has been secretly following Kamojin took away the petri dish on the table, and what happened next has nothing to do with Kamojin. An assassination operation against Gojo Ming is about to begin. This time, the protagonist on the stage is not a human being or a cursed spirit. Rather, it is a special grade cursed object, a combination of human beings and cursed spirit, Xiaoxiang. Kotetsu, why do you feel that your power has become much stronger recently? At the Gojo Kaikoria gym, many Kaikoria disciples asked Gojo Kotetsu about his physical condition. Gojo Kotetsu also has an inexplicable feeling about the changes in his body. I have indeed improved a lot in terms of strength and agility recently. Why is this? Gojo Kotetsu had a headache. He always felt as if his memory was missing a lot. However, Gojo is not a troubled person, and he thinks this is a good thing. Not only has his body suddenly become stronger, but his spell power has also changed, and he has even begun to master the spells. Perhaps I can also become a powerful first-level jujitsu master like Master Shuani. At this moment, Gojo Kotetsu felt an inexplicable sense of confidence. He believed that as long as he persisted like this, he would become stronger. Perhaps, when he becomes a first-level jujitsu master, Master Gojo Ming will also create an exclusive Zanpakuto for him. At that time, Gojo Kotetsu will also become a well-known figure in the Gojo family and become the mainstay of the Gojo family. With fantasies about the future, Gojo Kotetsu continued to use his strength, the power of the spell in his body, the strength of his body, the bamboo sword in his hand. This is the basis for Gojo Kotetsu's confidence. 3 days later. Ming, Wu, keep up the good work, you two. You can't be beaten down by sure. In the open space outside the forge house, Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming were dodging Zenin's attack in embarrassment. On the side, a girl with a bun is sitting on the ground, holding a big bag of snacks in her arms, eating and cheering for Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming. Gojo Shinichi stood aside silently, looking at the two six-eyes gods who were beaten up by the Zenin family, his eyes filled with distress. Where's learning physical skills here? Is this completely a unilateral beating by Zenin? This young master of the Zenin family probably doesn't know how to teach, right? Master Ming and Master Wu were only 6 years old. If they continued to be beaten like this, he was worried that their bodies would not be able to bear it. The next second, he looked down at Yeri Shoko, who was eating snacks. His expression changed again. I didn't expect this little girl to have mastered the reversal technique at this age. It's really terrible. It seems that his age is not much different from that of Master Wu and Master Ming. Master Ming made friends with her at the party before. Could it be that he also discovered Yeri Shoko's terrifying talent? Gojo Shinichi thought silently. In the previous Jujitsu Master Family gathering, there were only 3 people that Gojo Ming paid the most attention to. Now, Zenin Shurer has shown him that his strength far exceeds his own. He is an unknown and truly strong man. Another girl, Yeri Shoko, is a talented girl who is already able to master the inversion technique at the age of 6. What about the third one? Gojo suddenly thought of the young man who had been sitting with Yeri Shoko eating snacks. He seemed to be a distant relative of the Gojo family, with whom he had almost no contact before. Why did that Okatsu traveler fall in the fancy of Master Gojo? Looking at Yeri Shoko and Zenin, who were different from ordinary people in front of him, Gojo didn't think that Okatsu Yujido would be an ordinary person. Master Ming, you are really terrifying. Perhaps your most powerful thing is not your Zanpakuto forging talent, but your ability to see people. It hurts. Gojo's scream suddenly woke Gojo out of his reverie. At this moment, Gojo Neru's arm was broken, and he ran to Yeri Shoko with a grin on his face. Quickly, Shoko, help me use the inversion technique to heal. Jier is really too lighthearted. He's just bullying the small. On the other side, I heard Gojo Ming complaining. Zenin, who was abusing Gojo Satoru, had a look of disdain on his face, and his eyes were still lazy, as if the previous taijutsu battle could not wake him up. Hey, young Master Gojo, you decided on this learning method yourself. Now that you're throwing the blame on my head, do you really think I'm deaf? Zenin curled his lips, feeling a little unhappy inside, and then vented his dissatisfaction directly on Gojo Satoru in front of him. Well, it feels really good to beat up Gojo's six-eyes son. Yes, such a real and fierce fighting method is exactly the learning method proposed by Gojo Ming. Originally, he just wanted to follow Zenin's training step by step. However, unexpectedly, Yeri Shoko suddenly visited Gojo's house 3 days ago. It is said that Lord Yeri Inamitsu had a temporary mission and was worried about the safety of his little daughter Yeri Shoko, so he temporarily placed Yeri Shoko at Gojo's house. The head of the Gojo family would naturally not refuse Yeri Inamitsu's request, so the task of entertaining Yeri Shoko, the genius of the reversal technique, fell to Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru. Originally, Gojo Ming felt that this temporary task would too much affect his and Wu Bai's learning progress. However, the person who comes to mind is Yeri Shoko. Isn't this a coincidence? Isn't this a coincidence? This was a powerful nanny for him and Wu. It seems that he and Satoru don't have to worry about being injured during the learning process. In this way, Gojo made a desperate request to Zenin not to hold back, and in a real sense, he began to face the taijutsu attack from the tyrant. In the past 3 days, fractures, vomiting blood, and internal organ disorders have become the norm for Gojo Ming. Gojo Satoru, on the other hand, is hopeless. He doesn't want to accept such a beating. He is just a fish caught in the fire of Gojo Ming. Although Yuri Shoko is here, their bodies are still in good condition, but their spirits are extremely exhausted. After all, the feeling of having a bone broken and then healed is not an experience worth remembering. Watching Yuri Shoko use the inversion technique to heal his body, the pain in Gojo's arms slowly subsided. This reversal technique is really powerful, but I don't know who is more powerful compared to the return path in the world of death. Gojo Nero subconsciously compared the Keido and the reversal technique in his mind. In terms of flexibility of use, the reversal technique seems to be more flexible. After all, Gojo Satoru, who masters the inversion technique in the future, can use the inversion technique to repair his brain while fighting with Rime and Sukuna in a high-intensity battle. There seems to be no example of anyone in the Shinigami world using Keido healing while fighting. However, Huidao should be more advantageous when it comes to healing others. If he could use Keido now, he might be able to compete with Shoko to see whose healing ability is the most powerful. However, it is a pity that my current 4 abilities of killing fists and moving ghosts are still stuck at the level of fighting for nothing. If you want to use Keido, you must break through white fighting and then master Shunpa before you can access Keido. The road is long and difficult. Gojo Ming is not a person who is too ambitious. Although the reply looks very good, after all, there is still a long way to go. Now there are ready-made wet nurses here, so if you don't use them, it will be in vain. The host is receiving the teachings of Master Baida, Kendo Experience plus 10. The host is receiving the teachings of Master Baida, Kendo Experience plus 10. Looking at his system prompts, Gojo Ming felt the thrill of growth. With Zenin's guidance and training, my speed of improvement in white fighting will definitely not be inferior to that of Kendo. As long as you persist like this, you will be able to break through in vain, master Shunpa, learn the Keido, and become a qualified tetrathlon Shinigami, just around the corner. But just when Gojo Ming was about to return to the venue to fight Zenin, he saw another prompt coming from the system. During the Battle of the Sword Borrower, the corresponding experience will be converted, and the experience will be +1 in vain. During the Battle of the Sword Borrower, the corresponding experience will be converted, and the experience will be +1 in vain. At this moment, he realized that Gojo Satoru was already Senbonzakura's sword borrower. Gojo Satoru's combat experience will also have a certain percentage of feedback. He and Gojo Satoru are both studying in vain, which means that Gojo Satoru's learning experience is also equivalent to his own learning experience. Gojo Ming felt like he was stuck in a system bug. When he asked Gojo Satoru to learn how to do it for free, he never thought of using this method to get his experience for free. His idea at the time was simply to hope that Gojo Satoru could master some taijutsu skills and become stronger in taijutsu in the future. I never thought about it, but I planted willows and willows unintentionally. Gojo Satoru, who learned to do it for free with him, turned out to be his baby with the experience of doing it for free. Not bad. A weird smile appeared on Gojo Ming's face, and his eyes turned to Gojo Shuani, who looked concerned. Should I bring Uncle Shun in to learn how to fight for free so that I can gain the experience of 2 experienced babies for free? Just do it. After a while, the people Zenin taught by Da changed from Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru to Ming, Satoru, and Shinichi. Master Ming, I shouldn't need to learn physical skills anymore. Gojo swallowed his saliva and subconsciously evaded. After all, the tragic situation of Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru just now was seen by him. Although he is an adult, if he only uses taijutsu, he probably won't be Zenin's one-stop enemy. It can be argued that Gojo Satoru and Gojo Nero were beaten so badly because they were young and their bodies had not yet matured. However, if he was beaten so miserably, there would be no excuse for him. After all, he is also a first-level jujutsu master in the association, so he needs to be embarrassed, right? It's a pity that Gojo Shuani's face has no weight in front of Gojo Ming's experience. Gojo couldn't tolerate it. Gojo refused instantly. Uncle Shun, I am doing this for your own good. Although you're a master of swordsmanship, what should you do if you run out of weapons one day? It's not like a kendo master can't use bare hands, right? Gojo Ming asked Gojo Shuani to learn in vain, not only to gain experience, but also because he thought of an ancient swordsman's path in the death cycle. Because Dao couldn't find weapons during the death-destroying journey, he couldn't exert his true strength. It wasn't until he met Maki in the later stage and borrowed the soul release sword from Maki that he was able to truly demonstrate his swordsmanship. Gojo Ming doesn't want Gojo, who is currently surrendering to him, to fall into the state of Dao in an instant. Of course, Gojo's main purpose is to gain experience. Hey, are you still finished? Although there are many snacks to eat, Yuri Shoko's expression is getting worse and worse. After all, she is a guest of the Gojo family, and now she has to work here as a coolie for the Gojo family. It was okay to treat Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto before, but now there is another Gojo Shinichi. The amount of mana required to heal adults and children is completely different. I am still just a child, how can I bear such heavy work pressure? Yuri Shoko's resistance finally brought the 3 days of useless learning to an end. Not only Gojo Ming, but even Zenin, who had been violating, breathed a sigh of relief. Beating people can be considered a strenuous job. Zenin beat him until the end, and even lost interest in beating the Six Eyes son of Gojo family. After all, just like playing poker, the first time you do it you'll be excited. However, if you are asked to play poker every night, you will also feel bored. Even if it continues, you will still think about running away. After all, you can't pay public rations every day, right? If you continue to be squeezed dry like this, recognition will also die. At this moment, Zenin was in a period of fatigue regarding beating up the son of Six Eyes. After Gojo Ming's training, he also had to enter a period of rest. To be honest, he didn't care if this continued, but he was worried that Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shinichi on the side wouldn't be able to hold on. After all, Gojo Satoru was already slumped aside at this time, as if he was in an out-of-body state. Gojo Shinichi was beating his waist. The past 2 days had been a hellish test for him. However, it also allowed him to see the true strength of Zenin. The person in front of him was simply not something he could compete with. Even if he is currently a first-level jujitsu master, sure, let's go to Zenin's house later. Go to your home's library to see the cursed tool you selected earlier. Gojo Ming looked at the wasted experience bar that had increased to 46% with great pleasure, feeling very happy in his heart. It only took 3 days for the experience bar to increase by almost half. Zenin's ability to fight for nothing was indeed higher than Gojo's swordsmanship level. During these 3 hard days of teaching, Zenin tried his best. It's a donkey working hard, and you have to show the carrot in front of it, right? Taking advantage of this period of rest, I happened to go to Zenin's store to pick out some. By the way, see if there are other cursed tools. After all, the Zenin family's treasury was not like the Gojo family's, where most of it was squandered by him. This pristine virgin land is definitely the place Gojo Ming needs to explore the most. During the previous experiment, too much cursed tool was wasted. Now if we could do it all over again, with so many experiments, cursed tool would be able to forge at least 2 or 3 Zanpakuto, right? Gojo Ming shook his head. Now we can only find a way from Zenin's house. If you have the chance, it would be great to go and explore the Kamo family's library. Among the big 3 sorcerer families' jujitsu inventory, the cursed tool inventory should be the largest in the entire jujitsu world, right? And I heard that the Kamo family has a great master of cursed tool, and the collection in the library may be more than the Gojo family and the Zenin family combined. Although Gojo Ming has never dealt with Kamo's family, he has already begun to worry about other people's family's treasures. Zenin was drinking water and nodded while listening to Gojo Ming's words. The Zenin family is sweeping the couch to welcome you, waiting for you to come over. However, I hope you will focus on my Zanpakuto and not be too distracted by that decadent family. Zenin had no intention of speaking for the Zenin family at all. As for the tasks that the family had given him before, he had already put them aside. What will the Zenin family look like in the future? What does it have to do with him? Gojo Ming smiled, not caring at all, and stretched out his right hand in front of Shoko. Shoko, my little finger is broken, please. Then he turned to look at Zenin. Oh? I wonder how you could get the cursed tool that Satoru needs so easily. It turns out that it has the tacit approval of the Zenin family's senior management. Shoko angrily helped Gojo Nara treat her fingers. When she saw that Gojo Naru was not paying attention to her at all and was only concentrating on chatting with Zenin, her treatment methods became rough. "Oh, it hurts." Gojo Ming frowned subconsciously, but still did not take his eyes away from Zenin. "If you don't want to go, you don't have to go. I don't think you need to communicate with those who are behind the times now." Zenin Shire still did not speak for the Zenin family. However, Gojo Ming didn't care at all. He was thinking that there would be many places where he needed to cooperate with the Zenin family in the future, and he wouldn't fall out now. What's more, the Zenin family is very sincere, isn't it? The cursed tool that was used to forge Senbenzakura was not a vulgar object, at least it was at the level of a first-level cursed tool. This kind of cursed tool was taken out without blinking an eye. At least in Gojo Ming's opinion, this courage is worth understanding. Besides, I'm still coveting the things in other people's treasury. It's okay, I just want to visit Zenin's house. After all, I have been staying at Gojo's house, and I seem to be a little short-sighted. Feeling the pain in his fingers, Gojo Ming subconsciously tried to pull his fingers back while speaking. But Shoko, who was ignored, didn't give Gojo Ming a chance and clamped his hands tightly on Gojo Ming's little finger. How can the patient escape if he hasn't been treated yet? After tugging twice, but not being able to pull it out, Gojo Ming finally realized something was wrong and shifted his gaze from Zenin to Yeri Shoko. Seeing the girl's dissatisfied expression, Gojo Ming smiled playfully. With an adult state of mind, he could tell at a glance that Yeri Shoko felt unbalanced because of his lack of attention. This is not a good sign. Once a girl starts to care about a boy's attention to her, she will lose the initiative in getting along with each other in the future. "Hey, Shoko. From now on, I'll build you a Zanpakuto too, right?" What Gojo Ming suddenly said caught Yeri Shoko off guard and made her face turn red. She didn't expect Gojo Naru to say this at all. His hands that had been holding Gojo Ming loosened subconsciously out of dissatisfaction. At this moment, she realized that she was holding Gojo Ming's hand too intimately. On the side, Gojo Satoru, Gojo Shinichi, and Zenin heard Gojo Ming say this and subconsciously looked at Gojo Ming and Yeri Shoko. Just now, Shoko's behavior of grabbing Gojo Naru's hand was seen by the three people. "Oh? What did I just hear? Our young master Gojo Ming actually offered to help others forge Zanpakuto." Zenin curled his lips and said something lazy and strangely. "Hey, Ming, so love will disappear, right? Will our brotherhood also disappear?" Ming, brother's heart hurts so much. Gojo Satoru opened his blue eyes, constantly looking between Gojo Ming and Yeri Shoko, his eyes full of gossip. It was as if Gojo Ming's words just now gave Gojo Satoru blood, directly eliminating the fatigue of Gojo Satoru's previous beating from Zenin's taijutsu. Gojo Shinichi glanced at Gojo Ming and Yeri Shoko silently, thinking silently in his heart. Yeri's house, well, it's not bad. Miss Yeri Shoko is a genius of reversal techniques if she is combined with Master Gojo Narumi. Well, besides Miss Shoko and Master Naru, the man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. Feeling the atmosphere of gossip, Gojo Ming suddenly realized that what he just said was somewhat inappropriate. He was thinking of forging a Zanpakuto for Shoko, and he also thought that Shoko could be used as an experience pack to help him gain more experience for free. Now that the bug of the system has been found, how many lags can there be? Anyway, even if Zenin herds a sheep, it is herding, and if she herds a group of sheep, it is also herding, right? The four of them learned fighting from Zenin at the same time, so wouldn't he be able to use three people's fighting experience in vain? Although, Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shinichi have different feedbacks on their free play experience. Gojo Satoru has higher talent, more frequent feedback, and more feedback experience. However, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still considered meat, right? If you don't accumulate steps, you won't be able to reach 1,000 miles. If you don't accumulate small streams, you won't be able to reach the rivers and seas. This is something that was learned in the 9-year compulsory education in the previous life. Therefore, for Gojo Ming, the more experience packages he recognizes, the better, and the sooner he borrows the sword, the better. It's a pity that such a simple idea of mine can be regarded as a kind of special care for Shoko in the eyes of others. After all, things like Zanpakuto are extremely rare in the entire jujitsu world. Exclude the experimental product Gojo Shun Isho Chiworm. Zenin's and Gojo Satoru's Zanpakuto were made at their own initiative, and Gojo Ming made them for them, in their own opinion. And now, Gojo Ming actually takes the initiative to build a Zanpakuto for Yuri Shoko. There is no magic here. Being looked at by the three people with such eyes, and looking at Shoko's delicate face, Gojo Ming realized the current situation no matter how slow his reaction was. Well, I want to say, Gojo Nara paused for a moment. He had indeed done something misleading. Would it hurt Shoko if he clarified it now? He has the mind of an adult, but Shoko is only a 6-year-old girl after all. I'm afraid that my young mind will be hurt by being clarified by myself in this way, right? Thinking of this, Gojo Ming shook his head helplessly. In the end, he did not clarify, but just complained. Shoko and I are friends. It's appropriate to forge a Zanpakuto for her. Besides, Wu and Shurer, even if you don't ask me, I will help you forge it, okay? Gojo Ming felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward and made a casual remark. Gojo Satoru nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, as Gojo Ming's brother, he would definitely have a Zanpakuto. Zenin, on the other hand, curled his lips in disbelief. Oh? That's the same sentence. Since you are ready to help me forge a Zanpakuto, then my previous agreement will not be counted, right? Seeing Shurer's intention of having S*X for free, Gojo Ming directly slapped a patch on his backhand. What's more, you're an adult. A man's words are hard to follow. You can't break what you promised me back then. Hearing Gojo Ming's reply, Zenin looked helpless. It was obvious that the young master of the Gojo family had already entangled him. However, Zenin doesn't really dislike Gojo Ming's character. Perhaps it is precisely because of Gojo's personality that he, who is indifferent, became Gojo's friend. Okay. I understand, but the next Zanpakuto must be forged by me, and Shoko has to be behind me. Zenin no longer dwells on the previous deal. Anyway, the Zanpakuto is Gojo Ming's own product, and he is not qualified to make demands. His only requirement is that others cannot jump in line. Of course, Jiru, even if I wanted to forge a Zanpakuto for Shoko, I wouldn't have the materials. Let's go to Zenin's house first to find out the situation. Maybe we can also find a cursed tool suitable for Shoko. Gojo Ming nodded to express his understanding and asked Shoko to become the sword borrower as soon as possible. In this case, he would have another experience pack. As for what kind of Zanpakuto to forge for Shoko, Gojo Ming already had a plan in mind. Yuri Shoko is originally good at healing reversal techniques, so she is relatively weak in combat. The Zanpakuto he prepared for Shoko can, on the one hand, strengthen Yuri Shoko's healing ability and make her a more powerful nanny. On the other hand, it can also strengthen Shoko's combat capabilities so that he can protect himself and fight back when he encounters a real crisis. This Zanpakuto is none other than the Zanpakuto of Uno Anaretsu, the captain of the 4th Division of the Godai 13th Division, Nakashizuka Sui. After the Zanpakuto is unlocked, Shizuko can help Shoko with his healing work. After the meat squid is released, its power cannot be underestimated. At least, in Gojo Ming's opinion, this is the Zanpakuto that is most suitable for Yuri Shoko. However, this special biological Zanpakuto is not that easy to forge. If he wants to present the cursed tool, he must find a suitable cursed tool as a material for forging. This is the hardest thing right now. After all, Gojo Ming, who has the system, can forge the Zanpakuto, but he cannot forge the corresponding cursed tool. Therefore, it will take some time for Shoko's Zanpakuto to be released. While thinking about the meat, Gojo felt a tickling sensation on his little finger. Looking down, Shoko was blushing and gently helping him with the treatment, and his previous dissatisfaction was completely gone. On the side, Gojo Satoru and Zenin both squinted their eyes and showed auntie smiles. Gojo Ming is really worried that if they are given another second, they will shout, "I got it. I got it." Sure enough, no matter what world we are in, no matter what kind of person we are, we all like to listen to gossip and gossip. Master Ming, let me accompany you to Zenin's house. After all, your safety is. Seeing Gojo's worried look on his face, Gojo shook his head. I came to Gojo's house before, but there were no guards. We all belong to the 3 major families, and the Zenin family is unlikely to do anything detrimental to me. Having said this, Gojo Ming raised his head again and pursed his lips to Zenin and said, "Besides, isn't there Shurer with me? With Shurer by my side, Uncle Shun, are you still afraid of someone who can hurt me?" After hearing what Gojo Ming said, Gojo raised his head and glanced at the tall Zenin, and finally fell into silence. If Zenin was the attacker, he had no confidence that he could protect Gojo Ming. Fortunately, Zenin has a close relationship with Gojo Ming, and there is really no need for him to protect them anymore. As for Gojo Satoru, he studied for 3 days in vain and was drained of all his energy. He also didn't want to move at this time. As the son of Gojo's Six-Eyes God, he had no interest in the Zenin family. As for the selection of Cursed Tool, he had nothing to help Gojo Ming, so he just slumped aside and chose to play dead. Finally, Gojo Ming went back to take a short rest. After taking a shower and changing clothes, the two left the Gojo family's mansion and set off towards the Zenin family's mansion. Outside Gojo's house, Gojo Kotetsu has been waiting in the shadows for a long time. At this time, his eyes were scarlet and his entire face was much paler than before. He has been waiting on the outside for 3 days. I finally waited for this opportunity. This time, his mission target is Gojo Ming. He must follow Kumo's true will and kill Gojo Ming in advance. At this time, he is no longer the thought of Gojo Kotetsu. Gojo Kotetsu is just a body at this time. The one who controls Gojo Kotetsu's body now is Kumo's real trump card, Yakiaki. It has unparalleled hidden abilities and invisible assassination abilities. Just give him a chance, and he can burn Gojo Ming to ashes. This time, Gojo Ming just followed an ordinary person out, and the first-level Jujutsu Master Gojo suddenly disappeared around him. This is his best chance. Although the burning phase is the weakest of the 9 phases of the Curse Fetus, once he completes the release of the close-range spell, he will burn everything. As soon as he left the back door, Gojo Neru, who was wearing a blue kimono, saw Gojo Kotetsu suddenly appear. His 6 eyes did not see anything strange about Gojo Kotetsu, but his intuition told him that something was not right with the Gojo Kotetsu in front of him. Gojo Neru quietly observed Gojo Kotetsu's approach. At the same time, he held Sodi Shirayuki in his right hand, ready to untie it at any time. Facing Gojo Ming, Xiaoxiang's eyes were full of heat, and he completely ignored the man beside Gojo Ming. Under this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he was confident that he could kill Gojo Ming completely. He is a burner and a born assassin. As he got closer and closer to Gojo Ming, the spell in Yakisiai's body had begun to operate. According to his calculations, when he got closer to Gojo Ming, the spell would be released exactly. Lingwu Xiao Baishue. Gojo hummed in a low voice and began to explain. Sodi Shirayuki had already exposed the snow-white blade. Although Gojo Kotetsu still looks normal, Gojo Ming is still not prepared to let it get close to him. However, at the moment when Gojo Ming began to take off Shirayuki's sleeves, the fire phase suddenly disappeared in front of Gojo Ming's eyes. The next second, he appeared behind Gojo Ming. This speed even surpassed Zenin's speed when he fought with him before. However, Gojo Ming's 6 eyes is not vegetarian either. He immediately noticed the position of the burning aspect. Zanpakuto's Sodi Shirayuki had already followed and would stab the burning aspect in the next second. Seeing this scene, the corners of Xiaoxiang's mouth slightly raised. All this was as he expected. Before coming here, he had already investigated Sodi Shirayuki's abilities. Although the ice attribute will inhibit burning, it is not an ordinary flame. He is a bonfire that can burn everything. Sodi Shirayuki can be his medium, allowing him to successfully ignite Gojo Ming. The mission is completed. Flames ignited on the surface of the body, and the next second it would spread along Sodi Shirayuki to Gojo's voice. However, this next second is extremely long, so long that the burning phase cannot wait at all. Because at this moment, his physical head has been completely crushed. Zenin, who had been ignored for so long, was just a fist pump, and the fire phase had lost its vitality. "You idiot, how dare you ignore me?" Zenin took out the cigarette case from his pants pocket, took out a cigarette, and threw it into his mouth. After groping around and discovering that he didn't bring a lighter, he simply squatted down and lit it with the flames on the burned corpse. As the green smoke rose, Zenin drooped his eyelids and said lazily, "I remember this person is from your Gojo family, right?" Zenin and Gojo are both carriers of Heavenly Restriction with 0 curse power. Heavenly Restriction strengthens the body too thoroughly, so it is quite easy to sense the cursed spirit in Gojo Kotetsu's body. Gojo Ming nodded, retracted his sleeve Shirayuki, and looked at Zenin smoking a cigarette comfortably, his face full of relief. You are worthy of being the future tyrant of heaven and earth. You can crush a level 1 cursed spirit with just one blow. I wonder when my body and physical skills will be as strong as yours. Gojo Ming squeezed the muscles on Zenin's body, and 6 eyes showed a trace of envy. My body is too small. I am only 6 years old. It is really not convenient for me to do it at any time. It would be great if I could have a body as big as Zenin. Heaven and Tyrant? Zenin blew out a smoke ring. This was the first time he heard this title. It sounds pretty good. But this title was given to me, right? Why do you feel like you're bragging and selling yourself? When you turn 18 and become an adult, you will be able to do the same. You won't want to take this title back later, right? Zenin glanced at Gojo Ming suspiciously. After all, Gojo Ming is young now, and when he grows up, he should be in his 30s. At that time, I might no longer be a match for Gojo Neru, who also has heavenly restriction. At that time, I was still called the Heaven and Tyrant. Wouldn't it be a bit unworthy of the name? Sure, is this a nice name? I don't need this thing. There are still 12 years until I reach adulthood. Isn't this too long? Gojo Ming shrugged and shook his sleeve Shirayuki. The cold air from Sodi Shirayuki's body infected the body of the burning Xiang. It had been dead for some time, but the flames of the burning sign showed no tendency to extinguish. Gojo Ming also guessed that the flames were related to the cursed spirit's spell. It would not be a good thing for the Gojo family to let it burn like this. Therefore, Gojo Ming directly used Moon White to draw a circle under Gojo Kotetsu's body, completely freezing Gojo Kotetsu's body. With the emergence of the Sodi Shirayuki Jutsu, Gojo Shinichi and Gojo Satoru felt that something had happened to Gojo Ming, no matter how exhausted they were from the physical training. He quickly dragged his tired body to the outskirts of the mansion. Ming, are you okay? Gojo Satoru showed concern, and Gojo came directly in front of the fireman. His whole person was full of shock. Master Ming, this person is Kotetsu. Looking at the burned image with only half of his head left, Shinichi recognized Gojo Kotetsu's identity very keenly. Looking at the shocked Gojo Shinichi and the concerned Gojo Satoru, Gojo Ming nodded. It is indeed Gojo Kotetsu, but the one who just attacked me is not nonsense. He has already been tortured by the cursed object. So, Gojo Kotetsu died the moment he was F******** edition. Gojo Ming knows the relationship between Gojo Kotetsu and Gojo Shuani, and knows that he is Gojo Shuani's beloved disciple. Now, Gojo was directly punched to death by Zenin. He had to explain the situation clearly, otherwise, he was worried that there would be a grudge between the two. Gojo fell into silence for a moment, looking at Gojo Kotetsu's body burning with fire. He also realized that the cursed object that made Kotetsu suffer was very special. He felt both thankful and sad in his heart. She was saddened that her beloved disciple would encounter such a situation, die of being tortured, and be manipulated into attacking Gojo Ming. Fortunately, Zenin was beside Gojo Ming, otherwise once the cursed spirit succeeded after being incarnated, he would really die for his family. Master Ming, leave this matter to me to investigate. I will definitely find out the identity of the cursed spirit who attacked you. For Kotetsu, the sudden attack did not affect Gojo Ming's plan to visit Zenin's house. After all, he had already sent an application to visit Zenin's house through Zen Insurer, but he suddenly missed the appointment. There was no way he could justify it. Moreover, judging from the current situation, after the first assassination is over, there should not be a second killer who will assassinate the more vigilant himself without the sense of humor. It's unlikely that the mastermind behind the scenes had a second cursed object and at the same time are ****** a second person he knew from the Gojo family, right? This kind of thing can never happen again. This kind of cursed object, which cannot change the face of the body after receiving the body, is also a very special existence in terms of ability. Gojo Nera basically has no memory. In the original work, like Sukuna and the cursed objects that remain in one, they can still maintain the appearance of the original body after receiving the body. This cursed object is very special. I wonder if this cursed object can be recovered after being killed by sorcerer. This is considered a physical exorcism. It shouldn't have completely eliminated the cursed object, right? Gojo Ming quietly followed sorcerer forward slowly. Along the way, he was also thinking about future plans. As of now, he already owns 3 Zanpakutos: Sodi Shirayuki, Kayamiza, and Senbin Sakura. Among them, Senbin Sakura and Kayamiza have already borrowed swords. The people who borrowed the swords are Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shinichi, and the only remaining Sodi Shirayuki is currently regarded as his own special weapon. Both Senbin Sakura and Kayamiza have completed their initial solutions in the hands of Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shinichi, and have initially demonstrated their respective powers. He has also successfully activated Fist, among the 4 skills of Jean Fist and Jean Gue. According to his current plan, Baida's skill improvement speed will definitely not be too slow. In a month at most, he should be able to break through the Vein fight and enter the walking instant step learning with the help of Shinner and many experience packages. In this case, it is equivalent to mastering 2 death skills. With Sodi Shirayuki and Jean and Fist, in the current timeline, my strength is at least equivalent to that of a first-level jujitsu master. As long as he, Gojo Satoru and Zenin don't encounter Sukuna and Zenin, they should be considered invincible. It can be said that even the special cursed spirit is not a problem in the eyes of the 3 of them. However, Gojo Ming, who knew the future development, felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Although according to his current arrangements, Gojo Satoru, who possesses a Zanpakuto, should not end up being cut in half by Sukuna in the future. However, the 2 special-level cursed spirits, Sukuna and Kensuo, should not be underestimated. Especially Kensuo, who has been secretly arranging for so many years, must have laid enough backup plans. If he underestimated Kensuo because he forged 3 Zanpakuto and mastered Zanken, then Gojo Ming could foresee that he would probably regret his current decision in the future. Therefore, he must accumulate all the power that can be accumulated now and unite all the people who can be united. Zenin, Zaiyuji, Shoko, Okatsu, 99 Yuki. He hopes to establish good relationships with these people in the future if possible. After all, until he traveled through time, he still didn't know the true strength of Kensuo. In the original work, the special-level Jujitsu Masters 99 Yuki, the special-level Cursed Spirit Expansion Phase, and Tianuan did not stop the actions of Kensuo in the Xingxing Palace. For this special-grade Cursed Spirit who is always smiling, Gojo Nara thinks that its hidden strength should be stronger than King of Curses Ryaman Sukuna. After all, judging from the world line of the original work, Ryaman Sukuna's path to the present can be considered to have been arranged by Kensuo. I still have to build myself an invincible Zanpakuto. At the same time, the Zanpakuto must be lent to enough people. However, most of the jujitsu masters that I can remember are still little kids, or have not been born yet. As for the currently surviving rotten creatures in the jujitsu world, they are not yet qualified to be as sword borrowers. Gojo Ming's 6 eyes was constantly processing information from the outside world, and within a moment, he felt tired. At this time, he probably realized why Gojo Satoru wore sunglasses for a long time in his youth. Why, after growing up, will I always wear an eye patch? When he originally read the original work, he thought that Gojo Satoru was a pretentious person just to look cool. Now, he also realizes that the 6 eyes processor is really not smart. Everything you see will be analyzed accordingly. Such massive analysis is still a bit heavy on the brain. After I go back, I will make a pair of sunglasses for Satoru and myself. Although I feel that this is very effective for mental exercise, it is not a problem to be exhausted all the time. Gojo sighed and looked at Zenin beside him. With this tyrant of heaven and tyrant by his side, he shouldn't have to keep opening 6 eyes to observe his surroundings. Thinking like this, Gojo simply closed his eyes and silently followed Zenin at their pace. I wonder if I can find other cursed tools I want in Zenin's library? It would be great if there was a cursed tool that could control flames. If I can really forge that Zanpakuto and successfully wield the swastika, then I can basically cut off all the backhands set up by Kensuo, right? However, I feel that I need at least a special grade curse tool to be qualified to become the material for that Zanpakuto. Just like Sodi Shirayuki and Hyarinmaru. If Yining was a special grade curse tool, maybe what he forged would not be Sodi Shirayuki, but Hyarinmaru, the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto in Soul Society. With his eyes closed, Gojo Ming continued to analyze his experience in building during this period. The birth of every Zanpakuto in this world is related to the characteristics of the cursed tool integrated into it. Gojo Ming can predict that in the Shinigami world line, Those famous Zanpakuto basically require the rare cursed tool as a material to be successfully forged. However, it is not so absolute. As long as it has the corresponding characteristics, even if the quality of the cursed tool material is lower, it is still possible to complete the birth of the Zanpakuto. If the Zenin family's Jiku does not have the cursed tool they need, then many Zanpakuto may not be able to be born in this world. Zenin's house, Kumo's house, and Jujutsu High School's Jiku, this is a place that must be explored now. These three places are most likely to have special curse tools. Kensuo, who has been working as an old silver coin for so many years, should have some cursed tool in stock. However, if possible now, it is best not to confront this guy. If possible, Gojo Ming would like to kill Nahua now to avoid a series of things that will happen later. But, unfortunately, he also knew that this was just his delusion. Nahua's strength and layout ability are both top-notch. Although I am a time traveler and have cheats, but some big bosses, even if they cheat, it will still take a long time to fight. Watching Gojo Ming close his eyes and follow him forward, a trace of gentleness flashed through Zenin's lackluster eyes. He didn't know why Gojo Ming trusted him so much. This time, not only did he follow him to Zenin's house, but even Six Eyes was closed at this moment. During this period of getting along, Zenin can confirm that there is no difference between Gojo Ming's pair of heavenly eyes and Gojo Satoru's pair of six eyes. The only difference between the two is that one has a lot of magic power and the other has zero magic power. Therefore, Gojo Neru's six eyes is as powerful as Gojo Satoru's six eyes in terms of information processing. At this moment, Gojo Ming closed six eyes, expressing his complete trust in himself. In Zenin's life, this is really the first time he has met such a person. Gojo Nera trusts others too easily, right? Zenin blew out a smoke ring and stretched. His lazy eyes suddenly became sharp. Every plant and tree around him was under the vigilance of his eyes. Gojo Ming chose to believe in himself, so he should not betray Gojo Ming's trust. On the other side, although he was following Zenin in action, Gojo Ming was thinking about future plans. The forging of the Zanpakuto cannot be stopped no matter what. This is his current foundation in this world. If he wants to improve his Zanpakuto proficiency as quickly as possible, lending his Zanpakuto to gain experience is the fastest way. However, I can't just rely on the Zanpakuto, nor can I just rely on the skills extracted from the Zanpakuto's swastika. This kind of thing is too random. When opening a blind box, you must keep your hopes to a minimum. Only in this way can you get unexpected surprises when you open something beyond your expectations. Gojo Ming has always had such a plan in his heart, that is, to rebuild a force outside the Gojo family. In this way, when you want to do something in the future, you won't have to be restricted by the Gojo family. What I said to Gojo Satoru before was all from my heart. Gojo's house is just a toy to him and Gojo Satoru. If he wasn't responsible for the Gojo family, he and Satoru might be able to have a much easier time in the future. However, he also knew that although Gojo Satoru had an out-of-touch personality and was verbally troublesome, he was not the kind of person who was unwilling to take responsibility. After taking care of the Gojo family for so many years, Gojo Satoru will definitely want to maintain the reputation of the Gojo family. Unlike me, to be honest, I really don't feel a sense of belonging to the Gojo family. The only thing that can give him any motivation is the Gojo family's inheritance rights. Although it has been partly caused by myself before, the resources inside are still very sufficient. After all, the database of big three sorcerer families cannot be compared with that of other small businesses. Jiner promised before that after getting the Zanpakuto, he would help me work. Now at my age, it seems a bit too conspicuous for me to establish a force outside. How about I ask Sure to help me build a master house? In this way, even if you leave Gojo's house or Zenin's house in the future, everyone can still have a stronghold. Isn't it reasonable to have such a store in every world? Urahara Store or Master House, comparing these two names, Master House is definitely more suitable for this world. After all, it is impossible for Urahara Store Manager to appear in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Moreover, in the future, I might join Jujutsu High School together with Gojo Satoru. By then, this guy Gigi will have to find something to do for him. Otherwise, if this guy goes gambling on boats or becomes a killer on a whim, wouldn't he be back to the original world line? Well, let Sure be the store manager of Wanchuo. I will be the boss behind Wanchuo. Making up his mind, Gojo Ming suddenly opened his eyes. The blue eyes of the sky focused on Zenin's back, causing Zenin's burly body to tremble subconsciously. At that moment, Zenin felt a chill all over his body, as if he was being targeted by something bad. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Gojo Ming, feeling the flash of evil smile in Gojo Ming's 6 eyes, and his brows suddenly frowned. In his mind, Gojo Ming is not a simple guy. That look just now, well, always made him feel that Gojo Ming was planning something wrong. However, it was hard for him to ask anything now. Because the Zenin family's mansion has arrived, and a group of Zenin family servants are greeting Gojo Ming at the door. The representative of the Zenin family, Zenin's direct neighbor, was also among them. His burly body and kind smile really made people feel a little inconsistent. Meanwhile, Gojo's house. Gojo Satoru was very dissatisfied with Gojo Ming being attacked by the cursed spirit. He didn't expect that cursed spirit would appear near the Gojo family's mansion. The most critical thing is that this cursed spirit actually possesses the body of a child of the Gojo family. Who is it? This cursed spirit is so targeting Ming. Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes constantly patrolled around the family, but unfortunately, no suspicious person was found. Next to him, Gojo's face suddenly sank like water. Master Wu, this is not an attack by cursed spirit on Master Ming. It should be an attack by curse user. Kotetsu was injured by a special cursed object. We must apply to the head of the family and ask for help in cleaning up the cursed object from Kotetsu's body. Only in this way can we find corresponding clues from the cursed object to determine who is targeting Master Ming. Gojo Shinichi gives advice to Gojo Satoru based on his own experience. Gojo Satoru also closed his eyes, gave up exploring the surroundings, and quickly ran towards the head of the house's room with Gojo Shinichi. I will send someone to ask Yuri Inamitsu-sama and keep Kotetsu's body first. I want to see which curse user dares to attack the Gojo family like this. The old man was furious, and his whole body was like an old lion, his power still lingering. After Gojo Ming forged Senbonzakura, the old man already agreed that Gojo Ming would be the key to the prosperity of the Gojo family in the future. Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru have been equated in importance to the Gojo family. This act of directly using the cursed spirit to assassinate the heir of the Gojo family was extremely bad in the eyes of the old man. The darknet has been rectified and has become much more restrained now. Unexpectedly, curse user has also targeted Ming. Sure enough, does the special curse tool like Zanpakuto also make curse users feel threatened? The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a glint in his eyes that was not for his age. Although his time in this world is short, the Gojo family is not yet ready for anyone to bully them at will. Satoru, I heard that Ming and Zenin went to Zenin's house? After sending someone to inform Yuri Inamitsu, the old man's attention turned to Gojo Ming's whereabouts. Gojo Satoru nodded. The materials for my Senbonzakura come from the Zenin family. Nero also wants to go to the Zenin family to see the collection in their vault. Moreover, Ming also agreed to help Sure forge a Zanpakuto. After listening to Gojo Satoru's words, the old man nodded slightly and glanced around Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shuani. It seems that Ming agrees with Zenin Sure very much. After you have been together for a period of time, what kind of person does Zenin Sure feel like? The old man's eyes stayed on Gojo Shinichi. Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru are still young. Although they have 6 eyes and observe things very carefully, he still wants to hear what the more experienced Gojo Shinichi thinks. Strong, this Zenin is really strong. Gojo Shuani's answer surprised the old man. He had thought that Gojo Shuani could talk about Zenin's character and purpose. However, he never thought that Gojo would say so bluntly that Zenin was very strong. Gojo Shinichi is already a first-level jujitsu master at this time, and is considered the top combat power in the entire jujitsu world. How could such a person praise Zenin like this? Isn't Zenin the bearer of heavenly restriction? He has no magical power, but he makes you feel strong, Shuani. Because there has never been a carrier of heavenly restriction with 0 magic power before, so in the records of the Gojo family, the old man has never known a strong person of heavenly restriction. The old man never understood Zenin's strength. Facing the old man's doubts, Gojo nodded seriously. Zenin Sure is really strong if there is a real life and death fight. Even if I first solve the Zanpakuto Kaimizu, I am no match for Zenin Sure. And I will die completely. Gojo Shuani's words completely shocked the old man. He had thought that Zenin was stronger than Gojo Shuani, but he did not expect that Gojo Shuani would admit defeat so completely. Sir, I really can't tell whether heavenly restriction is a curse or a blessing. However, I have to admire Master Ming's vision of seeing people. Zenin can be said to be the most potential target of the Zenin family. If the Zenin family does not pay attention to such a person, it will only be a loss to the Zenin family. Currently, the friendship between Master Ming and Zenin Shurer has become very strong. This time, the cursed spirit that suffered from Huche's flesh was directly killed by Zenin Shurer's punch. The ability to instantly kill a level 1 cursed spirit, the terror of this Zenin, is evident. Gojo's immediate words made the old man fall into deep thought. For the first time, he realized that even without the power of the spell, there were still people who were so powerful. While the old man was deep in thought, Gojo Satoru added, Ming seems to care a lot about Zenin. I think it's not just the two of them who have heavenly restriction. Ming seems to know Zenin better than Zenin himself. Ning, Shuani, I have been learning taijutsu from Shurer for the past 2 days, and the improvement has been huge. Moreover, Shurer seems to have agreed to Ming's request in exchange for the forging of a Zanpakuto. For Neru, the Zanpakuto is undoubtedly the most important asset. However, he is willing to use this in exchange for Shurer's request to gain Shurer's friendship. Obviously, before meeting Zenin Shurer, Ming already knew how powerful Zenin Shurer was. Moreover, the experience that happened to Zenin Shurer can also be reproduced by a Ming, who also has heavenly restriction and has 0 spell power. Gojo Satoru's addition made the old man close his eyes and begin to rethink his relationship with the Zenin family. Zenin is so powerful. If Gojo Ming learns how to control heavenly restriction from Zenin, will Gojo Ming have a second trump card besides Zanpakuto? At this moment, except for Shurer and Gojo Ming, no one else knows the true effect of heavenly restriction. However, heavenly restriction is no longer just curse in the eyes of the senior management of the Gojo family. Before, the old man felt sorry that Gojo Ming had no magic power. Now, Gojo Ming has heavenly restriction, which seems to be more powerful than having magic power. Does God want Nara to be the head of the Gojo family? The old man opened his eyes and glanced at Gojo Satoru. After a moment, he turned to look at Gojo Shinichi and said softly, Satoru, Shinichi. Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shun nodded in unison, waiting for the old man's instructions. You are the only 2 people who currently possess Zanpakuto, which also shows Neru's trust in you. You have experienced the power of the Zanpakuto for yourselves, there is no doubt about it. However, there will definitely be many people who covet this power. Not only jujutsu masters, but also curse users and even cursed spirits will covet the Zanpakuto. Satoru, before you become the strongest jujutsu master, before Neru shows absolute power, there will be endless attacks on Neru. So, Satoru, you must work harder to learn and improve your unlimited skills. Shuani, you must continue to improve your swordsmanship and techniques. Neru is the hope for the future of the Gojo family. We can't always count on Zenin to protect Neru. After all, his surname is Zenin, not Gojo. The only ones Ming can really trust are you 2. The old man took this opportunity to play Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shinichi again. Although Gojo Satoru has always said that he does not care at all about the position of the head of the family, the position that originally belonged to him is now given to his younger brother. The old man didn't know what kind of thoughts would appear in Gojo Satoru's heart. Therefore, we must seize every opportunity to let Gojo Satoru clarify his heart, and at the same time, strengthen the brotherly relationship between them. Master, please rest assured. I will protect Ming's safety. There was a flash of determination in Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes. Gojo Shinichi nodded equally firmly. He had the same idea as the old man. Gojo Xiongyan's power is just a temporary performance. The future of the Gojo family really depends on Master Gojo Ming. As long as there is no conflict between Master Gojo Satoru and Master Gojo Ming, the Gojo family will not have any unstable status in the next 50 years. 2 six-eyes gods and 2 pairs of pupils of the sky are enough to keep the Gojo family in an invincible position for a long time. What he has to do now is to use all his efforts to eliminate all things that can threaten the growth of Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru. He, Gojo, used his own life to defend the glory of the Gojo family. He news that Gojo Ming went to Zenin's house to find materials for forging Zanpakuto quickly spread throughout Gojo's house. Ever since Gojo Satoru's Senbonzakura blossomed in the mansion, many members of the Gojo family have become fans of Gojo Ming. Anyone with a bit of common sense realizes the potential of something like a Zanpakuto. The previous dissatisfaction with Gojo Ming for wasting the cursed tool now turned into a panic about Gojo Ming going to other families. Why did Master Ming go to the Zenin family? Doesn't he know that the Zenin family and our family have never dealt with each other? What kind of materials do we not have at Gojo's house? Why go to Zenin's house to find materials? Others don't know, and they think that Gojo's house has declined to the point where cursed tool is gone. Master Ming wants to forge a Zanpakuto for the Zenin family, right? I've heard before that a member of the Zenin family is very close to Master Ming. Could it be that Master Ming was deceived by him? The Zanpakuto is exclusive to the Gojo family and cannot be passed on casually. Master Ming must not let it go unnoticed. Although only 3 Zanpakuto have been produced so far, all 3 are in the Gojo family. Moreover, the forger is the six-eyes son of the Gojo family, so many Gojo family members have regarded the Zanpakuto as a taboo of the Gojo family. As the forger, Gojo Ming seems to have no right to distribute Zanpakuto among the public opinion of the Gojo family. Now because Gojo Ming visited Zenin's house, Gojo's family became a little anxious and began to emphasize the heritage of Gojo's family. However, before Gojo Shinichi Kingmashi was exposed, and before Gojo Satoru's Senbonzakura began to be solved, this group of Gojo family members still had many doubts about Gojo Ming's forging. In just a few days, the trend of the entire family has changed dramatically. It can only be said that people's hearts are too fickle. Gojo Ming has already seen through this kind of thing, so he will not change anything because of the change in public opinion of the Gojo family. However, as the leader of the Gemini Curse faction, Gojo Xiongyan, at this moment, he was completely troubled by Gojo Ming's visit to Zenin's house. On the other side, the Cursed Tool Blacksmiths Association. The proposal regarding whether Gojo Ming needs to be included in the association has once again been brought to the table. This matter has been discussed privately by many association members before. However, this time, the discussion was on the table. The person who initiated the proposal this time was Gojo Juya, the Cursed Tool Master of the Gojo family. Previously, Gojo Juya seemed out of place with others in the Cursed Tool Blacksmith Association and was known as the enemy of masters and craftsmen. However, now that he has taught Gojo Ming, he has entered a completely different status. Everyone no longer dares to think that Gojo Juya is the enemy of master craftsmen. At the same time, they all believe that Gojo Juya and his apprentice Gojo Ming will be the subverters of the old cursed tool system. I think Gojo Ming is too young. He became a member of the Cursed Tool Blacksmith Association at the age of 6. If this gets out, others will think we are irregular, right? Gojo Ming has forged 3 Zanpakuto and should be qualified to join the Cursed Tool Blacksmith. It is precisely because our association has gathered many capable blacksmiths that it will be recognized as professional by the Jiu-Jitsu master. If Gojo Ming is not included in the association, then people will question our professionalism, right? I also think Gojo Nero should join the association. No. Gojo Ming only forged 3 Zanpakuto, and the other cursed tool forging abilities have not been demonstrated at all. He should not be allowed in. Yes, I think so too. Is this Zanpakuto really a cursed tool? I don't think so. I learned during the investigation of Qiming that this Zanpakuto seems to have its own consciousness. I think this Zanpakuto should be considered a cursed object. Cursed object? Are you saying that 6-year-old Gojo Nara can artificially create cursed objects? If this is true, then these 3 Zanpakuto should all be considered special-grade cursed objects. Do you think it is possible? This is just a hypothesis. The entire Cursed Tool Blacksmiths Association was mired in controversy, but Kamojin, the president of the association, remained silent. It seemed that, in his opinion, there was no need to discuss this matter at all. It only takes a few more days for everything to turn out. He has confidence in the special cursed object. The burning phase will help him achieve his goal, and Lord Kamo Shenluan's power will help him maintain the momentum of the entire Kamo family. Zenin's house, VIP room. Although Gojo Ming's ultimate goal is to help Zenin choose a suitable cursed tool for the forging of Zanpakuto. However, since the Zenin family representative has already come forward, it would be too rude for him to ignore it at all. Therefore, he still chose to participate in this somewhat time-wasting exchange. However, this kind of thing is a bit boring for Zenin. If his eldest brother Zenin hadn't pulled him away, he would have even planned to sleep in the VIP room. While Zenin was communicating with Gojo Ming about Zanpakuto-related matters, Zenin Shinsuke, who was practicing on the side, heard the news that Gojo Ming had arrived at Zenin's house. In an instant, the magic power in Zenin Shinsuke's body began to lose control. The name Gojo Ming still casts a shadow on him now. Although he really wanted a Zanpakuto, he hoped that Gojo Ming would be humiliated at Zenin's house. He also hoped that Gojo Ming would suffer the same humiliation as before at Zenin's house. Before, this guy Zenin took the cursed tool from the family's treasure chest to help Gojo Ming forge the Zanpakuto. This time Gojo Ming came to Zenin's house, his goal should still be to avoid Curry's cursed tool. Gojo Ming must not be allowed to succeed. Zenin Shinsuke is worthy of being the unicorn of this generation of the Zenin family. But through some incidents and details, he has already guessed Gojo Ming's true purpose this time. Old hatreds welled up in his heart. This time, Gojo Ming came to his home court. How could he let him get his wish? Let's go to the VIP room. Zenin Shinsuke threw down his bamboo sword and ran directly towards the VIP room without changing into his kendo uniform. Lord Jibin, slap your lord. The servant on the side suddenly walked in and whispered next to the two of them. The man next to him frowned slightly, while Zenin raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The two stood up and nodded to Gojo Ming to apologize. There is a little something that needs to be taken care of here. Please take a short rest. After Zenin finished speaking, he and Zenin went out together and walked into another conference room. Uncle Zibaran, Uncle Sean. You must never give the contents of the treasury to Gojo Ming again. The moment Zenin Shinsuke saw the two elders entering the door, he put forward his demands straight to the point. Comments. Zenin Naohito frowned. He is the current representative of the Zenin family and has the right to decide family affairs. Is Zenin Shinsuke out of his mind today? Do you have to go crazy while communicating with Gojo? Uncle Naohito. Zanpakuto is definitely not that easy to forge. Without our family's cursed tool, Gojo Ming would never have been able to forge the remaining Zanpakuto. If Gojo Ming had only forged those two Zanpakutos, then his reputation would not be that great. However, if we continue to help him improve his reputation, then the reputation of the Zenin family will always be surpassed by the Gojo family. Uncle Naohito, please don't be blinded by the power of the Zanpakuto. Personal interests must never override the interests of the family. Compared with Zanpakuto, I think killing a potential Zanpakuto forger so that he has no chance to continue to forge Zanpakuto and continue to increase the power of the Gojo family is our best choice. A trace of sternness appeared on Zenin Shinsuke's face. He feels from the bottom of his heart that Gojo Ming is a threat. If he is allowed to live, Gojo Ming may even become a greater threat than the real Six Eyes Godson Gojo Satoru. Shinsuke, what are you thinking about? Do you want the Gojo family and the Zenin family to officially start a war? A trace of anger appeared on Zenin's face. He naturally knew that when Gojo Ming grew up, he would help the Gojo family suppress the Zenin family. However, Zenin Shinsuke's words completely ignored the interests of the family. During this period of time, the Zenin family not only cannot harm Gojo Ming, but also must protect Gojo Ming and prevent him from causing trouble at the Zenin family. This is an unspoken rule stipulated among jujitsu master families. Zenin Shinsuke's malice towards Gojo Neru is too deep, which will affect the relationship between the Gojo family and the Zenin family. Zenin opened his mouth to scold Zenin Shinsuke, but Zenin fan beside him smiled sinisterly. Nobi, Shinsuke's intention is not to harm Gojo Ming. Gojo Ming is a useless person without magic power. Even if he grows up, he will not pose any threat. The real threat is Gojo Ming's Zanpakuto. As long as Gojo Ming continues to forge his Zanpakuto, his reputation will definitely grow higher and higher. And the Gojo family is bound to Gojo Ming, so the Gojo family's status will definitely increase. If we want Gojo Ming to stop growing, we at Zenin just need to stop providing Gojo Ming with the cursed tool that can be used to forge a Zanpakuto. Zenin glanced at his brother, suppressed his dissatisfaction with his role as the family representative, and shared the information he had investigated from the Gojo family. There is no longer a cursed tool in the Gojo family's library that would allow Gojo Ming to forge a new Zanpakuto. Therefore, The material for the previous Sakura Zanpakuto came from the cursed tool that Jinji brought over. Acting Sama, you should know the origin of Shire's cursed tool, right? This is the cursed tool belonging to the Zenin family, so the forged Zanpakuto should belong to the Zenin family. But that Zanpakuto has become Gojo Satoru's weapon, so what did our Zenin family gain by providing the materials? I don't know what kind of agreement you made with Zenin Shire before. However, judging from the results, the Zenin family did not gain any benefits. Instead, it helped the six-eyes godson of the Gojo family to grow again. Zenin sighed. To put it mildly, this kind of thing is a careless decision. To put it harshly, it is scheming to the enemy. Although the Zenin family and the Gojo family both belong to the big three sorcerer families, acting Sama, you don't think that the Gojo family and the Zenin family will really live in harmony, right? Throughout this long history, although the big three sorcerer families have remained standing, there has been a lot of friction between them. Rather than saying that the big three sorcerer families are jujitsu division partners, they regard each other as rivals. Zenin was stunned by Zenin's rhetoric. His hostility towards the Gojo family was not as high as that of Zenin and Zenin Shinsuke. He still hopes that through peaceful means, Gojo Ming can forge a Zanpakuto for Zenin, so that the Zenin family can analyze the composition of the Zanpakuto. However, Zenin's feedback and Gojo Ming's impeccable response made him somewhat unclear about Gojo Ming's next arrangements. The Zenin people want to firm up their opinions, but although he now has the reputation of being the representative, he is still constrained by the Zenin fan. When it comes to deciding the direction of the family, if Zenin doesn't support him, he will have to make certain compromises. What do you think about that slap? However, the Zenin family cannot be disadvantageous to Gojo Ming. This is the bottom line. Zenin glanced around with an ugly expression. Although there were only 3 of them in the conference room, for the first time, he felt what it meant to be alone. Zenin smiled sinisterly. I suggest not to let Gojo Ming enter the Forbidden Library. The Zenin family will no longer provide cursed tool materials for Gojo Ming. Zenin fan made his request. Uncle Nabi, my request is to fight Gojo Ming again. I want to use this battle to wash away my previous shame. The last time was just because I faced the Zanpakuto for the first time, so I was careless. This time, I will prove to you that the Zanpakuto is not that strong. Uncle Naohito, you have never seen the Zanpakuto's technique. Everything is just hearsay. This time, let me continue to let my nephew show you the technique of this Zanpakuto, Gojo. Zenin Shinsuke's expression was a little ferocious. Ever since he came back from Gojo's house last time, he had been affected by that battle for a long time. Sodi Shirayuki's freezing has almost become Zenin Shinsuke's nightmare. However, as the Kiraner of the Zenin family, he is also extremely talented in fighting and jujitsu. This period of kendo study also allowed him to make breakthroughs in kendo. He had already found a way to break through Sodi Shirayuki. As long as he can survive Sodi Shirayuki's spell, then there is no way Gojo Ming, a loser with no magic power at all, can be his opponent. Listening to the appeals of the 2 people, Zenin nodded and expressed his understanding with a stern face. He knew that this conversation with Gojo Ming would not produce good results. However, under the collision of the demands of Zenin Fan and Zenin Shinsuke, he found a compromise point that seemed to be able to balance the overall situation. However, this balance point cannot be shifted by one's own will. This point also requires the cooperation of Gojo Ming. I wonder if Gojo Naru, the son of Six-Eyes God, will be willing to accept his proposal. Zenin's face was as dark as water, and he was secretly preparing to start a gambling fight with Gojo Ming with the help of Shinsuke's appeal. Take one of Jiku's cursed tools as a bet. If Gojo Narumi's Sodi Shirayuki really loses to Zenin Shinsuke, then he will satisfy both the demands of Zenin Fan and Zenin Shinsuke and no longer support Gojo Narumi's cursed tool material. After all, losing to Zenin Shinsuke meant that the Zanpakuto's ability was not as powerful as he imagined. If Gojo Ming wins in the end and shows how powerful the Zanpakuto is, then the Zenin family just gave Gojo Ming a cursed tool according to the original plan. Your plans will be back on track. Moreover, in my opinion, Gojo Ming's current relationship with Zenin Shire is irreversible. Even if the cursed tool is provided, Gojo Ming will still spend it on Zenin Shire. In this way, it means that no matter whether they win or lose, it will be beneficial to the Zenin family. This was his plan, but he didn't know whether Gojo Ming would agree to it. After all, as a visitor to the Gojo family, it seemed normal for Gojo Nara to refuse such an unreasonable proposal. Whether this gamble that can balance the situation can be established depends entirely on the importance Gojo Ming attaches to Curse Tool. Zenin shook his head, stood up, and prepared to enter the VIP room with Zenin Fan and Zenin Shinsuke. On the other side, the VIP room. Seeing Zenin's direct guests leaving the VIP room, Gojo Ming had already guessed that this trip to Zenin's house would be troubled. Because when Zenin Shinsuke arrived, his 6 eyes had already noticed it. He would not think that Zenin Shinsuke was here at this moment to express his support for him. After all, there was no way that the young and energetic cheerleader of the Zenin family could come out of the last defeat so magnanimously. Sure, does it feel like your Zanpakuto's birth has had twists and turns again? There was a hint of amusement in Gojo Ming's 6 eyes. He was still a little curious about what the Zenin family would do. The Zenin family doesn't really think that they can control themselves just by relying on some cursed tools in the library, right? Although many cursed tool materials are somewhat rare, Gojo Ming has confirmed that the Zanpakuto and cursed tool materials are not bound one by one. As long as the materials contain the characteristics of the Zanpakuto, there is a chance of forging a Zanpakuto. However, the higher the quality of the cursed tool, the higher the forging efficiency, and the higher the level of development of the Zanpakuto after its success. Just like the Senbonzakura in Gojo Satoru's hand. Gojo Satoru can complete the initial solution as soon as he gets it. First, there is a good match between Senbonzakura and Gojo Satoru, and second, Gojo Satoru's own qualifications are good enough. Third, the quality of the cursed tool used to forge Senbonzakura is high enough, so Senbonzakura has been in an extremely active development state since its birth. If these 3 elements were not perfectly combined, no matter how well Gojo Satoru suited Senbonzakura, Senbonzakura would not have been able to let Gojo Satoru know Hajime so quickly. If the Zenin family really disgusts me, then at most they will spend a little more time to find other similar curse tools for you. As long as the Zanpakuto is born, I believe that given Shure's talent, no matter how low the level of development is, he will be able to slowly communicate with the Zanpakuto and complete the original solution. But it's just a matter of time. With the strength of Shin Ertian and Tyrant, he is actually not that eager to use the Zanpakuto to improve his strength. It seems good to give him a little more time to get used to it. In an instant, countless thoughts went through Gojo Ming's mind. This is a sequelae of 6 eyes. The processing of information is too comprehensive. Just the arrival of Zenin Shinsuke, coupled with the expressions of Zenin Fan and Zenin Naobi, Gojo Nara has already speculated on a lot of possible information. Beside Gojo Ming, Zenin looked impatient. He originally didn't like this formal process, and now the Zenin family just threw Gojo Ming here and asked them to wait. This made him even more unhappy. Although he was accompanied by his elder brother Zenin, it was not that he looked down upon Zenin. This ferocious-looking brother of mine really has no qualifications to entertain Gojo Ming, the future heir of the Gojo family. I don't care. Zenin shrugged, glanced at Gojo Ming, and blew out a smoke ring. Anyway, Master Gojo Naru, you yourself promised me, I just need to wait for you to give me the Zanpakuto. Zenin touched the corner of his mouth, and a sense of anticipation suddenly arose in his heart. This kind of indifference from the Zenin family was something he had experienced since childhood. He also wants to know now, what kind of reaction will Gojo Ming give when faced with Zenin's condescending request? Will he be treated indifferently like himself and choose to ignore it? At this moment, he hoped that the top management of the Zenin family would be stupid and completely anger Gojo Ming. In this way, the future of the Zenin family may be more miserable. When Gojo Ming really grows up, he may be able to see the regretful expressions of the Zenin family's senior management. A smile of fun appeared on Zenin's face. This expression made Zenin and Gojo Ming a little stunned. What happened? Why do you feel that there have been some big changes in this month? Why are you smiling so much? As Zenin Shure's brother, Zenin has a relatively deep understanding of Shure. He was certain that he had never seen such an expression on Zenin's face. Gojo Ming was surprised that Zenin was exuding a kind of heartfelt expectation at this time. He didn't know what Zenin was looking forward to, but he could realize that Zenin's expectations were born of him. The Zenin family is really full of freaks. Gojo Ming shook his head. If compared with other anime worlds, he really felt that the Zenin family was very similar to the Uchiha clan in the Naruto world. The entire Zenin family seems to be full of morbid characters. Zenin, the tyrant who ignores his family and everything else, is incomparable. Zenin is so perverted that he blames his failure to become the head of the family on his twin daughters and will kill his own daughter. In the future, Zenin Naoya worshipped and longed for Zenin, and even after his death, he was pulled into the death journey and became a cursed spirit Zenin Naoya. Zenin Mai has a conflicting personality, but a good nature, and ultimately sacrifices herself in order to fulfill her sister. Zenin Maki, who witnessed the death of his sister and slaughtered everyone in the Zenin family. Thinking of so many complicated characters in the Zenin family, Gojo Ming suddenly felt a little hopeful about what the weirdos in the Zenin family would tell him next. The door of the VIP room was opened again, and Zenin and 3 people entered the VIP room. The moment he looked at Zenin Shinsuke, Gojo knew that what was coming next would be fun. Zenin's expression is exactly the same as Gojo's. Things get even more interesting. Nerukuin, for a while now, the most talked about thing in the entire jujitsu world is your Zanpakuto. If I'm not mistaken, the one next to you is still the Sodi Shirayuki from before, right? Can you let me have a look? I haven't had close contact with a special curse tool like the Zanpakuto. As a strong man who practices swordsmanship, Zenin Shan also has expectations for good weapons. Although he didn't think that the Zanpakuto could really change the world of jujitsu, he still wanted to experience Sodi Shirayuki for himself. From Zenin fans' point of view, his request is not too excessive. After all, Gojo Ming wants to cooperate with the Zenin family. Without the cursed tool material provided by the Zenin family, it would be impossible for Zenin Ming to continue forging the Zanpakuto, right? Therefore, in this case, it is very reasonable for me to request to see Sodi Shirayuki. It is reasonable for partners to review the quality of their products. Faced with Zenin Fan's temporary appeal, Zenin Fan did not speak and acquiesced to Zenin Fan's request. He also hopes that after coming into contact with Sodi Shirayuki, Zenin Fan will change his previous views and choose to support him again. Zenin Shinsuke on the side had a cold expression. He not only had resentment in his heart towards Sodi Shirayuki's extremely beautiful Zanpakuto, but at the same time, he also had a trace of greed. He also hopes that this Zanpakuto that danced in front of him will become his forbidden love. In his opinion, Gojo Ming, who has no magical power, is not worthy of using this beautiful Zanpakuto. If in his own hands, this sleeve by Shui will definitely be able to exert even greater strength. No one knows why Zenin Shinsuke has such strong self-confidence. If Gojo Ming knew about this kind of thing, he would definitely laugh. Sometimes it is good to have confidence. If you are too confident, you will behave like a clown in the minds of others. Everyone's eyes were focused on Gojo Neru, and they all wanted to see Sodi Shirayuki's style. After all, the last time Sodi Shirayuki had just unsheathed him in a split second and killed Zenin Shinsuke instantly. Everyone who has seen that scene will remember Sodi Shirayuki's stunning moment in their hearts. However, what shocked everyone was that there was a hint of indifference in Gojo Ming's 6 eyes. Want to take a look at my Sodi Shirayuki? Are you worthy? He had never thought of treating the Zanpakuto as a cooperative product with the Zenin family. The Zenin family was at most a material supplier. Want to get your own Zanpakuto? The Zenin family is not qualified. Moreover, Gojo Ming was full of dissatisfaction with Zenin for slapping this scumbag. The person in front of him can even be said to be the person he despises the most in the Zenin family. Due to his lack of strength, he was defeated by the Zenin people in the competition among the family heads. But he attributed the reason for his failure to his daughters Mai and Maki. Because his daughter is not as talented as Zenin Naoya's son Zenin Naoya, such a scumbag who makes excuses to blame others for his own failures, how could Gojo Nera let him come into contact with the pure Sodi Shirayuki? Even at this moment, when Zenin glanced at Sodi Shirayuki, he felt that Sodi Shirayuki had been tainted. Are you worthy? Gojo Ming's words echoed in the VIP room of Zenin's house. Such an answer was unexpected by most people. Among the people present, only Zenin was holding a cigarette and raising the corners of his mouth. What a surprise, what a surprise. Although I thought you would be dissatisfied, I never expected that you would not give the Zenin family any dignity at all. Zenin looked at Gojo Ming with eyes full of appreciation. Gojo Ming's experience is very similar to his own, but his decisions on many things are different from his own. Zenin feels like he is looking at another world. The self in the other world line is not indifferent and ignores the family, but like Gojo Ming, he expresses his feelings directly and freely, and does not care about the family's opinion of him. This feeling seems very refreshing. For Zenin, in fact, he still has feelings for the Zenin family. He actually tried to get the Zenin family's approval. However, it is a pity that in the original world line, the Zenin family did not seem to care about him very much until he left the Zenin family. Now, because of Gojo Ming's intervention, Zenin's status in the Zenin family has undergone a completely new change. This situation was a new experience for Zenin, but it also made him feel that the Zenin family's recognition of him didn't seem to mean anything. He is a Zenin with an independent personality. What can the Zenin family's recognition of him bring to him? Before meeting Gojo Ming, this was just a kind of comfort that I pursued. However, after getting to know Gojo Ming, Gojo Satoru, and even Gojo Shinichi and Yuri Shoko, Zenin felt that he really had nothing to ask of the Zenin family. He felt that Gojo's words, "Are you worthy?" well, sounded very comfortable. However, unlike Zenin Shinsuke and Zenin's expressions were full of doubts. They wondered whether they heard wrongly. This is Zenin's house. Gojo Ming can be so rude. Zenin Fan is a well-known strong man in the entire jujitsu world, and he is also a senior member of the big three sorcerer families, Zenin family. Gojo Nero actually treats his elders who are also big three sorcerer families like this. In the highly hierarchical world of jujitsu, they never imagined that such a thing would happen. No matter how special Gojo Ming's status is in the Gojo family, such behavior seems a bit domineering. The smile on Zenin Shan's face, who was so bluntly rejected, had completely froze. Gojo Ming's response was something he never expected. When he made this request, he had considered that Gojo Nero was unwilling to show him the Zanpakuto. Therefore, when he had already thought about Gojo Ming's refusal, he used the Zenin family and Jiku to put pressure on Gojo Ming. Although, in the end, he still will not hand over the cursed tool in the Forbidden Library to Gojo Ming. But this does not prevent him from using the cursed tool in the Forbidden Library as a verbal bargaining chip to pressure Gojo Ming in exchange for close control of the Zanpakuto. Observe from a distance. But the moment Gojo Ming spoke, his entire plan was disrupted. Do you deserve it? This is a question I have never thought about. I am a being that the Jujitsu Masters Association wants to invite to manage the Jujitsu world, but in the eyes of Gojo Nero, I have become an unworthy being? Zenin Fan's heart was filled with anger, and the cold light in his sinister eyes could no longer be suppressed. Comments. In Zenin Fan's view, the correct process should be the Zenin family's rejection of Gojo Ming. Gojo Ming, who wanted something from the Zenin family, was in no position to refuse his request. The Zenin people on the other side saw that the situation had developed to this point and felt that everything was no longer under his control. After being rejected by Gojo Ming, he didn't have the opportunity to put forward his own ideas. He was also surprised that Gojo Ming refused to give Zenin face. After all, the three major families still did a good job of showing face to each other. Gojo Neru's character is so. You don't even care about the unspoken rules between the three major families? Gojo Neru, you don't think that just relying on a Zanpakuto really changes the fact that you can't use magic power and are a person who is not accepted by the jujitsu world, do you? Zenin's aquiline nose trembled slightly as he forced himself to calm down. Since Gojo Ming is so arrogant, don't blame him for being ruthless in his words. Zanpakuto? This kind of thing has never been authenticated by anyone. It is just a magical cursed tool through some hype. It's just the first time everyone has seen something new, so it's just a bit of curiosity. Judging from your behavior of not daring to hand over your Zanpakuto to me, I'm afraid your Zanpakuto is just a showpiece and cannot withstand inspection at all. The so-called cursed tool forges new talents and forges a new cursed tool that subverts the cursed tool world. Is it just a hype gimmick by your Gojo family? Want to use the Zenin family's cursed tool to continue to maintain the false fact that you forged the Zanpakuto? I'm sorry, the Zenin family is not willing to cooperate with you. Zenin looked at Gojo Ming with an indifferent expression. Although he was a bit overstepping his authority, as the protagonist who had just been insulted by Gojo Ming, he made such a decision, and he knew that the people in Naomi would not refute it. Sure enough, the Zenin people still chose to maintain the face of the top leaders of the Zenin family and expressed their acquiescence. Gojo Ming smiled and looked around. Sure enough, what Shurer said was right. Zenin's house was filled with the smell of decay. A group of people who knew nothing dared to make demands on themselves in such a condescending manner. If the Gojo family becomes like this in the future, how embarrassing will it be for you? Whether Sodi Shirayuki is true or false, Chimong is true or false, there is no need to prove it. If you want to know the true power of Sodi Shirayuki, ask Yagyu Shuji of the Yagyu family, and ask your Zenin Shinsuke. Sure enough, the minds of the Zenin family are not normal, and they are no different from Zenin Shinsuke. Gojo Nara stood up and picked up Sodi Shirayuki. However, a chill suddenly spread from Sodi Shirayuki's body. This was not caused by Gojo Ming, but by Sodi Shirayuki himself expressing his dissatisfaction. Each Zanpakuto has its own consciousness. At this moment, Gojo Ming saw a beautiful kimono woman in white standing in front of him, blocking him from leaving, expressing his dissatisfaction at being underestimated. At the same time, Zenin Shinsuke, who was pointed out by Gojo Ming, jumped up and retorted dissatisfied. You were just opportunistic and defeated me once with the help of an unknown technique. Do you think it will be useful the second time? You pretended to be a ghost, and the Zanpakuto was just an ordinary curse tool, and you gave it such a boring name. Gojo Naru, if you have the ability, let's have another fight. I'll show you how powerful the Zenin family is. Your so-called Zanpakuto is not worth mentioning at all. Zenin Shinsuke issued a challenge invitation to Gojo Naru. However, Gojo Ming feels that such a battle is meaningless, and Sodi Shirayuki does not need to fight his defeated general again. However, what surprised him was that the kimono woman transformed from Sodi Shirayuki stood in front of him, her soft face expressing dissatisfaction with Zenin Shinsuke. After confirming that others could not see Soba Shirayuki's shadow, Gojo Ming also realized that Soba Shirayuki appeared in front of him because he did not want to be despised by the Zenin family. Sodi Shirayuki, do you want to fight? Gojo Ming froze his figure and asked this sentence in his heart. Sodi Shirayuki nodded. Gojo let out a breath, feeling a little complicated. He didn't expect Sodi Shirayuki, who looked like Yamato Nadeshiko, to be so bellicose inside. Since Sodi Shirayuki thinks so, let's satisfy Sodi Shirayuki. Just as Gojo Ming was about to respond, Zenin suddenly spoke. Shinsuke and Narukuen, the competition between the two of you can be regarded as letting me see Sodi Shirayuki style. As the representative of the Zenin family, I can add a little bit of luck. Zenin pretended to be thoughtful for 2 seconds. Let's do this, Mingkuen. If you can win the competition, I will make the decision and let you pick out a cursed tool at Zenin's house and take it away. Zenin also felt Gojo's wavering when Gojo calmed down before, so he took the time to express his appeal. He originally thought that his idea could not be implemented, but unexpectedly, he found a suitable opportunity to propose it. Next, it depends on whether Gojo Ming is willing to cooperate. Hearing Zenin no Hito's words, Gojo Ming frowned and swallowed the words that Zenin Shinsuke just wanted to say. Zenin's actions made him realize that there were differences among the top leaders of the Zenin family. Obviously, the Zenin people support the cooperation with them. The cursed tool that Zenin was able to bring back to forge Senbon Sakura was also authorized by the Zenin people. Now, when the Zenin family questions themselves, it should be Zenin Fan and Zenin Shinsuke's ideas. This bet is very beneficial to me. Anyway, at Sodi Shirayuki's request, I will accept Zenin Shinsuke's challenge. Now I can get an extra curse tool. Wouldn't it be wonderful? However, Gojo Ming did not directly reveal his inner thoughts. Instead, he asked, "What if I lose?" Gojo Ming's rhetorical question was more like a show of timidity in the eyes of Zenin Shinsuke and Zenin Shan. In their opinion, if Gojo Naru was really confident about Zanpakuto Sodi Shirayuki, how could he consider the consequences of failure before fighting? If you lose, I need you to take back what you said before and apologize for the slap. Zenin's appeal is also very simple. After all, in the Zenin family, he cannot embarrass the Six Eyes son of the Gojo family too much. Upon hearing this request, Gojo Ming frowned instantly, which made Zenin feel that Gojo Ming had no confidence. Some people cannot regard a coincidence as their ability. If you regard luck as your strength, you will fall miserably in the future. Zenin fans secretly taunted Gojo Ming in a weird way. He needed Gojo Ming's apology. He believed that Zenin Shinsuke could defeat Gojo Ming because he already knew Zenin Shinsuke's trump card. After hesitating for a moment, Gojo Ming spit out. You have to pay extra. 2 pieces. The bet is established. Zenin Shinsuke and Gojo Ming have arrived at Zenin's dojo. At this moment, Gojo Ming was in a very happy mood and even gave Zenin a proud look. Before, he asked about the price of failure because he discovered that the Zenin family's demands for this battle were higher than his own. They didn't know that Sodi Shirayuki also wanted them to participate in this battle, so they thought they could refuse. And all his previous actions were to make Zenin Shinsuke and Zenin Fan mistakenly think that they did not want to fight, so as to successfully increase their bets. After all, he could already imagine that after this battle, it would be basically impossible for him to enter the Zenin family's Forbidden Vault. Therefore, he planned to take advantage of this opportunity to directly kill Zenin's Zanpakuto in one go. From now on, he would not be willing to come to Zenin's house, a poor place like this, if he was invited to come. After some pulling and pulling, the Zenin people agreed to the request for 2 cursed tools. Including the cursed tool I obtained from Shurer before, I got 3 cursed tools from Zenin's house for free. You can also take this opportunity to beat Zenin Shinsuke up again. Well, it really relieves your anger. This old antique of the Zenin family, haha, just rotting in the Zenin family's treasure house. Gojo Ming and Zenin Shinsuke looked at each other in the dojo, and the 2 of them were the protagonists in the next battle. All around, Zenin, and Zenin were bystanders, all waiting patiently for the confrontation between the 2 people. Gojo Nara held Sodi Shirayuki's hand, and he could feel the fighting spirit in Sodi Shirayuki's heart. Sodi Shirayuki wanted to teach Zenin Shinsuke a lesson. After experiencing the last battle with Zenin Shinsuke, Gojo Ming's understanding of Zenin Shinsuke has become much clearer. Although he is currently the strongest jujitsu master of the younger generation of the Zenin family, this status is not actually taken seriously by Gojo Ming. After all, the true strongest person of the Zenin family was standing next to him at this moment. He was Zenin Shurer, the man without magic power who was ignored by the Zenin family. In Gojo Ming's view, since he was able to defeat Zenin Shinsuke once, it is still impossible for Zenin Shinsuke to defeat him this time. He didn't think that Zenin Shinsuke really found a way to break Sodi Shirayuki's technique in just 1 month. However, Gojo Ming also has his own caution in his heart. When he saw Zenin Shinsuke holding a weapon wrapped in white cloth, he became more vigilant. The true appearance of this weapon cannot be seen clearly. It can only be seen through the shape of the wrapped white cloth, and the whole thing does not look like a normal neon katana. Is this Zenin Shinsuke's confidence? Gojo Ming frowned slightly, but he was not prepared to adjust his previous combat strategy. He was still prepared to copy the previous combat method. Use Sodi Shirayuki's technique to kill Zenin Shinsuke as quickly as possible and resolve this battle. So, the moment the battle begins, Gojo Ming directly whispered, Ling Wu, Sodi Shirayuki. The light blow in his hand turned into pure white Sodi Shirayuki, and the air temperature in the entire dojo dropped instantly. It was as if all the cold air outside the house poured into the dojo at this time. Looking at Sodi Shirayuki's pure white blade, everyone present could not take their eyes away. Zenin has already seen Sodi Shirayuki twice, but every time he sees Sodi Shirayuki, he still feels amazed. The pure white color of Sodi Shirayuki represents the silence of all things, and the white ribbon fluttering on the handle of the knife shows Sodi Shirayuki's agility. Pure white Zanpakuto. Every time I look at it, I feel that this sword matches Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming very well. Although it is not as popular as Gojo Satoru's Senbenzakura, Sodi Shirayuki is still more in line with Gojo Naru's calm temperament. A sigh appeared on Zenin's face, and the idea of owning a Zanpakuto became a little heavier in his heart. Except for Zenin, everyone else had either seen Sodi Shirayuki's interpretation for the first time, or they had not observed it too carefully before. Therefore, this time was equivalent to their first serious observation of Sodi Shirayuki's appearance. Seeing the change in Sodi Shirayuki's form, Zenin's heart skipped a beat. With this ability alone, Naobi felt that the Zanpakuto was absolutely extraordinary and should never be what Zenin-shan said. No matter how you look at this gorgeous blade and the chill emanating from the blade, this is a top-notch cursed tool. It's hard to imagine how strong the other 2 Zanpakutos forged by Gojo Ming, King Mushi and Senbenzakura, would be. He already knew that Senbin Sakura became Gojo Satoru's exclusive Zanpakuto, and Gojo's family also bloomed a cherry blossom scene that could cover the entire family that day. He didn't think Gojo Naru would forge a useless Zanpakuto for his brother, so he suspected that Senbin Sakura's power was even greater than Sodi Shirayuki's. We still have to look at Sodi Shirayuki's technique, the one that once killed Shinsuke instantly. Is Shinsuke sure he has found a way to resist it? The doubts in Zenin's heart were also the doubts in Zenin's heart. However, Zenin's face next to Zenin looked much more confident. His eyes were not attracted by Sodi Shirayuki, but focused on the strange weapon in Zenin Shinsuke's hand. He believed that Zenin Shinsuke would win in the end, and then let the Gojo brat apologize to him. The moment Sodi Shirayuki appeared, Gojo Ming had already released Moon White. As Gojo Narasode Shirayuki dances, an invisible circle is drawn at Zenin Shinsuke's feet. It only takes 2 more seconds for Zenin Shinsuke to fall into the same situation again. However, the moment Gojo Ming released Yubai, he suddenly saw the smile on Zenin Shinsuke's face. You don't really think that repeated tricks will work on me, do you? Zenin Shinsuke ducked and was already 10 meters away from his original position. While moving, he also said, "Why do you think I am learning swordsmanship during this time? Just to see through your sword swings. It takes time to activate Sodi Shirayuki's technique, Moon White. As long as I prepare in advance, your Moon White will not be able to lock me." The moment his voice fell, a huge white circle appeared where he originally stood, and a strong breath of frost froze the columnar range with the circle as the base. But, unfortunately, it was just frozen air. Seeing this scene, the corners of Zenin Shinsuke's mouth raised slightly, feeling that his month of hard work on swordsmanship was worth it. As long as Uebai can't hit him, Sodi Shirayuki's first technique will be useless. Zenin Shinsuke's proud smile did not disturb Gojo Ming's mentality. The Moon White was just an appetizer, and he was not prepared to use the Moon White directly to end the battle. At the moment when the White Moon appeared, he had already completed the preliminary preparations for the second dance, White Lien. The frost-like blade had melted into Gojo Ming's feet. Zenin Shinsuke did not notice all this. Next, he will be invincible. There is a hidden Valiant to assist him in close combat. As long as Zenin Shinsuke has the courage to get close to him, he will let him taste the power of Balian Snow Waterfall. Zenin Shurer has a strong body and unparalleled reflexes, so he was able to pull away the moment Bai Lian was released. However, Zenin Shinsuke is just an ordinary jujitsu master, and there is no way he can have the extraordinary reflexes of Tenio Tyrant. Therefore, in Gojo Ming's view, Zenin Shinsuke, who is currently rushing towards him and preparing to fight him in close combat, is seeking his own death. The moment Zenin Shinsuke approached him, Gojo Ming waved Sodi Shirayuki directly, and a powerful snow waterfall spurted out from Sodi Shirayuki. This scene made Zenin's immediate neighbors change their expressions. The previous Uebai had already made him feel the terror of Sodi Shirayuki's technique. At this time, this second technique, Bai Lian, made him feel even greater pressure. Is this Sodi Shirayuki's technique? Everyone present, except Zenin, saw Bai Lian in person for the first time. It is difficult for them to imagine how Zenin Shinsuke should respond to this kind of magic that is like an avalanche of natural disasters. Do you mean to carry it with your body? Zenin and Zenin both stared at Zenin Shinsuke. They wanted to know if Zenin Shinsuke had any way to resist Sodi Shirayuki's second technique. Bai Lian's aura emerged, and Zenin Shinsuke's expression was equally calm at this time. He was not frightened by Bai Lian's power. Because it had failed once before, Zenin Shinsuke put a lot of thought into the investigation of Gojo Naru and Sodi Shirayuki. Currently, Zanpakuto Sodi Shirayuki only has 3 victories. The first time was the battle with Gojo Shinichi after Sodi Shirayuki was forged for the first time. In that battle, it was also the first time Sodi Shirayuki broke out the technique Moon White. The second battle was a confrontation with himself. It was also Uebai, and he was instantly frozen by Uebai. The third time was when Shi took the initiative to find Gojo Ming. There were no outsiders in that battle, so the Zenin family had not observed it up close. However, he learned from other aspects that Sodi Shirayuki also had a second technique, White Ripple, and the close-range and indiscriminate snowfall attack was Gojo Ming's trump card. Therefore, if he wants to defeat Gojo Ming and Sodi Shirayuki, he must deal with the threat Balian poses to him. As long as Bai Lian is not destroyed, Gojo Ming will always be in an invincible position. If you can't get close, you will only be consumed by Gojo Ming. So, he chose this premium cursed tool. Because of the existence of this special cursed tool, he chose to take the initiative to get close to Gojo Ming and give Gojo Ming a chance to release Bai Lian. The battle is over. Based on Zenin's experience, Zenin Shinsuke cannot avoid Bai Lian's attack. As long as he is hit by Bai Lian, Zenin Shinsuke will lose his fighting ability. In a flash of lightning, everyone else came up with this idea. However, only Gojo Ming during the battle realized something strange about Zenin Shinsuke. Zenin Shinsuke's expression was too calm, as if he had been prepared for it. If he knew Bai Lian's ability, why did Zenin Shinsuke take the initiative to approach him? Could it be said that Zenin Shinsuke has a way to resist Bai Lian? Gojo Ming frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on the alien weapon in Zenin Shinsuke's hand. Because the two were very close at this time, Gojo Ming vaguely saw the shape of the weapon wrapped under the white cloth. This is... Gojo Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, and there was a suspicion in his heart. At the same time, he directly raised his sleeves and snow on his chest, making a defensive posture. No one knows why Gojo Ming chose to defend when he had all the advantages. It is clear that Zenin Shinsuke will lose the ability to resist under Bai Lian's attack next. It was obvious that Gojo Ming should pursue him more at this time. The next second, everyone realized something was wrong. Bai Lian's snow waterfall continued to spray, but Zenin Shinsuke's movements had no effect. Still approaching Gojo Ming quickly. At this time, they discovered that Sodi Shirayuki's technique was actually split in the middle by Zenin Shinsuke. At this time, Zenin Shinsuke was in the snow waterfall created by Bai Lian, as if he was in a deserted land. And the reason for all this is the weapon in Zenin Shinsuke's hand. Special grade curse tool Tenebo. Unexpectedly, Zenin Shinsuke actually prepared Tenebobo in advance. Did this thing already exist at this time? So, why JR got the Tenebobo in the future? Was it because of the Zenin family? Tenebobo can forcibly cancel all spells. In the original world line, Zenin's special weapon was also the weapon that almost killed the Six Eyes son of Gojo. Gojo Ming did not expect that in this world line, Gojo Satoru had not had the opportunity to experience the power of Tenihoko, so he would have to taste it before him. No wonder Zenin Shinsuke is so confident. It turns out to be because he is holding the Teneboho, so he doesn't feel panic, right? Gojo Ming was complaining in his heart, but in the next second, he was knocked away by Zenin Shinsuke's attack. Although he had predicted this attack in advance and used Sodi Shirayuki to block it in advance, this attack still caused him some chest pain. This is the strength of the special grade cursed tool Tenebobo. Seeing Zenin Shinsuke holding the Tenihoko that looked more like a fork, everyone watching the battle realized how powerful the Tenihoko was. However, what all Zenin people are more concerned about is, when did Zenin Shinsuke obtain this special skill cursed tool from Jiku? Obviously, only you have the authority to open the Jiku. Could it be said that Zenin Shinsuke has other powers and can use Tenebo? Although he was concerned about this, Zenin Naobi's attention was still focused on Tenihoho. In appearance, Tenebobo's appearance is far inferior to that of Sodi Shirayuki, but from an effect point of view, Teneboho has the upper hand. The strength of Tenebo seems to be a bit higher. After all, Teniho allows Zenin Shinsuke to take advantage from a disadvantage. This idea appears in most people's hearts. Gojo Neru and Sodi Shirayuki should lose. They couldn't imagine how Sodi Shirayuki, who had no magic skills, could compete with Zenin Shinsuke, who was holding a special grade cursed tool. In their eyes, doesn't Gojo Neru just rely on Sodi Shirayuki's technique to fight against Zenin Shinsuke? Now, without Sodi Shirayuki's technique, how can Gojo Ming compete with Zenin Shinsuke? When everyone thought the overall situation was decided, only Zenin still had a smile on his face. After getting along with him for a period of time, he knew that Gojo Ming's strength was not just Sodi Shirayuki's technique. The taijutsu he taught these days and the kendo taught by Gojo Shinichi before were all quickly absorbed by Gojo Ming in a very strange way. Admit defeat, Gojo Ming. Zenin Shinsuke holds the Teneboho, and he is full of confidence. He also felt that the overall situation was settled. Without the magic, Sodi Shirayuki was nothing more than a hard weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, Zenin Shinsuke moved closer to Gojo Ming. Although he is a jujitsu master, Zenin Shinsuke's taijutsu is second only to Zenin Shinji among his peers in the entire Zenin family. Therefore, he did not choose to use the technique, but chose to carry out a close attack with the Tenebo. After all, no one knows whether Gojo Ming will give him another snowfall of Soba Shirayuki once he lets go of Tenebobo. Admit defeat? Are you kidding me? Gojo Ming rubbed his chest, gently shook Sodi Shirayuki, and shook off the frost and snow armor that had just resisted Tenebobo's attack, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. You don't think that my swordsmanship and physical skills are weak, do you? Gojo Nero directly held Sodi Shirayuki to face Zenin Shinsuke. Dang 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 dang. The sound of the collision of gold and iron showed that the two people were equally matched at this moment. No one would have thought that at the age of 6, Gojo Ming would have extraordinary levels of physical skills and kendo. Moreover, Sodi Shirayuki, who has no technique, can actually compete with the special-grade cursed tool Tenebobo in terms of strength. Zenin Shinsuke, who bullies the small with his big one, was unable to quickly take down Gojo Ming, who had no technique. This kind of thing was something Zenin Shan didn't expect. He stole the authority of Zenin Naobi to bring Zenin Shinsuke Tenebo, but he never thought that the battle would still reach a stalemate. It seems that he still underestimated Gojo Ming. Zenin Shinsuke, who was in the center of the battle, could feel the pressure put on him by Gojo Ming. He couldn't understand why Gojo Ming was only 6 years old, but his understanding of kendo was already far beyond that of ordinary people. If someone had told him that Gojo Ming was now a sword master, he would not have doubted it at all. Because in the process of fighting with weapons, Zenin Shinsuke did not take any advantage. Just in the physical combat, he caught a few flaws and disrupted Gojo Ming's offensive. However, Zenin Shinsuke will not be satisfied with this result. I am older than Gojo Ming and have more combat experience. Such a result is not what I want at all. At this moment, he is ready to release his magic. He is a level 2 Jiu-Jitsu master certified by the Jiu-Jitsu Masters Association, and his fighting skills are the basis of his fighting skills. Zenin Shinsuke's technique is also very special, allowing him to shuttle back and forth among shadows. When developed to the extreme, he can even control his own shadow to fight. Although it is not as good as the 10 shadow spells inherited from the Zenin family, it can be regarded as a variant of shadow spells. At the moment of making a decision, Zenin formed a seal with one hand and prepared to release the technique. Seeing this scene, Gojo Ming stepped forward directly. He also realized that it was time to decide the winner. Zenin Shinsuke's close attack is not too strong. As long as he interrupts the release process of Zenin Shinsuke's technique, he will win directly. However, what surprised Gojo Ming was that Zenin Shinsuke was actually able to hold the Teni Hoko to perform magic spells. Could it be that the effect of Tenebobo has no effect on Zenin Shinsuke's own technique? The next second, Gojo Ming saw Tenebo being held directly by a black shadow and slashing towards him. He couldn't dodge, so he could only block it with Sodi Shirayuki. The moment he landed, 2 more shadows clenched their fists and hit him. Are you boxing with shadow? Gojo Ming feels that Zenin Shinsuke's jujitsu skills are very amazing. No wonder Zenin Shinsuke can become the strongest jujitsu master of the younger generation of the Zenin family. How could the Zenin family not cultivate such a mutated shadow spell after seeing it? However, why in the original work, Zenin Shinsuke, who possesses this kind of variant shadow spell, has no sound? Gojo Ming no longer had the energy to distract himself from thinking about these issues. As Zenin Shinsuke gets closer, the intensity of the shadow attack becomes higher and higher. Now he can only barely resist it with all his strength. If this continues, under the influence of Zenin Shinsuke's technique, it seems that he will only lose. After all, at this moment, Zenin Shinsuke still did not give up his vigilance, and still forcibly used the power of magic to control the shadow to control Tenebo, and he was wrongly fighting Sodi Shirayuki. He will not give Gojo Ming a chance to release Bai Lian again. It's over. Gojo Ming lost. Zenin fans' eyes were full of amusement. Under Teneboho's attacks, Gojo Ming seemed to be retreating steadily, and it seemed that the overall situation was decided. How dare a mere fake 6 eyes ignore him on the Zenin family's home court? Fortunately, I had the foresight and was prepared by Zenin Shinsuke in advance. No matter how mysterious a Zanpakuto like Sodi Shirayuki is, hasn't it turned into an ordinary weapon in front of the special curse tool? Gojo's 6 eyes, let's just get trampled into the mud at Zenon's house. Shinsuke is indeed the most talented person of the younger generation of the Zenon family. The Shadow Synergy spell can also be regarded as the Zenon family shadow spell. It's a pity that it is not the 10 shadow spells. Otherwise, Shinsuke should be able to win more easily. If Shinsuke can really defeat Gojo Naru, then I will let it go for the time being that he secretly uses Tenebo. Although Zenon was shocked by Sodi Shirayuki's power, after seeing the effect of Tenebo on Sodi Shirayuki, the importance he attached to the Zanpakuto was slightly reduced. However, even so, the Zanpakuto is already considered a strategic weapon. However, because of Gojo Ming's disadvantage in this battle, the Zenon people were no longer prepared to pay such a high price to exchange with the Gojo family. As for Zenon Shinsuke, he was even more satisfied in his heart. He had already imagined Gojo Ming falling under his Tenihoko. This time, he had been carefully preparing for so long, just to prove that the Zenon family was no weaker than the Gojo family. If Gojo Satoru, the real son of 6 eyes, can still convince him, then this blacksmith who can only forge weapons, the fake 6 eyes of the Gojo family, only deserves to be stepped on by him. Zanpakuto Sodi Shirayuki. A monkey like Gojo Ming, who has no magical power at all, is not worthy of possessing such a weapon. Compared with the pride of other members of the Zenon family, Zenon's expression remained calm. Although Gojo Ming seemed to be at a disadvantage in the situation, Zenon did not panic at all. He didn't think Sodi Shirayuki's Zanpakuto was only of this level. Since there is a first dance and a second dance, maybe Sodi Shirayuki also has a third dance? Moreover, Gojo Ming has said before that the Zanpakuto has another form called swastika. Sodi Shirayuki hasn't been forced into this form yet, so how can it be said that Gojo Naru is now at a disadvantage? In fact, at this time, Zenon even expected Zenon Shinsuke to be more powerful. If Zenon Shinsuke suppresses Gojo Naru enough, he might be able to see what Sodi Shirayuki's swastika looks like. In the center of the battle, Gojo Naru uses Sodi Shirayuki to barely fight against Zenon Shinsuke and his synergy shadow holding Teneboko. White fighting and kendo have been brought into full play by Gojo Ming. However, the whole situation still seemed a bit dangerous. After all, Zenon Shinsuke could use the technique at this time, but Sodi Shirayuki's technique was restrained by Tenihoko. First dance, Tsukihiro, and second dance, Hakuren, are both relatively large-scale attacks and will lose their effect as long as they touch Tenebobo even slightly. In a 2-on-1 situation, Gojo Ming was slowly losing his chance of winning just as the Zenon audience thought. Even Zenon Shinsuke in the center of the battlefield was thinking the same way. He couldn't wait to see Gojo Ming's extremely frustrated look. Gojo Ming's failure will turn Sodi Shirayuki's Zanpakuto into dust. This scene was what he wanted to see and what he expected. As such expectant thoughts filled Zenon Shinsuke's mind, his attacks began to become more open and close, completely losing his previous caution. The Shadow of Synergy used Tenebo to intimidate, and he used Taijutsu to bully him. The two are perfectly matched and look very smooth, and the overall movements have a kind of performance beauty. Yes, Zenon Shinsuke is already performing. In such an occasion where the Zenon family's senior leaders were watching, and in front of such a rare Gojo family opponent, he had to show his potential. If this is a must-win situation, there is nothing wrong with Zenon Shinsuke's move. However, in the eyes of Gojo Ming and Zenon Shi, Zenon Shinsuke's attack was too arrogant. It seems that Sodi Shirayuki's swastika gesture is no longer visible. Realizing that Zenon Shinsuke had relaxed his vigilance, Zenon Jinji sighed. He knew that Gojo Ming's opportunity had come. The opportunity has come. Gojo's eyes narrowed slightly, and for the first time, he officially started a hand-to-hand combat with Zenon Shinsuke. Sodi Shirayuki and Tenebobo are constantly intertwined, and the sound of gold and iron echoing inside the dojo. The entire battle situation suddenly seemed much more tense. Everyone in the Zenon family who didn't understand Gojo Naru's actions just thought that Gojo Naru was holding on. After all, such a big fight would easily give Zenon Shinsuke an opportunity. Zenon Shinsuke, who has a shadow collaboration, has the advantage in terms of numbers. And the situation seems to be tilting in this direction. Only Zenon saw the glint in Gojo Ming's eyes, and he knew that Zenon Shinsuke had fallen into Gojo Ming's trap. Gojo Naru. Give up, you can't defeat me. Zen and Shinsuke felt that the whole battle was very enjoyable. Since learning kendo, he has never met such a suitable opponent. Each of his sword strikes seemed to hit Gojo Ming's weak point. Sure enough, he still has unparalleled talent in swordsmanship. The Gojo family had previously heard that Gojo Ming's swordsmanship was comparable to that of a master, but that was nothing more than that. Because Gojo Ming was suppressed, Zen and Shinsuke had forgotten the subtlety of Gojo Ming's swordsmanship before. There was an idea in my mind that Gojo could not succeed. However, the moment he saw Gojo Ming's expression, he suddenly reacted. Although he is arrogant, he also knows that this situation is not right. Gojo Ming's actions at this time are completely like a trick. Why do you feel happy? It's just because Gojo Naru is cooperating with him. Zen and Shinsuke's face changed drastically, and he realized something was wrong, but by this time it was already too late. The corners of Gojo Ming's mouth raised slightly. Coming. With a low shout from Gojo, Sodi Shirayuki suddenly held Zen and Shinsuke's Synergy Shadows Tenebo. Zen and Shinsuke felt a strong crisis. However, he didn't know where this crisis came from. His Synergy Shadow still held the Tenebobo, so Sodi Shirayuki's large-scale ice and snow technique should not be able to be completed. Why? Why do I feel that the white sword held by the Tenebobo is filled with chills? This feeling was just like the moment when I fought with Gojo Ming last time. At this moment, I seem to have returned to that silent moment frozen by the white snow in my sleeves. Zen and Shinsuke's right fist was about to hit Gojo Ming, but under the influence of this inexplicable crisis, he forcibly stopped. The bystanders didn't know what happened, they just felt that Zen and Shinsuke's movements suddenly became very awkward. Obviously, with this punch, the outcome of the entire battle should be decided. Just when everyone was puzzled, Gojo's low groan sounded in everyone's ears. 3 dances, white sword. Sure enough, Sodi Shirayuki has a third technique. Zenin nodded. Everything was as he guessed. The faces of the other Zenin family members who had not expected this scene suddenly changed. There is actually a third technique? Such an accident was something they had not expected at all. As the sound of Gojo's chirping fell, the air in the entire dojo seemed to become dry all of a sudden. If the air inside the dojo was damp and cold before, then at this moment, the air inside the dojo has become absolutely dry and cold. It seemed that anytime, anywhere, their skin would dry out and crack in the cold air, and the moisture in the entire air seemed to be drained out all at once. In this strange environmental change, Zen and Shinsuke watched helplessly as the Sodi Shirayuki sword that originally held Tenebobo condensed into ice and stretched rapidly. The entire sword seemed to grow, quickly becoming twice its original length. In just a moment, Sodi Shirayuki, whose blade had grown longer, penetrated Zen and Shinsuke directly. The unstoppable cold invades Zen and Shinsuke. The shadow of synergy magic lost the control of its master and returned to its original state. The special grade cursed tool Tenebo fell to the ground in a state of embarrassment. This battle, in which Zen and Shinsuke had the upper hand, ended with a result beyond ordinary people's expectations. Zen and Shinsuke failed again. Gojo Ming once again proved Sodi Shirayuki's power with a victory. The entire dojo fell into silence. No one expected that the outcome could be reversed so easily. Even when Zen and Shinsuke was injured and fell to the ground, no one responded to treat him immediately. His wound was frozen by Sodi Shirayuki. It only caused a penetrating injury. He cannot use the spell for the time being. He will just need to receive regular treatment in the future. After all, the Zenin family and the Gojo family both belong to the big 3 sorcerer families. Although they have always disliked each other, Gojo Ming would not severely damage the other's future star in someone else's family. He just needs to achieve his goal. The moment he defeated Zen and Shinsuke, Gojo Ming had already begun to think about which cursed tool to choose. Yes, he already had a target he wanted to choose before he even took a walk around Zenin's house. Awakened by Gojo's voice, Zenin Naohito quickly ordered his subordinates to carry Zenin Shinsuke away for treatment. Although Zenin Shinsuke failed this time, there is still no doubt about the strength he showed. If nothing else, the leader of the next generation of the Zenin family should be Zenin Shinsuke. Beside Naohito, Zenin Shan's expression was already livid. Zenin Shinsuke, whom he fully supported, still lost to Gojo Naru. It was too embarrassing. Thinking of Gojo Ming's previous insult to him, and then thinking of Zenin Shinsuke's failure, Zenin was so angry that he was shaking all over. After giving Gojo Ming an angry look, Zenin left the field in a gloomy manner. The attitude of the entire Zenin family became a little cold in an instant, except for Zenin's immediate neighbor, who was the acting representative. I didn't expect, Narukuin, that there is another technique hidden in your Sodi Shirayuki. Everyone was confused by the wide range of spells you showed before. It turns out that your third spell, White Sword, is the real killing move. People in Zenin are filled with emotion. Zenin Shinsuke lost unjustly, and Gojo Ming's behavior during this battle was completely unlike that of a 6-year-old child. No one would have thought that a cursed tool called a Zanpakuto could possess 3 techniques. Uncle Naohito, why do you think Sodi Shirayuki only has 3 techniques? A smirk appeared on Gojo Ming's face. Being targeted like this by the Zenin family would make even a clay figure angry, let alone a cheating time traveler like him. The Zenin family has lost the qualification to cooperate with him, and he doesn't mind making the Zenin family feel disgusted. Sodi Shirayuki has only exposed 3 types of techniques so far. The Zenin family probably thought that their Sodi Shirayuki only had these 3 types of techniques. Since this group of people does not support cooperation with him, then there is no need for him to be warm to others, right? However, now that they have come to this point, he also wants to see if Zenin Naobi, the representative of the Zenin family who is very supportive and supports cooperation with him, will reveal the true meaning behind the Zanpakuto cooperation. What about the expression of regret? Aren't there only 3 kinds? Zenin was keenly aware of the meaning of Gojo Ming's words, and his expression suddenly froze. However, he still couldn't believe it. Sodi Shirayuki's 3 techniques were already powerful enough. If there was a 4th or even 5th technique, wouldn't this Zanpakuto be too terrifying? Of course, Uncle Divvy. Shall I do the math? Gojo Ming stretched out his left hand pretending to be innocent and started counting one by one. Well, you Bai Lian, and Bai Dao. These 3 are the ones you have seen. Gojo counted from his thumb to his middle finger, then looked up at Zenin, who looked surprised, and continued to talk to the nameless index. 18 degrees below 0. 50 degrees below 0. Absolute 0. Swastika. Gojo Ming counted all the way to the index finger of his right hand, and then smiled brightly at Zenin. Uncle Zibarin, it seems that there are only 7 kinds of magic. Zenin's immediate neighbor's eyes widened when he heard this, while Zenin Shurer, who had always been extremely calm beside him, was so shocked that he leaned forward. The 2 who can be called the strongest people in the Zenin family were shocked by Gojo Ming's words. This Zanpakuto named Sodi Shirayuki actually has 7 techniques? Is this kid lying to me? Are you deliberately trying to mess with my mind? What is minus 18 degrees? 50 degrees below 0? Doesn't the name of this technique sound too casual? Isn't it completely different from the previous first dance, second dance, and third dance? Shouldn't this minus 18 degrees be the dance of 4? Also, what is that all-encompassing solution? Although the other techniques may sound a bit out of place, they are still techniques related to temperature after all. But what's the solution? It sounds very abstract. Doubt and surprise were fighting on Zenin's face. He was surprised that Sodi Shirayuki's Zanpakuto had 7 techniques, but he was a little doubtful about the content of Gojo Ming's words. It was just a cursed tool. Could it really have 7 techniques? Zenin's expression on the side was shocked for a moment, but soon returned to calm. When he heard the word swastika, he realized that Gojo Ming didn't make it up. However, he was also surprised. He did not expect that Sodi Shirayuki in the initial state of release could actually possess as many as 6 kinds of techniques. It seems that he still underestimates the Zanpakuto. Seeing the doubtful look on Zenin's face, Gojo Ming waved his sleeve Shirayuki very directly and casually swung his knife at Zenin. Uncle Zibarin, please experience the technique of minus 18 degrees for yourself. Zenin narrowed his eyes slightly and subconsciously raised his fist to block. However, Gojo Ming's attack had no killing intent, so Sodi Shirayuki's sword energy just passed through his arm. Faced with such a powerless attack, Zenin was a little confused and didn't know what Gojo Ming was doing. But then he suddenly noticed a cold feeling on his arm, and a cut appeared on the surface of his arm where the sword energy had scratched, but no blood flowed out of this wound. It was as if an ice cube had been cut open by a sharp blade, not like it belonged to his own body at all. Uncle Zibarin, this is the function of -18 degrees. The blood of enemies injured by it will freeze quickly and will not flow out from any incisions on the body. Gojo Ming smiled and glanced at the direction Zenin left just now. I know the Zenin family still feels that Sodi Shirayuki is not that strong, but you just can't force Sodi Shirayuki's full power. If I had used White Sword plus 18 degrees below zero in the battle with Zenin Shinsuke just now, then Zenin Shinsuke should probably be in the morgue at this time. Gojo Ming's words sounded very harsh, but Zenin knew that there was no exaggeration in them. After all, I have truly experienced the power of -18 degrees. Since 18 degrees below zero is real, then the 50 degrees below zero, absolute zero, mentioned by Gojo Ming, may not be fictitious. This time, the Zenin family was completely defeated. It seems that this time, our Zenin family really suffered a huge loss. Zenin touched his frozen wound, his eyes full of regret. If there was no such thing as Zenin Fan and Zenin Shinsuke, would the Zenin family have the opportunity to cooperate with Gojo Naru? Before, he thought that he valued Zanpakuto enough, and was even willing to let Zenin send Cursed Tool for support. However, now he realized that both Sean and himself had underestimated Gojo Ming and the Zanpakuto. There are 7 techniques contained in a Zanpakuto. Although Sodi Shirayuki may be a special case among this Zanpakuto, such potential sounds very terrifying. Zenin glanced at Zenin with regret. During the entire battle, Zenin seemed too calm. If Gojo hadn't revealed that Sodi Shirayuki had 7 techniques, and Zenin had a brief moment of gaffe, then he would have felt that Zenin had already known Sodi Shirayuki's secret. If this is the case, Zenin's failure to inform the family could even be considered a betrayal of the family. However, at this time, he did not have much energy to find out whether Zenin knew about it before. Currently, the connection between the Zenin family and Gojo Ming is Zenin, so in any case, he cannot isolate Zenin because of suspicion. Moreover, according to Gojo Ming's character, Zenin will definitely have a Zanpakuto in the future. At that time, the family and Shurer went to ask for this Zanpakuto to study, and Shurer would not refuse. Zenin shook his head and cast his gaze on the culprit who caused everything, Gojo Ming. Mingkuin, this time the Zenin family has indeed failed. Therefore, I will agree to whatever you want before. 2 cursed tools, the Zenin family can still afford them. This time, I will take you to Jiku to choose for yourself. Although the cooperation between our 2 families has been overshadowed by what happened to Shinjie just now, I still hope that you, Mingjun, can remember a little bit of Zenin. The kindness of family. After all, if a family is too big, there will inevitably be various behaviors competing for the right to speak. Zenin is making the final attempt to redeem himself in front of Gojo Ming. Even if the Zenin family loses the qualification to cooperate with Gojo Ming, he hopes that Gojo Ming will not have too much grudge against the Gojo family. How can this be possible? I also hope to be able to collect more wool in the future, as long as the Zenin family doesn't have a grudge first. As long as you give me benefits, it doesn't matter no matter how wronged I am. Gojo Ming walked among the dazzling array of cursed tools, with various cursed tools placed on the shelves. With just a quick glance, he had already seen several cursed tools that could be used as materials for Zanpakuto. These cursed tools have also been marked by Gojo Mingainen. When he has the opportunity in the future, he will definitely take these cursed tools into his pocket. Of course, this time, the choice wasn't his. He just wanted to follow Zenin Shurer to learn about the cursed tool that Shurer had noticed before. After reading several cursed tools marked by Zenin, Gojo Ming gave corresponding suggestions. The quality of these cursed tools is pretty good, and the corresponding characteristics are very similar to the Zanpakuto I planned to forge for Zenin before. However, he was deeply impressed by Cursed Tool, one of the short blades. That's it. The short blade cursed tool suggested by Gojo Ming is the lowest quality among the 3 cursed tools. Are you sure? This cursed tool is only level 1. Zenin looked doubtful. In his opinion, choosing the special grade cursed tool as the material would improve the Zanpakuto's ability better. If you believe me, choose this one. Gojo Ming shook his head and picked up the short blade. The feeling from cursed tool was unmistakable. Although the short blade is only a first-level cursed tool, it is the most suitable one. Zenin gave Gojo Ming a deep look, and after confirming that Gojo Ming was not joking, he nodded. You're the blacksmith, you have the final say. Seeing the interaction between the two, the Zenin people on the side also had speculations in their hearts. He was also very surprised. He didn't expect Gojo Ming to be ready to forge a Zanpakuto for Zenin Shurji so quickly. It turned out that he was planning to force Gojo Ming through a bet, but he never thought that Shurji would be able to obtain a Zanpakuto without this bet. Moreover, as for Shurer's final choice of level 1 curse tool, he also believed that Shurer's heart was towards the Zenin family. After all, every loss of a strategic weapon like the special grade curse tool would be very painful. However, what Zenin didn't know was that choosing this first-level curse tool was just Gojo Ming's suggestion. Mingkuan, did you choose this curse tool? Zenin people mistakenly thought that Gojo Ming was trying to save some face for the Zenin family, so they finally looked around and only picked one item. Such behavior made him think more highly of Gojo Ming's maturity. However, the next second, he realized that all this was just his illusion. In addition to this first-level curse tool, Gojo Ming's other target is not in the Zenin family's treasure trove. Uncle Naobi, besides this curse tool, I also have another one, the Tenobobo just now. Zenin was also a little surprised when he heard Gojo Ming directly say Tenobobo's name. You know, in this era, the concealment of cursed tools is very important, and special-grade cursed tools like Tainibo are even more extraordinary. In battle, the unknown ability of the special-level cursed tool can determine the life or death of a first-level cursed toolmaster or a special-level cursed spirit. Therefore, no one will reveal the name of the premium cursed tool unless absolutely necessary. However, this principle does not seem to exist at all in Gojo Ming's case. Gojo Ming actually recognized Tenihoko's name at a glance. Is it because Tenobobo restrains Sodi Shirayuki, so Gojo Ming wants to collect the cursed tool that can target him in advance? Tenobo's characteristics are really very powerful, and it can target many Zanpakuto. Therefore, the series of Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Ming in the future should be natural enemies. It was a mistake. Otherwise, it would be better not to include the Tenobobo here. Anyway, no one knows that the Tenoboho was stolen here. However, when Zenin was about to speak, Gojo Ming had already spoken in advance to block his words. Uncle Jibi, I have confirmed with you before. I have the qualifications to take 2 cursed tools from Zenin's house, and it is not limited to Jiku. So, Tenobo should be within this category, right? Gojo Ming didn't think too much about choosing Tenobo. Gojo Ming didn't even think about keeping this thing for himself. The reason why I chose Tenobo was that this cursed tool was Zenin's special weapon. When it appeared in someone else's hands, Gojo Ming felt that something was wrong. In Gojo Ming's view, only Zenin and himself or the future perfect Zenin Maki are qualified to use this special grade cursed tool. Tainibo and Heavenly Restriction's powerful body are the best partners like instant noodles and ham sausage. Although I don't need it at the moment, it's appropriate to give this thing to Shura first and continue to use it as a special weapon. As for Zanpakuto forging materials, there will be more opportunities in the future. Jia, I'll give you this Tenoboho. After saying that, Gojo Ming threw the strange-shaped Tenobobo to Zenin. However, what surprised him was that the moment Zenin received the Tenobo, his expression turned out to be disgusting. This weapon is so ugly, I don't want to use it. Zenin Shurer's words shocked Gojo. What the hell? In the original work, Zenin Shurer, who pursued practicality in everything, has now turned into a superficial person. The character of Gojo Satoru instantly appeared in Gojo Nero's mind. Is his cheap brother so influential? After only spending half a month with Shurer, he has already turned this straight man into a superficial person? Horrible. Gojo Ming shuddered, glanced at Zenin who was holding the Tenoboho, and shook his head. It's so true, it's true. Tenobo is actually quite handsome if you look at it more often. Ugly handsome, you know, if you fall out with Satoru in the future, Tenobo is your strongest means to kill him. If you don't want this cursed tool, you will give up the opportunity to turn against Satoru in the future. However, the area of Tenobobo is still too large. Unlike the Tachi, it is not so conspicuous when picked up. Sure enough, both he and Shur should find a cursed spirit that can store items so that they won't be so conspicuous when going out. Gojo Nera held the black short blade in his hand and fell into deep thought. It seems that I need this kind of cursed spirit to store items more, right? The more Zanpakuto are forged in the future, the more space will be needed to store them. Oh, it would be great if I could have a cursed spirit like Uraraka. I don't want Shu's cursed spirit in storage, it's too ugly. In the original work, Return of the Dead, Rika also demonstrated the function of the weapon's arsenal. Therefore, the posture of opening the abdomen and letting Okatsuyuta choose weapons like Eureka looks much more handsome than the posture of Shurji and Natsuji pulling out the cursed tool bit by bit from the cursed spirit storage in their mouths. Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru have been together for so long, and they have gradually learned that many things have begun to value appearance. After all, everyone has a love for beauty. Who would want to drive a low-end Alto like the cursed spirit when he can own a Ferrari like Lee Seong? Now, facing Zenin, who is somewhat resistant to Tennoboho, Gojo Ming has nothing to do. I want to fulfill the setting of the original party, but I have no choice. It's not that I don't give it, but that Zenin doesn't want it. Fortunately, I had just thought of ways to stop Zenin from talking. Okay, after I forge the Zanpakuto, you can change it back. Before that, you should use this Tennobo. Gojo Ming sighed. I don't need it. This pair of fists is enough to handle everything. Zenin is very determined. This made it impossible for Gojo Ming to force his request. Indeed, at this time, Zenin was able to obtain the Tiana Bobo in advance, which was even more powerful. Originally, Jinji was the natural enemy of the Jujutsu division, and the time when Tenohobo really showed its effect was when he fought Gojo Satoru in the future. Before Gojo Satoru, there was probably no one who was qualified enough to need Zenin to use Tenoboho. Forget it. Okay, if you don't want it, just don't want it. Who are you going to show your face to with a bad face? Don't you just want to urge me to forge a Zanpakuto for you? I understand. Hold the Tennobo first. You wouldn't expect a 6-year-old to hold such a big weapon, would you? Let's go back to Gojo's house first. Gojo Ming gave up the idea of letting Zenin use Tennobo. Since Zenin Shurji is unwilling to use his special weapon Tennobobo in this world line, then let the Zanpakuto he built for him become Zenin Shurji's new special weapon. On the other side, Gojo's house. Yeri Inamitsu, who had previously sent Yeri Shoko to Gojo's house on the grounds of performing a mission, has come to the head of Gojo's house. His purpose this time was to use the reversal technique to separate the cursed object from Gojo Kotetsu's body. Yeri Inamitsu could feel the importance of the Gojo family in this secret cursed spirit attack. The Gojo family plans to confirm who is the murderer through the analysis of this cursed object. The Gojos suspected it was a curse user. After all, only a curse user would use a human being as a body so unscrupulously. Gojo Kotetsu was considered a potential youngster of the Gojo family, but he became a body and died like this. This is completely unacceptable to the Gojo family. If the culprit is not found, will the younger generation of the Gojo family be attacked and tortured by cursed objects in the future, and will Gojo Ming become the target of criticism from family members? The head of the Gojo family will never accept such a result, and he will get to the bottom of it. As long as he can separate the cursed object, he can always get some clues from it. Half an hour later, Yeri Daoguang was sweating profusely and took out a vessel with a meat-like object soaked in it. Call. Yeri Daoguang took a long breath and showed a pale smile to the old man. Fortunately, I did not disgrace my life. All eyes at the scene were focused on this vessel. If Yuri Inamitsu hadn't been so sure that this was the cursed object, they would have even wondered if this thing was part of the tissue in Gojo Kotetsu's body. After looking at it for a moment, the old man seemed to remember something, and his expression suddenly changed. He recalled that he had seen similar things in the high school's vault. Although the containers were different, the meat-like objects inside were almost the same as those he had seen. That was a special-grade cursed object, and it was right next to Master Tianyuan's Palace of the Dead. Could someone have stolen that sinful cursed object under Master Tianyuan's eyes? If Jiku was really stolen, then the high school would not be so silent. The old man had the slightest suspicion in his heart. Could it be that the internal staff of the high college were committing theft? Or is it possible that Gojo Neru's behavior of physically attacking Gojo was not a curse user, but other jujitsu master families in the association? Otherwise, I would never be able to explain why the special-grade cursed object in my mind appeared on Gojo Kotetsu. Kamo's house. This name came to the old man's mind. His suspicions still need to be verified. The most important thing at the moment is to go to the high school's forbidden library to find out whether the evil cursed object is still in place. Comments. During the 3 days since returning to Gojo's house, Gojo Ming has been studying the black short blade in his hand. The Zanpakuto he forged next was somewhat special, different from the previous Sodi Shirayuki, Kayamizo, and Senbin Sakura. This can be considered one of the very few Zanpakuto types in Soul Society. Therefore, he must study it carefully. However, while Gojo Ming was studying the Zanpakuto, he did not leave Zenin idle. In the past 3 days, he himself did not participate in Zenin's special training, but Gojo Shuani and Gojo Satoru did not escape at all. After all, both of them are Gojo Ming's current experience package. Although the experience provided by the experience package is not as comprehensive as that of oneself, after all, this is free experience. How can it be wasted casually? Seeing Gojo Shinichi and Gojo Satoru being beaten and treated continuously, Gojo Ming felt peaceful in the forge. It turns out that this is the joy of being a melon eater. If he hadn't been studying the short blade in his hand, he would have really wanted to do like Shoko, holding a bag of snacks next to him and admiring it. Naru, when are you going to forge a Zanpakuto for this guy Shurer? I can't stand it anymore. If you're not here, Shurer will train me just like you. I'm not a human at all. Gojo Satoru hid in the forge house exhausted. He didn't want to learn taijutsu at all. Why did Nara have to force himself? Moreover, Zenin really couldn't deal with him, and the training intensity was like hell. Wasn't this kind of intensity always placed on Ming before? Why is it transferred to me now? Faced with Gojo Satoru's complaints, Gojo smiled. Woo, don't blame Shurer. Your current strength is what I specifically asked Shurer to configure for you. You are a man who wants to become the strongest jujitsu master. If your body is not strong enough, how can you make Senbin Sakura surrender? No, you don't think that your talent alone can make Senbin Sakura truly impressed by you. Bar? Gojo Naro's words left Gojo Satoru speechless for a while. He knew that Senbin Sakura still had great potential, but wasn't he only 6 years old? Why are you in such a hurry? Gojo Satoru was about to retort, but his expression changed immediately after Gojo Ming's next words. Sure, Satoru is hiding here and being lazy. Hurry up. The harder you train Satoru, the faster your Zanpakuto will be forged. The next second, Zenin appeared directly in front of Gojo Satoru. Looking at Zenin's burly figure, Gojo Satoru looked at Gojo Ming with a look of despair, never expecting that he would be betrayed by his own brother. The six-eyes godly son of the Gojo family had no idea that his tragic experiences in the past few days were entirely due to his younger brother's backstabbing. The hard-fisted training began again. Gojo Ming began to look at the black short blade curse tool again and came to the final result. He already had a rough estimate of how to use this material to forge a Zanpakuto. One of the reasons why he chose the short blade curse tool was because of the experience he had with this short blade. This short blade was once used as a shrine sword, and it has a bit of a flavor of exorcism and suppression of evil spirits. Therefore, although this short blade is not as high in quality as the special curse tool, it is more suitable for the Zanpakuto that Gojo Ming is about to forge. The next morning, everyone gathered around Gojo Ming, and Yuri Shoko's tired face was also full of expectation. After all, compared to the other two, Shoko saw Gojo Ming forging a Zanpakuto for the first time. When they realized that the forge was open again, the entire Gojo family focused their attention here again. This time, most people have developed a kind of trust in Gojo Ming, and they feel that a brand new Zanpakuto is about to be released. After all, the shock of the Senbin Sakura a week ago was still vivid in my mind. People are all visual creatures, and the large-scale spells performed by Sodi Shirayuki and Senbin Sakura completely overturned their understanding of the cursed tool. Since Gojo Nara can forge such an exaggerated cursed tool as Senbin Sakura, this means that Gojo Nara should have mastered the mature skills of forging Zanpakuto. Gojo Xiongyan's expression became particularly calm after he learned that the forge was open again. After seeing Gojo Satoru's Senbin Sakura, he actually had a strange expectation for Gojo Nara's new Zanpakuto. The emergence of the epic-making curse tool, the Zanpakuto, has had a huge impact on the entire jujitsu world. The Gojo family is the biggest beneficiary of the Zanpakuto, and as the current representative of the Gojo family, he should not harm the interests of the Gojo family under any circumstances. Facing the inquiries from insiders of the faction, Gojo Xiongyan chose to wait and see. He felt that his previous observations of Gojo Ming were still too little. This child whom he regards as Gojo Satoru Curse may be able to bring him more surprises. Perhaps he can also use Gojo Ming's Zanpakuto to gain more benefits for the entire Gojo family. Zenin's house, Zenin's neighbor and Zenin's fan looked at each other. They also got the news that Gojo Ming opened the stove. For the Zenin family who had lost both their wives and soldiers, the only thing that made them feel gratified by Gojo Ming's forging was that the owner of this Zanpakuto should be Zenin. At least, the Zenin family can learn about the special features of the Zanpakuto through Zenin. As for whether Zenin would hand over the Zanpakuto to the family, they had never considered such a thing. Zenin is very good. In this name, Zenin comes first. Everything in Zenin should belong to the Zenin family. Kamo home. Kamo's expression was really serious. He didn't expect that after entering Gojo's house, he lost contact with him. He still has confidence in the strength of Xiao Xiang. This is his biggest trump card. He should be able to deal with the Gojo Ming. Although the strength of Xiao Xiang is not strong, his advantage lies in his hidden ability. Could it be that he is still hiding at this time? However, the week is almost over, and if the burning phase does not take action, it may return to the form of cursed object. Should he find an opportunity to go to Gojo's house and see if the burnt phase becomes a cursed object, then he can pick it up and recover the burned phase. In Kamo's opinion, the execution of the Yaki phase will not fail. Unless I haven't found a good opportunity. Now that Gojo Ming can still forge the Zanpakuto, this means that the assassination has not yet been carried out. The damn Gojo family must never let Gojo Ming use the Zanpakuto to increase his influence. Kamo really made up his mind. If the burning phase has not taken action after a week, then he will just take advantage of Gojo Juya's previous suggestion and go to Gojo's house to see Gojo Ming and recycle the burning phase by the way. Inside the forge. Everything is so simple and unpretentious. Everything is so natural. After an hour of continuous training, Gojo Ming once again asked the god to take over, the sword god descended, and the Zanpakuto was born. After integrating the short blade curse tool into it, Gojo Ming successfully heard a prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the Zanpakuto Kaiten Madbone, okaying at the two Zanpakutos, one long and one short. In Gojo Ming's hands, everyone present had expressions full of surprise. Yuri Shoko was surprised that the creation of the Zanpakuto was so simple. Gojo Satoru and the other three were shocked that Gojo Ming had directly forged two Zanpakuto this time. What's happening here? Has a cursed tool material evolved enough to forge two Zanpakuto? Gojo Shinichi was more and more shocked by Gojo Ming's forging technique. It also looked like a shallow strike. The long and short swords did look more imposing. These two swords look more like a pair. Gojo Satoru holds his Senbenzakura and does not think that his Senbenzakura is inferior to these swords. Is this the special Zanpakuto that Ming mentioned? Zenin knew that this pair of Zanpakuto was prepared for him by Gojo Ming, and his calm heart was filled with waves. Amid the surprised gazes from all around, Gojo Ming looked at the two swords in his hands and kept nodding. Hwatian Kwangu is a long and shortcut style. The blades are rectangular with the four corners cut off, decorated with petals, and the handle is purple-red. There is nothing too special about the appearance, but everyone realizes how extraordinary this pair of swords is. For Gojo Ming, this forging went very smoothly. Because of the special nature of Hwatian Kwangu, Gojo Ming was prepared for problems to arise. In the world of the Shinigami, Kwangu is a Zanpakuto created by Kaiten in order to hide the divine sword, the eight-mirror sword. In this world, there is no eight-mirror sword to hide, so Gojo Ming doesn't know whether he can directly successfully forge Hwatian and Kwangu together during the forging process. However, fortunately, Hwatian Kwangu's appearance went very smoothly, and he was worthy of Zenin Shurur's trust in him. Opening his system panel, the appearance of Hwatian Kwangu appeared in the Zanpakuto showroom. Zanpakuto, Sodi Shirayuki, Possessor, Gojo Neru, Borrower, None. Zanpakuto, King Mushi, Possessor, Gojo Ming, Borrower, Gojo Shinichi. Zanpakuto, Senbenzakura, Possessor, Gojo Neru, Borrower, Gojo Satoru. Zanpakuto, Kaiten Kwenko, Owner, Gojo Ming, Borrower, Zenin. Gojo Ming gently tapped Hwatian and Kwangu, and the crisp sound woke everyone up from the shock. Facing Zenin Shurur's expectant eyes, Gojo Ming handed the flower bone to Zenin Shurur. Here. This is the Zanpakuto I prepared for you. Has my promise been fulfilled? Zenin silently took the Huatian Kwangu, a Tachi and a Wakashi, and when he held them in his hands, he felt a sense of intimacy. At the same time, he seemed to see a middle-aged man wearing a bamboo hat and a pink kimono. Hey, it seems that Huatian Kwangu's new owner is pretty good too. I hope you can treat Xiaohua well and play hide and seek with Kwangu more often. The middle-aged man smiled at Zenin, and then he fell into disillusionment, as if he was hallucinating. Zenin was a little distracted. With his control over his body, he knew that he was not an illusion just now. He did see this strange man. Moreover, from the man's words, he realized that the pair of Zanpakutos were named Huatian Kwangu and had an original owner. It was somewhat difficult for him to understand why the brand new Zanpakuto just forged by Gojo Ming had an original owner. However, this middle-aged man made him feel very kind. Zenin even had a feeling that if they could meet in reality, they might become good friends. Zanpakuto has a soul. After the middle-aged man disappeared, he was more able to feel the intimacy conveyed to him by this pair of Zanpakuto. What's wrong? What's wrong? Gojo called twice, but Zenin was still in a daze. Zenin, why are you so dazed? Shoko, this big man must be crazy about Lo. Please treat him quickly. If Lo dies in our Gojo family, it will be really hard to explain to the Zenin family. Oh, by the way, Neru, what are the names of Zenin's pair of Zanpakuto? Compared with Gojo Ming's concern, Gojo Satoru has a much more venomous tongue. However, Yuri Shoko did not listen to Gojo Satoru. She was just going to be a melon eater. According to her understanding of Zenin these days, this ridiculously strong man should not be excited by a Zanpakuto. Lost your mind? After coming back to his senses, Zenin felt the concerned gazes from all around him. He tugged at the corner of his mouth with difficulty, but did not say anything. Under everyone's surprised gazes, Zenin suddenly placed his sword horizontally, crossed his ribs vertically to form a cross, and whispered. The flower wind is in chaos, the flower god is crying. The sky is in chaos, and the devil is laughing. The flower sky is crazy. As Zenin's voice fell, the form of the double swords changed drastically. The Tachi and Wakizashi became a large scimitar, one long and one short. The blade was black and the blade was white. The tandem and handle remained unchanged, but a long red tassel appeared at the end of the handle. Everyone at the scene subconsciously widened their eyes, completely shocked by Huatian Kwangu's change. Huatian Kwangu, who transformed into a machete, exudes a wild nature. If we say that Zenin, who just held the Tachi and Wakizashi, showed a kind of contrast and disharmony. Zenin is now holding two scimitars, and his whole person reveals a wild feeling of a man and a sword. After the initial solution, Huatian Kwangu seemed to be prepared for Zenin. When Gojo saw the scene, a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. Sodi's Shirayuki could be completely white, Senbin could transform into thousands of sacred cherry blossoms, and Huatian Kwangu was not only a pair of swords, but also so wild and handsome. Only his own King Mushi is as simple and unpretentious as the Zanpakuto's name. Gojo Satoru looked at this pair of black scimitars. A hint of appreciation appeared in Six Eyes, but then he returned to calm. Although the double swords are also very special, his evaluation is that they are not as powerful as his Senbin Sakura. To interpret it, it's not that easy to show off. As for Yuri Shoko on the side, feeling the powerful power contained in Huatian Kwangu, a trace of expectation emerged in her heart. Gojo Neru also told herself before that she wanted to forge a Zanpakuto for herself. At this time, she was full of expectations for this Zanpakuto, which she didn't know where the material was. She wants a Zanpakuto as beautiful as Sodi Shirayuki, and she also wants a Zanpakuto as stunning as Gojo Satoru Senbin Sakura. However, if Huatian Kwangu is so wild, even though it doesn't match her temperament very well, she can accept it. It would be nice to just have a Zanpakuto. Seriously, Shoko wants one. Here was no time to pay attention to other people's emotional changes. Gojo Ming's heart was shocked by the compatibility between Zenin and Huatian Kwangu. I have never told Zenin the names of these Zanpakuto. Not only did Zenin know the true name of the Zanpakuto, but he was also able to directly chant the Hajimeyu after getting the flower skybone. This explanation is not as short as that of Kayamizu, Senbin Sakura, and Sodi no Shirayuki. If you rely on guessing, you can't guess it at all, right? The wind in the flowers is chaotic, and the flower god cries. The wind in the sky is chaotic, and the devil is laughing. The way Zenin started to explain his words in a low voice made him see the shadow of Kairaka Shunsui for a moment. So, what exactly happened when Zenin was in a daze? Or are Huatian Quangu and Zenin really so compatible? Sure, how do you know Huatian Quangu's name? Gojo Satoru just wanted to ask about Huatian Quangu's technique, but he quickly realized something was wrong. My Senbin Sakura name was said by Gojo Ming, and Shinichi's Kingmashi was also named by Gojo Ming. But why did Zenin know the name of the Zanpakuto without Gojo Ming saying it? This is very wrong. Gojo Satoru's inquiry made both Gojo Shinichi and Yuri Shoko react. Yes, Gojo Ming didn't even mention the name of this Zanpakuto just now, but Zenin already knew it. Everyone cast doubtful glances at Zenin. Feeling the doubts around him, Zenin was silent for a moment and finally told the scene he had just seen. That person told me this sentence. Zenin's description caused the scene to fall into silence, but Gojo Satoru nodded secretly. This scene is very similar to the one where I realized the beginning of the explanation. However, what he saw at first was a huge sacred cherry tree, while what Zenin saw was a mysterious middle-aged man. But when Gojo Ming heard Zenin's description, how could he not know that this person was Kairaka Shunsui? Gojo Ming fell into doubt. He didn't know if this was the memory left by Kairaka Shunsui on his Zanpakuto, or if Kairaka Shunsui was connected to Zenin through the Hanakuten Quinko. This is the secret about the Zanpakuto. Gojo Ming realized that as the master of the Zanpakuto, he still didn't seem to fully understand the situation of the Zanpakuto. Could it be that the Zanpakuto I forged is not a replica? There is still the memory of the original owner in this Zanpakuto. So, is there Tozen Kanami's memory hidden among the Chingworms? Is Kuchiki Byakuya's memory hidden in Senbin Sakura? Is the secret of Rukia Kuchiki hidden in Sodi Shirayuki? Perhaps I should find some time to study the Zanpakuto. But why was it that G-Air was able to see Kairaka Shunsui the moment he came into contact with the Zanpakuto? But Satoru, Shuini, and himself didn't react at all. If Kairaka Shunsui and Zenin are similar in any way, it would probably be their attitudes towards things, right? Is it because of this reason that Zenin sure was recognized by Huatian Quangu so quickly? Gojo Ming made a rough guess, but he was not completely sure and could only try it slowly later. After realizing the compatibility between Zenin Jinji and Kaiten Quinko, Gojo Satoru felt a little unhappy. He did not expect that Zenin Jinji, a rough guy, was more suitable for the Zanpakuto than himself. His own interpretation of Senbin Sakura came from his own slow exploration, but Zenin's interpretation of the meaning was actually told to him by someone else. He wants to see how powerful Zenin's Zanpakuto technique is. Is it more popular than my own Senbin Sakura? Sure. What is Huatian Quangu's technique? Share it with me. Gojo Satoru said it very bluntly and did not realize the importance of the technique to the Zanpakuto. Zenin looked at Gojo Satoru in silence, his eyes full of suspicion. If it weren't for the fact that Gojo Satoru is Gojo Ming's biological brother, he would really complain. Gojo Satoru, are you mentally ill? Is it possible to tell the Zanpakuto-esque technique easily? Especially after learning the technique of Shirkai from Huatian Quangu, he became even more aware of the power of Huatian Quangu's pair of Zanpakutos. These game techniques are the first killers. Basically, as long as it is the first time for an enemy to see the Huatian Quangbone technique, they will definitely suffer a big loss among these game techniques. Therefore, he would never reveal his technique in advance. Except, of course, Gojo Naru. If Gojo Ming asked, he would still confess. However, Gojo Ming did not ask any questions. Instead, he acted as Zenin's mouthpiece and complained directly. Satoru, please pay attention to your privacy. I didn't even ask you about Senbin Sakura's techniques before, right? These techniques are the secret weapon of the Zanpakuto. How could you reveal them so casually? So far, except for Zenin and Zenin, who know that their Sodi Shirayuki has 7 techniques, no one else knows about it. Mystery is also a kind of power of Zanpakuto. Awakened by Gojo Ming's words, Gojo Satoru also realized that he was a little abrupt and scratched his head in embarrassment. In this way, Zenin had his own Zanpakuto, and he had 2 Zanpakuto, 1 Taito and 1 Wakizashi. The next day, the entire jujitsu world is once again shocked by Gojo Ming. This time, although Zenin didn't release his spells that will like Gojo Satoru, he pretended to be in front of the entire jujitsu interface. However, this special dual sword form of Zanpakuto still caused heated discussions in the entire jujitsu community. When members of the Gojo family are on missions when they meet other jujitsu masters, they will always be asked about the Gojo family's blacksmithing genius, Gojo Ming. Because of the existence of Zanpakuto, Gojo Ming has gained quite a reputation in the entire jujitsu world. However, Gojo Ming didn't care very much. He just took this opportunity to communicate with Zenin about his future development plans. He had already thought about building a master house in this world, and he was going to let Zenin serve as the first store manager of the master house. But now, he just needs Zenin to help him complete the preparation work of the master house. After all, Zenin looks like an adult and can move better outside. Everything house? Hearing Gojo Ming say this name, Zenin frowned slightly, wondering what this thing was used for. Yes. Gojo Ming nodded and continued, no matter what purpose it is used for in the future, I don't want to rely on the power of the Gojo family and the Zenin family, so I need to build a new stronghold. Sure, you don't want to have too many entanglements with the Zenin family most of the time, right? This master house is our future base, so this important matter can only be left to you. Gojo Ming carefully caressed Zenin. Comments. He is just entrusting Zenin Sure to build the everything house, but he doesn't want to use up the opportunity that Zenin Sure promised him before. Hearing that he could have an independent base, Zenin touched the scar on his lip and nodded slightly. He still knew the theory of the 3 cunning rabbits. Zenin does not object to the fact that Gojo Ming was already looking for a way out when he was only 6 years old. Just choosing an address and building a small store is not a problem for me. There's no problem with this, it's just a small matter. Zenin nodded, and seeing no one around, his eyes flashed brightly, and he asked Gojo Ming curiously. You know what Tian Quangu's technique, right? Gojo Ming looked up at Zenin and nodded slightly. As the forger of the Huatian Quangu, and as a time traveler myself, how could I not know the abilities of the Zanpakuto? That shadow ghost technique is you. Zenin hesitated, not knowing how to ask. Did Gojo Ming deliberately prepare the shadow spell for himself? Yes, I did it on purpose. The spell I chose, I think this spell is very suitable for you. Doesn't the Zenin family care about shadow spells very much? I think this kind of spell they are looking forward to appears in a place like ours. What expressions will the magicians have on them? Furthermore, you can learn about Quangu's other game techniques. At least after you give birth to children in the future, you can play with them. A trace of pride appeared on Gojo Ming's face, and he also had his own bad taste. I wonder if Fushiguro Megumi will be moved to tears if he finds out about his good intentions? Hui, Uncle Ming has good intentions in order to cultivate your father's ability to take care of children. Zenin fell into silence after hearing this and finally nodded. Huatian Quangu turns children's games into reality. As long as you step into the range of Huatian Quangu, you are forced to participate in the game. All the rules are set by Huatian Quangu. After the initial solution, Huatian Quangu carried 4 spells, corresponding to 4 games. The Brand Ghost, the P***N Ghost, the Shadow Ghost, and the Tumbler have fallen. Brand Ghost. Rules: the person who climbs to the highest point wins. When the party in a higher position attacks a party lower than itself, it will cause huge damage to the opponent. Yengue. Rules: the person who cuts the color he said wins. Either our side or the enemy says the name of a color, and both sides can only cut the area on the other side that is covered with that color. If the slash hits an area of other colors, the slash will be ineffective. The larger the area of the called color on the caller's body, the stronger the caller's slashing power. The smaller the area of the called color on the caller's body, the weaker the caller's slashing power. Shadow Ghost. Rules: if you are stepped on the shadow, you lose. When the opponent is unaware, he hides in the opponent's shadow and attacks. When the attacked party's shadow is attacked, the damage will be reflected on the main body. In addition, you can hide yourself or others in the shadows to avoid attacks. The Tumbler fell over. Rules: whoever is caught loses. Either our side or the enemy acts as a ghost in the game. The game has 3 requirements. 1. The ghost must stay within the participant's sight. 2. If the participant is seen by the ghost active, he or she loses. 3. If the participant touches the ghost before being seen by the ghost, he or she wins. To be honest, the abilities of these 4 game spells are very strong, but for Zenin, this is a bit nonsense. I had never played these games when I was a child, but I didn't expect that when I grew up, I would have to understand the rules of the games. Besides, what's the point of having fun with your children? I don't know where my child is yet. Zenin ignored Gojo Ming's words and began to think about the purpose of these techniques. Over the years, it can be said that apart from fists, I have basically never been exposed to anything like magic. Now, having Huatian Quangu means that his arsenal has been replenished. Currently, among the 4 game techniques, the one that Zenin is most interested in is Shadow Ghost. This Shadow Ghost is also the reason why Zenin asked Gojo Ming. In the Zenin family, which prides itself on the 10 types of shadow magic, a Zanpakuto like Huatian Quangu that can manipulate shadows will bring a shock to the Zenin family. Just after listening to Gojo Ming's words, he also realized that Gojo Ming was as bad as him. After briefly understanding the current situation, Zenin returned to Zenin's house and prepared to take out his own small treasury as the startup capital for Wanshou. At the same time, in the Forbidden Library of Jujutsu High School, in front of the 9-phase diagram of the cursed fetus, the face of the Gojo family's messenger Gojo-chun changed slightly. This 9th cursed fetus has actually been replaced. When did this happen? There is no trace of this container being moved at all. The current principal of the high school, Sekiguchi Seiji, looked very ugly. Previously, Gojo-chan asked to inspect the Jiku with instructions from the head of the Gojo family, and Sekiguchi Seiji was still very dissatisfied. Now that he saw that cursed object actually had a problem, he realized that something was wrong. The container of this 9th cursed fetus is the same as the previous 8. At the same time, there are no traces of movement. So, it is obvious. Gojo Tsubaki analyzed calmly. Then, the 9 phases of the cursed embryo diagram should have been wrong at the beginning of storage. At that time, everyone should have paid attention to the special cursed objects number 1 to 3, and they didn't care about the cursed object numbers 4 to 9. After all, this happened 150 years ago, and no one knows what happened at that time. He didn't come to question Sekiguchi Seiji with the instructions from the family leader. His only goal was to confirm whether the cursed object that invaded Gojo's house was one of the 9 cursed objects. Now, everything is clear. The head of the family's suspicion was correct. The cursed spirit that attacked Master Gojo Ming was the 9th cursed fetus of the 9-phase diagram. The mastermind behind the scenes should know the Gojo family very well and must be fully confident in choosing to take action. If Zenin Shurer of the Zenin family hadn't followed Master Gojo Ming back then, maybe the man behind the scenes would have succeeded. Who is the mastermind behind this? Gojo-chan looked at the 9-phase diagram of the cursed fetus and had his own doubts in his heart. Moreover, he believed that the head of the family must be the same as him in his heart. After all, apart from the Kamo family where the 9-phase diagram was born, there should be no one else who can replace the cursed fetus 9-phase diagram before it enters the taboo treasury. Perhaps this 9th cursed fetus burning phase has abilities unknown to the jujitsu world. If it was really intercepted by the Kamo family, then this cursed object should also be circulated among the Kamo family. Gojo-chan frowned slightly and turned to look at Principal Sekiguchi Seiji beside him. Principal Kiyoshi, please keep this matter confidential. Regarding the issue of the 9-phase diagram, it is not your fault in the first place. Obviously, when the 9-phase diagram was discovered 150 years ago, the 9th cursed embryo was it's already been dropped. However, the Gojo family does not want this matter to be leaked and hopes that Principal Kiyoshi can help. Gojo-chan first helped Sekiguchi Seiji throw the pot away and then made his own request. Although it was a request verbally, he represented the Gojo family and could not allow Sekiguchi Kiyoshi to refuse. Sekiguchi Seiji is very knowledgeable. Although he is a first-level jujitsu master, he still has a certain status in the association. But he can also clearly recognize the gap between himself and the Gojo family. Since Gojo-chan can carry the token of the head of the Gojo family, it shows that the Gojo family really values it. He is not prepared to get involved in the Gojo family's affairs. Only by being less curious can he live longer in this world. Sekiguchi Seiji nodded to express his understanding. The two left Jiku silently and completely parted ways. Zenin home. Seeing Zenin enter the mansion with 2 swords, Zenin Shan immediately realized that these were Zanpakuto. Although he didn't know why Zenin had 2, he didn't have time to understand the reason at this time, so he immediately said, "Sharer, you have made great contributions to the family this time." After seeing Sodi Shirayuki's third technique, Zenin Shan had a completely new understanding of Zanpakuto. Now that Zenin has obtained a brand new Zanpakuto for his family, he must study it carefully to see if the Zanpakuto can be copied. Shire, give me your Zanpakuto. A trace of impatience flashed across Zenin Fan's face. Although Gojo Ming was extremely humiliated to him, the Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Ming was not guilty. In his heart, he had begun to imagine that he would get the Zanpakuto, crack the secret of the Zanpakuto's forging, and make Gojo Ming regret it until he knelt down. As Zenin Shan said this, he stretched out his hand towards Zenin Shire's waist. He didn't know which one was the Zanpakuto, so he simply prepared to pull out both of them. A flash of surprise flashed in Zenin Fan's eyes. His action failed. Zenin turned sideways and nimbly avoided his own movements. Shura, what are you doing? Zenin Shan stood up straight and looked at Zenin Shura with a sharp look in his eyes. He suddenly realized that his previous plan with Zenin's immediate neighbors seemed to have gone awry. Zenin smiled mockingly, and the raised corners of his mouth moved the scars on his lips into a disdainful arc. What are you doing again? Zenin held the handle of the tachi with one hand, and his wakizashi hung quietly on his waist. His whole body was like a wild beast, staring at Zenin's fan. Zenin, do you want to betray the Zenin family? Don't you know that this Zanpakuto belongs to the family? Zenin felt furious in his heart. He spoke so loudly to this loser Zenin Shura. How dare Zenin Shura ignore him like this? Question yourself? You are a useless person with no magic power and no magic. How dare you disobey my orders? I am your uncle. How can you talk to me? Zenin Fan's emotions were out of control, and his whole face looked very cold. At this time, he just wanted to get the Zanpakuto from Zenin's hand, and he didn't care what Zenin, a loser with no status in the Zenin family, thought. As expected, it's the stench of decay, and it won't change with time. Letting you come into contact with the Kwang Kwang bone would be considered as a stain on the Zanpakuto. Zenin narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed from his eyes. Without magic power, it is useless. Without magic, it's useless. Who gave you the right to define it? Zenin suddenly stepped forward, and at the moment his voice fell, he punched Zenin in the lower abdomen. Zenin's eyes suddenly popped out, and his whole body felt as if he had been hit by a truck, slamming hard against the wall. It feels good. Zenin shook his right hand, and the smile on his face became thicker. He had always wanted to do this before, and today he finally realized it. Uncle? What is this? The entire Zenin family is filled with decay. Is such a weak guy worthy of being his uncle? Zenin didn't even know what was wrong with him. This time he stepped into Zenin's house again, and he felt that the nature that had been restraining him seemed to be released. At the moment when he punched, he didn't hesitate at all. So, I have never had any nostalgia for this family. Everything House, it turns out that it's not Gojo Ming who needs the Everything House, but I need the shelter. Zenin smiled, and he realized that his changes were entirely due to having a new place to stay. Although the House of All Things that Gojo Ming mentioned has not yet been established, he already has his own destination in his heart. If you continue to stay at Zenin's house, you probably won't be able to stand the rotten smell, right? Shara, what happened? Why did Uncle Sean become like this? Zenin, who was attracted by the loud noise, had doubts on his face. He thought someone had attacked Zenin Fan. However, there were no traces of foreign invasion at all. There were only two people in the entire corridor, Zenin Shura and Zenin Shan. Seeing his brother looking at him like this, Zenin had no intention of answering. Although they are brothers, Zenin and him have always had different ideas. I don't care about the rights of the Zenin family, but my brother has always coveted the position of acting as the Zenin family's representative. Jinny, catch Zenin. He betrayed the family, and he was the one who attacked me just now. Zenin Shan endured the severe pain in his abdomen and got up from the ground, his sinister face full of anger. He had always known that Zenin's physical strength was very strong, but he still didn't take it into consideration. From Zenin Shan's point of view, as long as he activates the spell, Zenin Shan'er, without the power of the spell, will be unable to withstand the power of the Jujutsu Master. Uncle Shan, are you mistaken? How could Shara attack you? He has no magic power at all. How could he attack a Jujutsu Master? Zenin didn't expect to get this answer from Zenin Shan, but after the Suffering Master said this, he still looked at his brother suspiciously. Feeling the strangeness in Zenin's heart, Zenin sighed silently in his heart. He also has brothers, but the relationship between him and Jinichi is not as harmonious as that between Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru. How would Gojo Satoru react if Gojo Nero attacks a senior member of the Gojo family? Will he be like Zenin, constantly looking at himself and preparing to take action to subdue him? Zenin shook his head. Genie, it was indeed me who did it. I advise you not to use any spells, otherwise I'm afraid you will suffer even worse. Zenin took a step forward, and before his voice fell, he had already come to Zenin's side and gently patted his eldest brother on the shoulder. Shiryu, why is it so fast? This thought emerged in Zenin's heart, and the technique he was about to release was instantly broken by Zenin's punch. He turned to look at Zenin in shock. He had never thought that his younger brother was so powerful. He had heard before that Shur had a back and forth with Sodi Shirayuki's technique at Gojo's house, but he thought it was just a joke at the time. Now seeing Zenin's true strength, he was completely shocked. Isn't Zenin a carrier of heavenly restriction? Doesn't it have any magical power at all? Why is it so strong? As Zenin subdued two people one after another, Zenin family representative Zenin Naohito and Zenin Shinsuke, who is still recovering, rushed to the scene. Shura, what are you doing? The Dabi did not know what happened, but he guessed that there seemed to be a conflict between Zenin Fan and Zenin Shur. Behind him, Zenin Shinsuke's eyes were full of disbelief. He never thought that Zenin could subdue Zenin so easily. In his opinion, although Zenin's talent is not very strong, he is still a jujitsu master with skills. How could it be possible to be subdued by a Zenin without any magic power? In his shock, the sound of Zenin's fan sounded. GB people, Zenin has betrayed the family, and he is not prepared to hand over his Zanpakuto. Zenin's fan words made Zenin Shinsuke and Zenin's direct eyes subconsciously fall on the weapon on Zenin's waist. Being able to be taken with him by Zenin, who has always disliked using weapons, it is impossible to have any other weapons except the newly forged Zanpakuto given to him by Gojo Neru. Seriously, is it like what Sean said? The direct person looked at Zenin with a serious face, feeling a little heavy. For some reason, he was not too surprised by Zenin's decision. He guessed that Zenin Shire had been hiding his strength, but he did not expect that Zenin Fan, whose strength was only slightly weaker than his own, could not withstand Zenin Shire's attack. Uncle Zibaran, yes. Huatian Kwangu told me that they don't like to be touched by others, so you are not qualified to touch them. Zenin's left hand was still resting on Tato Kaiten on the left. The two previous attacks did not cause any movement of his left hand. Shire, are you not going to hand over this Zanpakuto? Zenin confirmed again. Zenin grinned. This is my Zanpakuto. Why should I hand it in? The person next to Zenin focused his gaze and whispered, Sure, you are a member of the Zenin family. Your surname is Zenin. Everything should be for the family. The Divi people were aware of the changes in Zenin, but he did not want the situation to enter an irreversible situation, so he still used words to persuade. But, alas, Zenin was impatient enough. Uncle Jibi, I am a waste of the Zenin family. When will the Zenin family be ready to rely on waste? Zenin smiled mockingly. If necessary, I can kill you all at any time. What jujitsu masters? They are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Zenin Shur's words made everyone at the scene change their expressions. Everyone, including Zenin Shur, did not expect that a person like Zenin Shur, who had no sense of presence in the family, would say such a thing. Zenin may be very strong, but what he said just now is equivalent to firing a map gun and despising all the jujitsu masters of the Zenin family. Just when Zenin was about to retort, a strong pressure spread from Zenin's body. For a moment, Zenin, and Zenin Shinsuke seemed to have lost control of their bodies. At this moment, the person standing in front of them was no longer Zenin, but more like an evil ghost. Is this Zenin's true strength? How can it be? This idea suddenly appeared in the hearts of the four people. How could a person with no magic power have such powerful pressure? Different from the pressure brought by the powerful spell, what spreads from Zenin's body is a pure physical threat. It was as if they moved casually, Zenin could blow their heads off with one punch. Zenin Shur didn't seem to be exaggerating at all. The four of them were really like chickens and dogs in front of Zenin Shur. After a while, Zenin's pressure slowly dissipated, and the four bodies were finally free. Zenin and Zenin looked at each other, and the shock in their hearts was beyond words. The appearance of a freak like Zenin in the Zenin family, who only believed in mantras, completely subverted the imagination of Zenin and Zenin fan. Zenin Shinsuke's heart was full of confusion. This man, whom he has always called useless, actually has such great strength that even the acting Zenin people are unable to move under his pressure. Is there something wrong with the theory I have been studying? Why have my 3 views been subverted during this period of time? From Gojo to Zenin. 2. Trash, without any magic power, are destroying their hearts. From the cursed tool Zanpakuto to the unparalleled physical strength, all of this seems to go against the common sense of the entire jujitsu world. Zenin Shinsuke began to doubt himself and what he had seen and heard in the past. At the scene, compared to the shock of the other 3 people, Zenin was filled with joy. Such a strong person is his younger brother. Judging from the current situation, Zenin Shurer is equivalent to the strongest person in the Zenin family. If he can get the support of Zenin Shurer, will he be able to gain a higher status in the Zenin family? Zenin has begun to think about how to use Zenin's power to gain more benefits for himself. Seeing that Zenin was about to leave, Zenin and Zenin looked at each other and reached a consensus at the same time. We can't let Zenin leave like this. If they were looking for Zenin's Zanpakuto before, now, Zenin's person is full of value to the Zenin family. Only the mantra theory is not wrong, and even Zenin is not wrong either. At this time when the Gojo family's 6 eyes godson is growing up, a powerful existence like Zenin is also the basis for the Zenin family to compete with the Gojo family. Shurer, you can't leave the family. The moment Zenin Shurer released his pressure and exposed his strength, the people of Zenin Shurer were already aware of Zenin Shurer's inner thoughts. Zenin really wanted to leave, because he was ready to leave, so he no longer bothered to hide his strength in his heart. Zenin Jibi and Zenin Fan released their own spells at the same time, preparing to stop Zenin Shire. However, the next second, a scene that shocked them even more happened. Zenin Shurer actually merged directly into the shadow silently before their eyes. Just now, when the 2 of them launched the spell, Zenin was already whispering the beginning of Huetian Kwangu's explanation. The flower wind is in chaos, the flower god is crying. The sky is in chaos, and the devil is laughing. The flower sky is crazy. Zenin Shurer released Huetian Kwangu's technique Shadow Ghost. This time, he was not prepared to use his physical power to subdue Zenin and Zenin Fan. He wanted the 2 of them to see that the shadow magic that the Zenin family had always longed for could be mastered by a waste, like himself with no magic power through the Zanpakuto Kaiten Quinko. Just like that, Zenin disappeared into the shadows out of thin air. This scene completely subverted the imagination of Zenin and Zenin. They could not understand how a person without spells and spells could disappear out of thin air. But, the next second, they realized that Zenin did not have any techniques, but he had a Zanpakuto that was rare in the world. He could use Zanpakuto-S techniques. So, is this Zanpakuto-S technique to hide one's body? Zenin Naobi and Zenin Shan had such a question in their minds, but then they realized that they had guessed wrong. They suddenly felt as if their bodies had been pierced by a sharp blade. Watch your back, watch your shadow. Zenin Shinsuke's voice sounded, Zenin Naoto and Zenin Shan's face changed, and the feeling of penetration in the body became a reality. The tips of 2 black shadow scimitars were exposed from their abdomens. These 2 top masters of the Zenin family never thought that after using the surgery, they would be crushed by a person without any magic power. Pressure. The 2 turned their heads subconsciously, and the strange scene in front of them shocked them completely. Zenin slowly emerged from the shadows of the 2 men, with 2 black scimitars in his hands, one long and one short, thrust straight into the shadows they cast on the ground. The location where the shadow was stabbed by the scimitar was exactly the same as the location where the 2 men's abdomens were pierced. What kind of shadow magic is this? Shadow magic has a very high status in the Zenin family, and any magic that can be related to shadow magic can receive extremely high attention. Zenin Shinsuke is a vivid case. But Zenin Jibi and Zenin Fan never thought that Zenin could even use shadow magic. Although the origin of this shadow spell may come from the pair of Zanpakuto in his hands, this is also a genuine shadow spell. They were defeated by a man with 0 magic power and no spells using shadow magic. Shadow Ghost. What does it feel like to be attacked by a shadow? What exactly can shadow magic bring to you? Are you stuck in your own ways and expecting your descendants to give birth to that kind of ancestral magic? The stench of decay. Zenin pulled out the Huadianquang Gugu from the ground. Zenin Fan and Zenin directly felt that their physical strength was constantly draining from the body. However, the physical pain was not the biggest blow to the two of them. The biggest blow they received came from the Zenin family's most proud technique. The two of them were genuine first-level jujitsu masters, but they were defeated in the art by Zenin, who had no magic power at all, and they were defeated by the art of a Zanpakuto. What's the name of this pair of swords? A crazy person? The thought came to Zenin Shan's heart that these pair of Zanpakuto were born for the Zenin family. This kind of ghostly shadow magic should only belong to the Zenin family. However, it is a pity that Zenin Shurer has proved with his strength that he is the strongest of the Zenin family. Even if he doesn't have any magic power, with the blessing of Zanpakuto's magic, he has been able to overwhelm the entire family. On the other side, Zenin Shinsuke and Zenin looked at the scene in a daze, their mouths wide open as if they could swallow a whole watermelon. They had felt the pressure of Zenin before and knew that he was very powerful. However, they did not expect that the family elders Zenin Fan and Zenin were not the enemies of Zenin. The image of Zenin Shura holding a pair of black swords was completely imprinted in their minds. Is this the Zanpakuto S? Is this the Zanpakuto that Gojo Ming forged for Zenin? Is this the Zanpakuto that suits Zenin's Kage magic? Zenin is just one of the spells, and it has already instantly killed Zenin and Zenin Fan. As a bystander, Zenin Shinsuke knew that in this battle, Zenin's physical fitness was still very important. However, such a powerful body coupled with shadow magic has raised Zenin's ability to a level that is difficult for normal people to reach. The most important thing is that judging from the Zanpakuto that Gojo Ming forged before, basically every Zanpakuto has more than one technique. This Zanpakuto named Huatian Kwangu must also have other special techniques. Zenin Shinsuke's heart is full of desire for the Zanpakuto. He also wishes to have a Zanpakuto. If a jujitsu master possesses a Zanpakuto, it is equivalent to having an excellent trump card, which is equivalent to doubling his strength. However, one can imagine how difficult it is to forge a cursed tool as rare as the Zanpakuto. Unless one is close to Gojo Ming, it is impossible for outsiders to obtain the Zanpakuto. Why is Zenin Shurer able to be favored by Gojo Ming? Is it just because Zenin Shurer and Gojo Ming are both carriers of heavenly restriction? Zenin Shinsuke felt a strong sense of jealousy towards Zenin in his heart. However, he was unable to do anything at this time. Zenin Naohito and Zenin Shan's fate had completely shocked him. For the first time, Zenin Shinsuke clearly understood that he was no match for Zenin Shinji. I think of the scene when Gojo Ming left her alone and took the initiative to say hello to Zenin. A sense of frustration suddenly emerged in Zenin Shinsuke's heart. Could it be that at that time, Gojo Ming had already discovered how extraordinary Zenin was, so he acted so rudely towards him? What a vision! Watching Zenin Shurer start to solve the problem, watching Zenin Shurer return to his room to pack his things, watching Zenin Shurer leave the Zenin family mansion. Zenin Shinsuke and Zenin Jinichi seemed to have finally taken back control of their bodies. Zenin Shinsuke fell into silence. Zenin, on the other hand, forcibly suppressed his inner excitement and began to direct people to rescue Zenin and Zenin Shan. My opportunity has come. Shurer, brother, thank you very much. After all, they have not completely left the Zenin family, and Zenin's attack was not fatal. Although Zenin Fan and Zenin Jibi were pierced through the abdomen by the Shadow Ghost's attack, overall they were only slightly injured. Zenin's heart is full of regrets. As the representative of the Zenin family, he missed the precious stone of Zenin. Are the Zenin family, who only believe in mantra power, really on the right path? Are jujitsu masters really the future of mankind? If the power of magic is really respected, then what kind of aliens like Zenin are? Compared with Zenin Fan chattering about the power of Zanpakuto style, Zenin Nabi people are more able to recognize Zenin Shurji's true strength. During the fight just now, he had realized that Zenin could defeat him even without using the Zanpakuto Kaiten Kwenko's technique, just relying on the strength of his body. This genius of the Zenin family actually hates the entire Zenin family so much. Zenin's heart felt complicated. But based on comparison, if I were in Zenin Shire's position, it seems that I might behave more fiercely than Zenin Shire, right? Zenin glanced at Zenin Shinsuke, who was still lost in thought, and sighed silently. Today's battle will probably have a greater impact on Zen and Shinsuke, right? No one would have thought that an ordinary person with no magic power could possess such powerful power. For Zenin Shinsuke, who has always been the Kirin child of the Zenin family, his own past experiences are probably just a joke. Beside him, Zenin fan's expression was distorted. You must get the Zanpakuto that belongs to the Zenin family. These crazy bones are prepared for the Zenin family, and they must not be taken over by Zenin. The Zanpakuto will definitely subvert the entire jujitsu world in the future. If Gojo Nara cannot be won over, then he must be killed. Even if it means completely turning against the Gojo family, it is worth it. If Gojo Naruto is really allowed to develop, the threat from Gojo Satoru in the future will probably not be greater than that of Gojo Naruto. If we don't take action now, the Zenin family may have to survive under the suppression of the twin stars of Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto in the future. 50 years. If you want to be like the Kamo family, Zenin, as the representative of the family, you are a sinner. The distorted face of Zenin fan has begun to speak indiscriminately, constantly throwing the blame on Zenin's direct neighbors. He was not as open-minded as the Zenin people and could not accept that he had lost to a junior member of the family and that he had lost so miserably. He did not admit the power of Zenin, but attributed all the reasons to the Zanpakuto. However, you must know that he was the source of the entire conflict. Zenin blew his beard. A mocking smile appeared on his face. It's too late to start talking about this now. You had the opportunity to cooperate with Gojo Naru before, but you chose to make it pornographic. Now you are thinking about the threat of Zanpakuto? If I remember correctly, that's not what you said at the time. Can anyone with a discerning eye see the potential of the twins Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto? Since two Six Eyes were born at the same time in this era, these two Six Eyes will definitely become the protagonists of this era. Instead of having time to blame the blame here, it is better to clean up the family and change the rules of the entire family. Otherwise, even if a Zenin is born in the family who can rival Six Eyes godson, he will eventually be eliminated by the entire family. Influenced by the family atmosphere, you may hate the Zenin family. Zenin people began to reflect deeply for the first time. If I had firmed my mind when I first communicated with the head of the family, would I have been able to change Zenin's status in the Zenin family? Will Zenin never come to this point? Shur's power cannot be achieved overnight. It is obvious that he has been so strong in the past few years. But why would Shur hide his power and choose to leave the Zenin family at this moment? There is no doubt that the Zanpakuto is one of his strengths. However, the most critical factor is probably the human factor. I am afraid that everything is because of Zenin's new friend, Gojo Ming. Zenin sighed. The entire Zenin family really seemed like a mess right now. Who among the younger generation has the potential to compete with the Gojo family? Zenin Shinsuke? I have been beaten to death. Zenin? Seeing Zenin greeting his servants with high spirits, Zenin shook his head again. How could he not see Zenin's thoughts? But can such a person really have the ability to become a family representative? Zenin, who didn't know what Zenin's direct neighbors thought, was currently performing his duties as an agent. In the current situation where Zenin is a direct neighbor, Zenin fan is injured, and Zenin Shinsuke is unwilling to take charge, he is currently the person with the highest status in the Zenin family. And the reason for all this comes from his own younger brother Zenin. For the first time, he felt that he had an advantage in the competition with Zenin Shinsuke. What if you don't have talent? So, what if the spell is not strong? As long as Zenin is still around, he will have a hidden advantage in the Zenin family. Even with Zenin as a foreign aide, he can really try to compete for the position of Zenin's representative. After all, the strongest person in the Zenin family is no longer Zenin's immediate neighbor, but his own younger brother Zenin, isn't it? At this moment, Zenin is already thinking about how to build momentum for himself. This kind of opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. On the night that Zenin Jinji left Zenin's house, information about Gojo Narasode Shirayuki's third technique, White Sword, Zenin Jinji's true strength, and Zanpakuto Kaiten Cuenco's technique had begun to spread in the jujitsu world. Under Zenin's deliberate manipulation, the Zenin family's current predicament was completely exposed to the jujitsu world. At this time, Gojo Ming and Zenin, the protagonists of the whole incident, were staring at each other in the forge house. Are you, the Zenin family, so unscrupulous? Do you tell anyone about such scandalous things? After hearing the news, Gojo Ming realized what Zenin had done after returning to Zenin's house. How does it seem that Zenin left the Zenin family earlier because of his intervention? I just went back to get something. Zenin gave Gojo Ming a faint look. What the Zenin family is planning to do has nothing to do with him. He doesn't want to have anything to do with the Zenin family for the time being. Okay. Gojo sighed, looked at the bills in the bag in front of him, and no longer struggled with this issue. He didn't expect that Zenin Shurer, who was not taken seriously in the Zenin family, actually had so much savings. How? Isn't this future dog gambling tyrant still obsessed with boat gambling? In any case, Wanshua's startup capital should be considered available. Kumo home. Listening to the rumors about the Zenin family, Kumo was really shocked. Because they have never seen the power of heavenly restriction, they are skeptical that a person like Zenin, who has no magic power, can defeat a jujitsu master. However, this kind of thing came from within the Zenin family. It is unlikely that the Zenin family would use the reputation of the family representative and high-level officials as a stepping stone for Zenin Shire, right? In Kumo's opinion, Zenin's strength may not be his own ability, but rather the brand-new Zanpakuto Kaiten Cuenco that Gojo Ming forged for Zenin. Did Gojo come up with this name? Hearing the name of the Zanpakuto passed down from the Zenin family, he couldn't help but sigh. The name of this crazy guy sounds very cool. Originally, he thought that the Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Ming would only be used internally by the Gojo family. Unexpectedly, Gojo Ming actually forged it for the juniors of the Zenin family. Moreover, this junior with no magic power actually directly defeated Zenin Naobi and Zenin Shan with this Zanpakuto. Sure enough, Gojo Nara cannot continue to develop like this. At present, it seems that the Zanpakuto forged from Gojo Nara's hands are basically not parallel imports. Even the weakest red locust currently in Gojo Shinichi's hand has the power to temporarily repel the special curse spirit. Furthermore, Gojo Nara's Sodi Shirayuki actually hides a third type of powerful attack technique. It's so well hidden. Kimojin continued to analyze the information collected, and the shock in his heart continued to increase. At the same time, his murderous intention towards Gojo Naru became more and more serious. A week has passed since Yikixiang sneaked into Gojo's house, and Gojo is still very active. It seems that Yikixiang really hasn't found a chance. You must go to Gojo's house to find out the situation of the burning phase. If that doesn't work, you must recover the burning phase in time. This cursed object has been passed down from the clan leader. It has secretly helped the clan deal with many troublesome people, so it cannot be lost in his own hands. Kumo really made up his mind and immediately started preparing a greeting card for Gojo's house. The Yagyu family. Yusuke-sama, have you seen it? This is the power of Gojo's Zanpakuto. An ordinary person can defeat a first-level jujitsu master with a Zanpakuto. After receiving the news, Yagyu Hidesuji could not hide his inner shock. He is a first-level jujitsu master, the top person in the entire jujitsu world. Zenin is a first-level jujitsu master. He has the ability to project spells and is even more powerful than himself. And such a person actually fell in front of a person without magic power. If this happened a month ago, he would never believe it. However, now he believes that this kind of thing is true, and the fundamental reason is the 3 words mentioned in the news, Zanpakuto. After being rescued by Kaimizu, Yagyu Hidesuji praised the cursed tool such as Zanpakuto so much that it made the Yagyu clan's ears tingle. However, this time, Yagyu Yusuke really realized the power of the Zanpakuto. After all, Yagyu Shishi had just said it in vain before, and he couldn't tell whether it was true or false. However, this time there is a reference. The 2 strong men of the Zenin family lost to an ordinary person holding a Zanpakuto. This kind of thing was enough to raise the reputation of the Zanpakuto to a new level. If Zaemon can obtain a Zanpakuto, will he also become as powerful as a jujitsu master? The Yagyu family's kendo master does not know jujitsu, which has always been a regret for the Yagyu family. Therefore, Yagyu Zaemon has been obsessed with kendo and carefully polished his skills. This can be regarded as finding another kind of sustenance. However, in this era where jujitsu is king, kendo has long been in decline. But now, the appearance of the Zanpakuto has completely provided another path for the Yagyu family. Yagi Uzuman cannot use techniques, but his Zanpakuto can use techniques. In this case, wouldn't a swordsman plus a Zanpakuto be roughly equivalent to a jujitsu master? Facing the owner's thoughts, Yagyu Shuji glanced at Yagyu Yusuke hesitantly and whispered, "That's true, but the Gojo family wouldn't let something like the Zanpakuto be easily leaked, right? After all, there are only 4 Zanpakutos currently existing in the entire world." Yagyu Hidesuji has a pessimistic attitude towards Yagyu Yusuke's ideas. However, Yagyu Yusuke did not think so, since the person without magical power in the Zenin family can obtain the Zanpakuto. This means that Gojo Ming does not regard the Zanpakuto as a forbidden weapon of the Gojo family. This is indeed difficult, but we still need to work hard. Speaking of this, Yagyu Yusuke suddenly stood up and came to Yagyu Hideji's side. "Hidetsuki, as the strongest member of the Yagyu family and the only first-level jujitsu master of the Yagyu family, you must shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing the family. Master Shinichi of the Gojo family saved you before. We should still thank others, right? Besides, you are both first-level jujitsu masters, so you should be close to each other. What is the master of the family planning?" Yagyu Hidesuji has a clear family background. However, he did not object to this matter. "Indeed, as the head of the family said, this matter is indeed difficult, but if you don't try, there will only be no results." "I understand, Master. I will communicate more with Master Shuani. I heard that young Master Gojo Ming of the Gojo family is also involved in kendo. Perhaps we can get closer through kendo." Yagyu Hideji put forward his inner plan. After all, the Yagyu family is just a small sorcerer family, and there is nothing that the Gojo family values. In his opinion, in the entire Yagyu family, perhaps only the Suki no Sho, left by the founder Yagyu Jubii, may have moved Gojo Nero's heart. Although Suki no Sho may seem like a military book to outsiders, in fact, it also contains various exquisite swordsmanship, which can be regarded as the unique swordsmanship of the Yagyu family. If Gojo Ming is really interested in kendo, maybe Suki no Sho will really be of some use. However, if the rumors are wrong and Gojo Ming is not interested in kendo, then Suki no Cho will be of use to Gojo Ming. It's probably just waste paper. Seeing that Yagyu Yusuke was still hesitating, Yagyu Hideji also shook his head secretly. He is not good at kendo. If it weren't for Jujitsu's amazing talent, he might not have a chance to stand out in the kendo family of the Yagyu family. Therefore, he does not take things like the leakage of swordsmanship skills that seriously. If this thing can be used to exchange for another first-level jujitsu master for the family, this is the most important thing for the Yagyu family. Okay, alright. Yagyu Yusuke narrowed his eyes slightly, pondered for a moment, and finally made up his mind to find a Zanpakuto for Yagyu Zaemon even if he uses Suki no Sho. "Master, I know what to do." Yagyu Shuji nodded. The head of the family still had the vision to see the crisis in the Yagyu family. At the same time, he also had the courage to dare to make such an attempt. In this case, he must do his best for the revitalization of the Yagyu family, Yeri family. "Shoko, did you see the Zanpakuto successfully forged with your own eyes this time?" After learning the news from Shoko, Yeri Inamitsu was also a little shocked. He also didn't expect that his daughter would already be involved with Gojo Neru and the others, and could even observe the forging of Zanpakuto in person. Is there anything special about Neru-kun's process of forging a Zanpakuto? Although Yeri Inamitsu knew that this was Gojo Ming's secret, he still couldn't help but want to pry into the situation. Hearing his father's question, Shoko looked up at his father in confusion, thought for a few seconds, and realized that Gojo Naruya didn't tell him to keep it a secret, so he didn't hide it from Yeri Inamitsu in the end. The forging of the Zanpakuto requires existing finished cursed tools as materials. However, it seems that these are just the basis of the Zanpakuto. The most important thing is that Gojo Ming seems to have injected soul into these Zanpakuto. Yeri Shoko explained according to his own understanding. Soul? Yeri Inamitsu is a little confused. Does cursed tools still have a soul? Has Gojo Ming, a 6-year-old child, already been exposed to techniques related to the soul level? Shouldn't this be true? I don't know what happened to Sodi Shirayuki and Senbin Sakura before, but Zenin's pair of wild bones really made me realize that the Zanpakuto should be conscious. The moment Zenin came into contact with the Zanpakuto, he had already mastered the name of the Flower Sky Crazy Bone, and he also seemed to have learned the technique of the Flower Sky Crazy Bone. According to Gojo Ming's explanation, it seems that Zenin Shirer and the former owner of Huetian Kwangu are very compatible. Therefore, the memory left in the Zanpakuto helped Zenin Shirer. Yuri Shoko's explanation once again conveys an important message. Does the Zanpakuto have an original owner? Yuri felt like she had 100,000 whys, constantly asking questions to her daughter. I don't know the specific situation, but according to what Gojo Ming said, these Zanpakuto should all have their original forms. Gojo Ming just revealed the existing Zanpakuto, so I said, Gojo Ming is the key to the Zanpakuto. Even if he understands other techniques, outsiders should not be able to replicate the Zanpakuto's forging method. Yuri Shoko has guessed his father's inner thoughts and knows that his father also has the ambition to revitalize the family with the help of the Zanpakuto. However, she knew this was unrealistic. That's why she told her father all these things to dispel his thoughts. Is that true? The key to a Zanpakuto is Gojo's sound, not the forging technique. Yuri admits aside. He had thought about this possibility before, but now that it was confirmed, he still felt a little disappointed. But think about it, if such a special cursed tool can be forged by forging techniques, then the status of the Cursed Tool Masters Association will not be so embarrassing. After getting a lot of information from Shoko, Yuri felt that it was worth sending Shoko to Gojo's house this time. At least, I know many things firsthand, which is much better than others hearing about it. Shoko, do you know that the reason why Zenin defeated the senior officials of the Zenin family this time was because of the Zanpakuto Kaiten Kwenko technique? Yuri Inamitsu consulted Shoko about the rumors he heard. In the past few days, he had also heard that Shoko was helping the Gojo brothers with their treatment, and he seemed to have had some contact with Zenin. Recalling that his father had just mentioned Zenin's deeds, Yuri Shoko fell into a brief silence and then whispered, "Father, Zenin is very strong. Perhaps the Zanpakuto Kaiten Kwanguin also played a role in this incident, but I think Zenin may be able to do this even without the Zanpakuto." Shoko's words made Yuri Inamitsu's eyes widen. What's the meaning? Zenin is very strong. How strong can an ordinary person without magic power be? Could it be that the Zanpakuto played a key role in this matter? During this period, Gojo Satoru, Gojo Ming and Gojo Shun are all learning taijutsu from Zenin. Zenin has a physical fitness that far exceeds that of ordinary people. Even a jujitsu master can only admit defeat despite Zenin's powerful body. At least Uncle Shun recognizes Zenin's strength. And the most important thing is that Gojo Ming also recognized Zenin Shijiro very much, so he forced Gojo Satoru to accept Zenin Shijiro's training. Zenin no Hito-sama may be really strong, but with the cooperation of Zenin Shirji's strong body and Zanpakuto Kaiten's crazy bone, it is not surprising that he will lose to Zenin Shirji. Mentioning this, Yuri Shoko seemed to have thought of something. Father, Gojo Neru's physical strength also surpasses Gojo Satoru. I think that heavenly restriction may not really be curse. God took away the magic power of Gojo Ming and Zenin Shirer, and gave them unparalleled bodies. So, the Zanpakuto is the icing on the cake for Zenin Cursed Tool. If you mistakenly think that Zenin is an ordinary person without a Zanpakuto, you will definitely suffer a big loss in the future. Yuri nodded, having a new understanding of Zenin, an ordinary person recognized by the world. At the same time, such an extremely powerful person is surrounded by Gojo Ming, which also proves Gojo Ming's personal charm. You know, Gojo Ming is only 6 years old at the moment. It is hard to imagine how many fans will appear around him when he truly becomes an adult. Yuri Inamitsu thought of the cursed object that he had peeled off before, and the mastermind behind the killing of Gojo Ming was probably aware of Gojo Ming's future potential. However, I still underestimate the Gojo family. Gojo Ming is not the unknown pseudo-six eyes son of God before. Now, he also has a group of solid supporters in the Gojo family. This time when he went to Gojo's house, he also felt the change in the atmosphere of the entire Gojo house. Before, he thought that Gojo Ming's situation would be more difficult after Gojo Xiongyan became the representative of the Gojo family. What surprised him was that Gojo Xiongyan didn't take any action against Gojo Ming after taking the stage. It seems that supporting Gojo Nara has become a politically correct event for the entire Gojo family, comparable to supporting Gojo Satoru. Thinking of this, Yuri felt a little regretful. If I had agreed to the previous marriage request made by the head of the Gojo family, would the Yuri family also be able to benefit from Gojo Ming's favor? The strength of Huatian Kwangu should also be very strong, and it is a very special double sword. It is very suitable for Zenin. I am also looking forward to what kind of Zanpakuto Gojo Ming will build for me. Shoko sighed again while eating her snack. This sentence once again made Yeri Daoguang's expression stunned, and then an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face. Shoko, you said Nerokuin is also going to help you forge a Zanpakuto. Yeri Daoguang suppressed the excitement in his heart and confirmed in a low voice. Yeah, that's right. However, he may have to spend some time looking for the materials for the Zanpakuto. It shouldn't be that fast, right? Yeri Shoko responded, then continued eating nuts with concentration. Yeri Inamitsu thought of what Shoko said just now. Gojo Ming needed the cursed tool as a material to forge the Zanpakuto and immediately answered. What kind of materials are needed? Dad can also help Mingjun find them. After learning the news, Yeri showed even more urgency than Shoko. Huh? I don't know, I didn't ask. Shoko didn't even raise his head, his eyes still focused on the snacks in front of him. A trace of regret appeared on Yeri Inamitsu's face. Although Gojo Ming was just a boy, he was also a man. He knew, however, that men were forgetful, and the promise to Shoko might just be a casual remark by Gojo Ming. If it were something else, Yeri Inamitsu might not care too much. But this is a Zanpakuto. There are currently only 4 in existence, and although there may be more in the future, they are still extremely rare cursed tools. Now that Gojo Ming agreed casually, he had to make this happen. Ahem. Yeri Inamitsu coughed lightly and said to Shoko. Shoko, since Nerokuin said he would help you forge the Zanpakuto, then we can't leave everything to Nerokuin, right? As for this material, let our family provide it. When you go to Gojo's house later, remember to mention it to Mingjun, and Dad will help you collect cursed tools that meet the requirements. Hearing these words, a trace of doubt appeared on Yeri Shoko's young face, but then she nodded. Although Shoko is much more mature than her peers, she still doesn't realize the complexity of adults and men, and just regards it as her father's concern. Well, okay. I will ask Gojo Ming about it later. Indeed, it is quite difficult to find materials. The materials used by Zenin to forge the Huatian Kwangu were also provided by him. After saying this, Yeri Shoko stopped paying attention to Yeri Inamitsu and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the snack business. Okatsu family. Ever since he met Gojo Neru, Okatsu visitors have been paying close attention to the information about the big 3 sorcerer families. Originally, he didn't care too much about Gojo's distant relatives. He went to Gojo's house before because of a coincidence, and he happened to be in the same city. Unexpectedly, I met an interesting relative. Gojo Ming, a person who changed his mind. Before, he just wanted to be an ordinary person, and he actually didn't like the profession of jujitsu master too much. However, after experiencing the confrontation between Gojo Ming and Zenin Sho, and seeing the magical Zanpakuto, Okatsu felt that his bloodline should be passed down. He knows his own strength very well, and is actually not weak in the entire jujitsu world. The most fundamental reason why he has not emerged yet is that he is too low-key. He does things like exorcising cursed spirits casually and has not joined the Jujitsu Masters Association. But now that he has made changes, naturally, he has to slowly integrate into this Jujitsu Master Society. The big 3 sorcerer families of Gojo, Kamo, and Zenin are the ones he can't get around. Zenin did such a thing, and the Zenin family didn't even say that they would expel him from the Zenin family? It seems that Zenin's strength is really extraordinary. When he fought with Ming before, he really didn't use all his strength. However, Zenin actually already owns a Zanpakuto. Moreover, this Zanpakuto seems to be related to the Zenin family shadow magic. This is a bit fun. What kind of decision will the Zenin family make? I feel like I haven't seen anything interesting in my travels. Why don't you go visit Ming and Satoru? After all, they're distant relatives, so communicating with each other shouldn't be a big problem, right? Okatsu tourist talked to himself, convincing himself to divert to Tokyo. Anyway, he will not admit that his real target is Gojo Ming's Zanpakuto. Zenin home. After knowing that the scandal within the family was exposed, Zenin's expression became more gloomy, while Zenin's immediate neighbor's heart was filled with helplessness. Only a few people at the scene knew about Zenin Shire's incident. Naturally, he and Zenin Shan would not leak such a thing. Then, only the other 2 people at the scene were suspected. After the previous battle, Zenin Shinsuke has been in seclusion. He was deeply hit by Zenin and is still adjusting. Then, the only suspect is Zenin. Zenin was very dissatisfied with Zenin's behavior, but he also knew Zenin's true thoughts. It is nothing more than putting pressure on others through the outside world, letting others know that Zenin Shinsuke lost to Gojo Ming again, and at the same time emphasizing the strength of Zenin Shinji as a basis for his competition. However, Zenin probably didn't expect. Public opinion in the jujitsu world focused more on themselves and Zenin's defeat at the hands of Zenin Sure. More attention is paid to Zenin's Zanpakuto Kaiten Kwenko, which can release strange shadow spells. Not many people paid attention to the fact that Zenin Shinsuke once again lost to Gojo Naru. Even if they paid attention to this, they paid more attention to Gojo Naru's Zanpakuto Sodi Shirayuki's third technique. Zenin made a mistake this time. If he hadn't revealed all this information, but only leaked the news about the battle between Gojo Ming and Zenin Shinsuke, perhaps this would have been a greater blow to Zenin Shinsuke. After all, now, Zenin Shinsuke has become an insignificant presence in the entire jujitsu world, and no one cares. However, in fact, Zenin, who is not very talented in magic, is the same in the outside world. Now when it comes to Zenin Shinsuke, others can still think of him as a Zenin genius who lost to Gojo Ming twice. Moreover, as Gojo Naruto's reputation grows, Zenin Shinsuke's defeat at the hands of Gojo Naruto is actually not that shameful. But what about Zenin? Except for the insiders of the Zenin family, outsiders will not pay attention at all. Even outsiders may not know that he is Zenin's brother. What Zenin did this time had little effect, and even exposed the narrowness of his vision. After all, this is the time when the prestige of the Zenin family is most needed to be improved. Zenin has squandered the prestige of the Zenin family for his own selfish desires. At this point, his way to compete for the throne has been blocked. Can't Zenin see that even Zenin fan has given up competing with him at this time? Looking at Zenin with a rough face and a smile on his face, Zenin's neighbor calmly shook his head. However, one thing is that Zenin's incident really gave Zenin the confidence to do so. Before the Zenin family could not subdue Zenin Shurer, Zenin Jinni was Zenin Shurer's biological brother, and the family could not touch him at will. He already has his own thoughts in his mind. In the days to come, he will slowly put aside Zenin and take back the rights he had previously given to Zenin. Now, Zenin's most important goal is to bring Zenin back into the family. There is no doubt about the power of Zenin. Whether it is to study this Zanpakuto or to study Zenin's powerful body, the prerequisite is that Zenin returns to the family. I hope Zenin can handle the last thing he asked. Shinner, I'll leave all the preparations for the construction of Wanshiwu to you. The money will be regarded as your shares. If you make money in the future, you will still be given dividends. Gojo was salivating at the amount of money Zenin had. Although the money may not buy a Zanpakuto at all, but after all, it is impossible for him to actually sell the Zanpakuto for money. In terms of wealth he has seen, at the age of only 6, he has indeed seen too little. I don't know when I will be able to achieve financial freedom. Zenin Shurer nodded. The House of Everything has now become the most concerned thing in his heart. He is now also thinking about how to build the prototype of the Everything House as quickly as possible. After communicating with Zenin about the Master House, Gojo Ming began to think about the future. During this time, he completed the forging of Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shurer's Zanpakuto. Everything went according to his plan. With the blessing of the Zanpakuto, the strength of Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shurer increased accordingly. According to the current situation in the jujitsu world, Zenin should be considered the top combat power of the entire Neon. In the future, when Gojo Satoru grows up, his brother will also become a big figure. With the existence of Senbin Zakura, Gojo Satoru should be the one who can legitimately rule the world, right? However, with all his crazy bones, Zenin might be stronger? Before he understood the reversal technique, Satoru probably couldn't defeat him. With two of the most powerful guards on the left and right, I should be able to sit back and relax. However, thinking of this, Gojo Ming frowned slightly and felt that he was missing something. This state of being protected was not what he wanted. My talent is not very weak. After all, he is also a time traveler with system plugins, the same 6 eyes as Gojo Satoru, the same heavenly restriction as Zenin, and the 4 skills of Zanpakuto and Zenkinzuki. No matter how you look at it, I'm probably not the type to eat Gojo Satoru and Zenin. Next, it seems that he should pay more attention to improving his abilities. Improving your Zenkinzuki requires a gradual process, but the Zanpakuto is the best way to quickly improve your strength. Senbin Sakura and Hanten Kwangu make Gojo Satoru and Zenin even more powerful. So, what kind of Zanpakuto should I forge for myself? Holding Sodi Shirayuki in his hand, the coldness of the blade made Gojo Neru's mind very clear. If it comes to Zanpakuto, no one should be able to get around that Zanpakuto, right? Now that I have an Ice-type Zanpakuto, it shouldn't be too much to get a Fire-type Zanpakuto, right? A charred sword appeared in Gojo Ming's mind. If you can really forge this sword, you can basically become invincible. He is fully proficient in both ice and fire tachi and slashing fists and walking ghosts. He should be able to be regarded as a real god of death. Gojo Ming's heart was suddenly filled with anticipation. Sodi Shirayuki was the first Zanpakuto that I tried to forge. Senbin Sakura, Hanaten Kwenko, and Kayamizu were all Zanpakuto that I forged for others. Now, at this moment, I should also think about myself. The Zanpakuto that Gojo Ming wants to own most at this time is naturally the most powerful fire-type Zanpakuto in the entire Soul Society, the one held by the captain of the Gotiei 13th Division, Yamamoto Genryunaji Sai Shigekuni. The blade is like fire. If he can forge the Rukenwaka, then it basically means that he should be able to forge all Zanpakuto in the entire Soul Society. However, it is not easy to find a cursed tool that adapts to Ryuren Wakahuo. I have observed the Gojo families and Zenin's family's Jiku so far, but unfortunately, not even a fire-type cursed tool has appeared. It has to be said that in this regard, the world of Cursed Return and the world of Death are quite consistent. Fire-related items or abilities are very rare. Therefore, it will definitely not be easy to find suitable materials on your own this time. Now, I should be qualified to make requests to the head of the family, right? Not only did I train a first-level jujitsu master for the family, but I also forged Zanpakuto for Uncle Satoru and Shun. The most important thing is to help the Gojo family gain Zenin's friendship. The fact that Zenin defeated Zenin Jibi and Zenin Shan will definitely make the Gojo family realize the strength of their side. In other words, no current jujitsu master in the Gojo family is a match for Zenin, even Gojo Satoru, who possesses 6 eyes and unlimited techniques. Everything Gojo Ming has done so far is because of his confidence. Since the Gojo family and the Zenin family don't have such material in their treasury, let the head of the family look for it for him. At the same time, in the head of the Gojo family's room, Gojo-chan is reporting to the old man the situation after investigating from the high-level Imperial Library. In this room, Gojo Shuini and Gojo Juya also knelt down silently and listened carefully. Is that really the case? The old man sighed and looked up at the petri dish placed aside. Since the 9th cursed fetus has been stolen, this one should be the burning phase in the 9-phase diagram of the cursed fetus. I originally thought that the top 3 special grade cursed objects were the most special among the 9-phase diagram, but I never thought that this 9th cursed fetus would also have something special. Gojo nodded instantly and said, "Before Hu Che attacked Master Ming, I met him once, but I didn't notice anything strange about him. According to Hu Che's route during that period, it was normal for at least 3 days, and there was no chance of becoming a burner. Receive the flesh." This also means that the burning phase controlled Kotetsu for at least 3 days, and no one was aware of it during these 3 days. Gojo Shinichi's analysis was approved by everyone. Gojo-chan, who returned from the high school investigation, said with a serious face. Obviously, because they were not special grade cursed objects, the other 6 cursed fetuses did not receive the attention of the sealing personnel at the time. This also gave the people behind the scenes the opportunity to replace them. However, there are 6 cursed fetuses from the 4th to the 9th. They only replaced the burning phase of the 9th cursed fetus. I'm afraid this is also because the fire phase has such an exaggerated hidden ability. The old man nodded slightly and said to Gojo instantly, "Ask Xiongyan to come over. I have something to tell him." Gojo frowned briefly. "Elder Xiongyan? Is it okay to let him participate in this kind of thing? After all, it is something that is not good for Master Ming." Elder Xiongyan's position. Gojo was about to speak, but stopped. The old man shook his head, his face full of calm. Xiongyan is now the representative of the Gojo family, so he naturally has the right to know. And since Ming allowed Xiongyan to take this position, Xiongyan must also be prepared to take responsibility. Don't worry, Shuini. Xiongyan sits in the acting position. He must be thinking about the Gojo family. The moment Satoru obtained the Zanpakuto Senbin Sakura, Nero's position in the entire Gojo family was already unbreakable. Comments. Satoru, let's go find the head of the family. Catching Gojo Satoru, who was lazing around, Gojo Nero immediately prepared to take this cheap brother with him. Farewell, Ming. I'm exhausted, let me rest. Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes is filled with exhaustion. Gojo Ming can avoid Zenin's taijutsu training by forging Zanpakuto and studying Zanpakuto. But he can't. Because Shuini was away on business, he became Zenin's only target. In addition, without Shoko's treatment, he basically suffered from back pain and scars every day. It's rare today that Zenin took the initiative to leave Gojo's house after communicating with Gojo Ming, so Gojo Satoru wanted to take a good rest right now. You're only 6 years old and you're so old-fashioned. What should you do in the future? Come on, I need the head of the family's help to find some materials now. Gojo Ming would not let his cheap brother mess around. Material? Hearing this word, Gojo Satoru's eyes lit up, but his expression remained suspicious. Ming, are you ready to start forging again? No, it hasn't been a few days, hasn't it? Gojo Satoru also felt something was wrong when he thought about the time between Gojo Ming's forgings. After all, Hua Tianquangu had just been born not long ago, so Ming shouldn't be so anxious to forge the next one, right? Oh. A look of surprise appeared on Gojo Satoru's face. Is it the Zanpakuto that was promised to Shoko before? I said you have bad intentions, Shoko is so big. Seeing that Gojo Satoru was 6 years old and had already begun to develop towards human enlightenment, Gojo Nero punched Gojo Satoru directly in the abdomen and knocked back all his next words. Get up quickly. This time I am going to forge a Zanpakuto for myself, not for anyone else. I will forge the most stunning Zanpakuto for you to see. Speaking of this, Gojo Satoru suddenly became interested. The most attractive? Don't be ridiculous. You have seen Senbin Sakura's style yourself. Hwatian Kwangu can't compare with Senbin Sakura. It's hard to imagine that there are other Zanpakuto that are more gorgeous than Senbin Sakura. Gojo Ming fell into silence. If you really want to talk about it, the blade-like fire is actually a bit ugly, but it can't stand up to the power of other people's spells. When everything turns into a sea of fire with a wave of your hand, who cares whether the Zanpakuto can pull the wind or not? Moreover, in Gojo Ming's heart, the residual fire after the swastika is the most handsome Zanpakuto in his heart. Are you leaving or not? Gojo Nara came out of his memories and glared at Gojo Satoru. Okay, I understand, let's go. Gojo Satoru stood up reluctantly, but since this time it was about Ming's Zanpakuto, he should be more careful. Gojo Satoru also wanted to see what the Zanpakuto that Gojo Nara chose for himself looked like as a sword forger. The head room of the Gojo family. Master Wu, Master Ming. The master of the house is talking to Master Xiangyan in the house. Please wait a moment. The moment the servant's voice fell, the door behind him was opened. Gojo Xiangyan's face was as dark as water, and he was in a very unhappy mood. Seeing Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming standing at the door, he was a little surprised. If Gojo Satoru was alone, this would be normal, but with Gojo Ming, it was a bit unexpected. After all, Gojo Ming has never taken the initiative to seek help from the family head in the 6 years since he was born. The master of the house is inside, you go in. Gojo Xiangyan nodded to Gojo Satoru. His gaze stayed on Gojo Ming's body for a few seconds, and a trace of complexity flashed in his eyes. In the end, he still didn't say hello to Gojo Ming and turned around to leave. Entering the room, Gojo heard an old and hoarse voice. Our cursed tool forging master is here, a rare visitor. There was a hint of teasing in the old man's first words. Gojo Ming's expression froze, and he suddenly felt that the atmosphere at this time was not suitable for him to enter. The communication between Gojo Xiangyan and the head of the family just now was probably related to him. However, thinking that if he wanted to forge Ryukin Wakahu, he still had to rely on the strength of the family leader, Gojo felt heartbroken and followed Gojo Satoru in as if nothing had happened. As for what the old man just said, he simply ignored it. However, it is a pity that Gojo Ming did not answer the conversation himself, but the old man could answer the conversation on his own. The acting president just told me that there is a very unharmonious saying in the family, saying that you are siding with the enemy. The fact that Zenin even betrayed the Zenin family has aroused discussion among our family members. Originally, I didn't want to worry about it so much, but Zenin has been spending time with you recently, and there seems to be rumors that Zenin is going to join the Gojo family. The old man coughed lightly and asked with a smile. Who can tell me whether this is true or false? Hearing the old man's words, Gojo Ming suddenly felt a chill. The relationship between him and Zenin Shurer is indeed very good now, but it is not to the point where Zenin Shurer can change his surname and join. We are not Huey's mother, so how can we have the capital to attract Zenin to marry into our family? False nonsense. Gojo Ming made a cross sign to the head of the family with both hands in front of his chest. Don't say that Shurer wants to join the Gojo family. Judging from the current situation, the Zenin family doesn't even have the idea of holding Shurer responsible. Obviously, the Zenin family will not give up on Shurer. Who wouldn't treat a person of this level as a treasure? It's a pity that the Zenin family woke up a little late. But, sir, no matter how much you think about it, Zenin will never even join the Gojo family. To be honest, the Gojo family is not much better than the Zenin family. A character like Shurer will not be bound by a family. He will find the freedom he wants. Seeing that Gojo Ming realized what he was thinking and blocked it with words in advance, the old man shook his head helplessly. How great would it be if a character who could defeat Zenin and Zenin could join the Gojo family? Zenin's betrayal of the Zenin family caused an uproar among many jujitsu master families. In the Gojo family, most people agree with the view that Zenin's ability to defeat Zenin Shan and Zenin Naohito was entirely due to the special pair of Zanpakuto that Gojo forged for him. Without this Zanpakuto that can use shadow magic, Zeninji would never have been able to win. Therefore, many members of the Gojo family, while adhering to this view, are full of complaints about Gojo Ming. In their opinion, Gojo could give this Zanpakuto to anyone, so why should he give it to Zenin, a person who does not belong to the Gojo family? If someone hadn't pulled him away, someone would have come to Gojo to ask for an explanation. After roughly explaining the current situation of the family to Gojo Ming, the old man squinted his eyes and smiled strangely. So, is it because of the Zanpakuto called Hanakuten Kwenko? Or is it because of his own strength? The latter. Gojo Ming's answer was very firm. The Zanpakuto he forged for Zenin was more of an icing on the cake. Even without Huatian Kwangu, Zenin Zibaran and Zenin Fan would not be Zenin Shire's opponent. Oh? Why? Ming, why are you so sure? There was also a trace of curiosity on the wrinkled face of the old man. Gojo Ming seemed to have been very fond of Zenin from the beginning, and the first time he drew his sword to fight was also because of Zenin. What on earth influenced Gojo Ming to make such a decision? Facing the family leader's request for advice, Gojo Ming did not hide it and directly revealed the secret of Heavenly Restriction. Jiner's Heavenly Restriction is the most extreme kind. The completely zero spell power brings natural resistance to the spell power, as well as the physical strength of being at the pinnacle of human beings. You can be considered the most powerful human being at present. Gojo Ming came to the conclusion that at least as a person, Zenin has achieved the ultimate. A flash of understanding flashed in the old man's eyes. So, Nero, your heavenly restriction? Me? My physical strength will also stand at the top of mankind in the future. Gojo Ming's words made the smile on the old man's face grow stronger. Ming, I believe you. You have already given me enough surprises. The future Gojo family will be left to you and Satoru, so I can rest assured. The old man stopped asking any more questions about Zenin. He was originally very envious of such a person, but now that he knows that Gojo Ming has the same body, he is relieved. If Zenin Shurer is really allowed to join the Gojo family, it will cause more turmoil in the family. Both the Zenin family and the Gojo family should be dissatisfied. So, Neru, why did you and Satoru come to me together? Master, I want to apply for some cursed tools. Gojo Ming responded promptly. Cursed tool. The old man's eyes lit up. Are you planning to continue forging Zanpakuto? Gojo Ming nodded, but this time the Zanpakuto is a little special, so I need help from adults. It's okay. If you need anything, just go to Jiku and get it yourself. I will give you permission. The old man felt a little embarrassed when he saw Gojo Ming working so hard. The person in front of me is just a 6-year-old child, not an old scalper, not an adult. He originally thought that Gojo Ming would take a short rest after forging, but he never thought that the next time he started the furnace would be so fast. Sir, what I want is not available in Jiku. Gojo Ming shrugged. If Gojo had these in his family's treasure house, he would have taken them out long ago. Why do he still need to come here to ask the old man for help? The old man's expression froze and he laughed twice. We don't have what you need in our library? Gojo Ming nodded. Our Gojo family's inventory is quite large, but many things are missing. Previously, the materials for Senbonzakura and Huetian Kwangu all came from the Zenin family's inventory. Sir, the Gojo family has not done a good job in this regard. Gojo Ming looked like he hated the Gojo family for not fighting. If there were enough materials in the library, he might have created a batch of Zanpakuto and cultivated a bunch of experience packs, right? When you get the Ryukin Watsu by yourself, you must go on a Zanpakuto sale and use all the special materials in Gojo's family library to forge the sword. It is true that our family does not attach as much importance to cursed tool as the Kumo family and the Zenin family. The old man nodded and coughed. Then tell me, Ming, what kind of materials do you need? I can help you get some. I've been rambling here and there, but the ultimate goal is this sentence. Fire-type cursed tool. The higher the quality, the better. In the evening, the forge was opened again. With the impact of this period of time, many Gojo family members have discovered a pattern. The opening of the forge furnace means that a Zanpakuto will be born. Master Ming is really very productive. Master Ming forged 4 such special Zanpakuto curse tools in just 2 months. I wonder who is Master Ming forging this time. You can't forge it for others anyway. You can never give a sacred object like the Zanpakuto to someone from another family again. This Zanpakuto was forged by Master Ming. He should have his own right to dispose of it, right? Master Ming is first a member of the Gojo family, and then he becomes an independent individual. After leaving the family, the individual will lose its nutrients. But isn't it true that Zenin has left the Zenin family? Master Ming can't leak the Zanpakuto anymore anyway. In the Gojo family mansion, similar conversations occur one after another. In the hearts of almost everyone in the Gojo family, Gojo Ming has become an indispensable presence for the entire family. Gojo's ultimate spirit Ryu Dojo. Many Jielyu disciples subconsciously looked in the direction of the forging house. Although it was remote, it had become a place that every Jielyu disciple longed for. Every Kyokushin Ryu disciple has this fantasy in his heart. Suddenly one day, he can be called to the door of the forging house and Master Gojo Ming gives them a Zanpakuto. Grandpa, are you going to let it go like this? Gojo Shuani looked at Gojo Xiangyan and didn't understand why his grandfather was not as clear-cut as before after becoming the acting representative. The theoretical basis of their faction is the twin curse. Now, Gojo Ming has begun to be deluded from the curse theory. In this case, their faction will lose the meaning of existence. Gojo Xiangyan touched his chin, looked at the forging house from a distance, and recalled the scene when he was surrounded by Senbonzakura. The wonders of cherry blossoms in winter, Xian-yi, do you still remember? Gojo Shuani nodded doubtfully. I believe that every Gojo family member who has seen the scene that happened not long ago will never forget it. Grandpa, are you talking about Master Satoru's Senbonzakura? Every time Senbonzakura is mentioned, Gojo will be shocked from the bottom of his heart. The sight of thousands of petals flying in the sky completely subverts his understanding of Zanpakuto. Xian-yi, remember, at any time, strength is the backing of everything. For the weak, the family is your backing. However, for the strong, the family may often be more of a hindrance. I'm looking forward to it. What kind of scene will Gojo Ming prepare for all the audiences next? Gojo Shuani seemed to understand, but he could clearly sense that his grandfather, the most staunch adherent of the Gemini Curse sect, had wavered in his position. Are you ready to start forging so soon? After Zenin learned that Gojo Ming was going to forge the Zanpakuto again, he immediately put down his work at the master house. Can your body handle it now? Zenin remembered that Gojo Ming had rested for a few days between forging Senbonzakura and Huetian Kwangu. Now, Gojo Ming was preparing to continuously forge Zanpakuto, which he did not expect. Looking at Zenin's indifferent expression and listening to Zenin's caring words, Gojo Ming felt that the man in front of him was really in contrast, but Zenin's performance also showed his importance in his heart. However, the matter of flowing blade Ruohuo must also be put on the agenda. This Zanpakuto is extremely difficult to forge. I'm just going to give it a try. However, the probability of failure is also very high. Gojo Ming weighed the materials in his hands and felt uncertain. After communicating with the owner today, The corresponding cursed tool was delivered in the afternoon. Although there are very few fire-type cursed tools, the Gojo family is still one of the big 3 sorcerer families and has its own path. But I don't know why, when Gojo Ming looks at these cursed tools in front of him, he always feels uncomfortable. Therefore, when the furnace was open this time, he himself did not know what the result would be. Then why don't you take some rest? Gojo Shinichi on the side also added with concern. He already knew from the exchange with Gojo Satoru that this Zanpakuto was prepared for him by Gojo Ming. Therefore, he also hopes that Gojo Ming can forge a Zanpakuto that is shocking enough. Can't rest. Gojo Ming shook his head. Taking advantage of the current energy, he might still have a slight chance of successful forging. If he really rested, then the chance of forging a Ryukin Ruohuo based on these materials would be almost non-existent. Okay, let's get started. Gojo Satoru didn't make any move to persuade. He knew that Gojo Ming had his own reasons for doing this. All he had to do was believe it. As the clanging sound sounded, the hearts of the entire Gojo family were filled with anticipation. With the Gojo family as the center, the entire jujitsu world is also affected. Zen and home. The 2 brothers, Naoki and Shangi, looked at each other and shook their heads silently. If Gojo Naru was really so productive, they really felt that there would be no need to compete with the Gojo family in the future. Yuri family. Shoko, you didn't catch up this time. Next time, you must watch the sword forging next to Gojo Ming. Yuri Inamitsu became furious when she saw her daughter stuffing herself with snacks to look like a little hamster. But when I think about it, it does have something to do with me. If I don't relent today and send Shoko directly, Gojo Ming may be able to remember more clearly that he wants to forge a Zanpakuto for Shoko. What's so interesting about forging? It's so boring. Yuri Shoko was eating potato chips while chatting with Yuri Inamitsu about the scene of Gojo Nara's forging. She never understood why Gojo Satoru, Zenin, and Gojo Shuini could concentrate on watching Gojo hammer for an hour. Can anyone interpret it? Do men really like watching forged weapons? Yuri Inamitsu sighed. What does a little girl like you know about the happiness between men? Hurry up and let Gojo Ming remember the promise he made to you. Kamo home. Gojo Naru, this little brat, turned on the furnace again in such a short time? How's that possible? Kamo's expression changed. He is still planning when to visit Zenin's house to learn about the situation of the burning phase. Unexpectedly, it has only been a while since Gojo Ming turned on the stove again. According to the previous 2 openings, Senbin Sakura and Huetian Kwangu were born respectively. So, what about this time? Will it be such a powerful curse tool again? Thinking of this, Kamo was really filled with anxiety. If this continued, he really didn't know how to maintain his position in the association. It will definitely fail this time. Kamo really had such an idea in his heart. But the next second, Kamo himself didn't believe it. After all, Gojo Ming's record of forging Ching Chong, Senbin Sakura, and Huetian Kwangu was too impressive. This has led most people to believe that Gojo Ming's technology in forging Zanpakuto has reached perfection. Despite what he said, Gojo Ming will fail in forging this time. However, Kamo really still recognized Gojo Ming's authority in forging the Zanpakuto. And in another corner of the jujitsu world, a handsome and sassy-looking woman was sitting at the conference table, her face full of contemplation. Kaori, we must not allow things like the Zanpakuto to continue to strengthen the power of jujitsu masters. Since the birth of Gojo's 6 eyes, the intensity of curse in the entire world has also increased. We began to hibernate according to the prophecy, but if this continues, where is the soil for us curse users to survive in this world? A middle-aged man's face was full of dissatisfaction, and the cassock he wore showed his identity as a monk. This man's name is Akazawa Shisaku, one of the top executives of the curse user group. This time, it was a small curse user meeting. However, all the people who can attend are senior executives of Curse User. The entire conference is actually analogous to the Jiu-Jitsu Masters Association in the Jiu-Jitsu world. However, the number of Curse users is far less than that of Jiu-Jitsu Masters, which makes the entire association look small. Everyone else in the round-table meeting also followed Akazawa Shisaku's gaze and looked at the woman named Kori. The woman's expression was still very calm, and a faint smile appeared on her thoughtful face. Zanpakuto? I've heard about this thing recently. It seems to be a cursed tool that can use spells. It just appeared this year, right? Kaori nodded, glanced around, and continued. I will learn about this matter. You can continue to hibernate and develop your strength. After all, the power of the Gojo family is not something you can resist. Furthermore, isn't this the purpose of your impromptu meeting? To let me help you find out the reality of the Zanpakuto. The corners of Kaori's mouth raised slightly, giving her a playful smile. After she finished speaking, everyone else around smiled awkwardly. This is indeed their purpose, but as long as everyone maintains a tacit understanding, it will be fine. It's not that they are cowards, but the Gojo family, one of the big three sorcerer families, is indeed strong enough. Only the woman in front of them has the ability to complete this task. After all, when this woman named Kaori broke into the meeting, she directly defeated all their curse users. At present, the entire Curse User Association can say that the strongest curse user is the woman in front of them. Seeing that everyone was silent, Kaori also felt very bored. She stood up, looked around, and turned to leave. The moment he turned his head, a faint suture line was exposed under the scattered bangs. The name of the woman in front of me is pronounced Kaori, but it is actually written, at night. The moon was high in the sky, but many members of the Gojo family had not yet fallen asleep. They were still paying attention to the situation in the forging house, for fear of missing the scene of the successful forging of the Zanpakuto after falling asleep. Similarly, Gojo Ming's forging also affects the hearts of other forces. However, at the same time, in the forging room, Gojo Ming's expression was very helpless. The forging time this time was extremely long. One of the two fire-type cursed tools that the family owner found for him had failed to be forged. At this time, Gojo Ming was making his second attempt. Clang! With the final blow of the hammer, Gojo Ming put down the blade in his hand and sighed. The forging was not successful. As Gojo Ming said these words, everyone's faces were very shocked. As outsiders, they have obviously felt the sharpness and heat in the sword embryo. According to the previous situation, it should be a matter of course for the Zanpakuto to take shape, right? This scene is different from Gojo Ming's failed attempts for a month. At that time, Gojo Ming had not yet figured out the way and was more trying. But this time, everything went normally, but it was just one step short in the end. Seeing the regret on everyone's faces, Gojo Ming smiled. Maybe the Zanpakuto I want to forge is too powerful, so it's natural that I don't want it to be forged so easily. Gojo Ming, who failed to forge, comforted Gojo Satoru and others. Is it because of the problem with these cursed tool materials? As a blacksmith master, Gojo.Yet immediately noticed the strangeness of the whole process. When Gojo Ming was hammering the blade, the closer he got to the end, the less he dared to strike, as if he was worried that the next strike would destroy the material. Obviously, the quality of these two cursed tools used as materials is too low. Although they have the characteristics of fire system, they are still not enough to serve as the carrier of Gojo Ming's Zanpakuto. Isn't level 2 cursed tool okay? Then to forge this Zanpakuto, you also need level 1 cursed tool. Gojo Satoru's words silenced everyone present. They are not new to cursed tools, so they naturally know how rare the fire-type cursed tools are. These two second-level cursed tools were probably obtained by the Gojo family head through connections. If this is really the case, then it may take some time for this Zanpakuto to be released. Let's break up. We're tired today. Let's take a good rest. We'll talk about it later. Gojo Ming waved everyone away. The flames in the forge were completely extinguished and silence fell. I'm afraid there is still some gap between what Satoru said. To truly forge the Ryuken Ruohuo, I'm afraid a special grade cursed tool is needed to complete it. However, I have never heard of cursed tool of this level. However, don't be anxious, just look for it slowly. Since the Zanpakuto path is temporarily impassable, let's break through Haku first. Looking at the nearly full experience bar in his system, Gojo Ming nodded with satisfaction. Recently, the Gojo Satoru experience pack has been very practical and saved a lot of time. I feel like in a few days, I should be able to complete my vein breakthrough and start learning Shuenpa. Just like that, Gojo Ming fell asleep with anticipation. While he was sleeping, the entire Gojo family and the entire Jujutsu world were once again engulfed in all kinds of comments. Master Ming's fire went out, but the Zanpakuto's vision appeared. Did it fail? It's impossible. There is a problem with the forging. Someone just asked about it. Master Ming gave up forging today. This must not be Master Ming's problem. There must be something wrong with other aspects. Perhaps this is God warning Master Ming not to hand over his Zanpakuto to others at will. Our Gojo family is the truly chosen family. Zenin home. Zenin fan and Zenin people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time after hearing the news of Gojo Ming's forging failure. If Gojo Ming can really forge a Zanpakuto so quickly, then the pressure on the Zenin family will be even greater. GB people, what do you say to Zenin? Are you willing to come back? It's difficult. Sure has had his own opinions since he was a child, otherwise he wouldn't have concealed his strength for so long. Thinking of the previous experience of being instantly killed by Zenin, both Zenin and Zenin were a little hard to face. Although there is no necessary connection between Zenin and Gojo Ming, they were still relieved to see Gojo Ming make a mistake. At this point, the Zenin family can only entertain themselves here. Kamo home. Gojo Ming Xiaogui's forging failed? Hearing the news, Kamo really blew his beard, his eyes filled with excitement. As long as Gojo Naru is not always successful, then he is not invincible and will have weaknesses. Kamo can really imagine that if Gojo Ming fails again in the future, how high he was praised at the beginning will be how hard he will fall in the future. Perhaps this is the reason why Gojo Ming fell from a high place. He forged so many Zanpakuto by himself, which is beyond common sense. Kamo really slowly calmed down. Since Gojo Ming's forging failed, he can just wait and see what happens. However, Gojo Ming was not killed by the fire phase, which was somewhat beyond Kamo's expectation. If this continues, he won't be able to delay Gojo Juye's proposal. Going to Gojo's house has become a real necessity for Kamo. Whether it's to recycle the burnt phase or to check whether Gojo Ming meets the criteria for promotion. Grandpa, Gojo Ming's forging failed this time. After this news, Gojo Xuani congratulated Gojo Xiongyan. As long as Gojo Ming's forging failed, then Gojo Xiongyan's pressure should not be so great. Ever since Gojo Ming forged Senbonzakura for Gojo Satoru, many clan members have been putting pressure on their grandfather. Now, it is rare to see Gojo Ming frustrated, but Gojo Xuani's mood is much more exciting. Xian-yi. Gojo Xiongyan's deep voice sounded. If Gojo Naruto continues to fail, this will be the biggest loss to the Gojo family. He won't give up so easily. The head of the family has a right saying, the future of the Gojo family lies with Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru. Gojo looked at his grandfather in shock. Such words would have no shocking effect from anyone. However, when these words were spoken from the mouth of Gojo Xiongyan, the leader of the Gemini Curse sect and the modern leader of the Gojo family, the implications were too great. And when many big families were talking about it. In the remote Yagyu family mansion, Yagyu Hidesuji invited an ancient scroll from the ancestral hall. Yagyu Yusuker nodded slightly. Yagyu Zaemon looked serious. This is the Suki no Sho that records the entire history of Yagyu Shinin Ryu Kendo techniques. On the night when Gojo Ming's forging failed, the Yagyu family made the decision to trade the Suki no Sho with Gojo Ming for a Zanpakuto. Early in the morning, Gojo Ming did not wake up naturally, but was woken up by Gojo Shuani. Uncle Shun, you are already a first-level jujitsu master after all. Why are you still responsible for wake-up calls? Gojo Ming rubbed his eyes. It was not a good feeling to be woken up suddenly in the middle of sleep. Master Ming, please get up and wash up quickly. Someone from the Yagyu family is visiting. There was a hint of excitement in Gojo Shuani's tone, which Gojo Ming couldn't understand. He really didn't understand what the relationship between the Yagyu family and his ability to sleep in was. Why is Gojo so excited? Could it be said that he and Gojo Satoru still need to receive visitors from the Yagyu family? Isn't it necessary? Seeing that Gojo Naru was motionless, Gojo Shinichi directly told the purpose of visiting the Yagyu family. Suki no Somo? What is this? Are you going to exchange a Zanpakuto? Why should I do this? Gojo Ming's words immediately extinguished Gojo Shinichi's excitement about the Yagyu family's Suki no Sho. Gojo fell into awkward silence for a moment. But that is the Suki no Sho, the original classic of Yagyu Jubiai, and I heard that all the masters of the Yagyu family have been able to understand different things from it. Master Ming, you are so talented in swordsmanship, aren't you curious? After a moment of silence, Gojo explained the rarity of Suki no Somo in pale words. However, this still did not arouse Gojo Ming's interest at all. No wonder Gojo Ming looked hopeless at this time. After all, He had just woken up, and the only thing that could arouse Gojo Ming's interest now was the fire-type cursed tool material that he had been asking for. Master Neru, the Yagyu family attaches great importance to this visit. The head of the Yagyu family, Yusuke Yagyu, the kendo master of the Yagyu family, Zaemon Yagyu, and the first-level jujitsu master of the Yagyu family, Shuji Yagyu, all came to visit you. You can't explain it if you don't come forward, right? Gojo Shinichi finally decided to bring Gojo Ming to the scene. Whether the copy of the moon has any effect on Gojo Ming has to be seen by Gojo Ming. Finally, under Gojo Shuani's strong request, Gojo Ming had no choice but to get up, wash up, get dressed, and yawned into Gojo's Jiraiya dojo. Because this time it was just a private visit to the Yagyu family, unlike the previous fight, so there were only high-level officials from the two clans in the dojo. 3 people came to the Yagyu family, and the Gojo family was hosted by the current acting Gojo Xiongyan. Gojo Satoru originally did not have to attend this meeting, but after he heard that the Yagyu family was specially planning to visit Gojo Ming, he volunteered to attend. Therefore, the Gojo family has a 4-on-3 situation with the 2 brothers Gojo Xiongyan, Gojo Shuani, and Wu Ming. Master Yagyu, since Gojo Ming has arrived, our courtesy has been fulfilled. The next step is the transaction between you and Gojo Ming. We will not participate much, and will only be spectators. Gojo Xiongyan didn't have the slightest idea of overshadowing the guest and directly gave the stage to the Yagyu family and Gojo Ming. Gojo Satoru wanted to say something, but was temporarily interrupted by Shinichi tapping him twice. By the time Gojo Satoru came to his senses, Gojo Ming had already started talking to the head of the Yagyu family. To be honest, I'm not very interested in Suki no Sho, and Zanpakuto is not just forged. Gojo Nero wanted to refuse, but Yagyu Shuji simply knelt on the ground, raised the Suki no Somo above his head, and asked Gojo Nero to accept it. Next to him, Yagyu Yusuke and Yagyu Zaemon lowered their heads silently, hoping that Gojo Ming would accept it. I'm really not that interested in kendo clicks. It's hard to refuse such hospitality. Facing the scene, Gojo Nero realized that it seemed that unless he picked up this Suki no Somo, Yagyu Shuji would not put down his raised hand. So, out of politeness, he picked up the ancient scroll. Just pick it up and unfold it. Gojo Ming glanced at it casually, thinking about what use an old antique could be used for. However, to Gojo Ming's surprise, the moment he glanced over, the sound of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Swordsmanship Classics detected, host reads and learns, swordsmanship experience plus 200. Gojo Ming raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He was originally passive in business, but he never expected that there would be an unexpected surprise when he got the book in his hands. On the other side, seeing Gojo Ming's reluctance to take over Moon no Sho, Yusuke Yagyu and the other 3 have always been unsure. They had previously worried about whether Gojo Ming was really interested in kendo. Now, seeing Gojo Ming reading Suki no Somo seriously, the 3 of them finally felt relieved. While Gojo Ming was reading, everyone held their breath and did not dare to make any noise to disturb Gojo Ming. After a long time, the system beeps in Gojo Ming's mind finally stopped, and he let out a long breath. An unexpected surprise, an unexpected surprise. After reading Moon no Somo, Gojo Ming gained a total of 3,000 points of kendo experience. Although there is currently no so-called experience bar for kendo experience, Gojo Ming still feels that his kendo has improved. This is not a kind of talk on paper, but a kind of understanding. Who are you planning to forge your Zanpakuto for? Gojo Ming closed his eyes, flashing the moves mentioned in Moon No. 1 in his mind, and asked in a deep voice. Gojo's voice fell for a few seconds, and the entire dojo remained quiet. Then a trace of ecstasy appeared on Yagyu Yusuke's face. Gojo Ming's words like this meant that Gojo Ming agreed to forge a Zanpakuto for the Yagyu family. Narukuin. Zaemon, the Yagyu clan wants you to build a Zanpakuto for Zaemon. Yagyu Yusuke suppressed his excitement and said Zaemon's name. Gojo Nero opened his eyes, glanced at Zaemon, and nodded. Although he didn't want the Yagyu family to get involved with the Zanpakuto at the beginning, since he used other people's things and got benefits, he naturally had to reciprocate. Moreover, as a kendo master, Yagyu Zaemon is worthy of the status of Zanpakuto. Thinking of Shinin Ryu's water-like sword moves, images of Zanpakuto appeared in Gojo Ming's mind. I understand. Leave the Suki no Somo here. Come and get the Zanpakuto tomorrow. After saying that, Gojo Ming took the moon book and turned around to leave. Everyone in the dojo was left looking at each other in shock. Satoru, help me go to the Jiku to get a cursed tool, that one. After the two six-eyes gods of the Gojo family left, Gojo Xiongyan stood up and apologized. Although the Yagyu family had something to ask for, Gojo Ming's attitude was really a bit casual. I am so sorry. Just as Gojo Xiongyan spoke, he was interrupted by Yagyu Yusuke. Thank you to Xiongyan for your help. With Mingjun and Wuju in here, the Gojo family will definitely be more brilliant in the future. Zaemin, from now on we Yagyu Shinen Ryu and Gojo Kyokushin Ryu will be brother schools. When you have a Zanpakuto, please remember the help Narukuin and the Gojo family have given us. Yagyu Zaemin lowered his head suddenly to express his understanding. He was looking forward to the Zanpakuto that Gojo Ming forged for him. Others were waiting and watching, thinking that Gojo Ming would be frustrated, but the Yagyu family was so decisive. It's better to provide help in times of need than to add icing on the cake. Seeing that the emotions of the three Yagyu were so high and they didn't feel neglected at all, Gojo Xiongyan realized the importance of the Zanpakuto to the Yagyu family. For people who cannot use jujitsu, the Zanpakuto is equivalent to an external magic organ, which is equivalent to turning an ordinary person into a jujitsu master. The kendo master in front of me who will be ignored by other jujitsu masters, after possessing the Zanpakuto, I am afraid that he will be at the forefront of the jujitsu master level, right? Gojo Xiongyan shook his head. No matter what, this is good for the Gojo family. Ming, you just started the forging yesterday. If you don't take a break today, are you going to forge directly for the Yagyu family? Gojo Satoru's eyes were full of concern. In his opinion, the two consecutive forging failures yesterday must have dealt a big blow to Gojo Ming. Therefore, he still hopes that Gojo Ming will not be so anxious and take a good rest in order to better forge the sword. Feeling Gojo Satoru's care, Gojo Ming felt warm in his heart, but he was not as fragile as Gojo Satoru imagined. Forging Zanpakuto for Yagyu Zaemin was also to maintain his own skill in forging. If his body really couldn't bear it, he wouldn't force it for a Yagyu family. The most important thing is that Moon Number 1 indeed brings me a new way to absorb experience. Forging a Zanpakuto for the Yagyu family can be regarded as a reward for the Yagyu family's behavior. It's okay. Satoru, go and help me find the cursed tool first. As for the forging failure, haven't we experienced enough before? It won't have any impact. We have already found the reason. As long as we find suitable materials, I will naturally be able to complete the forging of the Zanpakuto. Seeing Gojo Naru's confident expression again, Gojo Satoru immediately felt relieved. However, this material problem is still a big problem. Satoru made up his mind to communicate well with the head of the family and help Gojo Ming find that cursed tool, no matter how rare it was. He could feel that Gojo Ming valued this Zanpakuto more than Sodi Shirayuki. He also had a kind of expectation in his heart, what kind of style the Zanpakuto would have that even Gojo Naru, the swordsmith, treated him like this. Okay Ming, I'll get you the curse tool. After saying that, Gojo Satoru disappeared from Gojo Ming's eyes, and Gojo Ming walked slowly and leisurely towards the forge house while holding the Moon Number 1. Moon Number 1 is really good stuff. The first copy of this month provided me with 3,000 points of experience, and there may be more in subsequent readings. What if there are other kendo classics of the same level as Suki no Somo? Does this mean I have a more convenient way to gain experience? Although I don't care too much about developing in swordsmanship, things that can improve my strength are always good. Swordsmanship can be improved by reading these classics, so Baidu and Shuenpa should also be possible, right? But what about the ghost path? It is still unclear what the difference is between Kido and Jujitsu in this world. After discovering the hidden functions of the system, Gojo Ming felt much better. Perhaps, if he continues like this, one day he will really become the strongest Shinigami who is proficient in all Zukin and Zuki. The other side. The three members of the Yagyu family are on their way home. However, the eyes of the three of them were as bright as stars. They had no idea that this exchange would go so smoothly. Although they handed over Yagyu Jubiai's classics, they may be forgotten by future generations. However, the three of them all felt that it was not a loss at all to get a Zanpakuto in exchange for Suki no Sho. Zaemin, from now on, you can also become a jujitsu master. From now on, the future of the family will really be entrusted to your hands. Yagyu Shusi felt relieved in his heart. As the strongest jujitsu master in the Yagyu family, he has always been under a lot of pressure. Now that Yagyu Zaemon is sharing the pressure with him, his future situation will be much better. Yusuke Yagyu followed up Hideji Yagyu's words and said, "This Zanpakuto can be regarded as a treasure handed down from generation to generation for Yagyu Shininryo. Zaemon, you must explore hard and record how to use this Zanpakuto. Maybe you can become one in the future." The Jubii of the Yagyu family can also leave a classic book for the Yagyu family that is comparable to the Suki no Sho. Both Yagyu Shuji and Yagyu Yusuke are full of confidence in Gojo Ming's Zanpakuto. Even if this Zanpakuto does not have a technique suitable for Yagyu Uzuman, the strength of the weapon alone is enough to support Yagyu Uzuman's subsequent improvement in kendo. After all, the scene where Ching Chong cut off the samurai swords before was still fresh in their memories. Yagyu Zaemon suppressed his inner excitement and nodded silently. "Master Shioji, I will cherish this opportunity." Being able to become a jujitsu master has always been Yagyu Zaemon's dream. However, unfortunately, he does not have jujitsu talent and can only focus all his energy on kendo. He became the youngest kendo master of the Yagyu family. However, for the declining Yagyu family, the kendo master could not restore their prestige in the jujitsu world. Only by giving birth to more and stronger jujitsu masters can the Yagyu family regain its glory. Originally, he thought that he would only be able to devote all his energy to kendo in this life. He never thought that he would meet Gojo Ming, a person who could forge a Zanpakuto with techniques. A 6-year-old kid with 6 eyes and no magic powers. Yagyu Zaemon believed that this was an opportunity given to him by God. If he doesn't seize this opportunity this time, then he will completely miss the jujitsu world. He was looking forward to tomorrow's Zanpakuto. Although Gojo Ming didn't say much else, he had such a feeling in Mei. The Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Ming will definitely suit him very well. He believed that this Zanpakuto would definitely make his name Yagyu Uzuman firmly engraved in the history of the jujitsu division. There seems to be no secrets in the jujitsu world. The fact that the 3 heroes of the Yagyu family visited the Gojo family in the early morning and delivered the family classic Suki no Sho directly shocked the entire jujitsu world. For the Yagyu family, this kind of thing is no less than the Gojo family giving unlimited magic spells, the Zenin family giving away 10 shadow spells, and the Kumo family giving away red blood manipulation techniques to others. Regardless of whether others can use it or not, giving this secret information to others is shocking enough and shows the courage of the Yagyu family. Is a Zanpakuto really worth such a high price for the Yagyu family? You know, Suki no Sho and Kendo are the foundation of the Yagyu family. If the Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Ming cannot achieve the goals of the Yagyu family, then the Yagyu family will lose what they rely on for survival. Even the current family status may not be maintained. Zenin home. The people of Zenin were very touched when they heard the news. The Yagyu family is willing to give up the most precious thing in their family in exchange for a Zanpakuto. But if he wants to cooperate with Gojo Ming, he has to be restrained by others and waste other good situations. Others don't know it, but Zenin people know how terrifying this Zanpakuto technique is. Regardless of the number of spells, just counting Sodi Shirayuki's 7 spells is probably enough to overturn a small sorcerer family. Not to mention the Huatian Quangu in Zenin Shur's hand, which has a shadow magic spell that is very suitable for the Zenin family. I have to say that the Yagyu family is really much more courageous than the Zenin family. Zenin sighed. There may never be such a good opportunity to cooperate with Gojo Ming again. Kamo home. Kamo was really dissatisfied with the Yagyu family's move. In his opinion, the Yagyu family is driving up prices. How can the Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Ming be worthy of the Suki no Sho? It's just a cursed tool, a tool used by jujitsu masters. And the Book of the Moon, a classic that condenses the essence of our ancestors, should be more precious, right? This behavior of the Yagyu family will only make Gojo Naru, the brat, even more proud. After learning the news, other small jujitsu master families began to weigh whether this transaction was worth it. Use the family's most precious tome in exchange for a Zanpakuto. The Yagyu family's deal is being evaluated by the world, and they are all waiting for the reaction after the Yagyu family gets the Zanpakuto. In Gojo's forge house. It's so slow, Satoru. It was just a trip to Jiku. It took you an hour. While Gojo Nero was waiting for Gojo Satoru, he had already read Tsuki no Somo, again out of boredom. When he was about to read it for the third time, he finally waited for Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru smiled awkwardly and placed a spear-shaped cursed tool next to the forge. During this period of time, after getting the cursed tool, he went to the house owner's room and made another application with the house owner. Under his pleading, the owner agreed to try again to find other high-quality fire-based cursed tools. However, he wasn't going to tell Gojo Ming until he got it. He wanted to give Gojo Ming a surprise. Something has delayed me, Ming. Is this the one? Gojo Ming put the moon number 1 aside, walked to the forging furnace, and opened the furnace again. A rumble sounded from the forging house, and the entire Gojo family realized again that Gojo Ming was starting forging again today. However, this time, no one dared to have too many hopes. After all, 2 consecutive failures last night have made people worried about Gojo Ming's health. Only Gojo was in the flow of his thoughts, while Gojo Xiongyan's expression remained calm. In his opinion, Gojo Ming will definitely succeed this time. He has realized that Gojo Ming never speaks big words. Since Gojo Ming has promised to the Yagyu family, this Zanpakuto will definitely be born. Moreover, just now in the master's room, he also learned from Gojo Satoru the reason why Gojo Ming's forging failed last night. A higher quality fire-type curse tool? Gojo Xiongyan murmured to himself, with a trace of passion flashing in his eyes. If this transaction satisfies the Yagyu family, he may be able to obtain the cursed tool materials that Gojo Ming wants through the transaction. Although such cursed tools are very rare, he still saw the existence of such cursed tools when he was young. Now, it depends on whether Gojo Ming's chips can impress others. If it is true, as Gojo Satoru said, that Gojo Ming is planning to build an extremely powerful Zanpakuto for himself, then he believes that this transaction should go smoothly. The moment the furnace was turned on, Gojo Shueni and Gojo Juya rushed to the forging house immediately. They are also looking forward to the cursed tool that Gojo Ming will present next. It's not difficult to forge the Zanpakuto, so you don't have to be so nervous. Oh, Uncle Shun, the moon book is right next to it. Take a look for yourself. There are many things in it that are very good and should be helpful to you. Gojo Ming said casually and started the forging process. He had already decided in his mind which Zanpakuto he was going to forge, so the next step was to ask the sword god to possess him, and then melt the water-type cursed tool on the side into the blade embryo. After an hour of hard work, the flames of the forging furnace went out, the sound of hammers stopped, and the hammer formed in Gojo Ming's hand. The crisp sound of the system sounded in Gojo Nero's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the Zanpakuto Nika. In the Zanpakuto display room, there is another Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto, Sodi Shirayuki, possessor, Gojo Neru, borrower, none. Zanpakuto, King Mushi, possessor, Gojo Ming, borrower, Gojo Shinichi. Zanpakuto, Senbin Sakura, possessor, Gojo Neru, borrower, Gojo Satoru. Zanpakuto, Nakahana, possessor, Gojo Ming, borrower, none. Gojo Ming waved the flower in his hand, and Sodi Shirayuki beside him was shaking slightly. These 2 Zanpakutos who had fought before seemed to still have different entanglements even after they came to this world. Gojo Ming put down the flowers and picked up Sodi Shirayuki to comfort her gently. The memories in the 2 Zanpakutos are probably all about the battle between Kuchiki Rukia and Shiba Kain, right? Teachers and students, vice captains and team members, murderers and the murdered. The entanglement between the Lord of Flowers and the Lord of Sodi Shirayuki can be considered very complicated. However, in this world, they should be able to get along well, and there is no need to fight with each other like in death. What's the name of this Zanpakuto? Gojo Satoru asked curiously. This time the forging process was a little too smooth. This also made Gojo Satoru confirm again that yesterday's failure was not due to Gojo Ming, but just because of the insufficient quality of the material. Pink flowers. I think it's a Zanpakuto that is suitable for Yagyu's new Inryu. The next day, the 3 masters of Yagyu came to the door again in person and took away the Zanpakuto Kaika. The entire jujitsu world fell into silence. They only knew that Gojo Ming forged a Zanpakuto again. However, no one knew what technique this Zanpakuto had and whether it was powerful. 3 days later. The Jujutsu Master Association issued a notice that Yagyu Zaman of the Yagyu family successfully killed 3 first-level cursed spirits and was promoted to the first-level Jujutsu Master. The entire Jujutsu world was shocked. The Yagyu family actually has 2 first-level Jujutsu Masters? Moreover, the newly promoted Yagyu Zaman was not even a Jujutsu Master before. What's happening here? Everyone realized that the key point of the matter was the Zanpakuto newly obtained by Yagyu Zaman. At this time, Gojo's house. After Yagyu Zaman was promoted to the first level of Jujutsu Master, he came to thank him again, accompanied by Yagyu Shuji. It's still Gojo's ultimate dojo, and it's still Gojo Xiangyan who's hosting them, but this time the expressions of both parties are much more relaxed than before. Congratulations to Master Zaman for successfully being promoted to the first level of Jujutsu Master. I have to thank Xiangyan again for being the matchmaker. The two families are mutually prosperous in business and get along extremely harmoniously. However, Yagyu Zaman and Yagyu Shuji were constantly murmuring in their hearts. When Yagyu Shuji accompanied Gojo Shinichi to participate in the promotion assessment, Gojo Xiangyan's goal seemed to be difficult for Gojo Ming. However, why at this time, Gojo Xiangyan, who became the representative, looked nothing like before. During the entire transaction process, Gojo Xiangyan also seemed very calm. In that transaction, without Gojo Xiangyan's matchmaking to arouse Gojo Shuani's interest in Suki no Somo, I am afraid that Gojo Ming would not even have appeared in that transaction. Yagyu Shuji and Yagyu Zaman looked at each other, and both lamented the complexity of the big family. However, this has nothing to do with them, as long as it does not affect the development of the Yagyu family. After all, this time, the Yagyu family was the winner of this transaction. Yagyu Uzuman still couldn't believe his appearance and posture after completing the first interpretation. If it weren't for the flowers, he wouldn't have been able to defeat those 3 first-level cursed spirits. Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru arrived late, but no one at the scene was dissatisfied. The two brothers were each wearing simple sportswear and had just come out of Zenin's training. After these few days of training, Gojo Ming has realized that his free play is about to break through. Next, he only needs an opportunity to activate the instant step function and enter the 3rd stage of killing fists and walking away ghosts. However, Gojo Ming was not in a hurry and just came to see how well the Yagyu family was using the flowers. Previously, he also used Nika's perspective to witness with his own eyes the strength of Yagyu Zaman, which was indeed on par with Gojo Shinichi. This is a rare opportunity for 2 kendo masters to compete. Facing Gojo Neru's proposal, Yagyu Zaman and Gojo Shun glanced at each other, with a flash of lightning in their eyes. Yagyu Zaman is full of resentment for the last defeat. Now that he has the same Zanpakuto as Gojo Shinichi, it is time to clear his name. And Gojo Shinichi also refused to admit defeat. He was not prepared that time before. If Gojo Ming hadn't forged a clear insect for him that day, then he would have been embarrassed. This time, he also wanted to let Yagyu Zaman see what the 4 true masters of kendo were. Faced with this situation, Gojo Xiangyan's face was full of suspicion. He kept glancing at Gojo Ming, not understanding the purpose of Gojo Ming's suggestion at all. Gojo Xiangyan, who had no system, naturally didn't know that Gojo Ming just wanted the 2 sword borrowers to give full play to the power of the Zanpakuto and stimulate each other to see if they could break through the swastika. At the same time, he took advantage of this discussion to gain a lot of experience in vain. Because this time it was not just a kendo competition, Gojo Shinichi and Yagyu Zaman moved the battlefield to Gojo's home school grounds. If they were still in the dojo, once the 2 of them activated the Shurikai, I am afraid that the entire dojo would be overturned by the power of the Zanpakuto. Ming, who do you think will win? Gojo Satoru quietly nudged Gojo Ming with his elbow and asked in a low voice. Uncle Shun, after all, Uncle Shun was a jujutsu master before and is better at using the techniques. Moreover, in Gojo Ming's view, the flower cutting technique has no special advantages compared to the insect clearing technique. In real situations, it still depends on the performance of the 2 people. Then I don't think so. Let's make a bet. If Shuani wins, I promise you a condition. If not, you promise me a condition. Gojo Ming noticed that Gojo Satoru seemed to be thinking about something in his heart, but he didn't pay too much attention and nodded. It was originally a 50-50 draw, and the same was true in terms of winning rate. Between the conversation between Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru, Yagyu Zaemon and Gojo Shinichi had already fought several times. The strength of the Zanpakuto allows them to fight without restraint. Yagyu Shuji and Gojo Xiongyan watched silently on the side. The two people in the battle were considered to be the top combat power of the two families. Although it does not involve the status of the two kendo schools of Yagyu Shinin-ryu and Gojo Kyokuryu, both of them hope that the kendo masters of their families will win. Compared with the competitiveness of the two people next to each other, Gojo Ming looked like a melon at this time, and the system prompts were constantly ringing. During the Battle of the Sword Borrower, the corresponding experience will be converted, and the swordsmanship experience +1. During the Battle of the Sword Borrower, the corresponding experience will be converted, and the swordsmanship experience +1. During the Battle of the Sword Borrower, the corresponding experience will be converted, and the swordsmanship experience +1. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still flesh. Such a battle can at least provide Gojo Ming with 1 or 200 points of kendo experience. As the duel time between the two lengthened, Yagyu Zaemon and Gojo Shinichi were no longer satisfied with the kendo competition. The two people in the center of the battle looked at each other, released their strength, and jumped back suddenly. At the same time, the two of them raised their Zanpakuto and began to explain in a low voice. Cry, clear the insects. Let the water and sky roll backwards, lick the flowers. Two powerful forces burst out from the Zanpakuto blades, and both swords changed in appearance. Ching Chong's appearance may still be similar to before, but Nika's appearance is no longer in the form of a katana. Gojo Xiongyan and Yagyu Hideji on the side were both shocked. It was the first time for both of them to see Naohua's Shiji. They had no idea that Naohua would look like this after Shiji. At this moment, Yagyu Zaemon is no longer a swordsman, but a spearman holding a halberd. At this time, the unsolved flower takes on the shape of a trident, with a spiral cone at the end. Yagyu Shuji was a member of the Yagyu family, and Yagyu Zaemon was a master of swordsmanship, and he turned into a wielder of long-handled weapons. Gojo Xiongyan has a completely new understanding of Zanpakuto. Before, he had always thought that since it was called a Zanpakuto, this special cursed tool should be in the shape of a katana. Now, he discovered that as long as the Zanpakuto holder chants a spell, it seems that the Zanpakuto can release a new power. In other words, apart from the initial katana form of the Zanpakuto, subsequent forms may have various shapes. So far, he has only seen Sodi Shirayuki, who still looked like a katana after liberation, so he had such a misunderstanding. Gojo instantly saw the shape of the weapon in Yagyu Zaemon's hand changing, and felt helpless in his heart. Sure enough, at the end of the kendo competition, it was because the Zanpakuto had deteriorated. At the same time, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Whether it was a sword competition or a surgery competition, he would never lose. Next up is the showdown between jujitsu divisions. On the other side, Yagyu Zaemon, who had liberated Nika, suppressed his inner excitement. Seeing Gojo Neru's satisfied expression, he wanted to express himself even more. I saw Yagyu Zaemon spinning the flower with one hand, and waves of spirit water appeared around him. The waves followed Zaemon's offensive and rushed towards Gojo. This is the technique of, which allowed Yagyu Zaemon to successfully advance from an ordinary kendo master to a jujitsu master. After Gojo briefly blocked, he quickly distanced himself again. Unlike Nika's elemental Zanpakuto, Gojo Shinichi's Kiyomizu belongs to the Kido system and has special abilities that can make people unpredictable. King Mushi's sonic attack can be done at close or far distances. However, facing the oppressive Kiki in close combat, Gojo Shinichi still felt that it was more suitable to rely on long-range spells. Clear the insects with one move. As Gojo's voice fell instantly, the Zanpakuto Kiyomizu standing in front of him suddenly vibrated rapidly, producing a buzzing sound, similar to the chirping of an insect. Then, a burst of gray light spread from the body of the Qingshu sword and rushed towards Yagyu Zaemon. As long as Yagyu Zaemon does not dodge the Qingchong attack, then this moment of hypnosis can determine the outcome of the battle between the two. However, it is a pity that Yagyu Zaemon seems to have been prepared. The moment Gojo Shuichi released the technique, he dodged and left the place, and used the water waves of the flowers to throw out 3 sharp water arrows, forcing Gojo Shuini to terminate the insect clearing move. Their attacks failed at the same time. Seeing the scene, Yagyu Shuji looked a little embarrassed. He didn't know that Gojo Naru would arrange for the two to spar, so on the way here, he had already discussed Gojo Shinichi Zanpakuto techniques with Yagyu Zaemon. It is precisely because of this that Yagyu Zaemon is always on guard against Kyoshi sonic attacks. When Gojo Satoru on the side saw the scene, he grinned and showed an expression that was indeed the case. Yagyu Zaemon's understanding of Gojo's Shun-Ichi Jutsu is also the reason for Gojo Satoru's bet with Gojo Ming this time. Just like that, Gojo Shinichi and Yagyu Zaemon came and went. Water splashes and sound waves splashed in the center of the entire school ground, bringing a Zanpakuto show to all the onlookers. This is the first duel between Zanpakuto and Zanpakuto in this world. Everyone present is a witness to history. Half an hour later, Gojo Shuini and Yagyu Zaemon looked at each other breathlessly. The long period of concentration had made them feel a strong sense of exhaustion, but neither of them could easily defeat the other. Continuing in this stalemate seems to be no solution. Seeing that Gojo Ming was still watching with interest, Gojo didn't want to spoil Gojo Ming's interest for a moment. Zaemon, let us use the last technique for the final battle. It's time for this battle to come to an end. Gojo shouted loudly. The flower in Zaemon's hand also stopped spinning. He took a serious look at Gojo Ming. Seeing that Gojo Ming had no objection, he nodded. Let me show you your Zanpakuto's strongest technique at the moment. A trace of pride flashed on Yagyu Zaemon's face. He also wanted to show the strongest technique he had learned in front of Gojo Ming. He believed that Gojo Ming would be shocked by the next scene. I saw two people standing on both sides of the school ground, holding flowers and insects in their hands respectively, and growling at the same time. Second form of clearing the insects, red migratory locust. Burial in reverse volume torrent. The Zanpakuto Saimushi in Gojo's hand suddenly turned into countless sharp blades with pointed ends, falling densely from the sky like rain. Yagyu Zaemon, on the other hand, suddenly threw out the flower in his hand. The high-speed rotating flower gathered the surrounding water splashes, and in the blink of an eye, a water ball formed by countless torrents was formed. The strong suction force caused all around to watch. Everyone felt unsteady on their feet. Gojo Xiongyan's face was full of shock. The previous Zanpakuto techniques had surprised him, and he felt that he had truly understood the Zanpakuto's abilities. But now that he saw the terrifying technique of two Zanpakuto, Gojo Xiongyan realized that the true power of Zanpakuto was so exaggerated. How could such a large-scale attack be caused by a cursed tool? The ability to remove flowers and insects has exceeded Gojo Xiongyan's imagination. Originally, he thought that Gojo Satoru's Senbin Sakura was a special existence because it was powerful enough to form the Sakura domain that enveloped the entire Gojo family. But now it seems that he seemed to have thought wrong. It turns out that every Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Ming has such techniques and abilities that are far beyond ordinary people. As an outsider to the Yagyu family, Gojo Ming must have been selective in the Kubika forged by him, but such a Zanpakuto can actually display such an exaggerated offensive. At this moment, Gojo Xiongyan suddenly regretted it. It seems like a loss to exchange flowers for the Yagyu family's classic book, Suki no Sho. In fact, it's a huge loss. Compared with Gojo Xiongyan's inner regret, Yagyu Shuji's heart was filled with ecstasy. This was the first time he had seen the final technique of Naohua. However, the effect of Naohua's reverse volume torrent burial seemed much more shocking than the second form of Ching Chong, red migratory locust. Such a powerful Zanpakuto was actually willing to be traded. Yagyu Hideji really felt that Gojo Naru was an honest person, and this young master of the Gojo family was really a great benefactor of the Yagyu family. While everyone was stunned, Nijuan torrent burial and red migratory locust collided fiercely. The flying blade continuously cuts off the torrent, and the reversing torrent continuously consumes the power of the blade. There is an eerie balance between the two. In the end, the reversal torrent completely lost its powerful suction power after consuming all its blades. The power of the red migratory locust and the power of the reverse torrent were completely integrated, and the entire water ball suddenly expanded. It completely exploded and shot straight into the clouds. In an instant, within a radius of 1 kilometer with Gojo's house as the center, it suddenly began to rain heavily. This scene is regarded by ordinary people as a very strange and small probability of localized rain. In the jujitsu world, All jujitsu masters who saw the scene realized that there had just been a battle at Gojo's house that could change the weather. Gojo home. What's going on? Why did it suddenly rain heavily? There was a strong energy fluctuation in the school grounds just now. Do you need to go take a look? No need to go. I heard that Grandmaster Shinichi and Master Zaman are having a discussion. There were waves soaring into the sky just now at the school grounds, right? Did I have an illusion? There is no pond near the school grounds. The weather phenomenon should be the result of two people fighting. It's really scary. Is this the strength of a first-level jujitsu master? It's smaller. The situation is smaller. Master Yagyu Zaman is now able to compete with Grandmaster Shinichi only because Master Nero made a Zanpakuto for him. Otherwise, why do you think Master Zaman became a jujitsu master at this age? Hey, why did Master Ming forge Zanpakuto for outsiders again? We have so many young talents in the Gojo family, who wouldn't be better off than giving them to outsiders? One Zenin, one Yagi Uzuman. When will it be our turn? Many Gojo disciples were whispering. Train well. Gojo Shien had a cold look on his face and scolded each of his juniors. The Jiuryu disciples who were still discussing just now quickly continued to practice Sujin with a serious look on their faces. If you have the swordsmanship of Master Zaman and the power of Zenin, then you will be qualified to talk to Master Nero. How do you have the qualifications to mention Zanpakuto with a half-hearted level like you now? Everyone was silent and lowered their heads silently. Only a few people noticed the change in Gojo Schwani's name for Gojo Ming. Gojo Schwani said Master Ming? Sensitive people have noticed that the positions of the Gojo Chiryu and the Gemini Curse faction are slowly changing. Zenin home. Ever since they had a bad relationship with Gojo Ming and Zenin left the Zenin family, the Zenin people have been paying attention to the information about the Gojo family. All information related to the Gojo family will be sent to him first. Therefore, after the battle between Gojo Shuani and Yagyu Zaman ended, he got first-hand information. Did Yagi Uzuman and Gojo Shinichi's techniques cause this localized downpour? Sure enough, this first-level jujitsu master evaluation is not a humane evaluation. This guy Yagyu Zaman actually has first-level strength. Is the Zanpakuto a flower? A Zanpakuto with a water element can actually release such a powerful water element attack. Thinking of the word Zanpakuto, Naobi couldn't help but sigh. Dibby people. Gojo Ming had a forging failure experience before. We must take advantage of this opportunity. After Zenin broke in, he kept chattering about his plan to attack Gojo Ming. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zenin. Look at this first. Zenin glanced coldly at Zenin's direct neighbor, lowered his head to look at the information in his hand, and his face began to become more and more ugly. How is that possible? Didn't he fail before? Why are the Zanpakuto forged for the Yagyu family so powerful? Zenin shook his head. Perhaps Nerokuin is just trying to forge a new level of Zanpakuto? It must be said that Zenin people have very keen intuition. Zenin fan heard this and fell into silence again. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I would have been soaked in the rain. At this moment, Gojo Satoru, standing in the corridor, said with lingering fear. If Gojo Ming hadn't just reminded him to run quickly, he might have been soaked just like Yagyu Shuji and Gojo Xiongyen next to the school field. I didn't expect that Nooka would be developed by Yagyu Zaman to develop such a technique. The compatibility between them seems to be unusually high. This reverse roll torrent burial is a move that Gojo Ming has never seen before, and Shiba Heian has never shown it in the original work. Now, Yagyu Zaman has only obtained the flower for 3 days, and he has already mastered the flower to such an extent. This is really beyond Gojo Nero's imagination. I didn't expect that the final technique of Nika is so powerful. Master Gojo, on behalf of the Yagyu family, I would like to thank you for your support of Zaman. Yagyu Shioji and Gojo Xiongyen came to the corridor together. Although his clothes were soaked and his whole body was cold, it still couldn't extinguish Yagyu Shuji's burning heart at this time. It turns out that this is the power of the Zanpakuto. It turns out that the Jujitsu Masters Association did not promote Yagyu Zaman to the first level just for the sake of the Yagyu family. Gojo Xiongyen was silent, and his face was very gloomy. He felt extremely regretful now. The stronger Niaohua becomes, the more he feels he has lost a lot. The final technique? Hearing this word, Gojo raised his lips and shook his head. Who told you that the final spells of Naihua and Qing Chong were the same ones just now? There was a condescending arrogance in Gojo Ming's voice, but there was no dissatisfaction in Yagyu Shuji's heart. Could it be? A bold guess emerged in Yagyu Shuji's mind. This is just the first form of the swastika. If Yagyu Uzuman can complete the swastika form in the future, this will be the final form of the swastika. Perhaps the technique used in that state can be called the final technique. Gojo Nero turned his head and glanced at Gojo Shinichi and Yagyu Zaemon, who were standing aside holding Zanpakuto, and nodded slightly to them. Master Zaemon has mastered Hakai in such a short period of time, which is really impressive. However, I also hope that you can complete the swastika as soon as possible. This will be a sign of living up to the Zanpakuto that is Nika. Although the scene of a 6-year-old boy commenting on an adult is very strange, Yagyu Zaemon is not dissatisfied at all. He listens carefully and is also very sincere in his attitude. In Yagyu Zaemon's view, as the creator of Kuga, every word spoken by Gojo Ming has its own connotation, which must be studied carefully. After Gojo Ming made the comment with a smile, he stopped communicating with the Yagyu family and turned around to leave. The testimony of this confrontation has already brought him a lot of rewards. Not only his kendo experience has been improved, but his fighting experience has also increased. Gojo Ming feels that he has reached a breakthrough opportunity. Next, it's time to go find Zenin to confirm your ideas. Oh, Ming, wait for me. It was a tie between the two of them just now, right? Don't walk so fast. Gojo Satoru shouted and followed Gojo Ming away. Next to the school ground, only 4 people, Gojo Shuani, Gojo Xiongyan, Yagyu Zaemon and Yagyu Shuji, were left. Swastika. Yagyu Zaemon murmured this word without any loss in his eyes. Nika's potential turned out to be even greater, which inspired Yagyu Uzuman's competitive spirit. Gojo Shuani just used the swastika technique and did not launch swastika. This means that Gojo Shinichi's clear insect did not enter the state of swastika. He couldn't live up to Gojo Ming's expectations. Hey Ming, are they tied this time? Gojo Satoru asked. Huh? Forget it, after all, there is no winner. Gojo Ming replied casually. Hearing this answer, Gojo Satoru suddenly beamed with joy. Then I win this bet, right? Gojo Ming froze, turned his head and said with a speechless face, Uncle Shun didn't lose. Why do you count you as the winner? Gojo Satoru smiled as if his plan had succeeded. The bet between us is that if Shuani wins, you win. On the contrary, I win. Shinichi hasn't won yet, so I should be considered the winner, right? Gojo Ming suddenly realized that Gojo Satoru was playing a word game. No wonder Gojo Satoru's expression was a little strange at that time. If you calculate it this way, if Shuani is not the winner, even if it is a draw in the end, then his cheap brother will also be the final winner. Gojo sighed. He really didn't know what the purpose of Gojo Satoru's cleverness was. Okay, Satoru, I made a mistake. I didn't expect you to be so insidious. Tell me, what conditions are you going to put forward? Gojo Nara crossed his arms and looked at Gojo Satoru, who looked exactly like him, wondering what his purpose was. Seeing Gojo Nara admit the bet so simply, Gojo Satoru, who was originally thinking about wrangling, was a little surprised. Gojo Satoru hesitated for a few seconds, rubbed his hands, and said seriously, Have you asked Zenin to build some secret base recently? Let me participate too, I don't want to be left out. Seeing Gojo Satoru's ostracized expression, Gojo Ming was speechless again. He didn't expect that 6-year-old Gojo Satoru was so sensitive and could already feel being ostracized. The bet that you have to win even if you are clever is actually the purpose of this. Gojo Ming shook his head helplessly. Can't you? Seeing Gojo Ming shaking his head, Gojo Satoru's face was full of disappointment. No. Gojo sighed. Sure, and I have no intention of ostracizing you in this matter. It's just that I think Shurer can do it well alone. Now, since you also want to join from the beginning, I welcome it, but you should focus on a sense of participation. It's more convenient for an adult like D-Sure to do this kind of thing, and the main reason is that he has more money. Gojo Ming explained, and then told Gojo Satoru his plan to build a master house. After listening to this, Gojo Satoru suddenly realized. Are you short of money to build the everything house? It's okay, I have it here. Gojo Satoru realized Gojo Ming's current gap and quickly patted his chest to express that he could help. You have. Gojo Ming looked confused. He and Gojo Satoru only received so much New Year's money every year, and the head of the family didn't treat them differently. He didn't have any money, so why did Gojo Satoru have money? After hearing that it was a gift given every year by the Gemini Curse sect, Gojo Ming suddenly felt that life was so unfair. He only gets a small red envelope every year, but Gojo Satoru has achieved financial freedom even at the age of 6? Gojo Ming's teeth were itching with hatred. Gojo Satoru chuckled. This year, someone should give it to you too. Gojo Satoru has clearly felt the change in the family's attitude towards Gojo Ming. With Gojo Ming's current status in the family, it is absolutely impossible for Gojo Ming to be ignored like he was in previous years. Moreover, he has also felt that the relationship between Gojo Xiongyan's camp and Gojo Ming is easing. Okay, I don't really care as long as the money is enough. Then I will also requisition your money so that Shurer can design it more comfortably. Gojo Ming said something bitterly and stopped caring. He turned around and continued walking towards the forging house. Hey Ming, what is this one-share house for? It's okay, I'm just entertaining myself. Will that be our new base from now on? No, it's my store, you're just employees. Why, I also contributed money, so I should be a shareholder. If you don't talk nonsense anymore, I won't let you join. After sending Yagyu Shuji and Yagyu Zaman away, Gojo Xiongyan made a corresponding report to the head of the family. Listening to Gojo Xiongyan talking endlessly about the power of the Zanpakuto, a trace of relief appeared on the old man's face. He clearly felt the change in Gojo Xiongyan's attitude, and he could also feel the importance Gojo Xiongyan attached to Gojo Ming. He was happy to see all of this come to pass. After all, instead of letting Gojo Ming seize power from Gojo Xiongyan in the future, it would be better to have a smooth transfer of power. Xiongyan, do you think that the sword that Ming forged for the Yagyu family was a loss? The old man saw Gojo Xiongyan's thoughts at a glance. Of course, giving this powerful Zanpakuto to anyone should be able to turn them into a powerful jujitsu master. Just in exchange for a volume of Moon Code, it seems like it's a loss, right? Gojo Xiongyan is also very straightforward. Although Gojo is in charge of the Kyokushin Ryu, he actually doesn't care that much about Kendo. Otherwise, Gojo Shinichi would not be the #1 in the Kyokushin Ryu at the level of Kendo. After all, in the current Jujitsu world, Jujitsu is still king, and Kyokusui Ryu is just a small branch of the Gojo family. It is more of a training place for ordinary Gojo family members who cannot awaken the magic. Therefore, in Gojo Xiongyan's view, no matter how precious Moon #1 is, it can only be used by ordinary people and a very small number of jujitsu masters who practice swordsmanship. No matter how you look at this kind of transaction, you will suffer a loss. Hearing this, the old man smiled, stood up from the recliner shakily, and walked to the window. Looking at the bleak scenery outside the house, he sighed again. Xiongyan, sometimes we can't keep worrying about temporary gains and losses. The actions of the Yagyu family are of great significance to Ming. If you know the history of Daxia, you should know that there is a story about buying horse bones for 1,000 gold. The Yagyu family is the horse bones that Ming bought. Similarly, in the future, anyone with this kind of mentality will use their most precious things to try to trade with Ming. This is what Ming wants. Furthermore, from the family's perspective, this transaction has also won a firm ally for the entire Gojo family. The old man tugged at the corner of his mouth with difficulty and turned to look at Gojo Xiongyan. Don't you think that Neru is really an innocent child and has no guard against the Zanpakuto sent out? Ming's thoughts are deeper than yours and mine. He is born to know and maybe even more special than Satoru. Xiongyan, the future of the Gojo family is in your hands. After saying that, the old man sat back on the recliner and began to close his eyes and rest. Gojo Xiongyan was silent for a moment and finally prepared to leave. Wait a minute, you and I will go to the forge house together. I want to see Ming again. The matter of the fire-cursed tool must be taken seriously. The old man's voice sounded again. Gojo Xiongyan nodded slightly and sat aside, waiting for the old man to regain his energy. Outside the forge, Zenin and Gojo Ming, who had been called back temporarily, looked at each other. Ming, are you sure you want me to fight with all my strength? Zenin looked suspicious. He didn't know what was wrong with Gojo Ming, and he actually wanted to confront him head-on. Gojo Ming nodded, looking at the experience gauge that was stuck at 99.9%, and he realized that only by passing Zenin's assessment could his free experience be successfully broken through. What follows is the process of Gojo Ming refining the mixed experiences he has absorbed during this period. Okay, as long as you hit anything other than my arm, I lose. Zenin touched the wound at the corner of his mouth, feeling a burning desire to fight in his heart. The host is receiving the teachings of Master Baida, Baida's experience plus 10. The host is receiving the teachings of Master Baida, Baida's experience plus 10. The host is receiving the teachings of Master Baida, Baida's experience plus 10. The sounds of fists and flesh hitting each other continued, and the last 0.1% of experience seemed to be endless. Just like the previous kendo breakthrough, in the end, the system prompted that the gained experience had become 0. The host is receiving the teachings of Master Baida, Baida experience plus 0. Afterwards, Gojo Ming entered that mysterious state. The previous scenes of learning in vain kept reappearing in my mind. Then, it was Gojo Satoru's learning experience, and then, it was Gojo Shinichi's learning experience. These experiences are constantly integrated into Gojo Ming's consciousness. In the process of mechanically punching, the wasted experience gained in Gojo Ming's system began to decrease rapidly. Waste experience, 99.9%. Waste experience, 90.9%. Waste experience, 80.9%. Waste experience, 10.9%. Waste experience, 0%. During this mysterious process, the wasted experience in the experience tank completely returned to 0, and at the moment when the experience value returned to 0, Gojo Ming was shocked. The stagnant white fighting skills are completely integrated with himself. Gojo Ming, who could only barely defend himself at first, was able to fight back at this moment. Feeling the blunt sensation of the elbow on his abdomen, Zenin's face was filled with surprise. How many years has it been? How many years had it been since anyone had been able to hit him? With his bare hands, he had absolute confidence, but this time, his confidence was shattered. The 6-year-old boy in front of him actually surpassed his reaction in physical skills and successfully hit him. At this moment, Zenin flashed such a thought. Gojo Ming called this so-called heaven and tyrant. Did he have to change it after just a few days? According to Zenin's idea, before Gojo Ming reaches the age of 13 or 14, his level of physical skill should far exceed Gojo Ming's. Now, he found himself in danger. Gojo Nara cannot be measured by normal people at all. Has he already begun to exert the power of heavenly restriction at the age of 6? Zenin didn't know the free-playing ability of Gojo's system, so he could only attribute Gojo's increased free-playing level to the influence of heavenly restriction. The scene suddenly fell into silence. Gojo Shuichi, Gojo Satoru, and Gojo Takui, as bystanders, witnessed the two people's hand-to-hand fight like a violent storm. I also witnessed Gojo Ming's miraculous dodges and attacks. As Zenin said, Gojo Ming hit him somewhere other than his arm, and Gojo Ming won the sparring match. Very coincidentally, accompanied by Gojo Xiangyan, the head of the Gojo family also saw the scene. The old man's eyes were full of shock. Has Ming been able to have a reciprocal fight with Zenin? As the head of the Gojo family, he knew much more about the battle at Zenin's house than others. As the strongest person in the Zenin family at the moment, Zenin's physical strength cannot be measured by numbers at all. He had guessed before that this might be the strengthening of the body by heavenly restriction, but like Zenin, he did not expect that 6-year-old Gojo Ming could perform like this. Gojo Xiangyan had become a little numb at this time. He had always believed that Gojo Ming's strength lies in the Sodi Shirayuki in his hand. If he loses his Zanpakuto, Gojo Ming will probably be just an ordinary person. Now, all his conclusions about Gojo Ming have been overturned. The Gojo Ming in front of him was able to compete with Zenin without using his Zanpakuto. Although Zenin was definitely not using his full strength, this was enough to prove Gojo Ming's current strength. After all, this is just a 6-year-old boy. The two six-eyes gods of the Gojo family, one masters unlimited techniques and the other masters heavenly restriction. The two of them are inside and outside, one is positive and the other is negative. They seem to be the perfect partners. Not to mention, Gojo Ming also has the unique skill of forging Zanpakuto. Gojo Xiangyan's prejudice against Gojo Ming completely disappeared. Doubt Gojo Shinichi. Understand Gojo Shinichi. Become Gojo Shinichi. Gojo Xiangyan finally understood why Gojo, who had always been his supporter before, suddenly chose to support Gojo Ming so neatly, even to the point of disobeying his orders. Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru, the two most outstanding twins of the Gojo family, are indeed worthy of all the resources the Gojo family spends. At this moment, Gojo Xiongyan made up his mind. At all costs and means, we must do a good job on behalf of the Gojo family and provide all support for the future of the Gojo family. In the center of the battlefield, as Zenin stopped, Gojo Ming slowly calmed down his breathing. When Gojo Ming came back to his senses and felt the shocked eyes around him, he also realized that his breakthrough was in vain. Opening the system panel, sure enough, the proficiency level for this piece of work has been reached, and new functions have been enabled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully achieving 100% proficiency in Fist for free and successfully opening Walk, Shuinpa proficiency. The mysterious realm just now was the feeling of Gojo Ming breaking through the shackles of being in vain. If it happened again, Gojo Ming might not be able to dodge Shi's attack and throw out that punch. However, after reaching this level of physical skills, he has mastered many things. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. Now that the fist has been achieved, the next thing Gojo Ming should focus on is the walking aspect. Shuinpa represents speed and flexibility. In this regard, Gojo Ming was a bit confused and didn't know who to learn from. If there are no learning objects and not enough experience packages, then this Shuinpa may be stuck for a long time. Pa bang bang. Applause suddenly came from the side. At this time, Gojo Ming and other spectators realized that the head of the family and Gojo Xiongyan had been standing aside at some point. Ming, the Gojo family will fully support you. That high-quality fire-type curse tool is wrapped around me. The first words the old man spoke gave Gojo Ming a surprise. In the forging house, the old man stroked the remains of the failed forging of Luren Ruahua, his wrinkled face full of shock. On the side, Gojo Xiongyan was holding another piece of debris, and his heart was equally shocked. These two failed products actually have such momentum? If Gojo Ming really succeeds in forging it, what will this Zanpakuto look like? So, Ming, is a first-level cursed tool of the fire system sufficient? The old man asked in a deep voice. Gojo Ming hesitated and nodded. The first-level cursed tool does meet the minimum conditions, but if it is a special-level cursed tool, the success rate should be higher. The strength of the Rukunwaka is far superior to other Zanpakuto. As a fire-type Zanpakuto, it requires high-intensity training. If the cursed tool is not strong enough, it is very likely that it will be scrapped like the two previous secondary curse tools. Gojo Ming was also helpless. He didn't expect Ryurin Wakahu to have such high requirements for materials, which completely overturned his previous view of cursed tool materials. Is the blade like fire? The old man murmured these 4 words, his eyes filled with light. Although he had not seen the appearance of Luren Ruahua with his own eyes, from this name, he seemed to have felt the blazing flames coming towards his face. Gojo Xiongyan on the side silently recorded Gojo Ming's request. A cursed tool, a rare fire-type cursed tool. This is really hard to find. I have an idea of a first-level cursed tool now. But if it's a special-level cursed tool... The old man hesitated for a moment, unable to give a definite answer. I've seen a special-grade cursed tool before, it's fire-type. Gojo Xiongyan suddenly spoke and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Gojo Ming silently looked at the current representative of the Gojo family in front of him. No one thought that Gojo Xiongyan would have such important news. So, are you ready to trade with me? The thought came to Gojo Ming's mind that if he exchanged this news for a Zanpakuto, well, it seemed to be quite worth it. After all, it's for the sake of the blade Ruohuo. Gojo Ming made up his mind and prepared to use his chips. However, what surprised him was that Gojo Xiongyan had no intention of selling out. When he knew that he needed this cursed tool very much, Gojo Xiongyan didn't even control his actions at all. That cursed tool is in the Kamo family. It is the ancestral cursed tool of the Kamo family and has been enshrined by the Kamo family for generations. Fire and red blood are the same color, so they have a very important status in the Kamo family. Currently, as far as I know, this cursed tool is mastered by Kamojin, the cursed tool master of the Kamo family. After Gojo Xiongyan told the information, he continued to return to silence. He could only provide some key information. As for how to obtain the cursed tool from the Kamo family, it only depends on what price the Gojo family and Gojo Ming are willing to pay. At least in his opinion at this time, if this special-grade fire-type cursed tool can help Gojo Ming forge the Ryukin Ruohuo. If Rukinwaka is really as powerful as Gojo Ming said, then this deal is worth it. However, this is the cursed tool enshrined by the Kamo family after all, and it will definitely be very difficult to change it. Unless something can be found about the Kamo family, unless the Kamo family can be involved in the scandal of the criminal jujitsu master Kamo Shanluin 150 years ago, it will be really difficult to obtain this cursed tool. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered the cursed object matter of the Kamo family that the head of the family had talked to him about before, and subconsciously looked up at the old man. At this time, the old man was also looking at him. Obviously, both of them wanted to go together. At this moment, Kamo has really been targeted by 2 old silver coins from the Gojo family. But President Kamo Zhen doesn't seem to be interested in Ming. I applied for Ming to join the association before, but he has not approved it yet. Gojo Satoru felt that this news was useless. Although Kamo Zhen was just delaying the approval, he could still feel the resistance of Kamo Zhen and the Blacksmith Association to Gojo Ming. In Gojo Satoru's view, trying to obtain the special-grade cursed tool from Kamo Zhen is tantamount to grabbing food from a tiger's mouth. However, what he didn't expect was that the head of the family and Gojo Xiongyan put down the remains of the Ryukin Ruohuo in their hands at the same time and chose to leave directly. We will find a solution for this cursed tool. Before leaving, Gojo Xiongyan said such a sentence, which made everyone present confused. On the other hand, Zenin felt the courage of the old man and Gojo Xiongyan. The Gojo family hasn't decayed to that extent yet. Zenin sure stroked the handle of Huetian Quangu's knife and curled his lips. At least it was much better than a garbage dump like Zenin's house. Gojo Satoru did not agree with Zenin's remarks, but he did not say much at this time. In his opinion, although Gojo Xiongyan has always been on the opposite side of Gojo Ming, it has to be said that he is still very skillful. In the absence of external intervention, Gojo Xiongyan will use all means to make the situation turn on his side. Since Gojo Xiongyan said so, he will definitely find a way to obtain this curse tool. Gojo Ming, who was at the center of the incident, looked indifferent. He also saw the transformation of Gojo Xiongyan, and he did not care about his deeds or intentions. As long as Gojo Xiongyan helps him, he will not be obsessed with what Gojo Xiongyan is thinking in his heart. Since the head of the family and the representative asked him to wait, then he should just wait. It's time to take advantage of this time to check out the progress of the Wanchua house, the main room of the Gojo family. This cursed object comes from the Kamo family. Gojo-chan, a close confidant of the family head, pointed to the burning image in the vessel beside him. Then he opened the record book in his hand and whispered. Today, the Kamo family sent a message indicating that Grand Master Kamo wanted to visit the Gojo family and check whether Master Gojo Ming's qualifications are enough to join the association. According to the investigation, Grandmaster Kamo Shindai has repeatedly expressed his disdain for the Zanpakuto on various occasions, and also expressed his strong dissatisfaction with Master Naru. Based on the interaction between Master Ming and the Kamo family, the chance that others will send a fire minister to assassinate Master Ming is basically 0. So, the probability that the fire sign belongs to Kamo is really high. The old man coughed slightly and looked up at Gojo Xiongyan. The two looked at each other, each with a plan in mind. If Kamo really comes to visit Gojo's house, there is a high probability that it won't be because of Gojo Ming. Gojo Xiongyan's eyes flashed with determination. His goal should be to burn this cursed object. He should have a way to sense cursed object in his hand. We need to take advantage of this. The old man chuckled and continued Gojo Xiongyan's words. Catch him at Gojo's house and you'll get all the loot. The Kamo family can't bear such a bad reputation again. The Kamo family needs to pay for the special cursed tool that Ming needs and the lives that Kotetsu has ruined. Gojo Xiongyan nodded, with a trace of sternness on his face. Since he had already calculated on the Gojo family, don't blame him for being ruthless. The next day, Kamo really visited Gojo's house. Gojo Xiongyan personally received him, accompanied by Gojo Satoru, Gojo Ming, and Gojo Satoru. The standards were extremely high. At the banquet, Kamo really praised Gojo. The guests and hosts enjoyed themselves for a while. After the banquet, Gojo Ming left due to exhaustion. Kumo took a walk in Gojo's garden as an excuse to sober up. After a while, he appeared in Gojo Kotetsu's room. Is it true that it didn't succeed? I didn't expect that the Gojo family took such good precautions that they didn't even have a chance to get burned. Fortunately, after the burned phase leaves the human body, it doesn't look very eye-catching. Let's recycle it first. The moment Kumo Shinji reached out and touched the burning phase, he realized something was wrong. The surface of the burned object is actually wet, which is not consistent with reality. If no one has ever discovered this cursed object before, the burned object should have stayed here for several days. The surface of the body cannot be wet no matter what, it even looks like it has just been fished out of the water. Kumo's expression changed and he immediately wanted to leave, but 3 figures had already appeared around him. Ahem, Grandmaster Kumo, I'm sorry that Gojo's family didn't give him a chance to burn his camera. Gojo Xiongyan helped the old man out. Kumo really knew that he had been exposed. When he saw Gojo Ming, a young boy, he felt cruel and was ready to kill him. As long as he is not caught at the scene, the Gojo family will have no other evidence to prove the relationship between the fire phase and him. Kumo was really decisive and immediately activated the technique and prepared to attack. But in an instant, he suddenly felt a biting chill. He saw that the katana Gojo Ming never left his hand at the banquet had now turned pure white. The first dance, Yuebai. White light emerged from Kumo's feet, and then he lost control of his body, and his whole body was completely frozen. Is this the power of the Zanpakuto? It was the first time that Kumo experienced the Zanpakuto in person, and he truly felt the uniqueness and power of the Zanpakuto. Sure enough, he was right to let Xiaoxiong kill Gojo Ming. If this kind of Zanpakuto continues to develop, it will definitely turn the traditional cursed tool into a clown. The blacksmiths who make a living from the traditional cursed tool, will completely lose their status, which Kumo Jin absolutely cannot accept. It's a pity that the photo firing failed. Moreover, he actually fell to the point where everyone gets the stolen goods. Half an hour later. What? You want Kumo's special cursed tool, Kage Flame. Hearing Gojo Xiongyan's request, Kumo's expression changed. He suddenly remembered that Gojo's family was looking for a fire-type cursed tool. There was a second-level cursed tool that passed out from his hands before. Now, after the Gojo family realizes what they have done, what they want is not the reason for what they did, but Kage Flame. Yes, you hand over the Kajiro family to the Gojo family. We will not pursue the consequences of your use of cursed object, and the death of Gojo Kotetsu will be wiped out. Gojo Xiongyan's eyes flashed with fierceness. Kotetsu was also a disciple of his dojo and had extraordinary talent. He could not accept his death like this. However, as the representative of the Gojo family, he must make a choice. Currently, the most important thing is to obtain this fire-type cursed object. This is the highest priority goal, and everything else can give way to it. Haha, I understand. Does the Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Ming need Kage Flame? Fire-type cursed tool, fire-type cursed tool. Your little brat is really arrogant. You want to use the rarest fire-type cursed tool to forge a fire-type Zanpakuto. Kumo's expression turned cold as he recalled Sodi Shirayuki's technique. The ice-type Zanpakuto is already so powerful. If Gojo Ming is really allowed to forge a superb fire-type Zanpakuto, then Gojo Ming's momentum may be unrivaled. In this case, if he really handed over Yang Yen, he would be siding with the enemy. Don't you Gojos underestimate this special grade cursed tool? The kid really dares to think about it, and you really dare to help him find it. With the kid's ability, it is impossible to reforge the special grade cursed tool, let alone forge it. Become a Zanpakuto. As far as I know, the cursed tool used by the kid before seems to be the highest level cursed tool, right? A kid who has not successfully forged even the special grade cursed tool cannot possibly reforge the cursed tool, Kage Flame, that has been enshrined by the Kumo family for generations. Outside the house, Gojo Ming paused slightly as he pushed the door open. From Kumo Jin's words, he could feel that the communication between Gojo Xiongyan and Kumo Jin was not smooth. However, Gojo Ming didn't care too much. At the moment, this is just the most common method. Kumo really naively thought that as long as he died at Gojo's house, the matter of burning the face would go away. It is impossible. With the current strength of the Gojo family, as long as they fight in person, the Kumo family will definitely not be the opponent of the Gojo family. Handing over Yang Yan is also inevitable. However, Gojo Satoru does not want to go to that step yet. Although the Kumo family is currently not prestigious, it is still one of the three major families after all. No matter what disagreements they have with each other, the Gojo family does not want to come to the end. Of course, if Kumo is really stubborn, then Gojo Satoru wouldn't mind completely showing off the matter, secretly hiding the evil cursed object and manipulating the evil cursed object to assassinate Gojo's six-eyes son. This kind of thing will definitely plunge the Kumo family into the same public opinion crisis 150 years ago. I don't know if this result is what the Kumo family wants to see. The great master of Kumo. Gojo Nero walked in with a smile and sat opposite Kumo-jin. Kumo's expression changed, and his whole face was full of malice. He underestimated Gojo Ming. If Gojo Ming hadn't been there at that time, he might have successfully escaped by now. Regarding such undisguised emotions, Gojo Ming's childish face showed a hint of curiosity. Master Kumo, there has been no grudge between you and me in the past, and there has been no enmity recently. Why do you want to kill me with the help of burning images? If I remember correctly, today should be the first time we meet, right? Kumo really didn't answer. It seemed that the person who praised Gojo Ming so much at the banquet was not him. Gojo Ming smiled, with a cruel curve at the corner of his mouth. Then let me guess? Is it because I forged the Zanpakuto? Is it because the Zanpakuto threatens the traditional curse tool? Is it because you rotten creatures are scared of me who made the Zanpakuto? Gojo Ming asked rhetorical questions one by one slowly. Shock flashed through Kumo-jin's eyes. He knew that Gojo Ming was very smart, but he never thought that a 6-year-old boy could have such a sharp vision and see through the whole incident and its reasons. The person in front of me is not the six-eyes divine son of the Gojo family, but more like a six-eyes demon boy who can see through people's hearts. Come on, Grandmaster Kumo. Let's play a game and make a bet. Based on what you are best at, do you think I can't reforge the special grade curse tool and then forge a brand new Zanpakuto? Gojo Ming caressed the white blade of the sword that had just begun to untie the snow on the back sleeve, and his tone was full of comfort. When it comes to his most professional field, Kumo will not back down. You are bound to fail. Special grade curse tools can be destroyed, but they cannot be reforged. Their abilities are fixed the moment they are forged. Kumo's true tone is sonorous, and he is an authority on cursed tool forging. Is it? Gojo Ming casually placed Sodi Shirayuki on Kumo Makoto's neck. The biting cold made the hairs on Kumo Makoto's neck stand up, as if the sharp blade would cut his own throat in the next moment. Kumo-jin shivered and closed his eyes. Kill me, Gojo kid, you can't forge it successfully. Oh? Then please let Master Kumo die. Gojo Nara chuckled softly and put Sodi Shirayuki's knife on Kumo's true neck and made a light stroke. This strange touch seemed to freeze Kumo's true neck in an instant. Kumo-jin's body trembled, his eyes filled with despair. Although he was ready to die at Gojo's house, before he died, he found that he still couldn't be so open-minded. Haha, Kumo is really a great master, just a joke. Gojo Ming untied the Zanpakuto's first sword, and in an instant, warmth returned to the room. Kumo really touched his neck, and there was no wound. He immediately felt lucky to have survived the disaster. At this moment, Gojo Ming's smile was like a spring breeze blowing away the cold, and he went to the side to pour a cup of hot tea for Kumo-jin. Since Master Kumo thinks I can't reforge the special curse tool, let's make a bet. Kumo really looked at Gojo Neru, who looked nothing like a boy except for his age, and asked subconsciously, "What bet?" Gojo Ming smacked his lips and smiled playfully. Just bet on whether I can reforge the special grade curse tool and reforge the Kage flame you mentioned into a Zanpakuto? If I don't succeed in forging, then the Gojo family will pretend that the burning of the phase has not happened. You are still the president of the Blacksmithing Association and the only great master in the blacksmithing world, and the Kumo family will not be affected in any way by this incident. Kumo-jin's face twitched slightly, and there was something moving in his heart. What if I lose? Then please return to the Kumo family and settle the matter on your own. The debt will be wiped out after death, and the Gojo family will still pretend that the burning incident never happened, and it will not affect the current reputation of the Kumo family. Gojo Ming pinched his earlobe and gave an ugly smile. After all, you have a Gojo family life on your hands. Now that the suffering owner wants to come to collect debts, you are not willing to put anything on the gambling table, right? Kumo took a deep breath and turned his attention to Gojo Satoru. Gojo Ming is making a decision on behalf of the entire Gojo family. He does not believe that Gojo Ming has such authority. Gojo Xiongyan turned his head and looked at Gojo Ming. He had already realized what Gojo Ming wanted to do. Forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, he nodded affirmatively. What Gojo Ming said is fine. As the representative of the Gojo family, I approve this bet. Is this the Gojo Ming I have been ignoring? How could such a strong and soft wrist be possessed by a 6-year-old child? Have I become blind after all these years? Never noticed the characteristics of Gojo Ming. Is this what the head of the family said, the terror of those who are born knowing? Just a few words, Kumo's true psychology has been grasped. Kumo was still a little hesitant. At this moment, the door opened again and the old man walked in slowly. On behalf of the Gojo family, I agree to the bet between you and Nero. The content of the bet is whether Nera can forge a Zanpakuto with Kage Flame. The appearance of the old man became the last piece of weight to defeat Kumo's true psychological defense. With the endorsement of the head of the Gojo family, Kumo has completely believed in Gojo Ming's bet. Okay, I accept. Gojo kid, don't underestimate the special grade curse tool. There is an essential difference between the special grade curse tool and the first level curse tool. I've been waiting to see how you lose. After Kumo realized that he didn't seem to be dead, his mood slowly stabilized, and he also began to use verbal taunts to influence Gojo's mentality. However, Gojo Ming didn't care at all. Grandmaster Kumo, please arrange for someone to bring over the fire curse tool, Yang. As long as you can forge the blade Ruohuo, everything else has to stand back. Wait a minute, I have a request. Kumo suddenly spoke again. Gojo Xiongyan frowned slightly. Kumo Zhen, don't go too far. The bet proposed by Ming is already very kind to the Kumo family. Kumo really shook his head. I don't want to change the bet, but I want to watch the whole process of Gojo Kid forging the Zanpakuto to prevent you from doing anything. Kumo really has his own little Jojo in his heart. He was sure that Gojo Ming could not reforge the special curse tool. In this case, he could also take this opportunity to understand the forging process of the Zanpakuto. Know thyself ever victorious. After this incident, Kumo really realized that there would definitely be bad blood between the Gojo family and the Kumo family. You must prepare in advance how to counter the Gojo family, and the best way at the moment is naturally to learn the forging method of Zanpakuto. Kumo is actually the only cursed tool master, and he has such confidence in this regard. He believed that as long as he carefully observed it, he would be able to find the key points of Gojo Ming's forging Zanpakuto. Gojo Xiongyan looked hesitant. To be honest, Kumo's suggestion was really not too much. After all, it was related to the life and death of others. However, this also involves Gojo Ming's secret, and he is also worried that Kumo will really learn Gojo Ming's forging skills secretly. Although he now trusts Gojo Ming very much, it has to be said that there is a certain probability that Gojo Ming's forging fails. Even if it is a small probability event, as the representative of the Gojo family, he should prevent it. Thinking of this, Gojo Xiongyan was afraid that Gojo would be embarrassed, so he was ready to directly refuse Kumo's really reasonable request. Now the Gojo family is the sword, and the Kumo family is the fish. A subject who is at the mercy of others, why should we pay attention to fairness and reasonableness? However, just as he opened his mouth, Gojo Ming smiled and said, "Yes, this request can be satisfied. The Grand Master wants to be a sensible person on the road. How can we, the younger generation, not even meet this requirement?" Gojo Xiongyan nodded numbly. Gojo Ming was really acting out of common sense, wasn't he? It's a shame that I'm still thinking about him. Inside the forge. In the huge room, Gojo Ming felt a little crowded for the first time. This is the first time that so many people have been accommodated in the forging house. The two parties to the bet, Gojo Ming and Kumo Zhen. Gojo Satoru, Gojo Xiongyan, Gojo Shuani, Gojo Zhuye, and Zenin. Gojo Nero forged the Zanpakuto alone while 6 people watched. Gojo Ming touched the warm curse tool, Kage Flame, and then touched the things in his pocket that he had improvised from the owner of the house, and his mood slowly calmed down. Blade like fire, this is Gojo Ming's last chance. If he missed this forging, it would be difficult for him to find a fire-type cursed tool material. If it fails this time, Gojo Ming will basically say goodbye to Ryurin Wakahu in this world. The furnace was turned on, and the rumble echoed throughout Gojo's house. Everyone realized that Gojo Ming was on fire again. I heard that the president of the Cursed Tool Masters Association came to visit Gojo's house today just to check whether Master Ming has the qualifications to join the association. Master Ming was able to join the association at the age of 6. His talent is too high. This forging should be the assessment of the true master of Kamo, right? I believe that Master Nero will be able to reach the standards of Kamo's true Grandmaster. After all, Master Nero's Sodi Shirayuki and Master Satoru's Senbon Sakura, which one is not a cursed tool that transcends the times? Yes, even if they were created for outsiders, one of them helped Zenin, an ordinary person, become the strongest person in the Zenin family, and the other directly helped Master Yagyu Zaemon become a first-level jujitsu master. From now on, with Master Ming and Master Wu in the Gojo family, they can basically run rampant in the entire jujitsu world. Stop saying bad things, we can't embarrass Master Ming and Master Wu. The weather is bad today, it's almost evening, and it seems like it's going to rain heavily. It's really a ghost. It's not going to affect us watching Master Ming forge his sword. What you call watching is just listening outside. Say it like you're not. The members of the Gojo family were silently looking forward to the results of Gojo Ming's forging. They had already begun to imagine that when the news came out that Gojo Ming had joined the Blacksmiths Association at the age of 6, outsiders were shocked. The news received by other families was similar to that of the Gojo family, and they all mistakenly believed that Gojo Ming opened the furnace this time because of Kamo's real assessment. Only a few sensitive families are constantly muttering in their hearts. According to their understanding, Kamo really doesn't like Gojo Nero very much. How could he start the assessment directly after going there for a day to observe? They always feel something is wrong, but they are missing key information. I can only keep my doubts silently in my heart. What they didn't know was that this seemingly ordinary forging was related to the life and death of the president of the Cursed Tool Association. 1 hammer, 2 hammers, 3 hammers. Gojo Ming did not follow the previous forging techniques this time. This time he decided to strike the cursed tool, Kage Flame, first. The special grade cursed tool is indeed a special grade cursed tool. After being burned in a hot furnace for a long time, the entire blade is still only warm and does not appear hot at all. Seeing this scene, Gojo Ming probably knew why Kamo was so confident. The fire cursed tool itself is rare, and due to its attributes and characteristics, it has extremely high fire resistance. In this case, the difficulty of reforging the fire cursed tool is much higher than that of cursed tools with other attributes. However, this is not a problem for Gojo Ming. If you can't finish it in 1 hour, then give it another hour. The body strengthened by heavenly restriction, after such a long period of useless training, is enough to support Gojo Ming's forging this time. He is no longer the little trash who gets dizzy after forging Sodi Shirayuki. Just like that, the boring burning and forging process began. For an entire hour, Zenin had already given up, Gojo Shuani had begun to rub his eyes, and Gojo Satoru had begun to doze off. Only Gojo Juya, Gojo Xiongyan, and Kamo Mai were left staring at Gojo Ming's movements. Kamo Makoto, this kid Gojo is really strong. He has been swinging the hammer for an hour and his expression remains unchanged. I really don't want to die until I see the Yellow River, but I want to see what you can turn Yang Yan into. Gojo Juya, Ming's forging this time is different from before. Did you encounter any difficulties? I always felt that Grandmaster Kamo looked at Xiong Ming very differently, and his mood was a bit off. Gojo Xiongyan, this kind of will, this posture, this kind of body. In the past, I was really too high-minded and didn't pay attention to Gojo Ming's growth over the years. I have to say that Nero seems to have more control over the Gojo family than Satoru. The 3 people stand from different angles and have different thoughts. However, no matter what they thought, it did not affect Gojo Nero's actions. At this moment, he has completely devoted his energy to this special cursed tool Yang Yan. This is a very hard nut to crack, but it also arouses the fighting spirit of Gojo Ming, who is transformed into a sword god. In front of Urkaya Wangyu, there is no weapon that he can't handle. In this way, Gojo Ming struck the Kage Flame, bit by bit, and the originally strong blade began to show curvature visible to the naked eye. Seeing the scene, Kamo's expression changed greatly, while Gojo Juya breathed a sigh of relief. Kamo never thought that the 6-year-old boy in front of him could actually change Yang Yan's form. This is a special grade cursed tool, and it is also the most difficult fire-type cursed tool to reforge. Resonating with the god of swords, Gojo hammered and hammered Yang Yan into shape. This step was slowly progressing and was considered the first step in the long march. Everyone saw hope, but only Gojo Ming knew that there would be more difficulties waiting in the future. After another hour of forging, Gojo Ming successfully tempered the flame attribute of Yang Yan onto the surface of the blade. Then, he began to forge the shallowly struck knife embryo. With Gojo Ming's current strength, he was already very proficient at forging a shallow-cut sword embryo. He completed the forging of the sword embryo in just 20 minutes. Next is the most critical moment. How on earth can Gojo Ming fuse this shallow sword embryo with Yang Yan? How to guide the characteristics of Yang Yan to inspire the soul of Blade Ruohuo? Gojo Ming held the shallow blade embryo in his left hand and the cursed tool Yang Yan in his right hand. However, when he got closer, he felt extremely uncoordinated. He felt that the shallow blade was repelling Yang Yan. This is something Gojo Ming has never encountered before. Previously, whether it was Sodi Noriyuki, Kayamizu, Senbin Sakura, or Hana Tenquenko, as long as he had a cursed tool with matching characteristics, he could easily guide the soul of the Zanpakuto, and then fuse the sword embryo with the cursed tool. Let the Zanpakuto come to the world. But why does this happen at this time? Everyone looked at Gojo Ming in a daze, and although they were extremely anxious, they did not dare to make the slightest sound. When Kumo really saw the scene, he burst into laughter. He realized that Gojo Nero was in trouble. Although seeing it now, he still doesn't know why Gojo Ming was able to forge a Zanpakuto using the cursed tool material, and he still didn't succeed in stealing it. However, judging from the current situation, he should have won this bet. After many attempts, Gojo Ming found that Yang Yan and the blade could never get close to each other. The two were like the two poles of a magnet, and there was always a slight distance between them. Even Gojo Ming's body that has been strengthened by heavenly restriction, which is far beyond the strength of ordinary people, cannot use brute force to combine Yang Yan and the sword embryo. Are you going to fail? Gojo Xiongyan felt a little regretful in his heart. He could feel Gojo Ming's efforts and Gojo Ming's determination, but at this moment, the situation had reached a deadlock. Moreover, everything seems to be developing in a bad direction. He was the only person in this room who knew about the bet, so he knew how excited Kumo would be at this moment. In the past, he was cold-blooded and liked to weigh the pros and cons. To him, the death of a clan member might just mean a gift. But since discovering the difference in Gojo Ming, Gojo Xiongyan's mentality has undergone tremendous changes. In his opinion, everyone in the Gojo family began to have their own meaning of existence. At this moment, he was only speaking from the perspective of being the representative of the Gojo family, hoping that Kumo would really die. Just for Gojo Kotetsu, for an ordinary member of the Gojo family. This is the responsibility of the agent, and the responsibility of the agent. Gojo Xiongyan has been secretly planning in his heart. If Kumo really wins the bet this time, then how to find ways to make Kumo die naturally in the future. Kumo on the side was already beaming with joy at this time. When Gojo and Xiongyan discovered his relationship with the fire phase, he originally thought that he would not be able to escape unscathed. Unexpectedly, I met Gojo Ming and proposed this bet for no reason. He knew that Gojo Ming was for the cursed tool, Kage Flame, in his hand, but how could he not be tricking Gojo Ming? If Yang Yan is really so easy to reforge as the Grand Master of Cursed Tool, would he just keep such a special grade cursed tool in the family for worship? A special grade cursed tool may be able to create a first-level cursed tool master. For the Kumo family, who are currently in the eyes of the younger generation, a first-level jujitsu master is already very precious. A first-level jujitsu master can also help the Kumo family achieve temporary revitalization. It was precisely because he had tried it that he knew how terrifying Yang Yan was. Gojo Ming was still too naive. Although he is much more mature mentally than other 6-year-old boys, he is still a bit immature compared to a human being like him. At this time, Kumo was really waiting for Gojo to put out the fire and admit defeat to him. Following Gojo Ming's days, the entire forging room fell into an eerie silence. Only the roar of the furnace roared regularly. Is it really impossible to forge a flowing blade like fire? Gojo Ming asked himself in his mind. No, there must be something wrong somewhere. Gojo Neru's mind was like a revolving lantern, constantly turning over pictures of forging Zanpakuto. To forge Sodi Shirayuki, he used the ice-type night condensation. Forging Qingworm, the cursed tool with sonic characteristics, is used. To forge Senbin Sakura, you use the cursed tool that has the characteristics of Sakura and Split. To forge Huatian Quangu, the cursed tool with the characteristics of Shadow and Ring Sword is used. Thinking of this, Gojo Ming seemed to be close to the answer, but there was still a layer of membrane that could not be penetrated. What exactly is it? Gojo Ming frowned, and the forging failure experience of that month began to resurface. Learn, summarize, reflect. This is an essential process for mastering a new skill. Did you make a mistake somewhere? Therefore, there were some loopholes when forging Qingchong, Senbin Sakura, and Huatian Quangu, but they did not affect the final result. And this loophole was detonated when forging the blade Ruohuo. In Gojo Ming's mind, the appearance of the Ryuken Wakahu swastika, the charred residual fire sword, and the 4 abilities possessed by the residual fire sword appeared in Gojo Ming's mind. East Rising Sun Blade. West Cannery Prison Clothes. Nan, Huahua 10 Trillion's Death Burial Formation. The North and the Earth are all ashes. A bright light suddenly flashed in Gojo Ming's mind, and he realized what was wrong. This cursed tool material is not attractive enough to Ryuken Wakahu. Sunflame is only an attribute of flame, which is not enough for Ryuken Wakahu's soul to descend into this shallow blade embryo. Luren Ruahua not only has the power to control flames, but also has the power to control death. The Huahua 10 Trillion's Death Burial Formation is also the basis for Luren Ruohuo to be able to form an army by one person. Comments. Although the quality of Yang Yan is high enough, it lacks special characteristics. Therefore, this forging is destined to fail. Gojo Ming is a little regretful about this. If he misses this time, it may be difficult for him to find a cursed tool that has both the characteristics of fire and death. There may even be only one special fire-type curse tool. Because the characteristics of Yang Yan have been tempered by himself, once the forging is completed, Yang Yan will become a piece of scrap metal and cannot be reused. Thinking of this, Gojo Ming took a long breath and gently put down the sword embryo and Yang Yan. Relief filled his face. Although the forging failed, he also knew the reason. This also means that when he forges his Zanpakuto in the future, as long as he is fully prepared, he will basically not encounter failure. Unfortunately, the price is too high. Using the failure of Ryukenwatsu in exchange for the understanding of Zanpakuto forging, Gojo Ming didn't know whether he was losing or gaining. Come to think of it, I must have made a big loss. Haha, Gojo Ming, you lose. Realizing that Gojo Ming had chosen to give up, Kumo's face was full of pride. Although he lost the special grade cursed tool Yang Yan, he successfully eliminated the phase-burning incident. Kumo's real laughter was very harsh in the entire forge room, and it also made the other 4 people except Gojo Xiongyan look unhappy. The 4 of them didn't know the bet between Kumo Jin and Gojo Ming, so they naturally didn't know how relaxed and happy Kumo really was at this moment. Noisy. Zenin flashed in front of Kumo in an instant, holding his right fist high, ready to teach him a lesson. Sharer, stop. Gojo's voice sounded. Zenin's fist froze in midair, and then slowly lowered it. Gojo Satoru was also staring at Kumo Ming at this time. Six Eyes was full of indifference. In his opinion, Kumo Ming was mocking Gojo Ming and the Gojo family. Gojo kid, I win. Although Zenin's aura was so fierce that Kumo was frightened and stuttered, but after he realized what he was doing, he couldn't help but feel happy inside. Looking at the dancing Kumo, a trace of disgust flashed in Gojo Ming's eyes. If he really wants to put him back, in the future, this person may still use the burning phase to eliminate other people who threaten him, right? Such people are truly the scum of the jujitsu world. I really don't want to lose this bet. Just like that, staring at Kumo Makoto's proud smile, Gojo was in a trance for a while, and at the same time, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in his mind. Fire phase. He thought of the cursed object that he had begged from the owner of the house through some mysterious circumstances. He subconsciously took out the utensils from his pocket. Fire element death? The cursed object in front of me seems to have such characteristics. It seems possible to give it a try. The light in Gojo Ming's 6 eyes became brighter and brighter. Even Zenin, who had his back to Gojo Ming, could feel the excitement in Gojo Ming's heart at this moment. Dang, dang, dang. Gojo Ming picked up the hammer again and hammered hard. Gojo Shuani and Gojo Xiongyan, who were familiar with the cause of the matter, both noticed the cursed object burning scene that Gojo Ming put aside. They didn't know what Gojo Ming was going to do. But obviously, Gojo Ming seems to have found other ways. A glimmer of expectation suddenly appeared in their hearts. Next to the furnace, after tempering the knife embryo and cursed tool Yang Yan again, Gojo Ming opened the vessel and took out the burning phase. Gojo kid, what are you going to do? Amid Kamo's shocked shouts, Gojo Ming threw the cursed object into the furnace. For a moment, the flames in the furnace seemed to be fueled, and the fire became more fierce. The burning phase melts into gas the moment it comes into contact with the flame, filling the entire interior of the furnace. Under the influence of this fuel, Gojo Ming felt the resistance of the blade begin to slowly disappear. Cursed Tool Yang Yan and Qian De Dao embryo finally merged together. At this moment, the power of Ryurin Wakahu appeared in Gojo's mind, and he thought of every battle in Ryurin Wakahu. At the moment when Yang Yan and the sword embryo completely merged, Gojo let out a low roar. Everything in the world is turned into ashes. The blade flows like fire. For a moment, the flames in the furnace seemed to be absorbed by the katana in Gojo Naruto's hand. The whole room went dark. The next second, dazzling fire shot into the sky. The raging pillar of fire soared into the sky. The pillar of fire overturned the furnace, lifted off the roof, and finally burned away all the dark clouds in the sky. Not a drop of the heavy rain falling outside the house fell into the forge house, and it was all evaporated in the pillar of fire. With the Gojo family mansion as the center of the circle, within a radius of 100 miles, it seemed as if the cold winter had suddenly turned into the hot summer. The moisture in the air seemed to be drained out all of a sudden, and everyone's lips were chapped to varying degrees. The back house of Gojo's house. This pillar of fire. Is this the power of Master Ming's Zanpakuto? How could there be such a terrifying flame? Gojo Dai is an ordinary 4th-level jujitsu master of the Gojo family. He is not very strong, but compared to other ordinary people, his knowledge is much higher. Whether you can see the technique and the curse is the difference between jujitsu masters and ordinary people. Gojo Teisho was staring blankly at the pillar of fire soaring into the sky outside the window, and his whole face was illuminated by the red light of the flames. Honey, has Master Ming done something again? Beside Gojo Teisho, his wife Gojo Rin looked out the window with curiosity. As an ordinary person, she could not see the pillar of fire outside the house, but she also felt the changes in the surrounding environment. It doesn't feel as cold as it is tonight. Moreover, it was raining heavily just now, but now it suddenly clears up and the clouds are gone. In the eyes of ordinary people, this kind of unexplained weather change makes them full of fear of the moodiness of nature. In the eyes of Jujitsu Master Gojo Teisho, all natural changes are traceable. Just like the winter cherry blossom scene shown by Master Gojo Satoru before, just like the heavy rain caused by the previous duel between Gojo Shuani and Yaguzaman. Just like what Master Gojo Ming showed at this time, the flames burn the sky. At this time, in the heart of Gojo Teisho, Gojo Ming, who can forge Zanpakuto and perform various miracles, has been regarded as the real son of 6 eyes. Ming, as expected, you did not disappoint me. In the main room of the house, the old man was lying weakly on the recliner, with a trace of relief on his face. Due to physical reasons, he was unable to watch the birth of the blade Ruohuo. However, looking at the pillar of fire that soared into the sky, he knew that it no longer mattered whether he watched it with his own eyes. All the efforts the Gojo family made for this Zanpakuto were worth it. He could feel the strength of Ryukin Wakaki that far exceeded other Zanpakuto. If Senbin Sakura and Hanten Kwenko are first-level jujitsu masters among jujitsu masters, then this Ryukin Wakahu should be a well-deserved special-level jujitsu master, right? The smile on the old man's lips became stronger and stronger. Gojo Ming, the son of 6 eyes who was raised by him and almost abandoned by his family, truly brought his own miracle to the Gojo family. Zenin home. Zenin Naohito, Zenin Ogami, and Zenin Shinsuke were all looking at the pillar of fire that shot straight into the sky from Gojo's house. The 3 people were filled with shock, but the next second, the regret in their hearts completely suppressed the shock. The Zenin family was really upset at this time. Such a terrifying pillar of fire, such terrifying power, let alone the power of a Zanpakuto, Even a top jujitsu master would not be able to explode such power. Who would have thought that the 6-year-old child who almost reached a cooperation with the Zenin family could really forge such a cursed tool that is completely beyond ordinary people's understanding? Gojo Naru's Sodi Shirayuki. Gojo instantly clears the insect. Senpin Sakura from Gojo Satoru. Zenin is so crazy. Yagi Uzuman's flower. Plus this newly forged, unknown, more terrifying flame Zanpakuto. At this time, the Zenin people really wanted to expel their own brothers and nephews from their homes. If they hadn't insisted on giving him these tricks in the first place, at least one of the Zanpakuto that came to his mind just now might belong to the Zenin family, right? In another room, a cold look appeared on Zenin Fan's face. He knew that Gojo Ming despised him, and this sense of unreasonable disgust was very difficult for him to understand. But as a result, even if he was filled with shock about this Zanpakuto, the Zenin family would no longer be able to cooperate with Gojo Ming. And since they cannot cooperate, Gojo Ming will only become an obstacle to the future development of the Zenin family. For the sake of the status of the Zenin family, he had to think about how to suppress the Zenin family and Gojo Ming. If left alone, the Zenin family will have no choice but to completely surrender to Gojo Ming in the future. On the other side, Zenin Shinsuke's face showed a kind of despair. The absolute strength of Zenin and the Zanpakuto created by Gojo Ming. These two ordinary people without magical powers have completely subverted the worldview he had built before. He knew that his previous confrontation with Gojo Ming was his most likely chance to defeat Gojo Ming. Now, with the appearance of this terrifying flame Zanpakuto, he lost Tenebo again. Zenin Shinsuke realized that he might not even be qualified to be Gojo Naru's opponent in the future. I have been chasing Gojo Ming, but in fact, I may not have been in his heart at all, right? Zenin Shinsuke felt his heart was broken at this moment. He has completely lost the intention to compete with Gojo Ming. The Yagyu family. This strange phenomenon in the Gojo family did not arouse the slightest surprise to the 3 heroes of the Yagyu family. The 3 men gathered in the courtyard at this moment, expressing their expectations for the future of the Gojo family. Zaemon, how do you think this new Zanpakuto forged by Master Gojo Naru compares with the Kakehana in your hand? Yagyu Yusuke is not clear about the difference between Zanpakuto. Although he knew that this Zanpakuto with soaring flames was definitely stronger than the Kawasaki, he still wanted to hear Yagyu Zaemon's opinion. After all, in his opinion, Nika is a water-type Zanpakuto. Even if it is weaker than this flame Zanpakuto, it shouldn't be much weaker, right? After listening to the words of the family leader, Yagyu Shuji and Yagyu Zaemon looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness. The head of the house is really too naive. Yagyu Shuji shook his head. Everyone has a close relationship. No matter how generous Gojo Ming is, it is impossible to hand over a Zanpakuto that can rival Senpin Sakura to the Yagyu family. The fact that Nika can match Gojo Shinichi's King Mushi is already a surprise to Yagyu Shuji. Yagyu Zaemon was even more direct. He took out the flower, placed it on the stone table, and looked at Yagyu Yusuke seriously. Sir, have you seen it? The flower is trembling. Hearing this sentence, Yagyu Shuji and Yagyu Yusuke subconsciously looked at Nika's blade, but they didn't see anything strange. The two of them raised their heads at the same time, waiting for Yagi Uzuman's explanation. Yagi Uzuman sighed. Nihua simply does not dare to compare with this newly born Zanpakuto. In Nihua's heart, that Zanpakuto can be called the strongest Zanpakuto. The birth of this Zanpakuto will definitely elevate the strength of the Gojo family to a whole new level. What our Yagyu family has to do is to follow the Gojo family honestly. The Gojo family's rise is unstoppable. This was originally the consensus of everyone after the birth of Six Eyes. Everyone is waiting for Gojo Satoru to grow up. However, no one thought that the appearance of Gojo Satoru would directly advance the progress by at least 10 years. Yagyu Zaemon felt extremely emotional in his heart. In his opinion, Gojo Ming, who has no magical power at all, is the one who can truly change the entire jujitsu world in the future. Yagyu Shuji and Yagyu Yusuke fell into silence. After a moment, they both nodded at the same time. The Gojo family not only is Gojo Ming at the moment, but in the future there will also be Gojo Satoru, who inherits unlimited techniques and possesses 6 eyes. With this terrifying combination, no one can be a match for the Gojo family, right? Yeri family. Yuri Inamitsu held Shoko in his arms and stared blankly at the pillar of fire rising into the sky from the Gojo family's mansion, feeling extremely regretful in his heart. Why didn't you agree to the engagement between Shoko, the head of the Gojo family, and Gojo Ming? It was obviously the best time at that time. When everyone had not discovered Gojo Ming's potential, everything was decided in advance. Then the Yuri family was the biggest beneficiary. Yuri Inamitsu looked at Yuri Shoko in his arms, his face full of regret. At the beginning, I thought that with Shoko's talent, Gojo Ming, an ordinary person without magical power, was not worthy of it. Therefore, I perfunctorily dealt with the head of the Gojo family. I ignored it at first, but now I can't reach it at all. Gojo Ming, who forged such a terrifying flame Zanpakuto, is no longer the existence that no one cares about in the Gojo family. Shoko, have you been to Gojo's house recently? Yuri Daguang looked at his daughter, who was dozing in his arms with a very complicated mood. Although Gojo Ming promised to build a Zanpakuto for Shoko, which was an unexpected surprise, there is a huge gap between this surprise and the regret of losing a peerless son-in-law. Father, Gojo Ming seems to have made a breakthrough in physical skills recently. Zenin even said that Gojo Ming doesn't need to study for the time being, so I don't need to treat him anymore. Yuri Shoko rubbed her eyes and vaguely stated what she knew about Gojo Ming. Hearing Shoko's words, Yuri sighed again. Gojo Ming's potential is really too great. Now, whether it is swordsmanship or physical skills, he is already far beyond ordinary people. Sure enough, Zenin is a replica of Gojo Ming. This heavenly restriction is not a curse. Gojo Ming, who grows up in the future, may be even more powerful than Zenin. Among the two Six Eyes sons of the Gojo family, Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru, who will be the strongest in the jujitsu world in the future? Kamo home. Kamo Ming looked at his wife with a very unhappy expression. Two Six Eyes were born in this generation of the Gojo family. One has inherited unlimited techniques and will definitely be a very powerful jujitsu master in the future. The other one created an unprecedented system of Zanpakuto. Kamo Ming's face was full of disgust. He was the head of the Kamo family, but none of his descendants born for him by his wife could inherit the ancestral techniques of the Kamo family. The Kamo family's red blood training skills must be inherited. You must give me a child who will inherit the red blood exercise technique. Listening to her husband's incompetent rage, Kamo Mio looked disdainful and didn't take these words to heart at all. Whether I can give birth to a child who will inherit the ancestral techniques of the Kamo family depends on you, isn't it? I don't have the blood of the Kamo family, so don't be blabbering here. You men, don't always blame women for your incompetence. Is it our women's fault that the Kamo family has fallen to this point? Kamo Mio shook her head disdainfully, turned and left, not giving Kamo the honor of being the head of the family. Kamo Ming's face turned red, but he could do nothing about his wife. My wife also comes from a big family, and my words are often useless in front of her. Uncle Clan hasn't come back yet. This time the Gojo family has forged a Zanpakuto. Uncle Clan should have a chance to watch from the sidelines, right? As the only Grand Master of blacksmithing, I wonder if my clan uncle can learn the forging method of this so-called Zanpakuto? If it can be learned, at least this Zanpakuto can temporarily make up for the gap in the Kamo family where no one can inherit the red blood technique, right? Kamoina looked at the moonlight outside the house and the pillar of flames soaring into the sky in the Gojo family's mansion, with regret and expectation on his face. However, what he didn't know was that Kamo, who was watching the entire forging process at Gojo's house, was filled with despair. In the forge, Kamo trembled and raised his finger to point at Gojo. His chapped lips were slightly open, but he couldn't say a word. As a master forger, how could he not see the power of the cursed tool in Gojo Ming's hand? It was clear that a few minutes ago, he was still mocking Gojo Ming for not being able to reforge the special cursed tool Yang Yen and forge it into a Zanpakuto, and he was still thankful that he could survive. But in just a few minutes, he fully experienced what it means to be extremely happy and miserable. Why? Why did Gojo Ming add the Yaki phase in the process of forging the Zanpakuto so that he could finally make the Zanpakuto take shape? Kamo really can't understand it. He couldn't understand that the burning phase, which he had always relied on as his trump card, had finally become the final yardstick to determine his life or death. He once eliminated many people who threatened him by burning pictures. So, did he have to die because of the burning phase in the end? How did Gojo do it? How can cursed object plus cursed tool be able to forge this mysterious Zanpakuto? Even though he observed the whole process, he still didn't understand the principle of forging this Zanpakuto at all. He finally understood why Gojo Ming had been so confident and allowed him to watch on the sidelines. Feeling the cold gaze of Gojo Xiongyan beside him, Kamo really knew that his ending had been determined at this moment. Gojo Xiongyan pursed his lips. In his heart, he was shocked by Gojo Ming's sword like fire, and he also felt joy in determining Kamo's true fate. The forging process of this Rukenryuohu is very difficult, but its terrifying performance is worthy of Gojo Ming's long-term efforts. In fact, Gojo Xiongyan had a treasonous thought in his mind. Gojo Ming's flow blade Ruohuo may even be more exaggerated and rarer than the Gojo family's Eye of Heaven. Before Rukenwaka was born, Gojo Xiongyan still felt that Gojo Ming was able to forge the Zanpakuto, and a large part of the reason should be attributed to his possession of the Six Eyes. Now, facing the pressure of Lubian Ryuhyuo, he no longer had such thoughts. No matter how rare the Eye of the Sky is, how can it be possible to create a more powerful existence than it? He has realized that the root of all this is Gojo Ming. They're all born to know this Gojo family. Because of the existence of Gojo Ming, the Zanpakuto will appear. Regardless of whether he has the pair of six eyes in his eyes, the Zanpakuto will appear in his hands. Gojo Ming is destined to be a game-changer in the future. The Gojo family will become the biggest beneficiaries in the future only by following Gojo Ming's footsteps. At this moment, Gojo Xiongyan completely strengthened his belief. He is not an obstacle to Gojo Ming's future. He will be in charge of the Gojo family and become Gojo Ming's strongest supporter. As for Gojo Satoru, he could only sigh silently in his heart. Compared with Gojo Satoru, Gojo Ming will undoubtedly be the most suitable person for the position of head of the Gojo family. This traditionalist completely overturned his inner mantra theory. Spell power? In front of the Zanpakuto created by Gojo Ming, and in front of Zenin's extremely powerful body, the power of the curse is just a god's kindness to the mediocre. I am afraid that mediocre people like them can only get a glimpse of Gojo Ming's strength with the help of magic power. As for Kamojin, who is going against the general trend, at this moment, in Gojo Xiongyan's heart, he is already a dead person. Facing Rukenwaka, Gojo Satoru, Zenin, and Gojo Shuani all grasped the hilts of their Zanpakuto. Just like the katana in Yagi Uzuman's hand, the blades of the three Zanpakuto were trembling slightly at this time. Zanpakuto is afraid. The three of them looked at each other, feeling the shock in each other's eyes. They had thought that the Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Ming was very powerful, but they never thought that this Zanpakuto would actually make their own Zanpakuto fearful. Everything in the world is turned into ashes. The blade flows like fire. Gojo Satoru murmured the Hajime words that flowed like fire, and the Hajime words alone were full of domineering power. Zenin Shurer continued to comfort Huatian Quangu, and his expression slowly returned to calm. During this period of time, Gojo Ming had shocked him enough. He knew that there would be more things in Gojo Ming that he could not understand in the future. However, he didn't really care. They're friends, aren't they? Although there is a big age gap, they are both carriers of heavenly restriction and they can understand each other. And Gojo Shuani's eyes firmly trusted Gojo Ming. He knew that Gojo Ming would never let him down. In his heart, only a Zanpakuto as powerful as Ryuken Wakahui can be worthy of Gojo Neru's identity. Outside the Gojo family mansion, a woman holding a pink paper umbrella looked quietly at the pillar of fire rising into the sky and touched the sutures on her forehead. Zanpakuto. I didn't expect it to have such a powerful power. This generation of the Gojo family is so amazingly talented. Kaori smiled to herself while talking to herself. She can feel the potential of this Zanpakuto, but she also knows very well that in Gojo Ming's current state, he cannot yet unleash the full power of this Zanpakuto. Gojo Neru, you who forged the Zanpakuto, can you keep this Zanpakuto? I like this Zanpakuto very much. Please give it to me. A seductive smile appeared on Kaori's delicate face, but it was the six eyes of the Gojo family, and it was not like she had not killed it before. Originally, she didn't care about the six eyes twins of Gojo's generation, but now, Gojo Ming might be worthy of her paying more attention to. If she can obtain this brand new Zanpakuto, her future plans may be implemented more smoothly. Inside the forge, Gojo Ming stroked the hot blade, and his heart was filled with joy. I was about to give up before, but I didn't expect that the blade Ruohuo was finally forged successfully. The fact that he got the burning phase by mistake was really the key among the keys. However, he should also thank Kumojin for his final provocation. If Kumo hadn't made such a bold statement, I might not have been able to associate it with the characteristics of Yakusuji. Gojo Ming gently swung the blade, and the pillar of fire that soared into the sky slowly shrank and was finally completely absorbed into the flowing blade like fire. The heat in the air began to disappear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the Zanpakuto Ryukin Wakahu. The system's beep confirmed the successful birth of the Zanpakuto Ryukin Wakahui, and in the Zanpakuto showroom on the system panel, Ryukin Wakahui also appeared in it. Zanpakuto, Sodi Shirayuki, Possessor, Gojo Neru, Borrower, None. Zanpakuto, King Mushi, Possessor, Gojo Ming, Borrower, Gojo Shinichi. Zanpakuto, Senbin Sakura, Possessor, Gojo Neru, Borrower, Gojo Satoru. Zanpakuto, Kaiten Quinko, Owner, Gojo Ming, Borrower, Zenin. Zanpakuto, Nakahana, Possessor, Gojo Ming, Borrower, Yagyu Zaemon. Zanpakuto, Ryukin Wakahara, Owner, Gojo Ming, Borrower, None. From this moment on, Gojo Ming himself possesses 2 Zanpakuto, 1 ice and 1 fire. The sleeves are white and the blade is like fire. These 2 Zanpakuto are enough for the current Gojo Ming. After all, you can't bite off more than you can chew. At present, he has not even completed the swastika version of Sodi Shirayuki, and it will take more time to make Ryukin Wakahu appear in the state of residual fire sword. In the future, Gojo Ming is no longer prepared to deliberately pursue the forging of Zanpakuto. The main focus is casualness. After all, sword borrowers also have to be screened. Lending a Zanpakuto to others casually is also a kind of blasphemy against the Zanpakuto. Gojo Nara came to Kamo-ma with Ryukin Wakahu in his hand. Grand Master, it seems that I won the bet between us. The absent-minded Kamo slowly came back to his senses. At this moment, his face became much older, as if all his energy had been drained away. He had thought about not honoring this bet, but the thought only passed through his mind. The Gojo family and the Kamo family are not on the same level at the moment. Compared with the prosperity of the Gojo family, the Kamo family can be said to be in decline. If his plan to assassinate Gojo Ming is exposed, it will be a fatal blow to the reputation of the Kamo family. This is completely unacceptable to him who has dedicated his life to the revival of the Kamo family. Moreover, all the initiative is currently in the hands of the Gojo family, and he has realized that this bet is nothing more than a charity from Gojo Ming. I see. Kamo's hoarse voice sounded in the forge. He took one last look at the Zanpakuto that cut off his life, opened his mouth with difficulty, and asked the last question he wanted to ask. What's the name of this Zanpakuto? Feeling Kamo's inner desire, Gojo Ming satisfied the dying man's final doubts. The blade flows like fire. Kamojin nodded. At this moment, he was a pure forging master. The entire forging process demonstrated by Gojo Ming has been completely regarded as a miracle by him. The blade flows like fire, and its skills are amazing. The blade flows like fire, what a miraculous skill. Kamo sighed and turned to look at Gojo Juye. Juye, the future of the association will be left to you. I hope that the Forging Association can become better under the leadership of you and Gojo Ming. Since the birth of the first Zanpakuto, he has been trying his best to suppress this special existence that will definitely change the structure of the cursed tool world. Now, he realized that all he had done was to shake the tree. From the moment the Zanpakuto appeared in this world, it was bound to leave a mark on the entire jujitsu world. This is the general trend. If I don't understand all this, I can only be crushed in the rolling wheels. Grandmaster Yu. Gojo Juye didn't know the real bet between Gojo Ming and Kamo, nor what Kamojin had done before, so he didn't understand why Kamojin would do something to support his son. However, Kamo really didn't talk to anyone anymore. He just dragged his old body and left the forge house and Gojo's house step by step. He wants to return to Kamo's home. He is the master of the cursed tool of the Kamo family and the elder of the Kamo family. His death cannot be blamed at all. For the Kamo family's final reputation. Ming, what's going on, Grandmaster Kamo? What did you mean by what you just said? Gojo Juye frowned. He always felt that something was wrong with Kamo today. Joy Yi, don't worry. The Grand Master has just entrusted the association to you, so you have to shoulder this burden. Gojo Xiangyan patted Gojo Zhuya on the shoulder. He knew that this was Kamojin's last moment to show his kindness to the Gojo family, and it was regarded as a deal before his death. Use this formed blacksmithing association in exchange for the Gojo family not to pursue any further investigation. Gojo Xiangyan is also willing to accept Kamo's real interest. After all, the entire blacksmith association is also a very big deal. Gojo's control of this association can further enhance the influence of the Gojo family in the entire jujitsu world. As long as Kamo really fulfills the bet as agreed, then the conflict between the Gojo family and the Kamo family will be completely over. This is what Kamo really wants to see, and what the Gojo family is happy to see. Wu, Shuani, and Zhuoyi. Ming has been forging for such a long time and needs a good rest. Let's leave first. Sure, you decide based on your own situation. Gojo Xiangyan greeted everyone. He saw how tired Gojo Ming was at this time, so he started to chase people away. Everyone looked at Gojo Ming and then at the Ryuken Wakahu in his hand. Although everyone was very curious about Ryuken Wakahu's ability, no one was in a hurry to ask anything at this time. Ming, then you have a good rest. We are going back first. As Gojo Satoru finished speaking, everyone left the forge house. Zenin left the Gojo family mansion immediately. He had to go to the master house to continue supervising the work. After sending everyone away, Gojo let out a long breath. Looking at Ryuken Wakahui and Sodi Shirayuki placed on the knife rest, he began to think about how he should improve in the future. With the advent of Ryuken Ruohuo, Gojo Ming knew that it was basically difficult for him to improve in Cursed Tool. Even if other Zanpakuto continue to be forged, they will only show more functionality. In terms of practicality, Ryuren Wakahui and Sodi Shirayuki are enough to satisfy their daily battles. As for the future Zanpakuto plans, except for the fleshy sword forged for Yuri Shoko, the other Zanpakuto don't seem to be in such a hurry. The most important thing is that just after coming into contact with Ryuren Wakahu, Gojo Ming felt the coldness of Ryuren Wakahu. Although he forged it, he has not yet received its approval. Although he has completed the initial interpretation, he has not yet mastered the technique of flowing blade like fire. Therefore, in the future, he must speed up the speed of mastering the blade Ruohuo. As long as he can master the technique of Luren Rua was initial release state, it will be enough to greatly increase his strength. Of course, his ultimate goal is to complete the swastika of Ryuken Ruohuo. As long as the residual fire sword is born, even Raiman Sukuna at his peak state will not be his opponent. However, Gojo Ming has no idea how to improve the intimacy with Ryuren Wakahu, and there is still a long way to go to solve the swastika. In addition to the Zanpakuto, what can quickly improve Gojo Neru's strength is currently studying Shuinpa. Gojo Ming has mastered Kendo and Hakuta, leaving only Shuinpa and Kido skills blank. Gojo Ming was a little confused as to how to quickly improve his Shuinpa. Shuinpa, in short, is the embodiment of speed. How to increase speed and how to use movement skills, Gojo Ming currently has no clear target to learn from. In the original work, Gojo Satoru, the fastest jujitsu master in the future, is still the same age as himself, and the second fastest jujitsu master in the future, well, is currently the representative of the Zenin family. Now for Gojo Ming, the most convenient choice at the moment seems to be Zenin. When Zenin fought with Gojo Satoru in the future, his speed was also amazing, no less than the fastest Gojo Satoru. However, Gojo Ming had some doubts in his mind. Can speed really be learned? Zenin's high-speed movement method is purely physical, right? If I want to achieve the speed of Zenin, I will only need to spend at least a few years to let my body grow properly. Since speed is more of the human body's talent, the only thing Gojo Ming can provide at the moment is learning to move. Therefore, Zenin, who relies purely on physical fitness, can naturally be excluded. At the moment, the only ones who can be studied by Gojo Ming are his cheap brother Gojo Satoru and Zenin, who possesses projection spells. However, Gojo Satoru has not yet mastered the use of the Jutsu AO, so he cannot perform high-speed teleportation as he will in the future. Then, it seems that the only option left is the Zenin people. I just kidnapped Zenin from the Zenin family, and now I go to ask the Zenin family to learn the movement of the projection spell. Doesn't this mean that I don't regard the Zenin family as human beings? A trace of helplessness appeared on Gojo Ming's face. If I were a direct Zenin person, I would not be able to accept such a request if I were to put myself in my shoes. It's better to urge Wu to learn the art reversal as soon as possible, so there's no need for me to be so embarrassed. Satoru, this guy must have been slacking off recently. Although I have a brand new equipment like Senbin I cannot slack off in learning unlimited techniques. Gojo Ming made up his mind that he must supervise Gojo Satoru in the future and never let his cheap brother mess around. The control of spells that flow like fire. Sodi Shirayuki's practice of swastika. Shuinpa's experience increases. These 3 items are the top priority for Gojo Ming in the future. For the current Gojo Ming, improving his strength in the future will only be a waste of time. You can pay more attention to matters related to Wanchua later. Well, I need to find someone to repair the forge house tomorrow. The skylight is a bit too wide. The furnace also needs to be repaired, and it must be forged into a blade as sharp as fire. It really almost fills it with all the belongings. Gojo Ming looked at the roofless house and the brilliant stars in the winter sky. He wrapped himself in a quilt and slowly fell into a deep sleep. The other side. Gojo Satoru held Senbin in his hands, feeling very complicated inside. The hand of the old man next to him, who was as skinny as tree bark, was gently placed on his head, and his voice was so soft that it seemed as if it would be blown away by the wind at any time. Satoru, are you a little unwilling? Are you a little jealous? Gojo Satoru's body trembled, and a trace of tangle flashed in the Azure Six Eyes. For her brother to forge a Zanpakuto that can make Senbin fearful, she is happy from the bottom of her heart. However, Gojo Satoru felt very disappointed when everyone's attention was attracted by Gojo Ming. Although the old man had told him before that this kind of thing would happen, and also said that Gojo Ming was more suitable to be the head of the Gojo family than him. He himself agrees with this view. However, when this thing actually happened, he still felt uncomfortable. He had always wanted to protect his younger brother, who had no magic power because of him, but now his younger brother had grown to the point where he no longer needed his protection. In fact, Gojo Neru, who possesses Ryukin Wakahu and Sodi Shirayuki, is stronger than himself. This is something that Gojo Satoru, who has always been immersed in the praise of others, finds it difficult to adapt to. MJU4 NDA2 NTC3 ODM1 MZU2 NDMX SOJE smiley face. The head of the family said that I was unwilling to give in and that I was jealous. Maybe there are some. Gojo Satoru said to himself in his heart. Rather than feeling jealous, he actually felt more disappointed. Satoru, you don't have to think that you're inferior to Ming. You haven't completely mastered the true unlimited technique yet. When you master all the techniques of unlimited techniques, you will not be weaker than Ming at that time. So, Satoru, you should pay more attention to the practice of your own techniques and the practice of your own Zanpakuto early the next morning. After thinking about it all night, Gojo Satoru took the initiative to find Gojo Ming and told Gojo Ming about his future plans. He was going to take a long retreat to completely master the unlimited technique. Hearing Gojo Satoru's positivity, Gojo Ming was so excited that he almost burst into tears. Does this cheap brother of mine know his inner needs and suddenly become so motivated? When Gojo Ming heard this, he didn't give up at all and kept nodding. Satoru, you must study the technique Shunden song carefully. Take it apart and crush it to pieces and learn it thoroughly. Huh? Oh well, I've been in contact with song before, so I should be able to master it quickly. Gojo Satoru felt that Gojo Neru's reaction was a little strange. No, I don't want you to simply stop at Song's basic learning. You have to master Song's advanced uses. If you use them well, you should be able to master teleportation. Gojo Ming's face was full of excitement. Teleportation, how cool that sounds. After you master the teleportation technique, you must come over and teach me. Satoru, I can only rely on you for my future Shuinpa. Gojo Satoru didn't react until he was sent to the training room by Gojo Ming. He had no idea that Gojo Ming would attach so much importance to the reversal of spells with no lower limit. He even thought about letting himself master Song's advanced skills and then teach him. Song's advanced skills. Teleport? This does sound pretty cool. Gojo Satoru suddenly felt motivated in his heart. The unlimited technique would make Gojo Ming envious. This is indeed an ability that only he can master. You must master the technique Xuanhuan, Zheng well, and then teach Ming well. Gojo Satoru's initiative saved Gojo Ming a lot of energy. But seeing Gojo Satoru being so serious, Gojo Ming suddenly felt that he couldn't be so casual. Holding the warm Ryukin Wakahu, a trace of determination flashed in Gojo Neru's eyes. As long as the iron pestle is sharpened into a needle, he must also learn from Gojo Satoru and retreat for a period of time to get along with Ryukin Wakahu. Just do it. During this day, the two six-eyes gods of the Gojo family entered a state of retreat at the same time. After hearing the news, Gojo Xiangyan's expression was very calm, and he knew Gojo Ming a little more. Having just forged such a terrifying Zanpakuto, he was able to calm down and practice in seclusion. To be able to achieve such an achievement at such a young age is not something that a person who is born with knowledge can achieve. Obviously, Gojo Ming's self-control and character determine his current achievements. If this situation continues, Gojo Ming's future will undoubtedly be stronger than the present. Grandpa, many people from the Jiu-Jitsu Master family have recently sent in messages asking Master Gojo to help their family forge a Zanpakuto. Gojo Geniki respectfully reported on the work he was currently doing. As the acting grandson of the Gojo family, he is responsible for the entire family's interactions with other families. His previous knowledge of Gojo Ming was very one-sided, but since the Yagyu family traded Suki no Soho for Nakaha, other small jiu-jitsu master families have gone crazy. Every time he met with him, he would ask insinuatingly about Gojo Neru's situation, hinting whether he could ask Gojo Neru to forge a Zanpakuto for their family. Previously, he had temporarily declined these jiu-jitsu master families on the grounds that Gojo Ming was forging the Zanpakuto he needed to use. However, yesterday, the pillar of fire that soared into the sky had already indicated the birth of Gojo Ming's new Zanpakuto. The Jiu-Jitsu Master family, who knew this news, rushed to Gojo's house like sharks smelling blood, hoping to get Gojo's approval and let Gojo forge Zanpakuto for their family. They don't expect to get a Zanpakuto as terrifying as yesterday, they only hope to get a Zanpakuto like the one obtained by the Yagyu family. A Zanpakuto can make a first-level Jiu-Jitsu Master, and a first-level Jiu-Jitsu Master can support the facade of a family. This kind of transaction, let alone giving away the ancient books passed down by the family, can even involve sacrificing oneself. In just half a day, Gojo Xuani has received many guests. Now, he really doesn't know how to deal with it, so he can only ask his grandfather for help. Gojo Xiangyan looked at the helplessness on his grandson's face, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. He has always been worried about the fact that he, as a middleman, personally led to the transaction of Nawa to the Yagyu family. Although the Yagyu family currently follows the Gojo family, the fact that such a powerful Zanpakuto was handed over to the Yagyu family and a first-level Jiu-Jitsu master was born in their family was nothing to Gojo Xiangyan's opinion. The question is a big lost trade. Now, this group of small families still want to learn from the Yagyu family and collect wool from the Gojo family? Having had experience, he is unwilling to make the same mistakes again. Gojo Xiangyan snorted coldly. Xian-yi, continue to deal with them. Isn't Ming already in seclusion now? This is just the reason to send them away. Not everyone can use Gojo's Zanpakuto. Although Nera has his own criteria for judging, as his clan members, we should also assist him in the first round of screening. Gojo Xiangyan's determined attitude gave Gojo Xuani the confidence. The Gojo family, which owns 6 eyes, also has the confidence to reject other families. After all, not all families are big 3 sorcerer families. Moreover, what about the Kamo family, one of the big 3 sorcerer families? Why don't you just obediently send your family's special curse tool to Gojo's house and let Gojo Ming forge the Zanpakuto? Gojo Geniki, who doesn't know what Kamo really did, misinterprets the Kamo family's fear of the Gojo family. However, he was thinking pretty well at this time. Even the Kamo family, one of the big 3 sorcerer families, is no longer a rival to the current Gojo family. Upon hearing that Gojo Ming was in retreat, many family envoys sighed deeply. They didn't know whether this was Gojo Ming's perfunctory response or the Gojo family's rejection, but they could only bring the news back to their respective families. Many families whose requests were fruitless did not dare to be dissatisfied with the Gojo family and could only silently curse the Yagyu family in their hearts. They all knew that the Gojo family would reject their proposal, probably because the Yagyu family's performance after receiving the Zanpakuto Kika was so amazing. That tough guy from the Yagyu family is really convinced. You have obtained the Zanpakuto yourself, and you know how powerful the Zanpakuto is, so why don't you just enjoy it secretly? Why are you so ostentatious? You have been promoted to the first level of Jujutsu Master with your Zanpakuto, but you still don't know that you have to hide your strength and bide your time, and you have to go to Gojo's house to show off? Will you die if you don't show off? The Zanpakuto duel between Yagyu Zaemon and Gojo Shinichi is no secret. Yagyu Uzuman's Zanpakuto clasping the flower in his hand was too eye-catching, completely cutting off the way for this small family to obtain the Zanpakuto. The common man is not guilty, but he is guilty of carrying the jade. The Yagyu family was affected in this way and became the object of hatred of many small sorcerer families. Gojo Ming stayed in seclusion for 15 days. And during these 15 days, a big event happened in the Jujutsu world. The Kumo family elder, the president of the Blacksmithing Association, and the cursed tool forging master Kumojin died in the Kumo family. Before his death, Kumo left his last words and handed over the position of president of the Blacksmithing Association to Gojo. The Kumo family lost a pillar and became even less powerful, while the Gojo family gained the position of president of the Blacksmithing Association, making the entire family even more powerful and famous. Except for the participants and witnesses of the bet, no one knows the true cause of Kumo's death. Only the beneficiary of the whole thing, Gojo Satoru, had some guesses. He felt a little regretful that Kumo really died. After all, as the only great master in the cursed tool forging world, it was a pity to die like this in the struggle between the Gojo family and the Kumo family. However, he also knew that Kumojin must have done something that made the Gojo family angry, so the Gojo family would make such a decision, and at the same time, Kumojin himself would choose death so directly. Gojo Satoru shook his head. He obtained the position of president out of thin air, but he did not have the ability to manage the association. Now he can only pretend to be powerful and rely on Gojo Ming's momentum. Gojo Ming, who forged the sword like fire, has been regarded as a godlike existence in the entire cursed tool forging world. With Gojo Ming on his side, I believe that the blacksmiths in the association will not make too many mistakes. Although I didn't actually teach Gojo Ming too many forging skills, it didn't stop others from thinking that I was Gojo Ming's master. 15 days of seclusion did not bring any obvious gains to Gojo Ming. The relationship between him and Liuren Ruohuo was still tepid. After he shouted out the initial solution, Liubian Ruohuo could complete the initial solution, but he still couldn't use the spell after the initial solution. It's like a beautiful woman taking off her clothes and lying on the bed, but she still can't get hard. Gojo Ming was also very frustrated inside. However, he also knew that it would take more than just spending time to complete the running-in with Liubian Ruohuo. Perhaps, you need to experience some other things with Liuren Ruohuo. He recognized the pride of Ryukin Wakahu. After all, its last owner was the strongest Shinigami in the Soul Society, the captain of the Godei 13th Division, Yamamoto Genryanuji Sai Shigekuni. It would be strange if such a powerful weapon had no character of its own. The news of Gojo Ming's release alarmed Gojo Xiongyan. Gojo Ming had just returned to the forge, and Gojo Xiongyan followed him in. Ming, are there any gains from seclusion? Gojo Xiongyan had a smile on his face, and there was no trace of his resistance to Gojo Ming in the past few years. Facing Gojo Xiongyan, Gojo Ming's attitude was average. However, after all, respecting the elderly and loving the young is the traditional virtue of Wuxia people. Gojo Ming still replied politely. Nothing has changed. If you want to truly unleash the power of Ryukin Ruohuo, it may take a lot of time. Sensing the disappointment in Gojo Ming's tone, Gojo Xiongyan no longer dwelled on this topic. He is just the representative of the Gojo family and does not have a deep understanding of Zanpakuto. This kind of thing can only be adjusted by Gojo himself. He said that there are many mistakes. Thinking of this, Gojo Xiongyan took out a booklet from his arms and handed it to Gojo Ming. This is a request made by various jujitsu master families during your seclusion. They hope that you can forge Zanpakuto for them. Here are the results after my screening. I think things like Zanpakuto are strategic materials and should not be handed over to other families casually. However, the trading items these families can offer are indeed good. Just make the appropriate decision based on your own needs. After Gojo Xiongyan gave the booklet to Gojo Ming, he stopped giving any suggestions. He didn't know what Gojo Ming would need or what would be useful to Gojo Ming, so he simply left everything to Gojo Ming's own decision. Although Gojo Ming is only 6 years old, Gojo Xiongyan already treats Gojo Ming as an adult. Taking the thing from Gojo Xiongyan's hand, after roughly looking through the transaction booklet, Gojo Ming shook his head. He is not in the mood to forge Zanpakuto right now. Although the items in this book are precious, for him at the moment, they have no practical use and are all useless. Reject them. Gojo Ming's response made Gojo Xiongyan highly agree. The preciousness of the Zanpakuto is obvious to all, and it is indeed not something that can be exchanged for other treasures. Well, I will let Xian Yi refuse one by one. Gojo Xiongyan nodded, with an expectant expression on his face. Ming, do you need any other curse tool now? If it is not in the family's library, the family can help find it through other means. Gojo Xiongyan understands the value of Zanpakuto, so he naturally hopes that Gojo Ming will have as many Zanpakuto as possible. There is no other Zanpakuto like the Rukunwaka. Zanpakutos like Senbonzakura and Hanato Cuenco are also rare. However, Gojo Ming should be able to forge Zanpakutos at the level of Kayamiza and Nika with ease. If Gojo Ming can forge and arm more members of the Gojo family, the strength of the entire Gojo family can be greatly improved in the jujitsu world. I've been a little tired lately. Gojo Ming's answer made Gojo Xiongyan's expression freeze. I won't be building Zanpakuto for a while now. I have to relax. Gojo Ming's next words completely shattered Gojo Xiongyan's plan. Seeing the tiredness on Gojo Ming's face, Gojo Xiongyan didn't ask any more questions. During Gojo Ming's retreat, Gojo Xiongyan also gained a new understanding of cursed tool forging because Gojo Zhuyi took over the blacksmithing association. Every cursed tool master who wants to forge a cursed tool above the first level will spend a huge amount of time and energy. In his opinion, Gojo Ming forged 5 Zanpakuto in such a short period of time, which was indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary people and completely inconsistent with the rules of cursed tool forging. It is indeed time to let Nara take a good rest. The forging of a Zanpakuto is not about chopping melons and vegetables. It will definitely consume a huge amount of mental energy. Flowing Blade Ruohuo has been forged for several hours before. If it continues like this, I'm afraid it will destroy the body. Gojo Xiongyan finished his self-PUA, nodded to Gojo Ming, told him to have a good rest, turned around and left directly. After he left, just as Gojo Ming was about to lie down and take a rest, Zenin appeared in the house. Young Master Gojo Ming, is he finally out of seclusion? Gojo nodded lazily. Shura, long time no see. Zenin walked straight to Gojo Ming and said, the house of everything has been built. How about it? Do you want to take a look? Gojo Ming, who was still listless, his eyes widened and he suddenly became energetic. Let's go and take a look. One day ago, Death Star Palace. A woman with long, silky hair and a loose kimono was sipping tea leisurely. Next to him stood a tall woman with short blonde hair and a tall figure. This generation of Gojo's 6 eyes really exceeded my expectations. The kimonoed woman put down her teacup with a hint of curiosity on her face. If possible, I really want to see this 6 eyes who shouldn't have been born. Zanpakuto, this does not belong to this world, but it is very novel. Yuki, how well do you know about Zanpakuto? Looking at the kimono woman slumped on the chair in front of her, the blonde woman looked very helpless. With this look on the outside, no one would believe that this woman was the famous Tengen-sama in the entire jujitsu world. 99 Yuki sighed. Tengen-sama, there are currently 2 Zanpakutos of the Gojo family leaked out. One is in the hands of Yaguzaman and is named Nika, and the other is in the hands of Zenin Jinji and is named Hana Tenkuenko. I've been with you recently and haven't gone out. How can I know more? Everything is just hearsay. As astral bodies, 99 Yuji has a very special relationship with Tianyuan. Ever since he learned that he was an astral body, his family would regularly send him to the Xingxing Palace to get along with Tianyuan. Although it was nominally for him to accept the teachings of Lord Tianyuan, it was actually so that he could accept the fact of the astral body as a matter of course and be able to assimilate with Tianyuan when needed. In fact, Gojo Yuji didn't pay too much attention to the fact that she was an astral body. However, she felt that it was better to be free. Of course, Tianyuan's lazy personality was beyond her expectation. It was hard for her to imagine whether she would become like this after merging with Tianyuan. Tianyuan stretched his legs and looked at Gojo Yuji. Although he is much older than Kojiyuki, Kojiyuki's figure is much plumper. A hint of envy appeared on Tianyuan's face, and he whispered, "Yuki, go find out about the Zanpakuto, go meet that Gojo Ming, and come back and share it with me. This Xingxing Palace is very boring. It's rare to meet such an interesting person." Gojo Yuji looked a little surprised. He sat across from Tianyuan, looked at this woman whose face was younger than him, and sighed deeply. "Lord Tianyuan, are you sure you want to do this?" "Uh-huh." Tianyuan nodded, clasped his hands together, and turned a blind eye. "Yuki, please, please." 99 Yuki nodded helplessly and coughed slightly. "Then I understand. I will contact Gojo Ming, but I don't know if he is willing to see you. I always feel that a boy who can forge a Zanpakuto might not care much about your identity as Tengen." A smile appeared on Tianyuan's face. "Wouldn't that be nice? Chatting without any inhibitions sounds great." 99 Yuki shrugged and ignored the woman in front of him. She was also very curious about Gojo Ming. At her age, she could already be considered a genius in the jujitsu world, and Gojo Ming, a boy who created the Zanpakuto at the age of 6, shouldn't he be considered a genius among geniuses? And Gojo Ming is said to be a carrier of heavenly restriction without any magical power. Compared with the Zanpakuto, this identity is more attractive to 99 Yuki. She has had enough of the endless curses in this world and the endless elimination. It would be great if there was a way to completely solve the curses. And Gojo Ming, a being without any magical power, may be able to provide her with some new ideas. It was an hour before Gojo Ming left for the master house. Itadori Kaori watched Zenin go to Gojo's house from the newly built house. She had already made plans for the future. This everything room seems to be quite important to Zenin and Gojo Ming. If Gojo Nara really leaves Gojo's house because of this master house, this may be the best opportunity to snatch the flame Zanpakuto. The corners of Itadori Kaori's mouth raised slightly. She was bound to get this flame Zanpakuto, even if she had to use all her strength. However, the only thing she needs to pay attention to right now is Zenin, who is by Gojo Ming's side. She is not one of those stubborn old Zenin people who would look down upon Zenin, who has zero magic power. If you want to get the Zanpakuto from Gojo Ming's hands, the best thing is to wait for Gojo Ming and Zenin to separate. She was not in a hurry. She had enough patience for this mysterious flame Zanpakuto. As long as Gojo Ming and Zenin choose to go to the master house, her plan can be implemented smoothly. Sure enough, if you have money, you can build anything very quickly. Gojo Ming, with Ryukin Wakahui and Sodi Shirayuki on his waist, followed behind Zenin and set off towards the master house. Thanks to the financial support of Gojo Satoru, the master house was completed much faster than planned. Gojo Ming is also full of expectations for this future base. Although it is actually just an ordinary building, this is the obsession of Huxia people for their own house. Although Gojo's huge mansion will belong to Gojo as long as he wants it, Gojo still hopes to have a house that is truly his own. And this all-purpose house is Gojo's first step towards independence. Although all the funds for the house came from Zenin Shi and Gojo Satoru, Gojo Ming did not pay a penny, but this does not prevent him from being the actual owner of the house. "Sharer, how are you getting along with Huetian Kwangu? Have you found the way to the swastika?" Looking at the two Zanpakutos on Zenin's waist, Gojo Ming felt a little confused. Judging from the current progress, Zenin Shi and Huetian Kwangu should have the best compatibility. Therefore, among all the sword borrowers, Zenin Shi should be the one most likely to complete the swastika interpretation. Swastika. Zenin paused and shook his head. When he was supervising the construction of the Wanshua house, he had been exploring ways to solve the problem of Huetian Kwangu, but it was not satisfactory. Although Huetian and Kwangu did not reject communication with him, they basically received no response when they asked them to assist him in completing his swastika interpretation. After understanding Shirer's current situation, Gojo Ming also had a look of regret. However, he actually didn't have high expectations. After all, he himself had not yet completed the Zanpakuto-S swastika, and he had no right to demand it from others. The two of them walked in silence for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly, Zenin stopped suddenly. Gojo Ming behind him looked forward playfully. A hint of excitement flashed in his 6 eyes. It seems that every time I go out with Shire, I will be attacked. Judging from its strength, this curse should be level 1. Gojo Ming looked at the curse blocking him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He also found it very interesting that the first level curse appeared here and had such a clear purpose. The reason why the burning phase attacked him before was because Commotion ordered him to do so. So, why did this level 1 curse attack him now? The first level curse already has corresponding intelligence, so perhaps we can capture it and interrogate it. When Zenin Shina raised his fist and was about to physically remove the obstacle, Gojo Ming stopped him. The first level curse in front of him was a very good target. Perhaps he could try to fight the curse and see if he could activate the compatibility between Ryujin Jaka and himself. After all, it is the Zanpakuto with the strongest attack power, so he should be very interested in fighting. Shiner, leave this curse to me. I want to try out Ryujin Jaka. Hearing Gojo Ming's request, Zenin Shiner nodded and stood aside. He knew Gojo Ming's strength. A first-level curse spirit was nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, even if this first-level curse spirit had a trump card, he had the confidence that he could crush it before this curse spirit revealed it. Ryujin Jaka, please fight with me next time. Gojo Ming held the Ryujin Jaka and took the initiative to face the first-level curse spirit. And in the distance where no one noticed, Itadori Kori quietly watched Gojo Naruto fighting the curse, analyzing the ability of the Zanpakuto in Gojo Naruto's hand. The first-level curse is indeed not a threat to Gojo Naru. However, Kaori also noticed the helplessness that Gojo Naru showed throughout the battle. This first-level curse spirit was killed by Gojo Naruto with his Zanpakuto. During the entire process, the fire-type Zanpakuto did not release any techniques. A smile appeared on Kaori's face. Sure enough, such a powerful Zanpakuto has not been completely controlled. With Gojo Naruto's current strength, he is still unable to use the true power of that Zanpakuto. If that were the case, it would be much easier. Kaori muttered to herself and turned around silently. This first-level curse had already revealed enough information for her and was no longer of any use. That's too much. That's too much. You are a Zanpakuto after all. How is this performance different from an ordinary katana? The opponent is cursed. Can you show a little dignity of your Zanpakuto? Even if you just set off a small flame to burn the opponent to death, it will be considered as refreshing your presence. Gojo Ming held the warm Ryujin Jaka and looked at the curse that had been cut into pieces by him in front of him, feeling very depressed. Although Ryujin Jaka is the most powerful Zanpakuto, it is no better than a fire stick in his hand at this moment. So, the Shikeo that I mastered is actually just a disguise trick, right? After reciting the first words, he transformed into Ryujin Jaka, and then everything else was the same as a Sachi, right? Zenin Shinji took Gojo Ming's complaints to heart, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Compared to the lack of cooperation of Ryujin Jaka, my own Kaiten Kyukatsu can be said to have too much cooperation. As for your temporary unwillingness to cooperate with Bankai, then just let it be. I won't force you. After all, Shawa is a cool and aloof person. If she were to complete her Bankai too easily, her character would probably be ruined. Let's go, Master Gojo Naruto. Or should I give you another half an hour to communicate with Ryujin Jaka? Zenin Shinner's joke immediately made Gojo Ming's face pull long. Let's go to the Wanchua quickly. Itadori Kaori turned around and prepared to leave, but the next second, her body suddenly froze. Beside her, a blonde girl appeared out of nowhere. Well, the angle here is really good. Are you here to pay attention to Gojo Naruto as well? Jojo Yuki looked at the beautiful woman beside him, his big eyes full of curiosity. The woman in front of me has short hair, the same as myself, but she is much more dashing than myself. She was somewhat envious of the woman's temperament. Very cool, but a little pitiful. There are sutures on the forehead from surgery. Could it be that he just had a craniotomy? Which sorcerer family is this from? Even in this state, he still has to come out to gather intelligence. Facing Jojo Yuki beside her, Itadori Kaori was silent for a few seconds, and then a bright smile appeared on her face. Yes, after all, Gojo Naruto is a hot figure in the entire world of curse arts, so we have to pay more attention to him, right? This girl looks like she is only in her teens, but she has such abundant cursed energy. How come I have never heard of this person? Blonde hair, very young, incomprehensible. Moreover, it seems that she is also coming for Gojo Naru. I don't know what her purpose is. Well, it's better to wait and see. Itadori Kaori nodded slightly to Gojo Yuki. Little sister, are you here to keep an eye on Gojo Naru? But don't be too careless. If you get too close, you'll be spotted by Zenin Jiner next to Gojo Naru. Although Chanyuan Shenner doesn't have any cursed power, he is now the undisputed #1 in the Chanyuan family. Itadori Kaori's reminder made Gojo Yuki's eyes light up again. She had heard before that Zenin Jiner had defeated 2 first-level sorcerers of the Zenin family at the same time with his physical body and Zanpakuto. The most important thing is that Zenin Shinji and Gojo Ming are both carriers of the sky and curse with 0 spell power. Isn't this a coincidence? The 2 people she was most interested in actually met each other. This was an opportunity given to her by God. Everything is just right. From Hongqing Palace to here, it is all God's arrangement. Perhaps she could analyze the reasons for the appearance of 0 curse power and curse binding through Gojo Naruto and Zenin Shinji. I hope Gojo Naru and Zenin Shinji can cooperate with her. Of course, if they're unwilling to cooperate, she doesn't mind using her own methods to make them cooperate. Well, thank you for telling me, big sister you. Kujuka Yuki withdrew his gaze from Gojo Naru and Zenin Shinji, and just when he was about to thank her, he found that the dashing woman who was beside him just now had disappeared. Do you want to know her name? With such a strong curse and such obvious characteristics, we should be able to find out if we go back and ask around. I just wonder what she's thinking by paying attention to Gojo Naruto here. Forget it, it's too troublesome. The world of curse arts is always so chaotic and complicated. Juji Yuki shook his short golden hair. If Gojo Naruto is rated as a sorcerer and can exorcise a first-level curse directly with a samurai sword, what level should he be rated? Well, he can exorcise a first-level curse without a spell, and after using the Sodi no Shirayuki spell, there should be nothing wrong with being rated as a first-level one. The Zen temple is so beautiful, the 5-line ringing sound. Gojo Yuki murmured the names of the 2 people and followed them from a distance to the door of the Yorazuya. Yoshiya? Looking at the plaque hanging on this quaint house, Gojo Yuki felt very curious. She didn't know why Gojo Naru and Zenin Shinji came to this place. Could it be that these 2 people from the big 3 sorcerer families actually needed help from others? Gojo Yuki hesitated at the door for a moment, and finally decided to go into the Yorazuya to take a look. Yeah, pretty good. After following Shanner around the Yorazuya, Gojo Ming nodded with satisfaction. Although this quaint building doesn't quite match the surroundings, what does it matter? Anyway, as long as you like it, it's fine. Jukai and Bleach have already linked up, so adding Gintama shouldn't be a big deal, right? Moreover, Bayasha also has white hair, and I also have white hair. It is obvious that I am doing a good job as a boss. As for what exactly is the Wanshua going to do? Gojo Naruto hasn't made up his mind yet, but since he and Shinji are both members of the big 3 sorcerer families in the world of sorcery, they should focus more on solving the problems of the world of sorcery. After all, the problems of the secular world do not really interest them. Shinner, let's find someone to make a disguise tent for the Yorazuya later. If someone other than a sorcerer enters here, it will be a bit troublesome. Gojo Ming put forward some of his own requests, and Zenin Shinner nodded and took note of them. For him, this Yorazuya will be his new home in the future. If he is often disturbed by ordinary people, his life will become unstable. This room is mine. You can arrange the remaining rooms yourself. Oh, by the way, remember to leave one for Wu. After all, he is also a shareholder. For the living area on the 2nd floor, Gojo Naruto chose a room with the best lighting, and he also did not forget to make some arrangements for Gojo Satoru. When Zen Yuansheng, who was standing nearby, heard that Gojo Satoru might live here in the future, his expression suddenly became a little bad. The conflict between 2 people will not disappear with the passage of time. However, thinking that Gojo Satoru had indeed invested a large amount of money, Zenyuan Shinner could only hold his nose and express his approval. After all, there are still many rooms upstairs. Even if Gojo Satoru is not assigned a room, he can live directly in the guest room in the future. Even then, other places need to be decorated as well, and some flowers and plants should be prepared as decorations. Don't be too straight. When you are in a relationship, you have to bring the girl home to see her. Being too cold will make people feel scared. The most important thing is that your deadpan face combined with your frigid family style is really going to turn girls off. Gojo Ming looked at Zenin Shinner, who had been hanging around the Yorazuya recently, and his expression was a little conflicted. He did want to introduce the girl from the Gojo family to Zen and Shinji, but according to the original work, Shinji and Huima should have a very good relationship. What if Fushiguro Megumi disappears because of my meddling? Gojo Ming shook his head and decided to wait and see. Zen and Shinji never expected that a 6-year-old child like Gojo Naru would interfere in his love life. A frown appeared on his face. He placed his right hand on the top of Gojo Ming's head and said with a frown, "Since you have time to care about my love life, why don't you consider your relationship with Shoko? Ever since you inexplicably offered to forge a Zanpakuto for Shoko last time, she's been looking at you differently." Zenin Shinner's observation ability is amazing. During this period of time, he secretly observed everyone around Gojo Naru, so he naturally understood the changes in Yeri Shoko's emotions towards Gojo Naru. Gojo Naru looked embarrassed when he heard Shinji suddenly mention Shoko. That's not necessary, is it? Shoko is only 6 years old." Zen Yuan shrugged his shoulders. "You are 6 years old, and she is 6 years old. Aren't they the perfect age for childhood sweethearts? Besides, Shoko, who possesses the reverse curse technique talent, must have very high standards. She probably won't look down on anyone else since she's been with you and Gojo Satoru every day. I think there might not be enough guest rooms upstairs. Maybe in a few days, one of the guest rooms will be given away by someone, right?" Gojo Ming smiled awkwardly at Zenin Shinner's sarcastic hint. This is really something he would do. If Shoko really wants to live in this Yorazuya, as the owner, I will never make the decision to drive the guest away. Gojo Ming was just about to explain a few words, but the next second, Zenin Shinner's eyes subconsciously looked at the floor beneath his feet. It seems someone is coming. Gojo Ming also lowered his head. He was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that someone would come in as soon as the door of the Yorazuya was opened. Are you just a curious person? No, he's still a sorcerer. Gojo Naru's 6 eyes saw the appearance of the person who came, and also sensed the technique that this person possessed. The Zen temple didn't even have 6 eyes, but the senses that were strengthened to the extreme by the heaven and the curse were able to clearly feel the specialness of the visitor. Well, let's go down and take a look. Zenin Shinner and Gojo Ming looked at each other, nodded, and turned to go downstairs. They were also very curious. Could it be that Wanchuo had already received business on the first day of its opening? Gyojio Yuki walked into the Yorazuya and looked at the empty room with a surprised expression. The whole room is very large, but the only thing that comes into view is a very quaint counter that looks a bit like the Edo period. Next to the counter is a wooden staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Gojo Naruwa Zen Temple is not even on the 1st floor. Gyojio Yuki looked up at the wooden ladder and decided to wait for a while. After all, the 1st floor is generally considered a business place, but the 2nd floor is a private space. Although I have no hostility towards you, intruding into someone else's private space without their consent will definitely cause them to feel disgusted. However, since Gojo Ming and Zenin Shinji went up to the 2nd floor, it meant that her previous guess was wrong. Gojo Ming and Zenin Jiner did not come to this Yorazuya to seek help. The two of them should be the owners of this Yorazuya. She was indeed curious. Why would the strongest man of the Zenin family, the 6 eyes son of the Gojo family, who is currently in the limelight, build a strange Yorazuya in this place? Is it because family life is too boring? This shouldn't be the case. Gojo Naruto is now a very popular figure in the entire sorcery world. Many small sorcerer families are lining up to ask Gojo Naruto to forge their Zanpakuto. How could this young master of the Gojo family have the time to open this Yorazuya? There is a problem. Juju Yuki wanted to explore the thinking logic of Gojo Naru and Zenin Shinji as if he had discovered a new continent. Just as Gyojio Yuki was about to enter the counter to learn more about the situation in this Yorazuya, footsteps came from the bed upstairs and the voice of a young boy sounded in his ears. "Miss, our Wanshiwu is not open today. If you need anything, please come back another day." Gyojio Yuki looked up at the stairs, and Gojo Naruwa Zenin Shinner walked down the stairs slowly. Gojo Naru and Kujuku Yuki, who were walking in the front, looked at each other. What a cute little boy. Is he Gojo Naruto who has recently been shaking up the world of sorcery with the help of his Zanpakuto? Well, this head of white hair combined with blue eyes is really adorable. It was the first time that Kujuyuki saw Gojo Naru at such a close distance. The moment she saw Gojo Naru's face clearly, She realized that this little boy in front of her was her type. Gojo Ming looked at the girl in front of him with short golden hair, who was a few years older than himself, and felt that she looked familiar. Although he was sure that he had never seen this woman before, the familiarity in his heart would not lie. There is no doubt that this person must be someone I am familiar with in the original work. Thinking of this, Gojo Ming looked at the girl more carefully. Looking at her shoulder-length golden hair and her already plump figure, her future image became clearer and clearer. Kujuka Yuki. This girl is Kujuka Yuki. Gojo Ming widened his eyes slightly and confirmed the girl's identity. Why is Kujuka Yuki in Tokyo? Shouldn't her home be in Kyoto? Kujuka Yuki should be in junior high school now, so how come he is here and even appears in his own Yorozuya? Seeing Gojo Nara staring at her, Gojo Yuki suddenly blushed. At this moment, she is not yet the plump and tall big sister who would ask everyone she meets in the future, "What kind of woman do you like?" Although the 12-year-old Gojo Yuki looks mature physically, she is still just a teenage girl mentally. This time she came to see Gojo Naruto more because of Tianyuan's request. Otherwise, although she was curious about Gojo Naruto, she would not have rushed into someone's house like this. The blush on Kujuka Yuki's face made Gojo Ming feel a strong contrast. At this moment, it is difficult for Gojo Ming to associate the short-haired and pure Kujuka Yuki with the future dashing biker with long flowing hair and a voluptuous figure. Out of curiosity about the reason why Kujuka Yuki came to the Yorozuya, Gojo Naru, although he already knew his identity, still pretended not to know him. "Miss, although the Wanshiwa has not opened for business today, if you have any questions, you can come and tell us. You are also a sorcerer. Are you facing any curse problems? Or do you have any other needs? It just so happens that the ace shopkeeper of the Wanshiwa is in the store today." Gojo Ming pointed at Zenin Shinner behind him and instantly gave him a position. Ace shopkeeper equals gold medal thug, no problem. Being stared at by Gojo Naru's 6 eyes, Juju Yuki was a little hesitant. She didn't know whether she should reveal her identity. Tengen is highly respected in the entire sorcery world. If I bring up Tengen's mission, Gojo Naruto and Zenin Shinji might give Tengen some face. However, the girl also has her own pride in her heart. Since Gojo Naru is her type, even though there is an age gap between them, she still hopes that their interactions can be simple when they first meet. What do you need? It seems like there is none. Should I just say that Tengen-sama also wants to know about Zanpakuto? The Yorozuya, the Yorozuya. Gojo Yuki thought about the plaque outside the door, and an idea came to his mind. Since it's a jack of all trades, you should be able to tell us whatever you need. Understanding Zanpakuto is Lord Tengen's requirement, but for myself, I want to study Gojo Naru and Zenin Jiner more. Seeing Kujuku Yuki staring at himself and Shinjiro's Zanpakuto on his waist, Gojo Naruto had some guesses in his mind. Even if he is a future special grade sorcerer, Yuki Kujuku would be interested in Zanpakuto. Well, but doesn't Kujuka Yuki have the Shikigami Horin? The Horin should be her best weapon. Does she still need a Zanpakuto? However, Kujuka Yuki seems to be a very good sword borrower. If I could become my sword borrower, it would be an experience package comparable to Gojo Satoru's. Gojo Naruto had no objection to forging a Zanpakuto for Kujuka Yuki. After all, they are the 4 great special grade sorcerers of the future, people who are at the top of the entire sorcery world. If you build good relationships with them in advance and then get a lot of experience points from them, it can be considered a win-win situation for both parties. But what kind of Zanpakuto should be forged for Kujuka Yuki? Gojo Ming was already thinking in his heart what kind of trading items he should ask for after Gojo Yuki made the request. After all, this is a serious industry, and I have to ask for compensation after completing the commission. Just when Gojo Naruto was thinking about which Zanpakuto was suitable for Kujuka Yuki told him the content of his commission. This commission was completely beyond the imagination of the two, and made Gojo Naruto and Zenin Shinji fall into complete silence. "Gojo Naru, I want to study your body." Gojo Yuki raised his head, exposing his slender neck to Gojo Naru's eyes. He looked like a proud swan, and expressed a request that Gojo Naru didn't know how to refuse. What kind of lewd words is this person saying? Gojo Naruto didn't realize what Yuki Q was really thinking. She just thought that it sounded very erotic for a teenage girl to study a boy's body. Zen Temple's expression was stiff. Are all girls nowadays so straightforward? If you are interested in boys' bodies, go and relearn your junior high school physiology class. Zenin Shinji and Gojo Ming just stared at Kujuku Yuki with their eyes wide open, and the whole room was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Seeing the reactions of Gojo Naru and Zenin Shinner, Gojo Yuki was a little confused at first, but then she paused and realized the ambiguity of her words. Her pretty face immediately blushed and she waved her hand quickly, saying, "No, that's not it. Don't misunderstand." There was constant steam coming out of Juji Yuki's head, and it seemed that a pot of water could boil above his head at any time. How can I say such ambiguous words? Studying boys' bodies makes others sound very indecent. Looking at Yuki Kyuju's blushing reaction, Naruto Gojo probably realized that he had misunderstood. However, seeing the scene of the royal sister blushing, he felt much more relaxed. "Miss, please relax a little." Gojo Ming smiled and took the initiative to break the awkwardness in the store. "Since you know me, you must know me too. However, we don't know you yet. Since there is really a commission, then we should first get to know the first customer of the Wanshuu, right?" Realizing that it was Gojo Nara who handed over the step, Jujuyuki breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Gojo Nara deeply, and began to introduce himself. "I'm Yukiji Kujuku, and I have a dream." Yuki Kujuku's self-introduction gave Naruto Gojo a sense of déjà vu, as if he had met Martin Luther King. However, after listening to her real request, Gojo Ming finally remembered that the woman in front of him was a person who acted unconventionally, but had a firm goal. Being a star plasma, he refused to assimilate with Tian Yuan, hate the curse, and always want to find a way to completely eliminate the curse. Because of the conversation with her, the special grade sorcerer Geto Summer Oil clarified his own path, became a sorcerer, and walked on it unswervingly. Taught the outstanding first-class sorcerer Aoi to do. In the end, in order to protect Tianyuan and to achieve the established plan, he died in the hands of the rope in the Hongxing Palace without even opening his domain. There is no doubt that this is a complex and charming woman, but her final outcome is the same as Gojo Satoru's, and she was caught in a plot killing. Kuju Yuki wanted to study her own body because she was a person with zero cursed power. Gojo Naruto could understand that. After all, in the original work, she had tried to study Zenin Shinji, but was rejected by him. However, although we understand, we cannot agree to such things casually. "Miss Jojo, you said you wanted to study me because I have no magical power. But Jeaner is also a being without magical powers. Why don't you ask to study him?" This is somewhat different from the original book. In response to Gojo Naru's question, Kujuku Yuki's eyes quickly swept over Zenin Shinji and Gojo Naru, and he began to murmur in his heart. "There is no difference between the two of you. Both of you are heaven and curse with zero spell power, but since you want to do research, you have to choose a research subject you like, right?" Zenin Shinji looks fierce, and he is not easy to get along with. Even if I ask him to do something, he probably won't agree, right? Although he thought so in his heart, Gojo Yuki couldn't say it out loud. Although both of you have no cursed power, Zenin Shinji's body has already taken shape, while you, Gojo Naruto, are still young and your body is still developing. You should be able to study the reason why your cursed spirit is zero. Gojo Yuki made up an excuse. Gojo Ming looked suspicious, as if to say, "I think you are lying to me, but I can't find any evidence." That makes sense. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, Gojo Ming nodded. From a scientific point of view, children's bodies are indeed more creative and unknown than those of adults. "Shinner, you seem to be disliked." Gojo Ming patted Zenin Shinner, his eyes full of teasing. However, Zenin Jeaner would not pay any attention to Gojo Naruto. He raised his eyebrows and said, "This Miss Jojo is obviously interested in you. Do you really think there is any difference between us? Although you're 6 eyes, my observation ability is much more careful than yours." Seeing Zenin Shinner's mouth shape to read Shoko, Gojo Naru was choked. "That's because I'm more popular than you." Gojo Naruto retorted stubbornly, but unfortunately Zenin Shinji was not willing to pay any attention to him. He squeezed past Gojo Naruto and sat behind the counter, leaving the space for Gojo Naruto and Kujuku Yuki. "Take him to the back to chat. He's the first guest the Yorizuya receives. It's not good to let him stand and chat all the time, right? I won't accompany you anymore." Chanyuan Shenner pointed to a door curtain next to the counter and pursed his lips. After being reminded by Shinji, Gojo Ming realized that the hospitality was indeed a bit inconsiderate. He glared at Zen and Shinji, and then called Gojo Yuki to go to the reception area at the back. After following Gojo Naruto into the door curtain, Kujuku Yuki discovered that the entire Yorozuya was a different world. Compared with the empty area at the front with only a counter, the furniture in the reception area is much more substantial. However, Gojo Yuki felt that the reception area did not live up to its name. This area was more like a living room of a home, with a kotatsu and a TV in it. It did not look like a place to entertain guests in a store at all. Looking at this reception area, which did not look businesslike at all, Gojo Ming smiled a little awkwardly. It did not seem like there was any place here to entertain people. Sorry, the hospitality is not good and the facilities are not very complete. How about we get into the kotatsu? Gojo Ming asked tentatively. After all, there are differences between men and women. It always felt a bit too abrupt to invite a girl to sit in the kotatsu in an unfamiliar place. However, to Gojo Naru's surprise, Kujuku Yuki actually nodded, took off his shoes, walked to the kotatsu and got in. It's so warm. Gyojio Chio lay directly on the table of the kotatsu and stretched his whole body. Kotatsu is the perfect match for winter. Realizing that Koju Yuki only treated him as a little boy, Gojo Naru stopped hesitating and went straight into the kotatsu. In Neon, the kotatsu is a magical tool for winter. The two of them curled up their legs in the kotatsu. The winter chill was slowly dispelled, and they began to get down to business. Well, Gojo Naruto, does your attitude just now mean that you agree to my commission? Gyojio Yuki's heart was full of anticipation. Judging from the conversation between Gojo Naru and Zen and Shinji just now, Gojo Naru doesn't seem to be very resistant to this proposal. In this way, not only can he get to know the Six Eyes son of God of the Gojo family, but he can also analyze the reasons for the formation of Zero Curse power. This is a double gain for her. As for the task assigned to her by Tianyuan, she had completely forgotten about it at this moment. Facing the expectant look on Kujuku Yuki's face, Gojo Naru smiled, looked at Kujuku Yuki and pointed to his own eyes. This is the secret of the Gojo family. Your proposal will never be accepted. Please allow me to refuse, Miss 99. Gojo Naru's polite refusal made Gyojio Yuki a little disappointed. However, she was unwilling to miss such an opportunity. After chatting with Gojo Naru for such a long time, the two of them became much more familiar with each other. Gyojio Yuki frowned slightly, and a bold and embarrassing idea emerged in her mind. If you agree to let me study it, I can be your girlfriend. People like my sister are very popular. Moreover, my spells are very powerful, and I am definitely the best choice for a girlfriend. Gojo Naruto, would you like to consider it? Ahem. In the front area, behind the counter, Zenin Shinner, who was drinking water, suddenly choked. With his sharp ears and eyes, he never expected to hear such words from Gyojio Yuki. Although he had just noticed that Gyojio Yuki seemed to have some feelings for Gojo Naru, but it shouldn't be that serious, right? The teenage Kujuku Yuki is old enough to fall in love, but Gojo Naruto is only 6 years old. If Shoko and Gojo Naru are considered childhood sweethearts, then Kujuku Yuki and Gojo Naru are the older and younger of the two. Comments. Kyuju Yuki's words made Gojo Naruto somewhat doubt his own ears. He stared into Gyojio Yuki's eyes, looking for any sign of a joke. But unfortunately, Gyojio Yuki's expression was very serious, and there was no sign of joking at all. Miss Gyojio, Gojo Ming reminded gently. I don't mind, I like it. Gyojio Yuki responded directly without any hesitation. Miss Gyojio, there's a big age gap between us. It seems that we are not that suitable for each other. Gojo Ming looked at his body and suddenly felt powerless. This kind of thing is not good. It's okay. We sorcerers don't need to care about it. Gyojio Yuki seemed to have already thought of what the future would be like, which made Gojo Ming speechless. Miss Gyojio, you can't trade feelings for something like that. Besides, this is our first meeting today, so we're probably not familiar with each other yet. Gojo Naruto didn't know how to deal with Gyojio Yuki. Before traveling through time, he was not very good at dealing with this kind of proactive girl. Now that he has traveled through time and space to this world with his memories, he has not changed much. And Yuki Kujuku seemed to realize that this was where Naruto Gojo was not good at, and he became more proactive. Then Gojo Naruto, do you think I'm pretty? Gyojio Yuki asked very bluntly. Gojo Ming smiled bitterly, was silent for a few seconds, and finally nodded. Kujukuyuki can indeed be regarded as the most handsome person in the entire Curse Return world. So am I the type you like? It doesn't have to be the only type you like, but is it the type that would offend you? Gojo Yuki continued to ask. Gojo Ming was a little helpless, but still nodded. There will be no conflict. Hearing Gojo Neru's answer, Jujuyuki smiled happily. That's it. I'm pretty, and you don't offend me. Kujuyuki supported herself on the kotatsu table with both hands and suddenly approached Gojo Neru. The girl's breath sprayed on Gojo Neru's face, making it difficult for Gojo Neru to dodge. So, it shouldn't be a problem to meet my research requirements? Before, Kujuyuki was the kind of girl who would blush when this topic was mentioned, but without Zenin Shinjiro, it seemed like she had become a completely different person. You are so familiar with the route. You must be a veteran driver. Isn't this contrast a bit too great? Gojo Naruto looked at Kujukuyuki and felt that the future top-grade sorcerer seemed to be in front of him, with the main focus being a contrast. Miss Gojo, although I have no objection to you, I cannot accept your request. As the first client of Wanshiwu, we also want to complete our first commission, but, unfortunately, Wanshiwu is unable to help you. Gojo Ming didn't dare to continue discussing the topic of boyfriend and girlfriend with Gojo Yuki. This was an area he was not good at. Moreover, at his age, it was indeed not the time for him to care about this. Gojo Yuki was a little disappointed to see Gojo Neru change the subject so abruptly, but she was still unwilling to give up. Although it was a bit abrupt, she felt that with her charm, Gojo Neru, a little boy with a mature soul, should not be able to resist. Gojo Yuki's competitive spirit was immediately aroused. Although she had no other love experience, she had seen pigs run even though she had never eaten pork. Just now, while persuading Gojo Neru, Kujukuyuki had already completed his self-strategy. A burning fighting spirit ignited in Jujuyuki's eyes. She felt that Gojo Naruto didn't know her well enough. If Gojo Naruto saw her true power, perhaps the six-eyes son of God of the Gojo family would know how precious she was? Being stared at like this by Kujukuyuki, Gojo Ming felt a chill on his back. Will Kujukuyuki be angry because of being rejected by me? When I asked you for a commission in the beginning, I really just wanted to give you a reason to forge your Zanpakuto. If you ask me to forge a Zanpakuto, I will agree to it, but I really cannot agree to any other requests. Gojo Neru, I know you have high standards. No, my standards are not as high as you think. Can we not dwell on this topic? But you may not know that I, Yukiji Kujuku, am also very strong. Don't, I know you are very strong. You will be the ceiling of sorcerers in the future. Among the 4 top-grade sorcerers, who dares to say that you are not strong? I know your Zanpakuto is very powerful and you recently forged a flaming Zanpakuto that can change the sky. Don't mention it, it's all tears. Flowing blade is useless now. It's no different from a fire stick. At most, it's just a sharper samurai sword. It's too difficult. You are now well known in the entire world of sorcery, but I, Yuki Kuju, will definitely not be inferior to you in the future. Gojo Naruto, it's really not easy to find a girlfriend like me. I know this without you telling me, but it's really not time for me to fall in love yet. Let's get back to the point. If you need to forge a Zanpakuto, that's easy. Seeing Gojo Naruto just staring at him without saying a word, Gojo Yuki was also very unhappy. He had already taken the initiative, but Gojo Naruto could still be so calm. Is it true that my charm is so poor? Gojo Yuki opened his eyes wide and stared at Gojo Neru, insisting on getting an answer from Gojo Neru. Facing this already charming girl, Gojo Ming was a little overwhelmed and his eyes flickered subconsciously. And this dodge allowed Kujuyuki to see through Gojo Neru's thoughts. The girl smiled proudly. She knew that she still had some charm. Although Gojo Neru was only 6 years old, he still had feelings for her. Thinking of this, Gojo Yuki wanted to show his strength even more. Although the Kujuku family is not as famous as the Gojo family, it is also a well-known sorcery family in the Kyoto sorcery world. His identity and strength are definitely worthy of Gojo Neru, the six-eyes son of God. Gojo Neru, stretch out your hand. Gojo Yuki stared at Gojo Neru and said seriously. Gojo Ming was a little confused, but he still stretched out his hand. He was also very curious about what Gojo Yuki wanted to do. I know you don't have any skills, but I don't care what your family's ancestral skills are. My skills will never lose to the Gojo family. Next, I will let you see my true strength. I will definitely be the strongest girl you have ever seen. After hearing what Kujuku Yuki said, Gojo Ming had no idea what Kujuku Yuki was going to do. Gojo Nero might know more about Kujuku Yuki's technique than she does, and she doesn't want to take on the power of Star Wrath casually. However, when Gojo Naruto wanted to pull back his right hand, Kujuku Yuki's slender fingers had already touched Gojo Naruto's palm. Gojo Naruto, as long as you can remove my fingers, I will give up my previous commission and will not ask to be your girlfriend. Otherwise, you will be my boyfriend from now on, and you are not allowed to have any ambiguity with other girls. The surrounding environment did not change at all, but Gojo Naruto knew that Kujuku Yuki had already used her technique, Star Wrath. Even though it was just a finger pressing on his hand now, this finger had been given the power he imagined through Kujuku Yuki's Star Fury. Gojo Naruto, this is my power. I know you're gifted, but can you withstand my power? There are word traps in Kujuki words. This finger can be said to be the power of Gojo Yuki, but it does not come from itself. Gojo Nero is not fighting against Kujuku Yuki's own power, but the quality of the illusion bestowed by Kujuku Yuki's technique. However, at this moment, being pressed by this one finger, the power to fight against 99 Yuki was actually fighting against the imaginary mass of Star Wrath. Seeing Kujuku Yuki's slender fingers pressing on his palm, Gojo Ming showed a hint of amusement on his face and chuckled. This force is really strong. Then he tried to withdraw his right hand, but unfortunately, Kujuku Yuki's fingerprints did not move at all. Zen and Shinji in the front area felt the change in Kujuku Yuki's cursed power, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He had just listened to Kujuku Yuki's entire conversation, and he also wanted to know how Gojo Naruto would respond. Previously, he was talking about his love life upstairs without any shame. Now it's Gojo Neru's turn. Do you know what it means to talk without any pain? Zen Yuan Shenner drank a cup of tea leisurely, not caring at all about what happened in the back area. Although Kujuku Yuki is indeed very strong, Gojo Neru, who possesses a Zanpakuto, is not inferior to Kujuku Yuki in strength. However, now it depends on the current level of Gojo Ming's physical strength. Zen Engineer was also looking forward to whether Gojo Neru's body, cursed by the heavens and the curse, could withstand the technique of Kujuku Yuki. Gojo Naruto just mentioned wait. I feel like he knows something about me. But something is wrong. I should not have used the technique in front of outsiders. Besides, it is impossible for anyone to guess what the ability of my technique is at first glance. However, what exactly did Gojo Naruto's smile just now mean? Never mind, never mind. With Gojo Naruto's current strength, it is absolutely impossible for him to defeat the imaginary mass of Star Wrath. Gojo Yuki was a little surprised by Gojo Neru's reaction, but she was absolutely confident in her own strength. Although the mass she imagined was not high, she only imagined the mass of twice herself, only a mere 180 pounds, but this mass was absolutely unimaginable for a 6-year-old boy. It is basically impossible to lift 180 kilograms with one hand, even for an adult. Therefore, from the very beginning of this bet, she had already had an absolute advantage. Seeing Gojo Naruto trying to pull his hand away, Gojo Yuki laughed secretly. Pulling away the palm was indeed the best method. The mass of her fingers was not pressing on Gojo Ming's palm, but was just supporting it in the air. Therefore, if Gojo Ming did not exert force upwards, he would not feel the mass of 180 kilograms at all. But how could she not have thought of it? So she chose to use her fingers instead of her palms. Her fingers poking into Gojo Naruto's palms was like a nail nailing Gojo Naruto's palms. Therefore, unless Gojo Ming used his own strength to lift his fingers up, he would have no chance of winning. However, if Gojo Ming made such a choice, he would be faced with another difficult problem, that is, whether Gojo Ming's own palms were strong enough. Otherwise, if he lifted it forcibly, the fingers weighing 180 kilograms would be enough to pierce his palms. In Yuki Kyuji's opinion, she had blocked all of Gojo Neru's escape routes. In this bet, Gojo Ming is already in a losing position. But, unfortunately, what Gojo Yuki didn't know was that she was facing Gojo Neru, who was sure to win every bet this year. Kujuki might think that she had calculated everything, but she had no idea how strong Tenyu Jifu's body was. Although Gojo Naruto looks like he is only 6 years old, after training with Zenin Shinji and achieving great success in Hakuda, his body has reached a strength that is unimaginable for ordinary people. Even though he is not as strong as Zenin Shinji yet, a strength of 180 kilograms is no problem for Gojo Naruto. Isn't it just lifting 180 kilograms with one hand? A person with a system of cheats can lift 180 kilograms with one hand. Is that okay? ISS Jojo, if I win this bet, then we shouldn't dwell on this topic anymore. A confident smile appeared on Gojo Ming's face. This made Gojo Yuki feel unbelievable, as this was a weight of 180 kilograms. I'm afraid Gojo Naruto's own weight doesn't even reach 1/3 of this weight, right? 5. Just as Gojo Yuki was about to open his mouth to question, a powerful force suddenly came from his fingertips, and his fingers actually shook. This kind of force feedback made Gojo Yuki stunned. How is this possible? How could a little boy like Gojo Naruto with skinny arms and legs be able to exert such power just now? Gojo Yuki thought that there was something wrong with his feeling, but then Gojo Ming's palm exerted force again. Under his shocked gaze, Gojo Ming's right hand wrapped around Gojo Yuki's fingers and slowly raised it up. With a force of 180 kilograms, Gojo Naruto's expression did not change at all, as if he really lifted up Gojo Yuki's arm. How is that possible? How could you have done that? Gojo Yuki opened her eyes wide and didn't react until Gojo Nara let go of her hand. Wu Tiaoming's mouth corners slightly raised. Miss Gojo, the mess you imagined is still too light. Don't you want to study my body? It seems that you don't know enough about Tian Yujufu's body. Gojo Ming stood up and stretched. I won the bet, Miss Gojo. Please don't bring up the previous topic again. I have to go back too, so I won't entertain Miss Gojo anymore. If you have any other needs, please go to Sure. He will decide whether to accept the commission based on the actual situation. After saying that, Gojo Ming nodded to Gojo Yuki, turned around and left. Gojo Naru's steps were quick. He didn't know what other brilliant ideas Gojo Yuki would come up with next. He really couldn't handle such a woman. And Gojo Yuki was still staring at his fingers in a daze, his face full of disbelief. Gojo Naru's power is beyond the imagination of normal people and should not be possessed by a 6-year-old boy. Is it a ritual? Gojo Yuki wondered if Gojo Nara had some technique that allowed him to raise his hands. But then she wanted to laugh at her own thought. How is it possible? Gojo Naru was recognized by the entire magic world as a person without magic power, so it was impossible for him to possess a magic ritual. Therefore, there is only one truth. Gojo Nara's power is really that strong. Just as he said, he wanted to study the powerless heaven and the curse bearers, but his understanding of heaven and curse was still too one-sided. Is this the strength of heaven and curse? Gojo Yuki looked at Gojo Naru's leaving back, and an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. He is really a mysterious boy. I am really interested in him now. Moreover, you seem to know my spells very well. Are you saying that the quality of my illusions is not strong enough? You actually guessed the spell of Star Wrath at a glance. Gojo Naru, I won't give up just like that. In the front area, Gojo Ming, who was explaining things to Zen and Shinji, suddenly felt a chill. Zen Yuan Shenner, are you going back alone? Gojo Naru, yes, you helped me stop Gojo Yuki. I can go back by myself. Chan Yuan Shenner, now you know that women are not easy to mess with, right? You won't run into any danger if you go back alone, right? Gojo Naruto, you are underestimating the power of Sodi no Shirayuki and Ryujin Jaka, aren't you? Gojo Naruto patted the 2 samurai swords on his waist. With these 2 Zanpakuto, Gojo Naruto would not take any other enemies seriously unless they were special-grade cursed spirits. Zen Temple nodded. In the end, Gojo Naruto chose to run away before Gojo Yuki came out. It would be better to go back early. A few minutes after Gojo Nara left, Kujuku Yuki left the reception area and revealed his identity to Zenin Shinji. Master Tianyuan's messenger? Do you want to stay in this Wanshu for a while? Zenin Shinji didn't expect that Kujuku Yuki had such an identity. Considering Tingen's status in the world of sorcery, even the big 3 sorcerer families had to give him enough respect. That's fine, but I can't guarantee when Gojo Naruto will come. Zenin Shinji could see the real purpose of Kujuku Yuki, but he didn't care. It was not his business. He would let Gojo Nara solve the problem of the new resident himself. Just like that, without Gojo Nara's knowledge, the Yorazuya had a new resident. On the way back, the image of Kyuju would appear from time to time in Gojo Ming's mind. Gojo Naruto still found this future special-grade sorcerer very interesting. If he grew up a little, perhaps Gojo Yuki would be a good choice as a partner. But now it is indeed a little too early. Moreover, Yuki Kujuku's thinking is as eccentric as Gojo Satoru's, and he doesn't want to play with problem children anymore. However, Gojo Naruto also knew that he should improve his relationship with Kujuku Yuki. After all, she is also the future top combat force in the entire cursed world. When facing Noso and Raiman Sukuna, Kujuyuki will also be a very powerful assistant. Let's think about what kind of Zanpakuto to forge for Gojo Yuki and collect this super large experience pack as soon as possible. This way, I can grow faster. The images of many Zanpakuto appeared in Gojo Naruto's mind, and he began to think about which Zanpakuto would be more suitable for Kujuku Yuki. Hurrying along the way, when he entered an alley that was the only way home, Gojo Ming felt something strange in the air around him. For some reason, Gojo Ming found that his body seemed to become very heavy all of a sudden. Is it Gojo Yuki? Is she angry out of shame? The effect of this technique is very similar to Kujuku Yuki's Star Wrath, but Gojo Naruto reacted immediately. This is not Kujuku Yuki's Star Fury. Star Fury can only act on Kujuku Yuki himself and the Shikigami Honan. Therefore, the reason why I feel my body getting heavier cannot be due to Kujuku Yuki. There are other enemies. Gojo Naru's expression instantly became serious, and Six Eyes quickly looked around. In the sight of Gojo Naruto's Six Eyes, an inexplicable barrier had appeared around him at some point, and in the corner of the barrier, a figure was locked by Gojo Naruto's Six Eyes. Come out. Gojo Ming looked coldly at the location of the figure and exposed the enemy's disguise. Pa pa pa. Crisp applause rang out, and then a hoarse and charming voice came into Gojo Ming's ears. As expected of you, you are the Six Eyes son of God of the Gojo family. You can see through my position at a glance. You are so perceptive. I was thinking of treating you well first. Now it seems that we have to go straight to the main course. A tall woman with short hair appeared in front of Gojo Ming. When he saw the person in front of him, Gojo Ming just felt that she looked familiar at first, but when he saw the suture line on the woman's forehead, he immediately confirmed the identity of the person in front of him. Noose. Or rather, Itadori Yuji's mother. Gojo Ming subconsciously took a step back, his eyes full of surprise. He didn't expect that Najua would come to find him. Seeing Gojo Naru's actions, Itadori Kaori's mouth corners slightly raised and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Why, Gojo Naru-kun, do you know me? Gojo Ming shook his head. I don't know her, but I didn't expect that the person who trapped me was actually a woman. He is not arrogant enough to directly expose the identity of the Nosuk. I don't have the strength to fight against Luasua head-on now. If I reveal Luasua's identity, I will probably attract more attention from him in the future. Gojo Ming knows his advantage, which is that he is familiar with the future development situation, and he is in the dark. Therefore, even when facing a noose, he would never easily reveal more information about himself. Itadori Kaori frowned slightly. Oh? Really? She felt that Gojo Naruto seemed to be hiding something, but she really didn't know what Gojo Naruto was thinking. This was the first time she met Gojo Naruto, so Gojo Naruto should not know her identity. So, sister, what's the matter with you stopping me here? I have to hurry home. Gojo Ming moved backwards calmly. The person in front of him is the biggest boss in the entire world, and he is not capable of dealing with him at the moment. If Ryujin Jaka can be obedient, perhaps he can still give it a try. However, now Ryujin Jaka is just a fire stick, and his body has not yet fully grown, so he will definitely not be a match for the noose in front of him. The best choice now is to run as fast as possible. Looking at Gojo Naru's little movements, Itadori Kaori smiled playfully. Gojo Naru-kun, I just want to borrow something from you, okay? I have no ill will towards you. Gojo Naruto frowned and looked at Itadori Kaori cautiously. What is it? I don't have anything good on me that's worth borrowing, right? Itadori Kaori shook her head. Of course. You are so young now, and you have to carry 2 samurai swords with you. This is a bit too tiring. Can you lend me a sword? Itadori Kaori's gaze stayed on Ryujin Jaka. This Zanpakuto contained a powerful technique. Once it was unleashed, it would be an absolute earth-shattering force. Ryujin Jaka? Itadori Kaori's words made Gojo Naru's body tremble. He thought that Noso was aware of the possible threat he would pose in the future, so he came to nip him in the bud, but he never imagined that his target was actually his Zanpakuto. Sister, this is just an ordinary samurai sword, nothing special. Gojo Naruto covered it up. Although Nozomi said that he was only targeting his Zanpakuto, Gojo Naruto still did not dare to relax at all. Itadori Kaori's eyes lit up. Ryujin-Jaka? This sword has a nice name. I like fire very much, so can you lend me this sword? I'll return it to you later. Besides, my sister just likes ordinary samurai swords, so please don't take it too seriously, Gojo Narukuin. Itadori Kaori showed her determination to obtain her Zanpakuto. This was a Zanpakuto that clearly made her feel threatened, and she absolutely could not let it go easily. As for the potential threat of Gojo Naru, she really didn't take it seriously. In the past many years, she had killed the 6 eyes of the Gojo family before, but 6 eyes could not be killed. Therefore, her murderous intent did not appear to be that strong. If possible, she hoped that Gojo Naruto could cooperate honestly to avoid disrupting her next plan. Realizing Nozomi's determination, Gojo Naruto was also making a choice in his mind. Because of the existence of the system, even if Ryujin-Jaka was taken away by Nozomi, Nozomi's strength would not be improved. After all, as long as he wanted, the Ryujin Ruka in the hands of the Nozomi would only become a real fire stick. However, he absolutely did not want to lose Ryujin-Jaka unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, he knew the potential of the Zanpakuto, and it was also his trump card to fight against Noso and Raiman Sukuna in the future. The self with Ryujin-Jaka and the self without Ryujin-Jaka are definitely on different levels. Well, since my sister likes it, I am willing to help her. Is it this one? Gojo Ming grasped the hilt of the sword and drew out Ryujin-Jaka. Itadori Kaori's eyes lit up and she nodded. This is it. She was a little surprised to see Gojo Naruto being so tactful, but the next second, Gojo Naruto swung the Ryujin-Jaka in his hand and chopped back fiercely. There's really no need to struggle. Gojo Naruto-kun, I've been observing you for a long time. You haven't been able to use the technique of this Ryujin-Jaka yet. The sharpness of this Zanpakuto alone cannot break my barrier. Seeing that Gojo Naruto was still fighting stubbornly, Itadori Kaori also knew that Ryujin-Jaka was not so easy to obtain. Gojo Narukuin, this barrier is invisible to others. I designed it. It is an advanced version of the tent. Not only is it invisible to ordinary humans, but even sorcerers cannot detect it. Unless there is a sorcerer who is willing to spend a lot of magic power to explore this place, otherwise, you and I will never be discovered. I know you want to delay time, but are you sure you want to continue struggling and wasting each other's time under this situation? After hearing Nozomi's explanation about the barrier, Gojo Ming's heart skipped a beat. Just as Nozomi said, even someone as strong as Flowing Blade like fire would not be able to break this barrier. 10 minutes is enough for me to kill you 100 times. So, let's save some time and effort, okay? Itadori Kaori revealed the existence time of the barrier, which is the weakness of the barrier, but she didn't care at all. Comments. In Itadori Kaori's eyes, Gojo Naruto had no power to resist at all. He only relied on the power of his other Zanpakuto, Sodi Shirayuki, and was not afraid at all. However, to her surprise, Gojo Ming's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing that the barrier would only exist for 10 minutes. You're not really expecting someone to come here, are you? If you think so, aren't you being too disrespectful to my strength? Itadori Kaori narrowed her eyes slightly. She had already seen through Gojo Naru's thoughts. Since words of persuasion didn't work, then she would have to use force directly. She took a step towards Gojo Naruto. Until this moment, Itadori Kaori thought that everything was going as she planned. However, what she didn't know was that although this barrier could block out sound and sight, making it difficult for people to detect him, Gojo Ming was not an ordinary person. If you just use the same method to deal with ordinary sorcerers to deal with him, you will suffer a great loss. At the moment when Ryujin-Jaka failed to break the barrier, Gojo Naruto had already used the system's function to send a message to every person who borrowed the sword through his Zanpakuto. The swordsmith is in danger, location coordinates. Itadori Kaori could never have imagined that at this moment, the Gojo family, the Yagyu family, and the sword borrowers from the Yorazuya had all received the information and location passed on by Gojo Naruto. The 5 family. Gojo Satoru, who was in retreat, heard the message from Senbin Sakura. His expression changed, and he rushed out of the retreat room. The person who came towards him was Gojo Shinichi, who also had a serious expression. Shuini, did you receive the message too? Master Wu, yes. The two looked at each other, and Gojo Satoru gave the order directly. Shinichi, you go find the head of the family and the agent. I will go to the location to find Ming. Gojo Shinichi felt that he shouldn't let Gojo Satoru go out alone, but he couldn't care less now. Master Wu, you have to be careful too. Gojo Satoru nodded and disappeared directly in front of Gojo Shinichi. During the period of seclusion, he had already mastered the basic technique of Shun Zhuansang and paid special attention to Tsang's movement skills. Ming, wait for me for a moment, I'll be there soon. The Yagyu family. Yagyu Seimin brought Suzu and knocked on Yagyu Hidetsugu's door. What's wrong? What happened? Yagyu Hidetsugu looked confused, but Yagyu Seimin had no time to explain anything. Follow me, Hidetsugu. Master Gojo Naruto is in danger. The moment the voice fell, Yagyu Seimin had disappeared in front of Yagyu Hidetsugu. Upon hearing this, Yagyu Hidetsugu's face changed drastically, and he directly used the technique to follow Yagyu Seimin. Gojo Naru is the current treasure of the Gojo family. If anything goes wrong with him, the entire world of sorcery will probably be in turmoil. The two first-level sorcerers from the Yagyu family are rushing to the corresponding location. In the Yorazuya, Zenin Shinji, who was communicating with Kujuku Yuki, froze, and then a strong murderous aura shot out from his eyes. Gyojio Yuki, who was standing opposite him, only felt a powerful aura pressing towards him. She summoned the Phoenix Wheel immediately. She felt that Chanyuan Shenner seemed to want to attack her, and her life was under severe threat. You will die if you don't fight back. However, all this was just Gyojio Yuki's illusion, and Zenin Shinji did not attack her. The murderous intent she felt was not directed at herself. Gojo Naru is in danger. Chanyuan Shenner just threw down these words and disappeared directly into the Wanshuo. After hearing the news, Kujuyuki's expression changed, and he directly urged his magic power to catch up with Zenin Shinji. She didn't know why Zenin Shinji knew about this situation, but since it was related to Gojo Naru, she absolutely could not stand idly by. The three forces are quickly gathering towards the barrier. Gojo Naruto knew their movements through the vision of his Zanpakuto and also determined his next strategy. I am currently unable to defeat the noose, so I just need to delay it until everyone arrives. As long as Chanyuan Shenner can arrive at the scene, then Luasua should completely give up this robbery. After all, with the current strength of Chanyuan and Huatian Kwangu, the noose that controls Tiger Mom may not be able to determine the winner in the short term. So, at the same time Itadori Kaori walked towards her, Gojo Naruto had already drawn out Sodi no Shirayuki, and at the moment of drawing the sword, Sodi no Shirayuki had already completed the shurikai. The pure white blade exudes extreme chill. Gojo Ming waved Sodi Shirayuki and drew a circle directly using the barrier as a line. First dance, Moon White. Gojo Naruto used all his strength to activate Sodi no Shirayuki, even wrapping himself in it, just to try to freeze the noose for a few seconds. The breath of ice gushed out from the circle on the ground, directly filling the entire barrier. In an instant, the noose that was walking towards Gojo Naru and Gojo Naru himself were directly surrounded by ice. Gojo Ming did not make any defense. His only wish was that Yuebai could hold on a little longer. However, it is obvious that this is Gojo Ming's delusion. Yuebai's power is nothing compared to Itadori Kaori, and she can't even put a dent in her. At the moment when Yuebai froze the entire barrier, Itadori Kaori had already used her own technique, anti-gravity mechanism. When the technique is performed in the forward direction, Itadori Kaori's ability becomes anti-gravity. The moment the moonlight created by Sodi Shirayuki touched Itadori Kaori, the ice instantly floated and began to condense from the top of the barrier as if it were weightless. Yuebai cannot threaten Itadori Kaori. Seeing this, Gojo sighed. However, he had expected this in his heart. Yuebai was only Sodi Shirayuki's most basic technique. If Yuebai alone could stop the noose, then the noose would not deserve to be called a hidden boss. Gojo Narukuin, I advise you not to resist any longer. You still have a move called Bailian, right? You don't have to waste your energy on it. Kaori Itadori's face was full of calmness. She controlled gravity and was like a god in this barrier. However, giving up is not in Gojo Naruto's character. The second dance, White ripples. The white snow waterfall of Gojo Ming has gushed out. And just as Itadori Kori said, although the white ripples are extremely powerful, under the influence of anti-gravity, this huge snow waterfall cannot touch Itadori Kori at all. Itadori Kori smiled slightly. Although these two large-scale ice spells were powerful, they posed no threat to her at all. But in the snow waterfall, a little bit of cold light suddenly flashed. Behind the white snow waterfall, there was actually Gojo Ming's close attack hidden. Gojo Naru's speed was extremely fast, but Itadori Kori still did not take it seriously. If he wants to stab himself with Gojo Naruto's current speed, he will need to practice for at least several decades. Under the influence of the technique's forward rotation and anti-gravity, Gojo Naru's body began to become unstable when he approached Itadori Kori. When Gojo Naruto lost his balance due to anti-gravity, Itadori Kori prepared to defeat him with one strike. But the next second, she suddenly felt an inexplicable crisis. Gojo Naruto's body was clearly out of control and Sodi no Shirayuki was also very far away from him, so why did he feel the danger? Itadori Kori wanted to continue attacking, but the sense of crisis made her choose to believe in herself. She quickly retracted her fist and took a step back. At the same time, she finally saw Gojo Naruto's attack that made her feel threatened. Ritual. 3 dances, white sword. Gojo Naru's Sodi Shirayuki suddenly became twice as long. At this distance, if Itadori Kori didn't dodge, she would definitely be stabbed by Sodi Shirayuki. Seeing Itadori Kori dodge, Gojo Naru's expression was a little regretful. In this wave of attacks just now, he not only used the 3 dances, white sword, but he also lowered his body temperature to -18 degrees Celsius and used the technique, -18 degrees. As long as the noose can be pierced, the frozen blood will definitely slow down the speed of the noose. But, unfortunately, even though it was the first time he saw the white sword, Nozomi still managed to dodge it successfully. Facing the sudden increase in the length of Shirayuki's Sodi and the chill emanating from Gojo Naruto, Itadori Kori frowned slightly. She didn't expect that Sodi no Shirayuki had other techniques. Moreover, this technique could actually make her feel a little threatened. She suddenly felt that the Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Naru seemed to have greater potential. Since there is a new technique that I don't know about, will this Sodi no Shirayuki have other techniques? Although 4 techniques are already very outrageous, Gojo Naruto seems to have another trump card. Itadori Kori never thought that Gojo Naru could be so calm when facing her. After all, the person in front of him was just a 6-year-old boy, and the difference in strength between them could be seen at a glance. Now, this young man actually took the initiative to attack him, which means that Gojo Ming has other confidence. Itadori Kori felt that she should deal with it seriously. If she was too casual, she suspected that she might fail because of this boy. Under the influence of the anti-gravity technique, Gojo Ming barely managed to stand. As expected of the body that was hit by the noose, this technique was indeed invincible. Now it was just the forward rotation of the technique. Gojo Ming remembered that the noose could use the anti-gravity mechanism to reverse the technique. He is also one of the only 2 people in the entire world line who can use the technique reversal besides Gojo Satoru. The reversal technique has not been used yet, which is probably because Nozomi doesn't take himself seriously enough. However, Gojo Ming thought this was a good idea. If he could hold on for another 2 minutes, the nearest Yagyu Seimin would arrive. Gojo Satoru would arrive in about 3 minutes, and Zenin Shinji would arrive within 5 minutes. As long as he could hold on for 5 minutes, if he didn't want to be completely exposed, he would have no choice but to retreat. However, just as Gojo Naruto was thinking about the support issue, Itadori Kori had already put away her contempt for Gojo Naruto. Spell reversal. Gravity. The technique reversal that Gojo Naru was thinking about just now was directly used by Itadori Kori. The gravity within the barrier suddenly increased several times. Gojo Ming only felt that his body suddenly became much heavier, and his movements became slower. Gojo Naru-kun, your Zanpakuto really gave me a big surprise, which also proves that you are worthy of my attention. So, to show my respect for you, I will show you what a spell reversal is. There was a smile in Kori Itadori's eyes. As the only person who could use the reversal technique, she had enough capital to be proud of. However, to her surprise, Gojo Ming's reaction was too calm. Forget it, you are still young and don't know the power of the spell reversal. I don't blame you. Itadori Kaori shrugged, thinking that Gojo Naruto was ignorant. Unfortunately, what she didn't know is that Gojo Naruto already knew this trick. Therefore, the moment he realized that the gravity had doubled, he had already used the technique of -50 degrees Celsius. In the previous moment, all the moisture inside the entire surface of the ground was frozen, and he also used the coldness of the condensed moisture to stand. Itadori Kaori wanted to continue approaching Gojo Naru, but the ground suddenly shook violently. Earthquake. Itadori Kaori stood firm. She didn't expect an earthquake to happen at this time. Although Japan is a country prone to earthquakes, this wave of earthquakes just now was too sudden, wasn't it? Itadori Kaori didn't care too much about the vibration that just came. However, as she continued to walk, the entire ground began to shake again. When she stopped, the ground stopped at the same time. It seemed as if this earthquake was following her footsteps. After discovering this situation, how could Itadori Kaori not guess that this strange phenomenon came from Gojo Naru? Itadori Kaori shook her head and stamped her feet. Under the influence of gravity, the originally solid ground was directly crushed by it, and the ice silk condensed on the surface appeared in Itadori Kaori's eyes. I see. The vibration just now came from these ice silks, right? I didn't expect that a Zanpakuto would have so many strange techniques. Is this Sodi no Shirayuki? There was a glimmer of madness in her eyes. If you have any other techniques, use them, Gojo Naru-kun. I want to let you see what true despair is. Gojo Naru looked regretful. Sister, Sodi no Shirayuki's techniques are no longer available. I didn't expect you to be so strong that you could force Sodi no Shirayuki to use so many techniques. I'm really curious about your identity, sister. Gojo Ming felt a little uncomfortable with his disguise, but for the ultimate victory and to tip the balance of power, he had to commit a deception that went against his character. Is that so, Gojo Naru-kun? You are already very good. As long as you give me Ryujin Jaka, you will gain my friendship. Hearing the tone of submission in Gojo Naru's words, Itadori Kaori's eyes flashed with satisfaction. In her opinion, Gojo Naru had run out of ammunition and food, and ate.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.